Daxia Academy suddenly received an email asking how much reward could be obtained if a complete set of design drawings for the 5th-generation aircraft is provided. The news not only caused all personnel at Longwei Academy to be on high alert, but also made the top leader designate it as the highest level of secrecy. All this is because I awakened the technology replication system. As long as I come into contact with any technological item for 5 seconds, I can successfully replicate the entire set of technology, including processes, production processes, and various technical challenges. This made intern researcher Xiaoli feel a headache. Currently, the only 5th-generation aircraft in service globally is the F-22. Who would trade such technology? However, he still politely replied, asking for more detailed evidence, documents, or specific data, and promised to give a formal response after careful review. He thought it was a prank and didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly, the next second, a new email was sent, with the headline boldly stating F-22 technical design drawings for 5th-generation fighter aircraft. It really seemed like the real deal, Xiaoli muttered to himself, unable to believe that this bored individual had actually come up with so-called technical drawings for a 5th-generation fighter aircraft. But when he opened it with doubt, a dense array of compressed files appeared before him. The file names clearly indicated F-22 fighter aircraft manufacturing process and technical analysis, F-22 fighter jet vector thrust engine design draft, and F-22 fighter jet nanoscale stealth layer technology synthesis analysis. Each file exceeded 100 gigabytes in size, and just the first few compressed files alone exceeded a total storage capacity of 1 terabyte. As Xiaoli looked at these documents, he denied the idea of a prank. Who would go through the trouble of sending hundreds of TB of compressed files just to play such a low-quality prank? Is this really happening? Xiaoli took a deep breath, feeling horrified by his bold idea. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean in the country of Eagle Sauce, I looked at the received emails and a slight smile appeared on my face. All of this, just because I awakened the black technology replication system. As long as I touch any technological item for 5 seconds, I can successfully replicate its complete set of technology, even including food. And with the identity of myself as a master student at Duke University, I got close to a F-22 fighter jet for 5 seconds at an equipment exhibition held a few days ago, successfully copied the complete set of technical drawings, adhering to the principle of not wasting, and sent these technologies back to the country without hesitation. At this moment, a virtual light screen panel is floating in front of me, with the world's top F-22 fighter jet quietly placed inside. I didn't rush to materialize the F-22 fighter jet, mainly because there was no place to store the fighter jet. Once discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side, inside the Shaka Institute duty room, Xiaoli, an intern researcher, opened a subdirectory in a file with a skeptical attitude. Rows of formulas and draft designs appeared before his eyes in an instant. Am I dreaming? He thought, as he looked at the densely packed design drawings, his hand holding the mouse trembling non-stop. He could see that the data and theoretical arguments were completely correct. Even the draft drawings and design drawings were flawless. The more he looked down, the more turbulent Li's heart became, because he found that these theories and formulas were flawless, and most of the arguments and calculation formulas were even incomprehensible to him. Although he was just an intern, he was also a graduate student from a top university. In other words, someone really sent the design drawings of the F-22 fighter to the Shaka Institute. No, it must be reported immediately. Xiaoli immediately stood up and ran quickly towards the door. He dared not imagine how terrifying the impact would be if this was true. The importance of just the design of the F-22 fighter jet to Daxia was self-evident. He had to find relevant experts to discern the controversy of this email. That was his only thought at the moment. At this time, in the building of the Academy of Sciences, a group of people were conducting research. Intern researcher Xiaoli, running at lightning speed, rushed towards the building of the Physics Research Institute. Teacher Lu, please take a look at this information, Xiaoli said breathlessly, holding a laptop in his hand. A middle-aged man in his 50s with black-framed glasses stood up. Lu Zhixue glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "Look, you're in a hurry again. I've never liked your impulsive nature as my disciple. The most important thing in research is to be calm. If you get agitated at every little thing, how can you achieve anything significant? How can you calm down and focus on doing research?" Handing a glass of water to Xiaoli from the side, Lu Zhixue continued, "Go ahead. What's the matter this time?" Xiaoli took a breath and pointed at the laptop and said in a hurry, "Mr. Lu, do you see what this email says, right? Zhixue Lu is a researcher at the Institute of Physics, CAS. He is also a cutting-edge scholar in condensed matter theory and nanophysical materials. The most crucial thing was that he was his mentor, so he was the first person Li thought of." Hearing his urgent tone, Lu Zhixue glanced at the screen. It shows exactly one email. Drawings of the technical design of the 5th generation fighter aircraft, the F-22. What the hell? An F-22 fighter jet design? Looking at the title, Lu Zhixue pulled at the corner of his mouth. This outrageously fake email content needs to be defended by him? The Summer Academy won't get this kind of hot chick email that day? Does he even want to conduct scientific research if he approves every single one of them? Little Lee. In the future, you don't need to submit emails about this kind of technology to me for approval. Just reply by default through and through. No need to bother. Lu Zhixue spoke in a serious tone. He thought it was because Lee had just started as a trainee researcher and didn't know much about the situation yet that he was bringing these emails over for his approval. After all, where is this going? Back in the days when he was an intern researcher, internet technology was not as developed as it is today, and even letters were still mainstream. In those days, there was still a large group of people holding banners in front of the Summer Academy every day. Each one claims to have invented perpetual motion, reversed Einstein's theory of relativity, managed to exceed the speed of light, etc. Prove Goldbach's conjecture that his more per capita skills, without this ability, are embarrassed to stand in the door of the Summer Academy of Sciences. As for why these gods are concentrated in the fields of mathematics and physics, it is mainly because experiments in chemistry, biology, and so on, either require high-precision equipment or are life-threatening, and all like to prove out Goldbach's conjecture. Even more so because it only takes elementary school to read and understand what the conjecture means. And like the Riemann conjecture, the NS equation, he's never seen anyone claim to have proved it. As for this kind of people who say that they have the drawings of so-and-so's top technology, they are even more abound. Only a few days ago, he had seen a man in front of the Academy of Sciences pulling a banner and shouting loudly that he had developed time machine technology. Only, teacher, look carefully at the formulas and arguments depicted here. It's not that simple. Shaoli he didn't say too much. Instead he directly clicked on the zip package underneath this email and randomly clicked on the file. I can't understand these formulas. Do you see if they are correct? Oh, you actually can't read it. Lu Zhixue's eyes revealed dismay. Although Li is not a science and physics student, how can he not be able to read the formula with his level, right? A line of headings appeared before his eyes, and below it a line of formulas as well as a draft drawing of the design, spreading across the screen in a flash. Synthesis and analysis of nano-stealth coating technology for F-22 fighter jets. F-22 stealth coating with gallium oxide and silver composite. Synthetic formula GA203+. In addition to the use of the Gallet air intake layout, the wings and tail use large-scale composite materials. The wave-riding body. Supercruise wind resistance. Lift coefficient calculation. F-22 carbon fiber composite resin system. Formula. Argumentation. Only the first derivation of the formula was seen to unfold as a single number came into view. Lu Zhixue's originally teasing face abruptly fell silent, and his breathing seemed to have stopped. And when the perfect design drawings and argumentation process were presented, he was even more frozen on the spot. Hiss. This, composite resin system? Lu Zhixue immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. The light in his eyes grew stronger, and his entire face went straight up red. I thought the other guy was a clown, but who knew it was Deja? This time it's for real. Is this really an F-22 fighter design? Teacher, do you think this could be true? Shaoli opened his mouth to inquire from the side. I'm not sure, but I don't see a problem either. Lu Zhixue's heart was beating violently, and his voice trembled a little. This is most likely true. As a scholar in nanophysics and condensed matter, it made no sense for him to fail to see the gold in this formula and materials analysis. Whether it is the simulation data verification of the aerodynamic lift layout, or the stealth coating or composite carbon fiber material analysis, it perfectly meets the various formulae and actual situation results. The authenticity of this email was raised to an extremely high level by him from this first information alone. This possesses a very high research value even if it is not true. When he returned to the directory and saw the bewildering number of zip file packages, he was afraid that the files he had just browsed were not even 1,000th of what was here. Contact the 611 Institute right now. This email, they must be re-verified. Lu Zhixue couldn't wait to order the assistant next to him. It was beyond his capabilities, and even their Xia Academy of Sciences wasn't even in the business of developing and manufacturing fighter jets. If you want to verify that this email is true or false, then there's only one place in all of Daxia that can hammer away at it. The 611 Institute. Thousands of miles away from Yanjing, in the land of Shu. 611 Research Institute. One of the most important R&D and manufacturing companies of Daxia aviation aircraft, as well as the main R&D and production base of the fighter jet. At this point, an old man with silky gray hair and a pair of gold-framed glasses was constantly working on research and development in the workroom. Song Chini, who has been deeply involved in aircraft research and development for decades, He was deeply involved in the development of J-10, J-7, J-82 and other fighters, even including the Super 7 fighter developed by the 611 Research Institute in cooperation with the PAF before. And he was one of the members of the R&D team. It can be said that he is the top expert in the field of aircraft manufacturing in Dacia. And now, he had been given the most difficult task ever, as well as one of the most important military-industrial projects between the 611 Institute and Dacia, developing the 5th generation stealth fighter, the J-20. Chapter 4, Shocked, 99% Authenticity? This is the drawing that which high-level person got. Inside the 611 Institute, a large pile of messy drafts lay on the table, and the computer screen was filled with various drawings and calculations. No, this R&D idea is wrong. Song Chini shook his head and vetoed the proposal, then proceeded to pull out a piece of paper and rewrite a brand new draft design. He sensed that time was getting more and more urgent. Although the J-20 fighter aircraft has now completed the basic research and development design, began to assemble the double-hull verification aircraft, not far from the day of the first flight. Song Chini was still a bit worried, and the whole person was even more frantically devoted to research and development work. After all, Eagle Saucer and DF-22 to the first flight took a full 13 years. J-20 from the official program to today is only 3 years. The two can be described as worlds apart, both in terms of R&D time and strength. But, no matter how difficult it is, they must also succeed in developing the J-20. This 5th generation aircraft carries the blue sky hopes of Dacia, the security of more than 1 billion people's domes. There was no failure to speak of this time, and he would not allow the slightest mistake. Just as Song Chini was immersed in research and development, suddenly, a deputy hurried into the workroom with a phone and spoke. Head Song, it's an urgent call from the Summer Academy of Sciences. XAS? Who called with the urgent telegram? Song Chini frowned, his eyes revealing a wave of doubt. I haven't heard of any cooperation with the Summer Academy side lately, so what's the point of calling him all of a sudden? It's Professor Liu Zhixue calling. Old Liu? What can he be looking for me for? Song Chini was even more puzzled. After all, it was still plausible that the rest of the Xia Academy of Sciences had called. Perhaps there was some project or technological breakthrough that could be used on the J-20. But Liu Zhixue, a condensed matter theoretical physics people, need to call the urgent telegram over to find him a fighter aircraft. What matter? It's not next to each other at all. With this head full of questions, Song Chini took the phone held by his deputy. Before he could open his mouth to inquire, Liu Zhixue over there jumped the gun and said, Old Song, hurry up and take a look at this information I sent you. I've sent the information by encrypted fax machine. What information? Song Chini had bucketfuls of incomprehension written on his head. That's a file on fighter jets. Grab it. I sent it over. So see if it's true or not. Liu Zhixue's hissing voice was filled with eagerness. The moment the encrypted fax machine, placed next to the desk, was ticking away throughout the workroom, as sheets of drawings were quickly printed out and piled up into a small mountain of paper, Song Chini picked up the top sheet of paper and skimmed a glance at the headline that was written at the top. Drawings of the technical design of the 5th generation fighter aircraft F-22. F-22 fighter jet technical drawings? What kind of joke is that old Liu guy playing? Looking at the content, Song Chini was filled with confusion. Just when he thought that this was an old friend Liu Zhixue playing a joke on him, suddenly, he saw that draft design drawing displayed below, as well as the detailed calculation formula and verification results. One moment. Song Chini only felt a wave of coolness rush from the soles of his feet all the way to the sky, and his entire body went numb. Analysis of the aerodynamic layout and material composition of the F-22 fighter jet. In aerodynamic layout of a lifting body side strip duckwing that delivers a lift coefficient increment close to 0.6. Medium swept back angle ensures lift and drag characteristics. In actual verification, after lowering the fighter's small aspect ratio, the aerodynamic layout will increase instead of decreasing. The supersonic and subsonic drag and lift characteristics will be harmonized. Material conditions are met with the use of S-type DSI intakes, in order to minimize air viscosity as well as radar-reflected waves. The Gallet air intakes currently used by the F-22 are obviously 100% behind. Looking at the information, waves of shock rippled through him. Hiss. How is this possible? Song Chini muttered. This is no joke. And surprisingly all that is said here is right. It could be said that there were not many people in the whole of Dacia who could understand the production process of manufacturing fighter jets better than him. Even the aerodynamic layout as well as the material aspects of the J-20 are the main projects he is responsible for. And that's on top of whether it's the analysis of the F-22's aerodynamic layout, or the way the material synthesis process works for the 5th generation aircraft, etc. In his opinion, no loopholes could be found at all. These data and calculations validate that both from the wind tunnel experiments perfectly match the reality in the real world. The riddle that originally plagued him on the J20 program finally got an accurate answer at this moment. Even many aspects gave him a different enlightenment. And the development progress of J20 could smoothly advance a big step forward. The content of the first paper alone is so shocking. And Lu Zhixue faxed over dozens of documents. After stagnantly reading the information written on the first piece of paper, Song Chini grabbed the phone and immediately asked impatiently, "Old Lu, where did you get these information on the development of the F-22 fighter jet?" "This is the development information of the F-22, currently the world's top fighter jet. Even if it's just about the aerodynamic layout as well as the materials, it's very significant. Old Lu, tell me, which one of you high rollers actually got this information from Eagle Jam's side?" Song Chini could tell that it was highly likely that this was something that had come out of the top secret files within Eagle Jam. After all, who else in the world could have detailed R&D information on the F-22 fighter but Hawksbane? It's not like any other country can find a successful 5th-gen fighter in service. This thing is just out of print. Song Chini was very curious as to what kind of high person was so skillful that he could get these things from Eagle Sauce's side. "The information I sent you is just a small part of it. The real information is the one that contains the entire F-22 technical design drawings." On the other side of the phone, Lu Zhixue's voice rang out. "What? All the technical drawings of the F-22 fighter jet?" Song Chini was once again dumbfounded. Who could be capable of this? Getting some of the information and all of the information is not even close to being a difficulty. Hearing this, Lu Zhixue on the other side of the phone didn't answer directly. "Old Song, do you think this information is true or false? I'm not a scholar in the field of fighter jet manufacturing to judge." He was very curious to know if this one email sent to XAS was the real F-22 fighter jet design or not. "From the information you sent me, I can be 99% sure that it's true." Song Chini pondered for a moment, and then immediately inquired, "This information, who gave it to our Summer Academy of Sciences?" "This piece of information is absolutely 99% true, whether in terms of data accuracy or theoretical basis. As for the 0.1% of it, it is the question of where it comes from. This is an anonymous encrypted email sent. There is no way to check the source, no way to check the IP address, and no way to find out who the contact person is. And his only condition, the use of the full set of F-22 fighter jet technology in exchange for a reward." Listen to this. After Song Chini froze for a long time, he slowly spat out 2 words. "Crazy." Chapter 5 Anonymous Contact. "Please call me an enthusiastic ordinary citizen." The other side. Lu Zhe at the moment was not aware of the super uproar that his email had caused in Daxia across the ocean. After sending the past 2 emails, he pulled the calling card out of his cell phone. It was thrown into the strong acidic water that had been prepared and waited for it to silently dissolve into nothing. Although any email message he sends out has the protection of the system, will not be intercepted by any of the rest of the people. Access to it, regardless of sending and receiving mail, will erase all traces of the internet. But he still wouldn't take the initiative to show any semblance of a horse, to prevent any surprises in any situation. Walking slowly back to the compound of Duke University, the first thing Lu Zhe did was to go and get back the free food subsidy that the school had given out. This capitalist wool. This is not gripping or human. It must be gripped ruthlessly. If I don't eat, who's going to make up for this loss of nutrition? Lu Zhe secretly murmured as he walked towards a familiar location. Even if it was more difficult to eat, he could never allow them to be able to give out less than 1 serving of food. All sorts of free subsidized food. Couldn't eat it and had to take his share. All kinds of free subsidized school supplies have to be taken away, even if you can't use them. All kinds of accommodation assistance reductions. Scholarships. Apply for what you can. You must not let them spend a penny less. After all, if this saves Eagle Sauce hundreds or thousands of dollars a month, wouldn't that be over tens of thousands of dollars a year? He is a public student. The country pays for me to study in Eagle Jam. And I don't even pull the wool over Eagle Jam. Is that still a human being? Lu Zhe consumes tens of thousands of extra dollars a year from Duke University. Isn't that a contribution to Daxia? It is incumbent upon us to fight for our country. I seem to remember that the lab is offering free snacks and dinner today. After the lunch break later, I'll go over and touch the fish. Lu Zhe rubbed his chin after eating the free food. Duke University is Eagle Sauce Ivy League school, and Lu Zhe is the king of professional mechanical engineering and materials college of master's degree students, but also received a full scholarship to the university. There was no doubt about the gold content of this degree, and he would not encounter rejection if he wanted to join any of the institutes and laboratories within the university. After eating and drinking, what should I copy for my next tech? Lu Zhe muttered darkly as he walked back to his dormitory. Duplicate another airplane? I'm afraid the achievement points aren't even as high as the F-22. Or is it some other technology? The copy count only refreshed once a week, and he certainly couldn't just copy and waste it at will. Currently, the world's top warplanes were only the F-22, and as for the others, either like the F-35, which was not yet officially in service, or like the B-2 Phantom bomber, he had no access to them at all. As for common airplanes, I'm afraid the achievement points won't be anywhere near as high. After all, this is a place where first-class blacks and second-class whites, Asians step aside, and Chinese get a mouthful. And it's still difficult for him to get access to some of the core confidential technologies. No one bullies him here, but at school he's more of a solitary outsider. However, this did provide some convenience for him to carry out the replication of high technology, and it was even less likely to be found on the trail. Half a day later, when Lutz had just completed the great act of consuming the property of the all-abominable capitalist class, was lying on my bed in my dorm room, contemplating what I should copy for the next round. Suddenly, a beep sounded from the system in his head. Ding! A new reply has been received to the host's email you sent to the Summer Academy of Sciences. To have contacted me so quickly? Lu Zhe was a bit surprised. The speed was a bit out of his expectation. He had thought that it would take at least a day or two for CAS to figure out the source of the technology and its authenticity. And it's only been less than an hour or so, and they're in a hurry to give him a reply? Proceeding to take out a bearer phone card, he repressed it to a cell phone, projecting the mailbox backend onto the system's light screen. The moment he had just logged into his email, an instant email popped up. Email response from CASA. We have received your technical drawings. What do you need from us? Please contact us as soon as you receive the reply. Summer Academy of Sciences. Looking at the reply, Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before a line surfaced. Are you still satisfied with these information techniques? Please? Sent directly to the CASA email address again. Not even a minute after replying, a new email refreshes again. How much do you want to be paid for this technology? Also, can we make a contact in detail? Summer Academy of Sciences. Obviously the people over there have been keeping a close eye on it. That's why the replies are so fast. After all, it was an anonymous encrypted email, and CASA had no idea who actually sent it. Even Song Qini and Lu Zhixue were speculating if it was the hidden flag that had been buried on the Eagle Saw side decades ago. And now that the design drawings of the F-22 fighter jet have been obtained, it will be in a huge crisis if others find out. This mystery man is now in an imminent situation and must be helped to leave as soon as possible. This so-called getting in touch means using special means for safe appearances. The meaning of this email from CAS. Lu Zhe is naturally very clear and directly replies again. There's no need to know who I am. You can call me an enthusiastic ordinary citizen. I will leave you an email to let you know if I need anything. And please remember to pay me for my F-22 fighter design. Nowadays it wasn't time he should return to his country. And he wasn't at all worried about any risk of exposure of this technology that the system had copied. His true identity is also far from being officially revealed. After posting these message replies, Lu Zhe drew out his calling card and followed that same process as before, once again physically destroying the body. Luckily for Eagle Sauce, all of his phone cards today are in the bearer method, or he wouldn't have been able to buy so many of them. Other side. Summer Academy of Sciences. Lu Zhixue shook his head helplessly and silently closed the background of the mailbox, deleting these email records. Old Lu, how's the contact going? Song Qini on the 611 Research Institute side still didn't hang up the phone and immediately opened his mouth to inquire. He didn't disclose the information and said that he would contact us in the future. Lu Zhixue sighed after relaying it briefly. AI. It seems that this mysterious person can still wish to remain in Eagle Jam. This way he can maximize his role. As for the reward mentioned by this mysterious person, Lu Zhixue did not put it on his mind. How is this F-22 fighter design measured in terms of money? That's something no amount of tens of billions of dollars can buy. You know, the research and development alone cost Eagle Sauce a whole $70 billion. And it took more than 10 years and tens of thousands of scientific research elites to come up with the thing. Payoffs? It wasn't even a matter of how much there was. It was a matter of giving him as much payoff as he wanted. Chapter 6 Technical Verification Passes. F-22 design drawings are real. Other than that, the mystery man who sent the email, he didn't say anything else? Song Qini's mind began to constantly think about what this person's intentions were. Why is he all but sending drawings of the F-22 fighter design directly to XAS, but won't get in touch with them? Is it because he can't show his face in the current critical situation? Or does this person have other considerations? This variety of circumstances continued to make circling projections in his head. Hear that? He also said to call him a zealous ordinary citizen? Thinking about that mysterious person's reply, Lu Zhixue couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out. What kind of code names are these? It's too childish. Old Song, who exactly do you think this person is? Is there a target of suspicion? Song Qini shook his head. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything about this before. He's also been developing fighter jets for decades and has been involved in almost every major program. But I've never heard of anyone who is so savvy that they can get top secret information like F-22 fighter design drawings from EagleJam. If he had known this, why would the development of the J-20 have been so difficult? Old Song, you first conduct a technical inspection of those drawings on hand, and then I'll submit them to the top. Lu Zhishu frowned and directly expressed his opinion. I'll see if I can contact this mysterious person again, or identify the source of his identity. He was going to have a presentation with the president of the Summer Academy first. Still, the immediate need of the hour is to verify whether this copy of F-22 fighter technology can actually be implemented. Good. On the other side of the phone, Song Chi-ni nodded solemnly. He still has his priorities straight. It's completely irrelevant what this mystery man actually is. What matters is whether these technical drawings are real. Even if there is a 99% probability that there is no problem, they cannot blindly believe. In case this is the enemy put out a smoke bomb, how to do? Across the ocean. Inside the graduate student dormitory at Duke University. Looking at the system prompts, CAS continued to send an email reply. Lu Zhe chose to simply ignore it without bothering. Looks like Kasa isn't 100% sure of the authenticity of that email. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, at this point, XAS should just find it to be of high research value. Not sure if it's a real F-22 fighter design. I'm afraid the opposite side won't be as conservative in their inquiries if once they are sure it's right. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Just then, the alarm clock next to him went off. Glancing at the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a few minutes past 3 o'clock. Let's have some tea first. Lu Zhe directly walked out of the dormitory after closing the virtual light screen on his eyeballs. It was tea time and he had to hurry to the lab before he could get there. Free refreshments would be gone if he missed them. Duke University, in the Materials Science Laboratory. Holding a matcha cake as well as an iced latte in his hand, Lu Zhe slowly walked over to a table. The people coming and going in the lab seemed to have completely ignored his existence, and there were not even a few people who greeted him. In this laboratory, Lu Zhe was more like an outsider in general. No one pays any attention or even cares what he does. Looking at the meaning on the side of the Summer Academy of Sciences, it seems that they are very curious about the issue of my identity. Lu Zhe sipped his latte over and over again while secretly pondering over the exchange just now. After obtaining the purple talent skill, Congeniality Crown, his thinking became incomparably clear and swift. With almost every sentence or even word, he could instantly and accurately determine the exact intent of others. If my identity, I definitely can't reveal it at the moment. The time is still far from right. Revealing his identity now would not be the best option for either him or Daxia. After all, he wanted to replicate more high-tech items in EagleJam in the future, and his true identity would have to be kept absolutely secret. But, these technological items that were copied, well, Lu Zhe glanced at the F-22 fighter jet in the system item bar, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. After a while, you can take it back to the country when you have the chance. At the rate of him copying a tech item once a week, he would have a full 13 times in 3 months. When the time came, he could well take advantage of his vacation to return home and hand over these technological items to Daxia. Anyway, he could have the system randomly designate a location for the item manifestation and not worry about identity exposure at all. And there's a lot of stuff in the system lottery that can mask identities. It's Saturday, and the copy counts will be refreshed in 2 days on Monday. What exactly is the next thing to be copied to choose from? There aren't many top-notch technologies that I have access to right now. Lu Zhe had a bit of a headache just thinking about this. Achievement points aren't easy to come by, and you have to be careful how many times you copy each one. How about, why don't he ask the Daxia side what technology they're missing? He'll copy them directly? 2 days later, 611 Institute. Inside the wind tunnel lab, a brand new model of a fighter jet, which was sitting right in the center of the room, was being whistled through by a wind tunnel. The atmosphere here was as if it had frozen. A few people were watching the data on the computer rising and falling. Their hearts were fluttering violently. What exactly is the data? Song Chi-ni muttered. This is their entire project team overtime spent 2 days. Only barely tossed out the 1:100 proportion of the real reproduction of the model. Both the aerodynamic layout and the exterior metal coating were constructed according to the technical drawings in the mail. The viability of this F-22 fighter technology depends on this wind tunnel experiment. In anticipation, a set of data was displayed on the screen of the computer in front of them. RCS 0.002m superscript 3, radar reflection area. Lift coefficient 1.65. Resistance factor. Upon seeing these sets of data, the entire wind tunnel lab was abuzz with people. A few older men who looked to be in their 50s were hissing at the moment with their faces reddened with excitement. Old Song, how exactly did you figure out this technology? It's only been a few days. And you've tossed out a second-generation stealth coating? RCS is only 0.002? That's about the level of Eagle Jam's F-22 fighter, right? Hiss. A fighter without duck wings has a lift coefficient of 1.65? This drag coefficient is also not good. Supersonic cruise shall not take off. This is definitely the standard for a fifth-generation airplane. These people are all members of the J-20 program leadership team and have decades of experience in aerospace research and development, as does Song Chini. When Song Chini called them over early this morning, they thought it was just an unusual test, and had done it many times before, only each time the results were not very satisfactory. As a result, I didn't realize that this test contraption could be so counterintuitive. What these figures mean is naturally clearer to them than ever. In terms of lift, supersonic cruise and stealth performance, this model exceeds the data of the fifth-generation aircraft in all aspects. I'm afraid this is not open. Not only that, at the same time, Song Chini had internally determined one of the most crucial facts. This technical validation passed completely. It also means that the F-22 technical design drawings in this email are the real deal. Chapter 7 Boiling. He must be kept safe at all costs. Seeking favorites. Request for followers. Looking at the listed set of data, especially the unusually eye-catching lift coefficient. The moment. Song Chini's face that was full of calmness. Inwardly, besides being happy that this design was real, the other thought was to keep busting out at Eagle Jam. This mother ******** ing Eagle Jam. Talking about the F-22 fighter's lift coefficient of 2.0, it's like talking with your eyes wide open. Where is this a 2.0? It's a 1.7 at best. Thanks to him setting the J-20's lift coefficient to 2.0 and how he couldn't think of a way to improve it that much. They are still puzzled by how the lift coefficient is still so much worse when the J-20 even uses the duckwing layout. The F-22 combatant still uses a fixed dual pitot tail conventional aerodynamic layout and has a lift coefficient of 2.0? It's just anticlimactic. They had previously thought that the AL-31F turbofan engine used in the J-20 was so bad that it caused the lift to be no match for the F-22. As it turned out, it wasn't the engine or any holes in the J-20's aerodynamic layout. Rather, the F-22 published data is ing bogus. And this Eagle sauce just ing blows awesome. Over here, look at the wind tunnel airflow that is stopped. Old Song, where exactly did you get this technology? A member of the R&D team was a bit nonplussed at once. Did someone over at the 601st Institute toss it? Or is it the 603rd Institute? How come I haven't heard anything at all? Impossible. It's okay for them to develop R&D bombers and reconnaissance planes, but to expect them to develop fifth-generation fighter technology? You're afraid you're not dreaming. It's another aerodynamic layout. Another big stealth performance improvement. Old Song, are you a juggler? A few people next to him sent out a similar barrage of questions. You know, in the first few days they all still had a J-20 aerodynamic layout of the difficult problem. Now not only solved the aerodynamic layout of the difficult problem, and even stealth coatings have been solved, they no longer need to use that blackish iron oxide-based paint, the same black paint that was used on the very first J-20 demonstrators. This time going straight to a second-generation silver stealth coating. The stealth performance is no less than that of the F-22 fighter, and the lift coefficient of the ductless wing is more than 1.65. Who among the several major aircraft research institutes within Dacia is capable of tossing out this kind of counterintuitive technology? Listening to these queries, Song Chini did not explain, but said with a smile on his face, "None of this matters. Colleagues, our Dacia's fifth-generation aircraft will soon be here." Moment. A cheer exhaled from the mouths of several members of the R&D team, resonating throughout the lab. That's right, these are totally unimportant. The important thing is the fifth-generation airplane. The fifth-generation airplane that belongs to our Dacia. It's coming soon. The aerodynamic layout and stealth performance are all solved. Our development schedule will be greatly advanced, and the demonstrator can be less conservative. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and thrill, and their minds were filled with the image of J-20 taking off. They don't care where the technology came from, whether it was developed at another institute or dropped from the sky. None of this matters. They had only one purpose, to develop Dacia's first fifth-generation fighter, the J-20, at the fastest possible speed. Wait for the end of the experiment. Song Chini then hoofed it to the airport by car. Over there, he would take a special plane to Yinjing as fast as possible. Afternoon, 2 o'clock. At this time in the Shaka courtyard, many people had only just finished their lunch break. Just then, a rush of footsteps stepped into the dean's office. Old Lou, what happened? Let me hurry back in a hurry? An old man with wispy white hair and white short sleeves had an anxious look on his face. This is the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences, Zhang Yuli. Dean, this matter is of great importance. and you must return before a decision can be made. A hint of exhaustion filled Lu Zhishue's eyes. He had rummaged through all kinds of information in the past 2 days and hadn't found any trace of the mysterious person who had sent the email. Where does the technology come from? What is his purpose? The stakes are so high that the only way to get the dean to step in is to get him to do it. Can we talk now? Zhang Yuli said somewhat tonelessly. I didn't even attend the international conference in order to rush back. Since receiving the urgent telegram the day before yesterday, he dropped all his work to take a special airplane and flew directly back to Daxia. Lu Zhishue said in a deep voice. Someone sent an email of technical drawings to our Summer Academy of Sciences. Mail? What kind of mail is that? Old Lu, you have to give me a reasonable explanation. Zhang Yuli's head was filled with question marks. Was it necessary for an email to call him back urgently from abroad? The fuel cost of a special flight would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, not to mention the delay in his various affairs. If there wasn't a reasonable explanation for this, he wouldn't mind giving old Lu, the kid, a hospital-wide notification of criticism, which wasn't very damaging, but extremely insulting. Just then, similarly, there was also a person who stepped inside the dean's office and said loudly, Dean Zhang, inside that email, is a full set of F-22 fighter jet design drawings. This person was none other than Song Qini, who had urgently rushed from Shu to the Summer Academy of Sciences. What, the F-22 fighter jet design? Zhang Yuli's eyes went wide when he heard this. Elder Song, you're not kidding, right? Not really. We at the 611th Research Institute have conducted a technical verification, and the F-22 fighter technology described in it is exactly correct. Song Qini shook his head decisively. Subsequently, Lu Zhishue, as well as Song Qini, began to explain the ins and outs of this matter. It started when Li, a trainee researcher, received this unbelievable email, the process of contacting that mysterious man in the middle, and some technical verification at the 611 Institute this morning. After listening to these accounts, I'm not awake, am I? Zhang Yuli's entire body was completely confused. Did someone really send drawings of F-22 fighter jet technology to CAS, and this person's request was just to give him a reward? If it hadn't been certified by Song Qini's authority, he would have thought it was a joke by Lu Zhishue. Is it possible that God is going to help Daxia develop a 5th-generation fighter? Dean, what should we do next? Continue contacting that mysterious person? Lu Zhishue, who was at the side, frowned and opened his mouth to inquire. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Zhang Yuli held his eyes. It is necessary to contact the uppermost level. It's not something you or I can easily decide. This F-22 fighter jet design alone is extraordinary in what it represents. Whether it is for the development of 5th-generation fighters in Daxia, or targeted defense, all have extremely significant impact. What's more, who knows what technology this mysterious person will provide next time? What important information will he bring? How to deal with this matter, which is something he can decide at will. After a few moments of contemplation, Zhang Yuli picked up that red landline phone on the table and entered an extremely simple number. Transfer for me. I have something urgent to report. A few minutes later, the call was answered. Casa received an email. This mysterious person sent the F-22. Zhang Yuli elaborated on the matter most simply. After hearing this, a long silence greeted the other side of the phone. There seemed to be some urgent deliberation going on. I don't know if half an hour or more had passed, but a loud voice resounded in everyone's ears. Solemnly, he gave the order. He must be kept safe at all costs, no matter what the outcome, no matter what conditions are met. New book begs for favorites. Please catch up on your reading. Chapter 8, Hawk Sauce is powerful. So what's it to you? Seeking favorites, request for catch-up reading. After hanging up the phone, a series of initiatives were released at the same time. None of the several people were surprised by any of this. After all, this mystery man's contribution is just too great. Calling him a benefactor of Daxia Airlines was not at all an exaggeration, and it was not at all surprising to have such treatment. Zhang Yuli looked at Lu Zhishue. Old Lu, can you get in touch with that mysterious person now? Lu Zhishue shook his head. He's not willing to disclose any of his identifying information, and at the moment he can only be contacted through the Summer Academy of Sciences mail system. That's a lot of trouble. How about the fact that the person concerned must be notified of all these instructions and orders issued from above? Zhang Yuli frowned and stood still for a moment and thought. You continue to send an email to contact that mysterious person now. Okay, Dean. I'll make contact right now. Just as Lu Zhishue took out the laptop he had been holding in his arms. By the way, did you make any confidentiality measures when you made contact before? Zhang Yuli inquired with some uneasiness. There was no small matter when it came to confidentiality, let alone this kind of critical information that had already broken through the sky. Don't worry, I've already re-encrypted and stored everything involving emails. Lu Zhixue was full of seriousness. Even this laptop he was holding was using special communication instruments that had been encrypted by the military industry. It's not enough. Whether it's the complete sealing of all the information in the mail system of the Summer Academy of Sciences, or the computers that were previously used to receive emails need to be completely destroyed. Zhang Yuli's eyes were all grave, whether it's in reality or on the internet. We can't leave any traces behind, including your call information. It is also imperative that you make sure to erase all of it each and every time to eliminate any and all risk of it being accessed. Hearing this, Lu Zhixue and Song Qini both nodded solemnly. In the face of such important information, they could not attach any more importance to it, and no information could be revealed. At this time, inside Duke University, just after 5 in the afternoon, Lu Zhe continued to walk back inside the dormitory after 2 hours of mucking around in the materials science lab. His life had always been so simple. The places of study, the cafeteria, the lab where he fumbled around on a daily basis, and the dormitory. He doesn't participate in any social activities at all on a regular basis, and rarely goes out of his way to show his so-called charisma, and that's why he's always been ostracized from Duke University's circle. After all, in the Western world, you have to learn to toast is the first step to enter their threshold. Stephen Hawking came to have to get up and go to the Luli Island trip, let alone lose this kind of foreign students in a foreign country. However, even if you honestly toast, you can only be a lickspill on the periphery of other people's circles. Want to mix into the core circle of other people? Dream on. After all the thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Zhe pushed open the door of the dormitory. Suddenly, he noticed a rare sound coming from the bed next to him that had been missing. Lu Zhe, you're back so early? A man opened his mouth to inquire. He had dyed blonde hair and looked dressed to the nines. Even a delicate brooch was shining on his chest. If it weren't for his pure Chinese, people might think he's a mixed-race Asian born and bred in Hawksbridge. Aha! Lu Zhe answered with a simple nod and did not say much. This strange-looking man was none other than his dorm mate, Li. He didn't have too good of a feeling about the man, having just come to study at Eagle Jam for only 7 or 8 months when everything about his lifestyle had turned fully westernized. It's even starting to feel like eating with chopsticks is a bad habit. He wouldn't even be willing to share a dorm room with this man if he wasn't trying to save some money on lodging. However, the good thing was that Li Jie regularly attended the so-called social parties and might not be living in this dormitory even 1 day a month. Luz was happy to have a clean slate. Suddenly, speaking of which, Lu Zhe, it's about to be the 2nd year of graduate school. What are your plans for graduating from your master's degree? Li Jie polished his shiny leather shoes and seemed to say somewhat carelessly. What do you mean by that? Lu Zhe's eyes held disbelief. What else can he do if he doesn't go back to his country? Is that even a question? I mean, you're not still planning to return to your home country after graduating with your master's degree, are you? Li Jie looked at Lu Zhe, as if waiting to make what he thought was the most reasonable reply. However, hearing this, Lu Zhe was instantly infuriated by Li Jie's magical brain circuits. Have you forgotten? What is my status? I'm an official student. What else can I do if I don't go back to my country after graduation? As an official student, all the expenses for his accommodation, living expenses and so on abroad can be paid by Daxia. At over $1,000 a month in living expenses, that's more than most of the country's working families make in a month combined. The subsidized round-trip airfare alone is more than many white-collar workers can earn in a year's salary. If he doesn't go back after graduation, what's the point? Is he still a human being? You're planning to go back to your country? Li Jie's smile tightened, with a shocked tone, then said, Eagle Sauce, this side of the opportunity is so good. We are Duke University of Mechanical Engineering Materials Department of the Master's Degree students. You in the Eagle Sauce Bay Area can casually find a few thousand or even tens of thousands of dollars a month. Hire engineers are hundreds of thousands of U.S. dollars in annual salary. How much can you get a salary back home? 5,000 or 10,000 RMB, whether it's treatment or development prospects. Eagle Sauce is so much better than at home. Are you crazy? He was incredulous at the decision Lu Zhe had made. Today's Daxia's GDP is just shy of $5 trillion at the beginning, and even an island nation like Neon is that much higher than Daxia, while the per capita GDP is less than 1/10 of Eagle Jam's. What kind of future can we have back in Daxia? How much money can we make? Only. You intend to stay abroad. Then you stay. Lu Zhe glanced at him, full of contempt as he continued. But I remember that you also came out to study with the money from the Daxia subsidy, right? If you're willing to stay here as a dog, then please make up for all this money you've gotten and compensate Daxia for all the damages. And me? I'm really sorry. My bones are harder and I just can't kneel. After saying this, Lu Zhe directly walked into the bathroom to wash up. He didn't even bother to continue wasting his breath to continue the conversation with this kind of white-eyed wolf. You were sent abroad with subsidized funds from Daxia when you studied abroad, And then you want to stay here after graduation and refuse to return to your country to fulfill your obligations? Which one of your items is not subsidized by Daxia? You're taking advantage of all the good things, aren't you? And again, what does it matter to you how powerful HawkJam is? Do you really think the capitalist society doesn't eat people? New book begs for favorites. Please catch up on your reading. Chapter 9. Your codename is Sunrise. Confidentiality level, top secret core. 20 minutes later. When Lu Zhe stepped out of the bathroom, Li Yijia's figure had already disappeared without a trace inside the dormitory. It wasn't clear whether he was disliked by what he had just said, or whether he had run out to the so-called social party gathering again. Not being in the dormitory or not, every time he saw this person he felt out of sorts, as if his cells radiated an aura of disgust from the inside out. With a thought, a screen of light appeared over the eyeballs. Achievement points, 0. System space item bar, F-22 5th generation heavy air superiority fighter. Reproduction times, 1 time, refreshed every Monday. It's Monday and the new copy count has been refreshed. What should I copy next? There are really not many technological items that I can copy at the moment. Lu Zhe sat quietly in his chair, his entire body unconsciously falling into contemplation. The first question he pondered was what tech item was there that was rated to outperform the F-22 fighter? Is it in the Eagle Sauce Domestic? Is it the B-2 Phantom strategic bomber, which costs as much as gold? Or the State Route 91 Aurora reconnaissance plane, which is like a ghost that doesn't even know if it exists? Or is it the C-5 strategic transportation plane? There are all sorts of other destroyers, nuclear submarines, even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, aerospace rockets, and so on, and none of them are surely going to be rated any lower than the F-22 fighters in terms of tech items. Even the achievement point rewards are several or even dozens of times as high as the F-22s, as well as higher exist considering the value and scarcity reasons. These things, none of them are that good to copy. Lu Zhe sighed deeply. Which of these top-notch technologies is not HawkJam's watchword? And how can he, a graduate student, casually see them? He would like to copy to the latest developed EUV lithography. The problem is that these are simply not accessible to him. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. The tech item alone that seems the easiest to replicate. The high-precision in-situ transmission electron microscope in the materials engineering lab at Duke University requires the approval of someone at the level of professor in the lab to enter that room, and he had already measured it once before. And the $10 million high-precision in-situ transmission microscope only had 2,000 achievement points. Could it be that we can only settle for a little this time? Lu Zhe's brows furrowed as he kept thinking quickly. So it seems that one in-situ transmission microscope in the lab would be a good choice, even if he is now willing to replicate an F-22 fighter at the cost of significantly lower achievement points. Not to mention the lack of recent public air shows, and the opportunity to touch an F-22 up close and personal isn't that easy to find. Or save the copy count for now, waiting for the next time to use a piece of it. After all, the number of replicas could be accumulated all the time, and he would not be in too much of a hurry to replicate items at the moment. When the time comes, directly copying on it a dozen or so F-22 fighters at once, Lu Zhe feels that it is not impossible. Just as he was lost in endless thought, suddenly, the system in his head sent out a beep. Ding! Host, your mailbox has received an email from Casa. Oh, why did Casa send over an email all of a sudden? Lu Zhe was a bit surprised. Since the last contact, ASTRI has not contacted him for 2 whole days. Is there some unexpected situation? Rather, he didn't think much of it. As per the usual rule, proceed to pull a new cell phone card out of his pocket and load it onto his phone. Connected to the back end of the mailbox, projected it onto a light screen over his eyeballs, and opened this brand new email. Receive mail from Casa. We have duplicated the technical verification after receiving the drawings you sent. Please respond as soon as you receive the email. There are important matters to discuss. Cas. Lu Zhe's eyebrows twitched. That side is looking for me to discuss important matters? Since the technical validation of the F-22 fighter drawings passed, instead of doing any R&D work to build a 5th generation aircraft, he was approached first to discuss things? Is it hard not to hold up the fact that the CAS was so pleased with the technology that they came to him to talk about how much they should be paid? It looks like it shouldn't be. Lu Zhe inwardly already guessed what the opposite party was going to say to him, and quickly typed a line. I've gotten the email, so if you have anything to say it as soon as possible. Replied directly. It didn't seem like a minute before a brand new one was sent again. The content of the next transmission will involve absolute confidentiality. Please ensure your absolute safety before replying. I am currently in a very safe environment, so don't worry. Lu Zhe replied immediately afterward. With the system's information protecting encryption, he had no worries about his network being hacked or spied on. Just a full 10 minutes had passed and there was still no email from the CAS side. Just when Lu Zhe thought something had happened, Suddenly an email in the background of the mailbox refreshed again. This time, this email sent by the Summer Science Academy had more content, and he didn't even take a glance at the specific information inside. Following your advice, we will both use a single line of communication throughout our future communications. Your classification level is Top Secret Core. Your codename is Sunrise. In the future, no one will be allowed to send you any information except in emergencies, and your only contact on the Daxia side will be the Xiaka Yuan. At the same time, in order to ensure your top secret information, only after the highest level of authorization, others have the authority to browse and read any of your information. Mail. You need any and all action funds will be allocated by the highest level of special funding. Emails and any messages you send will be completely sealed after reading, and any trace of their existence will be completely eliminated. Please feel free to contact us and we will help you in any way we can. No matter what, no matter when, no matter where. At the bottom right of the email, a Daxia stamp was being stamped. After reading the line written on it, hiss, this treatment is too horrible, isn't it? Top secret core level of secrecy? Whenever and wherever Daxia offers any help, Lu Zhe immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The level of treatment for this brother can only be described as horrible as hell. Even if he had guessed before that he had provided this seal of F-22 fighter jet design once it was verified, Daxia was afraid that it would make a big move. But also, I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. The secrecy level of the top secret core naturally needs no introduction, which is already equivalent to the secrecy level at that time when Daxia was developing MS. Chiu, nuclear weapons. At the time when Daxia was developing MS. Chiu, the bottom one alone meant that he didn't even mind calling in troops directly if he needed help with something. He is now afraid that if he says a word about wanting to go to the moon, that side will think about whether they can do this thing. This, then, was Lu Zhe's position in Daxia's heart today, begging for favorites and catch-up reads. Chapter 10 Excellent Grades and Entry into the National Laboratory. Requesting favorites and catch-up reading. Looking at the email, Lu Zhe's mind was filled with thoughts. After a while, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the items copied this time. It's possible to refer to that side. Let's see what kind of tech they need and if I can get it. His code had always been one of courtesy, and since Daxia had prepared this great gift, how about Lu Zhe has to get something good to throw them a bone? Only, seeing Lu Zhe's delayed reply, there seemed to be some urgency on CAS side. Once again, an email was sent. In addition, in the future, no matter how we contact you through any means of communication, we will only refer to you by your codename, Sunrise. How much do you need for that F-22 fighter design drawings payment you sent last time? We will make the payment in whatever way you specify. May I ask if you are satisfied with these arrangements as above? If there are any other comments, I will continue to submit feedback to the highest level. I am very satisfied. Lu Zhe merely replied with these few words. From this code name, it was enough to see the degree of importance attached to Daxia, and what was there for him to be dissatisfied with all these arrangements? The sunrise, he is the sun, lighting the way to the future, symbolizing new beginnings and reincarnation. It is the hope for the rise of Daxia. As for the reward, we'll discuss it when I send something to you next time. After replying, Lu Zhe directly closed the mailbox background. Just as he was about to destroy this one cell phone card, he suddenly had a second thought. Since Daxia's side has already eliminated all traces of the network, there won't be any risk of leakage. Then I wouldn't need to use a new cell phone card for every contact. After all, any information he sends is absolutely safe and absolutely unhackable under the protection of the system. The reason why Lu Zhe used a brand new cell phone card to make contact every time was purely because he was worried that there would be a problem on Daxia's side that would cause him to be tracked in reverse and some clues would be found. It's quite a pain in the ass to purchase. Even if the phone cards are anonymous on Eagle Sauce's side, it's not an option to destroy one at a time for such a contact. There is even a chance that his bulk purchase of bearer phone cards will be put under suspicion as a result. Being always overly cautious, he would never allow such an unsettling loophole. Lu Zhe stroked his chin and thought for a long time before clapping his hands. In the future, every time the contact changes location, use a new phone card to contact. This way there's no need to worry about any surprises. He was sending messages from a different phone card in a different location each time. Plus there was the absolute protection of the system. And with these two double insurances working together, Hawksauce couldn't even find out who his real identity really was with a microscope. True to form, as a cautious little genius, Lu Zhe he had always been undefeated. Greatness. No words needed. Charcoal yard. Looking at the few words written on the reply email, everyone let out a long breath. Lu Zhixue said as if relieved. If this way this mysterious person is not satisfied, I'm afraid I don't even know what else to do. Although the above does not list how much money will be given these explicit conditions, but whether from the level of secrecy or a variety of implicit regulations, can be unprecedented heights in Daxia. If you're still not satisfied, then you'll really have to go pick the stars and the moon to do it. But what does he mean by this payoff will wait until the next time you send something? Zhang Yuli wiped his glasses and asked the two people next to him with some uncertainty. I have some idea what it means, but I still can't quite believe it. Should he not? Lu Zhixue wanted to speak. Could it be that he's going to send over a technology similar to the F-22 fighter next time, and then have us pay him for it? This is the only way to explain why he said he would wait until the next time to pay the reward together. He's not that crazy, is he? What does this take eagle sauce for? Even though Zhang Yuri said so on his lips, a wave of skepticism rose in his heart. Who knows? Maybe this mystery man is just that crazy. This time they were able to get them the full technology for the F-22 fighter. Who knows what outrageous behavior this god will do next time? For a while, a few people's hearts set off monstrous waves. Old man Song, it looks like your 5th-generation aircraft development program will have to be accelerated. Lu Zhixue patted Song Qini's shoulder in a serious tone. He was afraid that if he didn't speed up his R&D a bit, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed at which this mysterious man was sending over technology from Eagle Jam. Everyone else may have sent F-35 tech, and you don't even have a shadow of a 5th-generation plane here. Is that even remotely decent? I know. I'll take a special airplane to rush back to Shu at night. Song Qini nodded. After arriving in Shu, he will re-improve it according to the technical drawings on top of the F-22. At the same time, develop Daxia's 5th-generation fighter as fast as possible. I assure you that we will see the first flight of the twin-hole demonstrator within 6 months, realize the first flight of the prototype within a year, and never miss a beat. Song Qini's face was filled with determination. Possessing a full set of technical drawings for the F-22 fighter jet, if he was still not able to successfully develop the J-20, he would not even have the face to meet this mysterious person who had made such a great contribution to Daxia. How can we even stand up to all the eagerly awaiting people of Daxia? Hearing him say that, Zhang Yuli was interested. Then let's have a bet. Let's take your bottle of 50 years of excellent daughter red? That's Hua Dio wine. I'll give you that box of big red robe if you can successfully first fly the demonstrator in 6 months. Okay, this is what you said. Song Qini agreed without a moment to. He treasured that bottle of daughter red, but he waited for his granddaughter to get married before he was willing to take out to drink. And today, it's all or nothing. If he can't successfully develop the J-20 even with this kind of timing, how can he still have the face to meet people? Besides, he had been craving for Zhang Yuli's box of dahongpo for many years. That is the mother tree dahongpo picked from Wui Mountain. Only able to pick a few tails a year? The next day, afternoon, Lu Zhe had just stepped on the shadow of 3 o'clock and arrived on time inside the materials engineering lab. As per usual, he continued to walk towards a corner with his snacks and drinks. At that moment, a voice came from beside him. Lu, please wait, I have something to say to you. It was a middle-aged white man with blonde hair and a full beard. None other than the head of this lab. Hog Rain, Professor Rain. Is there something you want to see me about? Lu Zhe's eyes revealed doubt. The entire materials engineering lab was over 100 people in size, and he was basically like a transparent person here. What was this Hog Rain doing looking for him all of a sudden, when he never even looked at him? Lu, I've come to tell you some good news. Hog Rain flashed a smile. Due to your excellent academic performance, we especially recommend you to enter the National Laboratory for research work. For a moment, Lu Zhe was a bit stunned. Let him join a national-level lab? This can't be a mistake, can it? Begging for favorites and catch-up reads. Chapter 11, Secret Meeting, Lao Su. There's something good for you Kong Kong, requesting for catch-up reads and favorites. It's recommending me to enter the National Laboratory? Lu Zhe frowned as his mind was racing. This is a national laboratory. How many labs of this caliber are there in all of Eagle Jam? If we compare it to the Great Xia, this is equivalent to several of the most important laboratories directly under the Xia Academy of Sciences. Whether in terms of funding or scientific strength, national laboratories stand almost at the top of this world's existence. A place of such high status would somehow let him in? Lu, your grades are so outstanding. We couldn't ask for a better candidate than you in the entire Duke University Materials Laboratory. Hog Rain looked at him with a smile on his face. Based on merit alone, recommending Lu Zhe to the National Laboratory is indeed the best candidate. After all, even though he didn't participate in socializing at all, and his entire person was unusually withdrawn, he was among the top few in every single test score. It was even labeled as the stereotype of the nerd from Daxia. My mentor. Lu Zhe hadn't even finished speaking when he was directly interrupted. Your mentor has agreed to your transfer to the National Laboratory. Hog Rain waved his hand and followed up with, this opportunity is quite rare for you, and you'll be much better off over there. Lu Zhe was not surprised by this reply. Anyway, His own graduate student advisor was basically a total loose cannon as far as he was concerned, and didn't care where the hell he was going. As long as he makes a scientific paper with a corresponding author or co-authorship on it for him, that would be great. Only, quite a rare opportunity for me. Lou scoffed at Hog Rain's remark. Quite a good chance for him. It's not an opportunity. It's a plan of attack. Once in a national laboratory, many people are likely to choose to remain in Eagle Jam to do scientific research for the sake of their future because of the gap between Dasha and Eagle Jam in terms of scientific research capabilities. It is important to realize that although science has no borders, scientists do. And the vast majority of researchers are just as much in pursuit of the 4 words meritocracy. Having seen the powerful scientific research strength of the national laboratories, how many of them are willing to go back to the poor Dasha to build? At the same time, once Liu Zhe enters the national laboratory, it won't be so easy to return to his country after graduation from graduate school. Besides, what could he accomplish inside a lab like this? Whether it is his identity of the Dasha people, or just graduate degree, I am afraid that over there is an extremely ordinary peripheral internship. Even cattle and horses are not as good as the adjective is not a noun. But a noun, randomly come to a san can ride on his head is a blessing. Professor, may I ask which lab I'm joining? Liu Zhe spread a smile. He still decided that he wanted to join the national lab. After all, it was over there that he would have easier access to all sorts of top-notch technology. Even the latest EUV photolithography machine that has been developed so far is not without access. This can be quite important for his replication system. God knows how many achievement points a technology like an EUV lithography machine could bring him. Moreover, no one suspected him at the moment, and if he refused outright now, he was bound to be guarded by Duke University and Eagle Jam in the future, which was not in line with his desired goal. If you know that there is a tiger on the mountain, then you don't know the mountain. It's LLNL National Laboratory. You should prepare yourself and report over there in a few days. I wish you good luck in your research and publish your top journal paper soon. After Hog Rain gave an encouraging voice, he directly turned his head and left. Only the afterglow glancing at Liu Zhe revealed a wave of scorn. It's just bait thrown out to keep talent. Something he's done over and over every year before. Who are you? You don't really think you can get involved in some top-notch project, do you? LLNL National Laboratory? Just what I want. Liu Zhe was secretly happy inwardly, not expecting such a big gift to be sent to him. LLNL Laboratory. Full name Livermore National Laboratory. In all scientific fields are the existence of the top, and even materials research alone, including nanomaterials, high-strength composite fibers, superconducting materials, and even the EUV lithography, including the top technology products, are jointly developed by this laboratory. What made Liu Zhe happiest was that LLNL Labs was an important base for Eagle Sauce's weapons research, responsible for developing many defense technologies. Just by naming one of the technological items in this lab, Liu Zhe couldn't hold back his excitement to make a copy. That is, nuclear weapons. After all, this is one of Liu Zhe's favorite poems. The big mushroom is alone. The long nucleus sets the sun in the original. If we give another one to little Nico, we'll go from secondary to tertiary? In the meantime, Daxia, the land of Shu, at the 611th Institute, an emergency secret meeting is taking place. All the heads of several R&D teams of J20 are gathering in this small conference room. Song Chini gave the order that no matter what you are doing or where you are, you must come to the meeting on time. What is old Song up to this time? Why is there some kind of emergency meeting all of a sudden? Not really. Didn't we already have a monthly meeting this month? Did something happen? But the entire institute hasn't seen any wind. What a meeting. Where did old man Song learn this bad habit? Several of the J20's R&D team leaders frowned, constantly speculating on the reason for this meeting. Before the wind tunnel experiments made by Song Chini, under the strict confidentiality of the leadership group of all the people did not reveal half a bit of news, and they are only responsible for their own group R&D direction of things, so almost all were kept in the dark. Old man Song, what exactly is the matter this time? Calling me over in such a hurry. We haven't even finished the overhaul of our R&D group yet. An old man scratched his head and sat in his chair without a sound. He looked a little grimy at the moment with his blue clothes stained with black ink-colored dirt. His name is Su Jing, and he is mainly responsible for the engine and fuel delivery system project. The dirt on his body was from a new round of overhaul in the morning. Because of this emergency meeting, he didn't even have time to finish checking that AL31F turbofan engine before rushing over. Song Chini, who was sitting on the side, laughed. Old Su, don't be anxious, there will be something good for you to see later, so you can open your eyes. Hear that? Something good? What kind of good stuff can you have to show me? Su Jing was filled with confusion. It's not like the J20 is being developed very fast these days, so what could Song Chini have to show him? Is it possible that? Old man Song, Can it be that you guys have made some breakthroughs in terms of pneumatic layouts and materials? Su Jing said, full of surprise. For this aspect of the engine, a good aerodynamic layout and materials are quite important. If it's a breakthrough in this area, it's good stuff indeed. Catch up reading and favorites requested. Chapter 12 Surprise, that's not an F-22? Where did this come from? Favorites and followers. Old Sue. I'm afraid this surprise is even bigger than you expected, Song Chini said cheerfully. Words. All of the J20 program team leaders present, whose eyes were originally somewhat careless, became incredibly serious at this moment. It can't be true that this barbarian Sue has guessed it. A few people thought inwardly. Could it be that there really is some brand new technological breakthrough on the J20 program these days? Something that could boost engine performance by a huge margin? But it shouldn't be. Why haven't they, as project team leaders, heard any of this gossip lately? This secrecy is too good. Old Song, don't hide it over there. Hurry up and announce the news. The old man next to him with a weathered face was a bit impatient. Our R&D team's tasks are still waiting for me to go over and take care of them. Don't delay. As the group that developed the avionics system, he had a lot on his plate. After all, which avionics on a modern fighter can be saved? It's not like it's just a matter of putting the individual modules on. It would be very simple to develop a first-generation discrete avionics system like the J7 and J8. After all, the equipment radar module, fire control system, etc. are independent of each other. Just need to put everything on the line. The price is not able to cooperate with each other. Each need to be manually operated by the pilot, and the failure rate is very high. High flight difficulty, combat capability is seriously inadequate. But the J-20 is a fifth-generation aircraft. The design requirements of the standard is the Eagle Sauce has not yet been formally put into service F-35 fighter. The use of fourth-generation advanced integrated avionics system. The various subsystems need to be connected to each other in series. Perfect synergy, highly integrated sensing linkage, as well as a strong core processing computing power, and even the pilot's human-computer interaction to reach a whole new level. He was in the middle of a headache over how to achieve this outrageous avionics system, and just wanted to get the meeting over with quickly. Hear that? Song Chini didn't make any ink. The smile on his face was put away and he gazed at the crowd and read. Next, the confidentiality level of the news I'm announcing is top secret. All comms shut down and all handed over to me. Hiss. Top secret? Old Song, just what kind of big news are you going to toss out this time? Su Qing handed over the phone he was carrying with him, a horrified look on his face. He had attended so many meetings since he entered the J-20 program, and this was the first time he had encountered this situation, and all the people present at once had a change of expression on their faces. What this meant, they, the old aviators, couldn't be clearer in their hearts. Even the J-20 didn't do this to this extent when it was a secret project in '07, did it? This also means that the message was kept far more secret than it was. What is the big news that is going to outweigh even the importance of the J-20 program? You'll all know in a moment. Song Chini's eyes narrowed slightly as he placed all of these devices in the next room, and then turned on full band signal jamming to prevent any information from leaking out. It's not that Song Chini doesn't believe in these people here. On the contrary, Eagle Sauce was not aware that Dacia's fifth-generation aircraft program was under intense research and development until now. This is enough to prove that everyone has not leaked out half of the news. Only, in the face of such absolutely confidential information, Song Chini could only choose this most cautious approach. Resuming his position, he faced the unmistakably curious gazes of everyone. First of all, we experimented with a brand new aerial model some time ago, and the data obtained is as follows. Song Chini opened a PPT, and one by one, the data was listed on the screen above. RCS 0.002m superscript 3, radar reflection area, lift coefficient 1.65, overcruise 0, lift drag coefficient 0.035. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, as well as the incomparably familiar air model, the faces of the people present changed. This thing, why does it look more and more familiar to them? Not only the appearance of the air model in the picture, but even the data gave them an unusually familiar feeling. Radar reflection area 0.002 per square meter. 0 lift coefficient for Super Patrol. Why does this data look so familiar to me? Except for the lift coefficient and a handful of other data that don't match. All the other data are exactly the same. This wave-riding body inlet construction data as well as aerodynamic layout. Isn't this a ING F-22 fighter? It can be said that the model is similar to the F-22 even in appearance, except for the use of Dacia's camouflage color for the exterior. No, they can be sure that the aero models are definitely TM replicas of F-22 fighters. This thing, where did it come from? Only the slightest hint of hesitation just flickered through everyone's mind. Several of the R&D group leaders present then shouted in excitement. Old man Song, this technology can be all aspects of performance is so excellent? With both stealth performance and super tour drag solved, this could be a good thing. We'll be able to improve our R&D progress by at least a few months. Is it just about aerodynamic layout and materials? There's no new technology in our avionics system? That's a combination of TM performance. It's horrible. They don't care where the technology for this model airplane imitation actually came from. They just need to see the results. It doesn't matter if it falls from the sky as long as there is an increase in fighter performance. Are they going to not use the technology because it's a copy of the F-22 fighter? Just kidding. They'll only use it more vigorously. Isn't it a fine tradition of Dasha to cross the river by touching the eagle sauce? Only. Old Song, this lift coefficient isn't enough either. Why is it only 1.65? Don't say it's a significant improvement to the engine. It's lucky it doesn't drag its feet. Next to him, Su Jing said with great dissatisfaction. You should know that the target value of the J-20 is a lift coefficient of 2.0, which is a big difference at present. Such a poor coefficient of lift would definitely lead to a reduction in the fighter's flight capability. Su Jing shook his head. Even if we add a duck wing layout to this model, the coefficient of lift will increase to 1.85 to 1.88 at most. It's still a bit short. It's a little better than the current lift coefficient, but not much. The most critical reason why J-20 does not use this traditional layout is that the lift coefficient cannot meet the requirements. It took the addition of the duck wing layout to be able to significantly increase the lift coefficient. Even if the maneuverability and difficulty of handling will go up and demand more skill and tactics from the pilot, it's a necessary sacrifice to achieve the 2.0 lift coefficient. After all, J-20 is lagging behind F-22 in terms of engines and so on, so it can't be that it can't even catch up with the most basic lift coefficients. How can you call it a fifth-generation heavy air superiority aircraft when it looks like that? At those words, everyone's excitement gave way. All of them were incredibly aware of how much the coefficient of lift affected a fighter jet. This is one of the most important stats for a fighter jet, and has a drastic effect on all aspects of flight, maneuverability, speed, etc., each of which is related to the coefficient of lift. Right. That's why we use brand new materials. Song Chini clicked on the next PPT. This high-strength carbon fiber composite material improves the layout of the J-20, and the lift coefficient will successfully reach 2.2. Just see that the picture lists a whole new set of data. After a lot of new materials, the duckwing layout of the J-20 can reach a lift coefficient of between 2.1 and 2.2 even when using the old Maoist AL-31F turbofan engine. And who said that the F-22's lift coefficient is 2.0? Song Chini couldn't help but spit out a sentence. The numbers we can't reach. They definitely can't reach. That son of a eagle sauce is a real detriment. A false statistic that has tormented them for a whole number of years. New book begging to be collected and followed. Chapter 13, a big surprise for the world. Do you deserve to be a dog? Requesting for catch-up reading in favorites. Only saw this set of data displayed on the big screen PowerPoint. The original F-22-like aerial model was transformed into a sketch of a brand new J-20 design. Not only does it use a duckwing aerodynamic layout, but the materials used in the duckwing and other parts are highlighted. New ultra-high-strength carbon fiber composite material. Su Jing was overjoyed. High-strength carbon fiber composites? This thing has been tossed out. For the entire engine and fuel system program team, the most important internal problems, in addition to the old AL-31F turbofan engine, followed by composite materials. Why was the lift coefficient never improved before? In addition to poor engine performance, even the composites used on various key parts were substandard, only being able to go to materials such as titanium alloys that are much heavier for the same volume, which also leads to a further increase in weight. The lift becomes even more difficult to reach the designated target. Old Song, this is no joke. Su Jing stared at Song Chini, nervously asking, this high-strength carbon fiber composite material, how strong is it? They have done calculations before. Carbon fiber composites, if the strength is up to standard, in the J-20 for use, so that the metal structure to reduce the mass of 31.5%, reduce the mass of 61.5% of the parts, reduce the mass of 61.3% of the fasteners, composite vertical stabilized surface can reduce the mass of 32.24%. In other words, how much weight can the 17-ton empty-weight J-20 save by using about 30% carbon fiber composites? Not only will the lift coefficient be up to standard, but I'm afraid the range and load capacity will be greatly improved. How significant is that? Don't worry, its tensile strength is expected to be able to have 5 GPa, modulus of elasticity 295 GPa. After Song Chini decisively reported a set of data, a hammer said, the comprehensive performance can be compared to Toray's T800 strength scale carbon fiber composite materials. Hear that? 5 5 GPa tensile strength? That's enough. Too much. Su Jing froze in place and muttered. This is a sufficient T800 strength specification of carbon fiber composite material. Even if used on the J20 is not a problem at all. One of his two major heartaches had been solved one so abruptly. Su Jing he felt like he wasn't dreaming at the moment. Who says that without Neon Torre's high-strength composite carbon fiber, Da Xiao will never be able to build a 5th-generation stealth fighter? Today, they don't just do it. However, before Su Jing could deliver his heartfelt and generous speech. Next, let's move on to the next technology. Song Qini seemed as if he was not given any room to think at all as a brand new picture appeared. Hiss. And brand new technology? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of day is this? It's one surprise after another. No wonder they heard magpies chirping outside when they went out just now. A set of data, listed on a PPT on the screen. High thrust-to-weight ratio binary vector turbofan engine technology. Maximum, military, thrust, 116 knots. Almost equals 11.8 tons. Additive thrust, 156 knots. Almost equals 15.9 tons. Push-to-weight ratio, 9.2. Instantly, the entire conference room was silent. This stuff can be tossed around? They're not dreaming, are they? And looking at this data, the crowd suddenly felt more and more strange in their hearts, even more and more familiar. A binary vector engine with 156 knots of accelerated thrust? Even the military thrust is 116 knots. Why does this data look so much like the F-119 engine on the F-22 fighter jet? Even the thrust-to-weight ratio numbers are exactly the same. However, these surprises and shocks are only the beginning. Nano-stealth coding technology, avionics system integrated core processor platform technology, avionics flight control technology. One technique after another is shown on the PowerPoint. In this situation, several project leaders couldn't help but mutter inwardly, just now it was the aerodynamic layout of the F-22 fighter. Now it's the F-22 engine. Second-generation stealth coding technology. This BYD old song. Did he rob Eagle sauce? The data for each of these technologies is at the point of world leadership. And the most outrageous thing is, all of these technologies are on par with the F-22 fighter jet? This data. Accelerated thrust of 156 knots. Ha 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 ha. Su Jing stood in place with his entire body trembling a little as he began to laugh out loud. There was absolutely no way Song Qini would joke with him on such an important occasion. It also means that the techniques on these data are absolutely real and effective. Although he did not know where these technologies came from. Where exactly Song Qini had gotten these engine technologies that were fully comparable to the F-119 of the F-22 in terms of data. But he doesn't care. He only knows that the J-20's engine is finally available. Finally. We don't need to use that grandpa's AL-31F engine anymore, which is from the early 1970s, and it's just a serious drag on the J-20. All the program directors in the room felt the same way, albeit with some confusion. But does it matter? Completely irrelevant. Having these technologies above means that the J-20 will have a great improvement in all aspects of its performance, whether it is stealth performance or maneuverability, speed, etc. Just knowing this is enough for them. Guys, after possessing these brand new technologies, do you all have the confidence to first fly the verification aircraft within half a year? Song Qini gazed at the crowd and asked a question with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, a prototype will be test flown within a year. 6 months first flight proving aircraft? Hearing this, Su Jing slammed the table fiercely and stood up. Old Song, as long as these technologies can be submitted, let alone within half a year, give me 4 months. 4 months is enough to build the first dual-hole verification machine. His eyes revealed a sense of perseverance. For a while, there were murmurs of agreement throughout the conference room. With the addition of these heaven-defying technologies, their R&D progress would be dramatically accelerated. And 4 months was not too difficult. Even optimistically, I am afraid that J-20 will enter the stage of mass production and finalization by next year's today. Hear that? Alright, I'll give you 4 months. Song Qini nodded. 4 months is exactly 4 months, when the big day is immediately approaching. Aim to give the world a big shot at that point in time. 2 days later, across the ocean, outside the LLNL National Laboratory, Lu Zhe was looking at his surroundings with interest, admiring the lush scenery in the distance. The lab is located in the Jinshan Bay area, and it is next to the world-famous Silicon Valley, including Intel, Google, Apple and other tech giants, all headquartered in that tiny valley next to it. This is also the very Bay Area where people like Li Jie, every moment of their hearts yearn to be able to work. As a result, he didn't realize that Li Jie didn't have half a chance to come here even if he tried as hard as he could to participate in Duke University's social gatherings to integrate into their so-called groups, and Lu Zhe, an isolated person, was deliberately transferred to this national laboratory. But for that, he could only say good riddance. These people can lick eagle sauce as much as they want, and no one will even look at them, and I'm afraid they'll just say to them, "You deserve to be a dog, don't you?" Only, Lu Zhe, who was standing at the gate, was currently thinking about another problem. What should be my highest priority for replication when entering the lab? LLNL National Laboratory has a lot of good stuff, and he's a little picky about it. Although those high-level tech items were very tempting, as long as they were copied, the achievement points rewarded later would certainly be quite a lot. But Lu's heart, how it couldn't hold back its desire to give Neon a shot that would turn it right into a third-time original. We can't let people get addicted to the second original if we have a good heart. New book begging to be collected and followed. Chapter 14, Entering the Laboratory, What is your status? Also worthy of joining the program, Seek Collection. Seek to catch up. But it's not that simple to replicate this thing, Lu Zhe muttered secretly. After all, how could such a great killer be so easily accessible? Not to mention big mushrooms, even regular top-level technology was not something a freshly minted trainee researcher like him could get involved with. Exactly what technological items to copy can only be done on a case-by-case basis. And when you see something worth copying, you will decisively copy it. After all, who can say if there will be another opportunity for this kind of close contact next time? Later on, we can ask the Daxia side, is there any technology that suits them? Lu Zhe suddenly thought of this. The last time I was over at Duke University, there weren't any great conditions for replication, and that was it. This has come to Eagle Jam's top national laboratory. This must not bring some souvenirs back? He didn't bring it before he came, and he still hasn't brought it after he came. So wouldn't he, Lu Zhe, have come all the way here for nothing? Putting aside all the thoughts in his head, Lu Zhe stepped into the LLNL National Laboratory. This behemoth of a complex, the main laboratory headquarters alone covers an area of 330 hectares, with more than 500 research lab facilities where thousands of people are working on scientific research at the same time. Just after a simple data resume filling at the front desk, he was casually issued a peripheral staff access card. In this laboratory where people came and went, not even a single person took the initiative to pay attention to Lu Zhe, the graduate student intern. Not to mention a hello, not even a smile will be displayed. But look at this familiar scene. That's good. It's not that different from how I was treated before at Duke University, and it saved me a lot of work. Lu's guffawed. This familiar feeling was back. He didn't even need much adjustment to be able to get into the state perfectly. Hadn't he been living like this for most of the previous year in the materials engineering lab at Duke University? Lu Zhe inwardly knew why these people made such a gesture. After all, anyone who can work at LLNL labs, even if they're not just old stars and stripes following Washington into the country, has to have some kind of special buffs on them. And Lu Zhe's status here is a joke. What are you? A member of the old rice flag? You deserve to be in the core program? There was no door for anyone else's senior mangosteen man to try to get in, and a Daxia international student was simply abrupt in the national lab. And most importantly, you don't know how to come over and find someone to toast. Isn't this looking for death? In Daxia the skilled and capable can go without a toast, but here in Eagle Jam you're either sitting at the table or on the menu. Obviously, Lu Zhe was currently not even qualified to be on someone else's menu. Only, even if it was because of these identities, the people of LLNL Labs weren't that indifferent to him, right? Isn't transferring him to the national labs just an offensive ploy by Hawk Jam and the Duke University people to make him long for the research environment here so that he can honestly work for them? Now that he's being treated like this, isn't he afraid that he'll become resentful instead? Or, was his promotion to the national laboratory originally just a coincidence with a very small probability? But this guess was soon overturned by him. In a country like Eagle Jam he didn't believe in the so-called coincidence, where all the seemingly good things were already marked up for you in the future. Just as Lu Zhe was sitting on one of the chairs, his brain was rapidly pondering over the various intentions. Suddenly, there was a coughing fit above his head. Ahem. Are you, Lu? A slightly aged voice slowly came over. I'm your instructor at LLNL Labs, Michael Hassan. You can also call me Hassan. This middle-aged uncle in a white lab coat with a few stubborn hairs on top of his head extended his hand amiably. Hello, Professor Michael. Lu Zhe similarly extended his hand. I'm Lu. Let me introduce you to the various departments within the lab, as well as the main experimental environment we'll be using afterward. Michael Hassan walked ahead and began to explain the place to Lu Zhe. Listening after this instructor of his, Lu Zhe finally understood at this moment. Why were these people's attitudes even colder than his at Duke University? At least he was able to give a smile to the vast majority of people inside Duke University. Here it would be nice not to get a few big mouths. If one's graduate teacher before, it was a case of the master leads the door, and the practice is all up to you. Then now at the LLNL lab, I'm afraid that the situation he encountered is even worse. Although this prof, Michael Hassan is a nice person and seems to be very good to work with. However, this professor is facing a great test. That is, his age. Already approaching 60 years of age. Even if there is no such thing as a definite retirement age here at Hawkjam, that age would not allow him to take on almost any major project. And Michael Hassan's own scientific research strength is not strong, coupled with the age of so old. In a year or two, I am afraid that LLNL will be LLNL put down to other sub-institutes inside the Peace of Mind pension retirement, or by the LLNL laboratory transported to the community as the elite. Even the instructor of the laboratory is the most silent and marginalized one in the whole research team. It is quite normal for Lu Zhe to encounter this kind of treatment. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhe pulled the corner of his mouth. Eagle Sauce is also playing the optimization game, right? I'm sure it's worthy of old-fashioned capitalism. And it's a deep trick. Just because I don't have a clear retirement age doesn't mean I can't drop you cold turkey. It seems that Duke University and Eagle Jam did intend to use him as bait by getting him into LLNL labs, as he suspected this would happen. It's just a shame that Hawk Jam's idea was good, but the LLNL guys executed it badly. Well, next you're here to get acclimated. Michael Hassan smiled. Okay, Lu Zhe nodded. If you have any questions, call me for advice. Michael Hassan turned around and walked out of the lab door. For him, it was now the end of the day. This is going to be difficult. Holding this depressed mood, Lu Zhe walked out of the lab. His mind was pondering how he could get close enough to the core circle to successfully replicate the tech item. After all, this was a top national lab, not that materials engineering lab in their Duke University that would give him easy access to the core place. There were dozens of subordinate departments alone, and countless research institutes of various classifications, and he, a peripheral researcher who had just joined, would not be able to come into contact with those top-notch technological items. Even observing it from a distance is a problem, let alone needing to touch it for 5 seconds. Nowadays this Professor Hassan he was talking to was honestly no better. Being almost 60 years old and long since marginalized from the lab, it could be argued that he couldn't be counted on either. P.S. Foreign address teachers, professors, etc. will add the prefix dr address, etc. But written in Chinese is too strange. All address for the last name plus title. New book begs for favorites and catch-up reading. Chapter 15 You want to see nuclear weapons. How hard can it be? Requesting favorites and catch UPS. Both he and his mentor, Michael Hassan, can be considered transparent throughout the LLNL lab. Either choose to replicate technology items that were a bit on the lower end of the scale. For example, items such as that high-precision in-situ transmission electron microscope in the materials engineering lab at the Duke University before. Most of the achievement point rewards would provide around 2,000 or 3,000. Either that, or just wait quietly for the right time to come. Thinking about it, he couldn't find any better solution. You can't rush. The more you rush, the more useless it will be instead. Lu Zhe murmured in a low voice. It seemed like there was still a long way to go to replicate something like a high-level tech item. The number of replicas placed over there would not disappear. But instead, if he was too anxious, it would probably lead to him revealing some cracks that would be more of a loss than a gain. After emptying his thoughts, Lu Zhe slowly walked down the streets of the laboratory, admiring the town in front of him. As the place where LLNL Labs is headquartered, tens of thousands of people in the entire town practically live around them, with a river acting as a dividing line straight across the two. Just as Lu Zhe was familiarizing himself with the unfamiliar environment, suddenly, a man next to him caught his eye. A girl with elf-like eyes, dressed in a white dress with long black hair that went past her waist, revealing a small white arm, was biting her fingers tightly and staring at the names on the signboard of the coffee shop, looking unusually graphic and impactful, as if she was a dancer from an exotic land. Seeing someone with a skin color similar to his own in this foreign country, Lu Zhe was quite relaxed inside. Only, the current situation she's experiencing right now, I'm afraid, is not so good. Hello, I'll have this medium mocha, this girl said with a wink, pointing to the center cup of coffee. MS. Sorry, we have medium, large, and extra large coffees, and you have a large mocha. I want the center cup. In here, she said in a milky voice. It was clearly the middle cup. Where did she go wrong? I'm sorry, this is the large cup. This is the medium cup. The waiter politely corrected by pointing to the leftmost cup. Listening to the inexplicable content of the two men's conversation, Lu Zhe's face was full of question marks. Good lord, how come the foreign Starbucks also play this set? He saw that the girl was on the verge of getting to the point of smacking her own big mouth. Lu Zhe hurriedly stepped forward and pulled back. Excuse me, give her a large cup of mocha coffee with sugar and milk. Taking the cup of coffee from the waiter's side, he handed it over. She told me it was a big cup. Why can't this woman think straight? Hello Lucy, I'm Lu Zhe. We just met. Luz extended his hand and said with a smile. This pretty girl he happened to know. Just now in the laboratory Professor Hassan introduced. He vaguely remembered that she was called Lucy. Originally thought that the same as his own is an Asian yellow. The result is that others are native Eagle Jam people. Especially with that her that East and West are fused with a very beautiful face. Luz do not remember at all cannot. She smiled and responded to Luz. Hello, my name is Lucy. Hill. Only. Looking at Luz's right hand reaching out. Lucy muttered darkly. Isn't it not good to hold it with your left hand? Seemingly thinking of this, she then solemnly put down the coffee she was holding tightly in her right hand. Before the two of them touched their hands this gently. Luzern. It's just a handshake. You don't have to be so serious. Do you? It's not like we're performing some classical ritual. Looking at her dumb and cute attribute, Luz was a bit puzzled. How this did not match her beautiful and moving appearance at all. It was only then that Lucy remembered who this person in front of her actually was. I remember you. It seems like you're a Daxia trainee graduate student who just joined today, right? A hint of delight blossomed in her eyes. Luz smiled. Yes, at first I thought you were from Daxia like me. The face, after all, is just too deceptive indeed. If she had learned a few more words of Chinese, no one would have doubted her for a second if she had opened her mouth and said she was a Daxia native. I'm used to it. Growing up strangers would think I was from Daxia. Lucy sighed. While Eagle Sauce minorities make up close to 40% of the population, and whites only make up the 55 to 60% range, the vast majority of this comes from blacks and Latinos, and someone with her likeness of long pitch black hair and skin color would be more likely to be thought of as being from Daxia. Lucy didn't describe too much on this topic. I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to tell the story in a day. Thank you for helping me out earlier. I'm an instructional student of Professor Hassan's just like you. You're welcome. It's just a little something. Just a show of hands. Luz was very good at sensing this little girl in front of him. Not just because of the superficial reason of Lucy's outstanding looks. Luz appreciated her inner beauty more. She doesn't socialize with people like many Hawksbane people do, often with strong interests or with an unusually high regard for class relations. Whether you're a Daxamite or a Hispanic from a poor neighborhood or a black uncle from Black Africa, she treats you politely and without prejudice, regardless of what her heart was thinking. It was very rare to be able to do that even at face value. You know that even in the Eagle Sauce and the Ivy League top schools, all kinds of hidden discrimination actually still exists. Before Luz and the Duke University, many people heard that he is from Daxia cannot wait to look at him with their noses. But, I'm afraid it won't be too easy for you to study under Professor Hassan. Lucy took a sip of her coffee and frowned. She had always been a person with little heart and said whatever came to mind. It's not a good choice for you, Lucy added. Although she wasn't sure why Luz had come underneath Professor Hassan, it definitely wasn't considered a good choice. Prof. Hassan was the existence of the entire LLNL ranked bottom. Following him did not have any future development. If not for her own more swinging just wanna muddle through to finish her degree, she would have long chosen other professors as instructors. Indeed, Luz let out a bitter laugh. Not to mention taking part in any core programs, it's hard to even want to get up close and personal with some high tech. This is the point where he has the biggest headache at the moment. The instructor of the LLNL lab is not able to let you just change, or even transfer you to wherever he says. He didn't know if there was an EUV photolithography machine in the lab, but there were quite a few top-notch tech items here. But unfortunately there wasn't any access to them. He prepared himself mentally and would not hesitate to copy any item he saw worth more than 6,000 or 7,000 achievement points. Lucy bristled. What's there to see in those things? Do you want to go in there and visit? I'd really like to, as long as I can look at it and touch it. Luz nodded. As long as he could touch it for 5 seconds. What's so hard about it? Lucy gave him a strange look. Isn't it hard? Requesting favorites and catch-up reads. Chapter 16 Lucy the Lucky Lady, email to Casa again. Requesting favorites and catch-up reading. Hear this one query. You don't want to go see the NIF device stuff, do you? Lucy's playful nose arched as she took a sip of coffee and continued. Those really don't work. They belong to LLNL's most central secrets. You can't enter that area without A rank or higher ranked permissions. Luz hurriedly explained. That's not true. I'm more curious about some high-tech weaponry and top-notch research equipment. NIF. Full name National Ignition Facility. Its greatest and only use is for fusion ignition using laser confinement. The most important program in Eagle Sauce's current experiments with controlled fusion. The world's most famous fusion ignition devices are ITER, International Thermonuclear Experiment, and the Daxia Magnetic Confinement Project, Eastern Super Ring. An additional one, Eagle Jam's NIF Laser Ignition Program, is the current primary R&D pathway to achieving controlled fusion ignition. How significant is the significance of controlled nuclear fusion? This kind of project that can be said to be able to change the fate of the country. Lu Zhe is not so big-hearted that he just came to LLNL Labs and wants to see this kind of grade weaponry and all this high tech. What's so hard about that? Looking at Lucy's slightly confused and disbelieving eyes. Shouldn't these high-tech items be difficult to access? Lu Zhe frowned. Especially for a graduate student intern like me. Lucy felt a bit unbelievable. Unless these high-tech weapons haven't been officially mass-produced and finalized, it's not difficult to access them even if they haven't been put into service yet, right? You just want to see some weaponry or high-tech items? Maybe it's a little hard for the average person to just go and wait for any public exhibition of these opportunities. However, for a place like their LLNL lab, which was supposed to be primarily responsible for research and development of national defense technology, even weaponry that was not yet officially in service was not too big of a problem. Not hard to reach? Luz was a bit confused. The Defense Department often sends all sorts of equipment for the lab to modify and upgrade. Lucy followed up by explaining. Unless it's some top-secret project, even a peripheral employee like you can have access to it. So that's how it is. I always thought it would be difficult. Lu Zhe nodded his head as if he had come to a realization. He had been in the wrong zone of thinking before. Thinking that no matter the F-22, F-35, C-5 Galaxy transport and so on, these top weapons and equipment, or EUV lithography, these are very important to Hawksauce, so it's hard for peripheral employees like him to get in touch with them. But in reality these weapons and equipment, while important, do not mean that they cannot be accessed and viewed. Ordinary people may only be able to look at the exhibition, but LLNL Labs this kind of defense technology partners you as long as you do not disassemble to carry out research. Just want to touch a look is not simple? Lucy smiled. Not hard. Not hard at all. Just tell me what weaponry you want to see and I'll take you there. Is it okay? Lu Zhe looked at Lucy's stunningly beautiful face and felt that her entire body was now glowing. Just now, I was thinking about how to find ways to access these weapons and equipment, but I didn't realize that even that would be saved. This was no beauty queen. This was clearly his goddess of fortune. Lucy had a smile on her lips. It's just a simple thing. You could do it too if you just stayed here for a year or two longer. Perhaps a graduate student trainee like Luz didn't have much of a doorway to reach out to, but this sort of thing was simple enough for her. After all, it's not like these things are going to be stolen outright if they're sitting over there being looked at and touched. Lucy ordered an extra cup of coffee and handed it to Lu Zhe with a smile. Like you said before, it's just a show of hands. Lu Zhe took it and took a sip. Put. So bitter. How come this coffee only has a bitter flavor? Lu, see you back at the lab. A hint of cunning played at the corner of Lucy's mouth, and this time she ordered a medium cup without sugar. She actually didn't like sugar and milk in her coffee in the first place. She wasn't a child herself. All the time, he watched Lucy's enchanting back, slowly leaving against the sunlight. Only then did Lu Zhe finally come back to his senses. I really didn't expect it to be that simple. He now realized just how much of a surprise the stunningly beautiful Lucy he had just met could really be. Although it wasn't too difficult to get access to top-notch technology even as a peripheral employee, that was only in an ideal situation. Lu Zhe was a foreign student from Daxia, and his rash suggestion of wanting to view any top technology, whether it was EUV lithography, supercomputing, or a variety of top weapons, would make Eagle Sauce's side even more wary. But Lucy was different. Although her looks were not all that different from a Daxamite, but others are native Eagle Jam people. Even seems to be in the laboratory status is not low, even for Hassan, the guiding professor. Are not false words straight to say that his scientific research ability is too poor. Follow him no future these words. Although I don't know exactly what background her family is engaged in, but it's just a matter of taking people on a tour of the weaponry. What's that all about? Are you afraid someone will steal it? Even the F-35, a fifth-generation fighter jet that is already in mass production and not yet officially in service, is just a show of hands for her. You really are my lucky goddess. Lu Zhe's smile was a little too much to hide. Just what kind of weaponry should I visit? Asked the Daxia side. It's still early evening in Eagle Jam on the other side of the ocean, and at this moment in Daxia, it's the dawn of a vibrant morning. Inside the Summer Academy, a room that was completely isolated and shielded, a crisp beep suddenly sounded. Though it wasn't loud, it rippled back and forth several times in the silent room, sending shivers down the spine. Got a new email coming in? Lu Shixue, clad in a leather coat, rushed over sleepily. All this time he had been living in the room next door. Yes, an email sent just over a minute and 30 seconds ago. The staff member, who was staring intently at the screen, nodded. Lu Shixue immediately followed. You go out and inform Dean Zhang first. I'll be on guard here. The matter is urgent and the dean must be brought in immediately to deal with it. Nowadays, the mail system of XAS has been resplit into two sets by them after what happened last time. The first, The kind of mail system that used to be used to receive external mail and handle routine messages. This, on the other hand, is the second email system, and this email backend is only used to receive email messages from the person who sent the mystery, and does not receive any messages sent by any other person. And in order to maintain strict confidentiality, many of the senior staff of the Academy of Sciences do not know that there is this top secret place. Only a few vaguely got some news. And now, a brand new message was received. This means that one mysterious person is once again sending emails to them at casa. New book begging for collection and catching up. The data is so bad. There are recommendations and monthly votes can also give. Thank you. Chapter 17, Technology at your disposal? You think it's a food market. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuli had similarly rushed over in a hurry and was only wearing a thin jacket. With that tired look on his face, you could see that he had likewise just shouted up, "Old Lu, what kind of email did that mysterious person send?" Zhang Yuli took a towel and simply wiped his face, and hurriedly inquired, what could the mysterious man have said in the mail when he wrote again after so many days? This was the point he was most concerned about at the moment. I haven't skimmed the specifics of the email yet. Lu Zhixue shook his head. Why don't you look inside? Isn't this a delay? Zhang Yuli frowned. Every second delayed at such a critical juncture is a great waste. Could it be that there's something fishy going on here? Lu Zhixue gave up his seat and said without a sound, You think I don't want to see it? I have to have permission to open the mailbox too. All that was visible was the screen, which was displaying a large prompt, currently involving top secret information. Please verify the information to release the privilege. Zhang Yuli instantly slapped his forehead. Look at me. How did I forget about this file? Lie me. He then remembered that Lu Zhishua's authority over him was not enough to completely disable the mailbox background. After sitting directly in the chair and entering a long chain of passwords and verifying multiple information verifications such as pupil fingerprints, it was only then that the original locked interface finally lifted and went straight to the back end of the mailbox. This mystic-only mailbox backend had been reset earlier, and the people generally on duty could only notice if they received an email or not. For example, brief information such as how long the email was sent and whether there are new replies will be displayed in the front end. And if you want to access the back end of your mailbox to see exactly what's going on, you'll need to perform a series of multiple verifications before you can unlock it. In the absence of multiple verification before, even if someone maliciously pass into this room is not able to obtain any information, and the background every 30 seconds will send a verification message. Once this information is interrupted, this mailbox system will immediately notify the highest level. All the files and information will be directly in the physical emptying. With this heavy security, all possibilities of information leakage are fundamentally eliminated. With their eyes glued to the screen, the two men clicked on the latest email sent over at the top. Only, when Zhang Yuli clicked on the email to take a closer look, both of them instantly looked frozen in place. Only the headline reads in one big line. May I ask what kind of technology is still needed on Dacia's side? Old Lu, what do you think this mysterious man means by that? Zhang Yuli inquired with some uncertainty. He recognized every word in it, and it turned out to be so strange when combined together. Lu Zhixue frowned. What kind of technology do we need? Why is he asking this? Could it be that he's passing on some information? You make a good point. Zhang Yuli nodded, then typed in a line of text and replied directly. We don't know what aspects of technology are needed yet. This was the safer way of replying that he thought of. After all, in case there was an unexpected situation on the Mystic side, and if this email was a deliberate test by Eagle Sauce and the others, once they acted hastily it would lead to a big mistake, and there would not be any obvious loopholes in this message. However, soon a brand new email replied. If you don't think of it at the moment, please contact me when you guys pick out your preferred technique, preferably one that's available on Eagle Jam's side. It is safe around me. Please identify the technology you need as soon as possible in the next few days. Please do not delay. Gazing at the passage, the two men were dumbfounded. What does he mean by that? Letting us pick the technology of our choice. Zhang Yuli pointed his finger at the screen, his face full of incredulity. Identify the technology needed as soon as possible? Can he get whatever technology we want? The expression on Lu Zhishue's face was quite wonderful. His eyes glazed over. What technology is lacking in Dacia that this mysterious man can get his hands on, and pick his favorite technology at random? What does he think Eagle Jam is? A food market in front of his house? This is also really outrageous. Lu Zhixue spat. I thought it was outrageous enough to send the F-22 fighter design directly last time, but I didn't realize it was just the beginning. And now it's just a matter of letting them start choosing their own tech all the time. Dean, what should we do now? I'm not sure. Zhang Yuli shook his head. No matter what, let's inform the uppermost level first. What technology does Dacia need, and how should it continue to communicate with this mysterious person? In this situation, Even if he was the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences, he didn't know how to deal with it properly. It was better to let the uppermost level decide. Several moments later, a brief phone call was made. Okay, I got it. Zhang Yuli put down the phone in his hand and stared straight at the screen, not knowing what was going on in his head. Dean, what does it say up there? What kind of technology does our Grand Xia need? Lu Zhixue poked his head over and asked with slight curiosity. It doesn't say what technology should be needed. Let's make our own decisions. Zhang Yuri pressed and rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. The extremely short order of CASA to make its own decisions is not an easy errand, but on the contrary the most difficult to fulfill. The higher-ups have a way of making things difficult. What do you want me to say? Zhang Yuli sighed deeply. Firstly, there are a lot of technologies that Daxia needs the most. Which one is so good to choose? The second was that if the technology was too demanding and offended the mysterious man, or put him in danger, it would not be in the interests of Daxia. Lu Zhixue thought for a moment. Should we inform Old Song? Perhaps he has some ideas? After all, the first male F-22 fighter jet design is Song Qini's current main research direction, and he had arguably the most say in what technology Mystique should be allowed to submit next. There's no need. His research is currently a critical period. Zhang Yuli directly rejected the proposal. The latest information he got from the head office of the Summer Aviation Company. The current progress of the J-20 program is very encouraging. It is said that under the leadership of Song Qini, substantial corrections and debugging are said to be underway. Based on available technical information, there was no need to disturb the progress of his research at such a critical juncture. Besides, the 611 Research Institute has a full set of design drawings for the F-22 fighter jet. What kind of technology do they still want? It's just like a snake swallowing an elephant when it's not greedy enough. And I'm afraid that all these airplane institutes, 601 and 603, would have to have a constant opinion if they knew about it. Is the J-20 important and their new generation of transports, bombers, reconnaissance aircraft and other programs not? And at the same time, far away in the 611 Institute in Shu. Achoo! Song Qini viciously sneezed several times in a row. Who's been chanting about me behind my back? Why do you keep sneezing? Before he could think about it, a sudden beep sounded throughout the entire test site. J-20 Aerodynamic Improvement Simulation Wind Tunnel Verification Test. 39th start. 10, 9, 8. Begging for catch-up reading and favorites. Chapter 18. Who the hell is this? The skill is so big. Begging to be read. Inside the Eagle Sauce, LLNL Labs employee dormitory. Lu Zhe looked at his surroundings and nodded. It's not bad. At least it's a single dorm room. The space wasn't huge at less than 20 square feet, but at least there was a bedroom and bathroom to use, and a small kitchen spaced out for easy cooking. Although it looked a little shabby, Lu Zhe was already considered satisfied. After all, he didn't want to share a dorm room with hey uncles. He'd be fazed by even one old white guy. After all, that smell from these guys was just too much to open his eyes. And although he had lived in a double dormitory before, there was no difference between Li Yijie, the foreign Eagle Sauce man who barely lived in the dormitory, and the single dormitory. Glanced at the email message. There was still no reply from inside, and it was as if ASTRI had fallen into a long silence. Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. Daxia's side is as cautious as ever. They should still be thinking about it. But that's true. It looks like I've given them a hard time. He was naturally very aware of the concerns on Kasa's side, so he directly picked on the fact that he wasn't in any danger. If you don't respond to emails today, you may be sizing up the technology you need. But for this caution, he recognized it from the bottom of his heart. If Daxia didn't have this prudent overachievement, it would have been eaten up under the international jackals and tigers decades ago. He was only known as the little genius of prudence, while Daxia was the true patriarch of prudence. I meowed the time, and it was already after 7 p.m. Lu Zhe touched his stomach and a hint of hunger came. The main question now, what should I eat? He wandered around in the afternoon and didn't seem to find any Chinese restaurants in this town. Most of them were fast food or Western food. As for these local delicacies of Eagle Sauce, Lu Zhe really said that he was not blessed to enjoy them. Either it's snoozy, with sugar put in like crazy, or it's greasy, with all kinds of cream and butter added to it, and even some additional sweet additives sprinkled on it to reach the sweetness they require. And the favorite snack of many employees at LLNL Labs isn't even anything like melons or nuts, but rather donuts with flour all spiked with honey and sugar and drizzled with chocolate sauce. With each bite, they stuck out a thumbs up and said, "Donuts are delicious. No wonder Eagle Sauce is 300 pounds of fat per capita. Who can stand it if you eat like this? It's better to cook and eat by yourself." Lu Zhe opened his backpack, which happened to have a few tomatoes and eggs that he had just bought, so he could make a tomato and egg fried rice. It's a good way to save a little money, too. Eating at Eagle Jam isn't cheap, and a casual meal with a tip can start at $20 or $30 in this day and age. Just as he was about to cook, suddenly, the cell phone rang with an unfamiliar call. Who called me? Luz frowned. There aren't many people who know this new cell phone number of theirs. Family? It should be early morning on the Daxia side. With that in mind, pick up the phone. A crisp, sweet voice rang out from the phone. Hey Luz, how's your night? A familiar laugh came from over there. Hearing this laughter, his mind seemed to reflect a long black girl with two shallow dimples on her face. It's you, Lucy. Luz rubbed his head. He then remembered that Lucy had just exchanged cell phone numbers with him back in the afternoon. Looking for me for something? Are you coming over to the lab for dinner? Lucy continued to ask with a smile. Forget it. I'll just deal with a bite by myself. Luz shook his head. For the eagle sauce here in the cafeteria can be described as a deep feeling. Food monotonous even if the key is not good. The most outrageous is, but also expensive. Now he immensely misses the university cafeteria in Daxia, where $5 a meal can be good. Besides, it's that time of day. Might as well just grab a bite to eat. However, Lucy recited a sentence quietly, causing Luz to move. Are you really not coming? The lab's cafeteria can be free for all employees. And today's food is not bad. It would be a pity if you don't come. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Luz immediately stood up and interrupted. For free? That's a different story. I didn't realize that Lucy and he were in the same category. He's finally got a soulmate in his quest to pull the wool over capitalism's eyes. Meanwhile, while Luz was rushing to the cafeteria, Summer Academy of Sciences, Dean's office. Nope, this technology won't work either. Zhang Yuri dismissed one idea after another in his mind. Just what technology should be chosen that is in the best interest of the moment? He turned left to ponder around the room, never feeling secure enough. Just then, old Zhang, come continue to kill a few more games with me. An old man with a full head of white hair walked into the office with a chessboard. Losing to you yesterday was an accident. My cannon got eaten by you when I wasn't paying attention. Not really. With that, he took Zhang Yuli's hand and sat on the table, arranging the chess pieces one by one. Forget it, it's better not to go down today. Zhang Yuli waved his hand and refused. Hearing this old man did look a bit surprised. I said that usually when you win a few games of chess, you clamor for me to duel with you all night. What's going on today? In the past, it was always Zhang Yuli who pulled him to play chess. But this time, he was so uncharacteristic. Was it something big that happened to the Summer Academy of Sciences? He looked at Zhang Yuli's soulful appearance and frowned. Old man Zhang, let me ask you a question. What is the technology you want the most right now? Zhang Yuli inquired with a serious face. Old man Zhang froze for a moment when he heard this, and without thinking, he said, the technology one want the most. Controlled nuclear fusion? Zhang Yuri pulled the corner of his mouth. Do you think I'm joking? Controlled fusion? It's a technology that he wants. Not to mention every country in the world, isn't it? Old man Zhang glared at him. No, preferably any technology that's already been developed and is on the eagle sauce side. Hearing this outrageous range of choices, old man Zhang's entire expression was about to be taught. Old Zhang, don't be impulsive at your age. Our Daxia can still afford to wait. Good lord, any technology that has been developed and designated as being on the eagle jam side. Are you planning on going over to the eagle jam side for something big? I'm older, let me go. Listening to this tone full of flirtation, Zhang Yuli knew that it was definitely impossible not to be honest with him. Listen to me, if we were told to pick any eagle sauce technology he would get for us, what would you pick? For this old friend of his, Zhang Yuli did not deliberately hide it. Zhang Lixing, he was the one who could develop MS Chiu in the desert decades ago. He survived the hard years of Daxia, and he was among many top secret projects, nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, etc. He has been deeply involved in all of them. At one point, he was even wanted by Eagle Jam for decades, and only became widely known in recent years when the archives were gradually declassified. He would have been the best candidate for the presidency of the CAS if he hadn't been older. He didn't have too much heart to continue to deal with the various affairs of the CAS. There was no way there could be any problem with his trustworthiness. The uppermost level had long ago granted him certain browsing privileges. It was just that Zhang Yuli had never gotten around to informing him about it. The words just fell. What? Zhang Lixing's face was stagnant, as if he had heard something heavenly. Who the hell is this guy that's so good that he can get the specified technology from Hawksbill? Is it the Monkey King? Please collect and catch up on your reading. If you have monthly votes and recommendation votes, you can vote. The last day. Chapter 19. The real masters are still to come. Begging for a catch-up read. If there really is such a person, then we'll have to look into it. The word seriousness filled Zhang Lixing's eyes. He didn't believe that Zhang Yuli would assume something about someone being able to get technology from Eagle Jam over there for no reason. That said, there must be such a person out there, and he can definitely get his hands on these technologies. It was only that even if Zheng Lixing thought about it, he couldn't think of anyone who could have such an ability. It's a godsend to get the designated technology from Eagle Butter. What does the top say? Zheng Lixing asked the key point. What exactly does the top mean? We were told from above to make our own decisions. Hearing this, Zhang Lixing frowned. No wonder you're having such a headache. It's not a good choice. There is no designated target on it at all. It's all up to Casa to make their own decisions. This may not sound difficult, but if anything goes wrong then Zhang Yuli will be to blame. The technology is not very useful. The technology is too difficult. The technology is simply impossible to get. And so on, all these problems are in front of him, which would be a headache for anyone else. So, this is not to hear your opinion, Zhang Yuli said with a face full of helplessness, pouring a cup of tea in front of the two of them. The task of wanting too much in terms of technology and worrying even more in terms of implementation is simply torturous. Zhang Lixing stared at him with a deep gaze. If it were me, I think it would be best to choose the technology in fighter jets. Fighter? After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Lixing continued. Even if we can't get the technology for 5th generation fighters like the F-22 and F-35, the F-15 Eagle fighter or the F/A-18 Hornet fighter are both good choices. F-22, F-35. The two 5th generation fighters naturally do not need to say anything, and the F-15EX, an improved version of the F-15 Eagle fighter, is also good in the comprehensive use of aerial combat. As a mature 4th generation aircraft that has been developed for several decades, it is the most current lack of experience in Dacia. The reason why the F/A-18 was chosen, on the other hand, is because it's Eagle Jam's current primary carrier aircraft. Dacia is bound to have and build its own aircraft carrier in the future. And this carrier aircraft can also play a significant role in the development of J-15. Most crucially, the avionics systems of the subsequent improved versions of these two fighters have been upgraded to a great extent, and have also been of great help to the development of Dacia's avionics systems. Only after hearing this idea, Zhang Yuli decisively rejected it. Fighters don't work. Why? Zhang Lixing was staggered. For Dacia's current military situation, an excellent warplane was the simplest and most effective enhancement, while all other weapons and equipment required different levels of support in order to maximize their power. Zhang Yuli looked at his puzzled eyes. Why do you think that in the last few days, 611 Research Institute, their side of the J-20 program has been getting a lot of good news? Ha! Zhang Lixing then reacted. Could it be that the technology for fighter jets was acquired before? It wouldn't be the F-22's technology, would it? Right. Zhang Yuli nodded. Hiss. So that's what happened. Zhang Lixing suddenly realized. No wonder he recently heard that the development of the J-20 is progressing at a rapid pace. And this is only a few days before 2 or 3 key technologies ushered in a major breakthrough. So it has already possessed the technology of the F-22 fighter jet. Then naturally, it was impossible to continue to choose the technology of warplanes. And there was no need to do so, and he deeply understood the truth that greed could not be chewed. Zhang Lixing gave his advice after thinking about it again. Since there is no exact requirement from above, then we, the Summer Academy of Sciences, should not specify the technology. Whatever this person gives at that time, we will take it. He adhered to the principle of taking what he could get, and the technology could be given without unnecessarily asking for specifics on what the technology was. Zhang Yuli let out a long breath. That's what I think. So let's decide. He finally figured out that it didn't matter what technology he could get his hands on as long as he could get his hands on it. The key was that the mystic had to be kept safe. After all, every piece of technology comes at a great cost and even puts the person in a great danger, whose safety must be the first consideration. If a technology is designated that is likely to put him in harm's way, then Dacia would rather give up the technology than ever lose the man. Staying green is not a worry. Both the Supreme and he possessed the clearest knowledge of this. Eagle sauce. Outside the LLNL National Laboratory employee cafeteria, after eating and drinking his fill, Lu Zhe stretched his back and revealed a smile. Lucy, this meal is on me. He looked over to Lucy next to him and couldn't help but remember the scene that had just happened. His pupils fluttered a little. Inwardly, he said, how on earth did she eat so much? Good guy. His own at least more than 5'8" big and tall weekday meal is not small. Who would have thought that Lucy, a soft-looking young girl, would eat a whole lot more than she did? Does her stomach have an interdimensional space? Where does all the food go? And how can she still be so skinny? It's not scientific. Suddenly, Lu Zhe noticed the 2 heavy weapons upwards from Lucy's slim waist, a little shaky and white. So it is. It seems to eat a lot is not without reason. It turns out that the fine branches can really bear fruit. This must be at least 120 kilometers speed. hand out of the window to feel the huge dimension of the car. Lucy's head was full of question marks. This cafeteria is free. What the are you buying? Then next time I'll buy you a meal. Take your pick from the cafeteria. She always pushed for this kind of courtesy. Just as the two were about to go their separate ways and find their own moms, Lucy pulled out a hairband to tie her long hair into a ponytail. She was going to run straight back later for an after-dinner digest. While rambling, he inquired, Lucy, what high-tech weapons do you want to go see? Even in the simple act of tying her hair, Lucy shows her extraordinary talent for curves and is stunningly beautiful. Lucy was somewhat immune to it. His brows furrowed as he said, well, should I ask if there are any that I can go in and visit? It won't cause you any trouble. It's not like he can touch any high-tech weaponry at will. He has to make a good choice. Not only should he be able to go in and visit the place as well, but at the same time not create any risk factors for Lucy herself. Lucy didn't hesitate much after cocking her head and thought, in the next 2 days the Defense Department will haul over a batch of weaponry to the lab for initial upgrades and maintenance, so I can show you around then. There's also rumored to be a B-2 bomber that I thought you'd be interested in. As if he had been hit by a huge pie, Lucy was overjoyed. There are B-2 bombers? That interests me too much. Begging for favorites and catch-up reads. Chapter 20 Contact again. Are you guys interested in a B-2 bomber? Begging for a follow-up. Is there really a B-2 bomber? Lucy looked a little agitated. It's a B-2 bomber. The only stealth strategic bomber in the world right now. And you could describe it as the most powerful bomber currently available. In the face of this kind of top-level weaponry, which man could say so much as I'm not interested? The person who could say that was afraid that Wei Zhongxian was not alive. While the B-2 bomber may seem slightly overdone, it was finalized for mass production in the early 1990s, and successfully served among the Eagle sauce a decade ago. But we should know that this bomber only saw 21. Production and development costs are in 20 years ago reached $4 billion US dollars. It is every gram of weight than the weight of gold are 2 or 3 times more expensive. Alone it is the cost of flights per hour are many small countries cannot afford to pay the price. If he was able to successfully copy it, Lucy didn't dare to think about how many achievement points it could bring. I'm afraid that it would be even more terrifying than the 10,000 achievement points of the F-22 fighter jet. Thank you so much, Lucy. This was Lucy's thanks from the bottom of his heart. Without a guide like Lucy, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for him to come into contact with this kind of top-notch technology. You're welcome. Consider it a thank you for buying me dinner. Lucy had a sweet smile on her lips. This boy from Daxia always gave her a marvelous feeling. She didn't really like the kind of blunt and exaggerated emotional expression of the Eagle sauce people. But on the contrary, Lucy's subtle and funny remarks could always make her smile. If this was liking, maybe it wasn't enough to talk about, but there was more or less a ripple of curiosity and wonder inside her. As for Lucy being a Daxia person, what did that matter? She herself looked just like a Daxia person. Besides, how many natives are there here in Eagle Jam? Didn't they all immigrate here 200 or 300 years ago? We'll see you in the lab tomorrow. Lucy waved her hand and was about to run back home. She was already 80% full from all the food she ate today, so she needed to digest it. Suddenly, she noticed Lucy's movements next to her, pulling up his pants legs and sleeves to straighten his clothes. What are you doing? Lucy showed a hint of doubt. To thank you, I'm going to run back with you. Lucy collected the things on his body and flirted. Of course, if you want me to give my body to you, that's not impossible. I still hope, then, that you can work for me again in the afterlife. Lucy bared her teeth. She was quite aware of these proverbs from Daxia, and it would not do to give her body in marriage. I'm a fast runner, so don't lose me. After she finished saying this, those long legs directly took a big step out. Even though she wasn't wearing special running shoes, Lucy's speed was still like the wind, appearing more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. How did you run so fast? Lucy strained to keep up. I forgot to tell you, I was on the track team in college, Lucy said back, not blushing. Lucy looked at her pair of long white legs that were so long that they could be used as chopsticks and nodded. I can see that you do have the talent. These long legs, not to mention running, could have made a lot of money pedaling a tricycle in his hometown. It's just a shame that those 2 heavy weapons on her chest really limit Lucy's play. Or maybe she could really have a good career in track and field. After running all the way home with Lucy half an hour later, Luz waved goodbye and ran back to the dorm again. After a hasty shower, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, 9 a.m. How come there's no reply from there yet? Lucy frowned, his mouth mechanically chewing on his Western breakfast aka bread and milk. Let's send an email later, and tell them the good news in passing. On the other side, the moon was already high in the sky at this moment in Daxia, and the time had already entered midnight. Summer Academy. Still inside that one hidden room, there was a loud beep. and a few minutes later there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Dean, a new email came through 3 minutes ago. Lu Zhixue stood up. He had just been recording the time. Good. Zhang Yuli briefly replied. Sat down to directly carry out a variety of verification instructions to lift the privileges. Now the time is tight, task heavy moment of delay. After a quick unlock status, a brand new email appears in the background of the mailbox. The two men next to him had their heads together, staring intently at the text displayed on the screen with curiosity. May I ask, have you decided what technology you need? Looking at the line, Zhang Lixing's eyes lit up. This is which mysterious person you're talking about. During this morning, Zhang Yuli had already had some explanations with him, starting with the first email from this mysterious person to CAS, and ending with the one in the early hours of this morning that let Dasha pick any technology he wanted. After listening to the cause and effect of this, Zhang Lixing's heart is a huge wave. I did not think that their CAS could even stumble upon such a good thing, asking us what technology we need again? Zhang Lixing raised a hint of a smile. Why does it feel like this technology? Like he's giving it to us by force. In the past, Dasha wanted technology how difficult he as a party is deeply touched. Like nuclear bombs, ballistic missiles and so on, technology can be said to be begging grandpa and grandma are not likely to have a half a response, only to be able to bury their heads in their own painstakingly drilling out, which is like nowadays, when someone would repeatedly ask them to pick a technique at random. Lu Zhixue lamented. If there was this kind of mysterious person a few decades ago, then it would have been good, and I'm afraid it would have been much easier for you guys. Elder Zhang. There's no such thing as a bath of fire without grueling ears, and the time for him to appear now is the best. Zhang Lixing shook his head. If he had been a few decades ago, he might have been incredibly hopeful that someone would give the technical information and would have suffered a lot less. But today, Zhang Lixing feels even more that hardship was worth it, shaping the spirit of Dasha's perseverance and the boldness to not be defeated by anyone. It was only after encountering moments where the old Maoist couldn't be trusted, the Eagle Jam couldn't be trusted, and even the minions he had trained were equally untrustworthy, that Dasha could be made to realize that he only had to believe in himself at all times. It was with this perseverance that a new Dasha was shaped, and now the timing of this mysterious man's appearance is the right one. The bitterness of Dasha has been eaten, and the mana is next. Zhang Lixing didn't dwell on that time in his memory, but urged, hurry up and reply. Zhang Yuli frowned. Then I've replied according to the established plan. Enter a direct line. We are open to any technology. Please make sure you take care of your safety and feel free to give up the technology or ask for support if necessary. Lu Zhe over there, on the other hand, didn't feel very strange about this reply. With his understanding of Dasha, it was also impossible to really make specific demands, following through on the idea that one must think twice about anything and not rush. Send back another email. May I ask, are you interested in the B-2 bomber? Moment. Looking at this line of text, a long silence fell within this room of the casa. B-2 bombers? The world's current most powerful strategic bomber? Too damn interested. Seeking favorites and catch-up reading. The first day of the first day. There are recommendations and monthly votes can also be alms. Chapter 21, Weaponry officially arrives. Dasha just hates not having enough financial resources. Request for catch-up reading. Interested in the B-2 bomber? Zhang Lixing's entire body froze. Which country in the world is not interested in this thing? Who doesn't want it? If there is one, it can only be said that its strength does not dare to say the word interested. This is the world's only strategic stealth-heavy bomber, although in terms of bomb-carrying capacity is not as much as half of the Tu-160 White Swan, a strategic bomber, but the B-2 bomber is a stealth strategic bomber, which is important for a bomber equivalent to the maneuverability and speed of a fighter jet. After all, so what if a bomber carries even 100 tons of bombs? It's a matter of one missile once it's detected by radar. Zhang Yuli was naturally clear about this and replied decisively. We are very interested in this technology. The opportunity to obtain a B-2 bomber was right in front of him, but any time Zhang Yuli hesitated for so much as a second, it was a sin and blasphemy. Soon after, Mystic's reply email rang out. Please wait for the good news, and then you will settle the last payoff in one piece. By the way, look at this one message. Zhang Lixing remained incredulous. Old Zhang. This man said it wouldn't be Eagle Jam's B-2 Phantom bomber. He might have made a typo, referring to a B-1 bomber as a B-2. After all, the likelihood of this may be even higher. And the B-1 bomber, also commonly known as the gunnery strategic bomber, is likewise one of Eagle Jam's most important current strategic bomber forces, mainly B-1B models. Only 4 prototypes of the A model were produced. Zhang Yuli's eyes burned. No, I don't think he'll make that mistake. Anyone who can get their hands on something like the design drawings for the F-22 fighter would never joke with you. He wouldn't have survived this long at Eagle Jam without absolute caution and care. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yuli typed out a line again. Please be careful. Even if you don't acquire the technology, we will still pay you a certain amount of money. I hope he can be a little more careful and never take any risks. Zhang Yuli muttered. That's what he's most worried about. And it's completely irrelevant as far as payoffs and whatnot are concerned. Even if the B-2 bomber is as tempting as it is, it's nowhere near as flavorful as this mystery man who can bring technology from Eagle Jam. Although it is not clear exactly who he is, but the strategic value of the mystery man is not the B-2 bomber can be compared. After all, the former Dacia buried research and development of a decade or two can always be developed, but the latter may not be 100 years can be encountered once. The mystic's position today is that of a true national treasure. Next to him, Zhang Lixing shook his head. This B-2 bomber is good, but I'm afraid it's not good to build it. Expensive. It's just too expensive. The B-2 strategic bomber, the only strategic bomber that can be stealthy, that doesn't confuse anyone who looks at it. But the problem is that its cost is simply high to an outrageous point, an average of 2.4 billion US dollars per unit of the sky, which is close to 18 billion yuan, which is how to use it. The main thing is that it's expensive to develop, and in fact a single unit should cost around $1 billion. Zhang Yuli shook his head and continued to speculate, and after so many years in the past, the cost can be further reduced by a hair using the current manufacturing process. Eagle Sauce produced a total of 21 B-2 bombers, and R&D funding is up to tens of billions of dollars. The average cost per aircraft is not high, if the scale of mass production will be significantly reduced. Coupled with the development of modern technology, previously expensive materials will now become much cheaper, and the cost of construction can be further reduced. Despite this, Zhang Lixing still looked embarrassed. I'm afraid we'll need $800 or $900 million to build one no matter how frugal we are. It would be hard to afford that look as well. $800 million? That's a whole 5 billion yuan. That's still because Mystique has access to the full set of information, and they simply only have to cover the cost of building a single machine. You know, the J-20 program's estimated cost of a single aircraft is only 600 to 700 million yuan or less than 100 million US dollars. 6 billion yuan is enough to buy 2 squadrons of crews. Zhang Lixing's face was a bit grim. We're still short of money. Even if we do have this technology, we can only quench our thirst. This astronomical amount is something that Dacia can't afford at the moment in any way. Not to mention the J-20 program. The current Vagara is still in dock waiting to be converted into an aircraft carrier. And Project 072, Cargo 20, is still in full swing. Even the Type 051 has many ships that have not yet been decommissioned. The service life is running towards 30 years. The development of new destroyers is also imminent. Which of these major projects can wait? Which of these major projects can wait? Which one is not more urgent than the bomber? Zhang Yuli sighed helplessly. Hey, I know everything you said. A B-2 bomber that costs $800 million apiece. No matter what, has to build more than 10 of them in order to maximize its combat power, which is a whole $8 billion. How much is the total military expenditure of DCA this year? It's just over 400 billion yuan, or less than 70 billion US dollars. That's more than 0.1% to build bombers. The general service side couldn't come up with that kind of money with everything they had. Even if Mystic did send them the technology for the B-2 bomber, I'm afraid they might not be able to start building it right away. Instead, it was kept as a technology reserve, waiting for the right technology to fuse these technologies into a new generation of strategic stealth bombers for Dacia in the future. Either that, or one can only hope that they made a fortune out of the sky. One sentence can be very graphic in interpreting their inner feelings. I just hate the lack of financial resources. 2 days later, Eagle Sauce, inside LLNL National Laboratory. Time slowly came to Friday, and there were still 2 days before Jose's next replication count. In these days and days, Luz found a flashy spot. He talked to this Professor Michael Hassan even more than their own swing. 9 o'clock in the morning to go to the laboratory to punch the clock to work, and then go directly home to rest to go. As for the research and development project is a long time in the creation of the folder state. If he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, Luz would have wondered if he was on an empty salary at the LLNL lab. Of course, he and Lucy as students that naturally followed their mentor's lead. Anyway, as a graduate student internship is not even a few dollars of salary, still try what? The two have always been adhering to the ability to be late, absolutely not early. Can leave work early, absolutely not overtime. At this point, the two were sitting happily in their chairs, slowly enjoying the complimentary refreshments. Lucy swallowed an egg tart in one bite and remembered something. Luz, the Defense Department's latest batch of weaponry has been pulled back for overhaul and upgrade. Luz put down the latte in his hand, his gaze revealing surprise. So soon? Doesn't that mean he'll be able to make a copy of the equipment right away? Begging for catch-up reading and favorites. Chapter 22, Top-notch technology is all over the place. I just hate that the number of replications is not enough. Requesting a catch-up read. I really didn't expect it to be this fast. The timing of this weaponry's arrival at the lab was somewhat out of Lu's expectations. Originally, he was prepared to wait until next Monday after the number of replicas had been increased once more, and take this opportunity to directly replicate 2 high-tech items. Yes, the gear arrived this morning. Lucy nodded, and her mouth didn't stop to move on to the next blueberry cupcake. Looked at the Lu's eyelids jumped straight. Fortunately, every time to invite Lucy is to go to eat the laboratory-free cafeteria, or else his point of public student subsidies I'm afraid to suffer. Lucy finished the last snack in her hand in one bite and gently wiped the corners of her mouth like a lady. The Ministry of Defense pulls in a batch of weaponry every once in a while, and this issue just happens to be today. Although LLNL is not a logistics base, as a national laboratory their scientific strength is still the best in the entire Eagle Sauce, and is also the main developer of defense technology. Therefore, the Ministry of Defense regularly pulls over a batch of weapons and equipment for overhaul, upgrading and other processes, or conducts tests and experiments to amend the subsequent improvement program. Then I've come to the right place. Luce inwardly rejoiced at his words. He really hadn't come to the wrong place. If a batch of weaponry would be pulled in on a regular basis, then he would have a lot more chances to replicate it afterward. Controlling the emotions on his face, he inquired with an expressionless face, "So when do we go over there?" "Let's go over there this afternoon and set a time." Before Lucy's words were out of her mouth, Luz decisively snatched the answer. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two men smiled at each other. 2 o'clock in the afternoon is exactly when the LLNL labs go to work, and it also happens to be Friday. There was no way in this life that either of them could come to the lab a second early, and overtime was out of the question in this life. In the late afternoon, the blazing sun hangs high in the sky. Luce arrived outside the main entrance of the lab on time. This is too sunny, isn't it? How come it's hotter than the south of Dacia? It was barely May, and he felt like his whole body was going to dry out from standing outside for a few minutes. Although the latitude and longitude of California is probably the southern provinces of Dacia, but Luce always feel that the Eagle Sauce here seems to be more sunshine. Body temperature is higher. Lucy walked over at this time, handing over a bottle of iced cola. It's normal. The vast majority of your Dacia side has UV radiation levels of 400 or less, and a few of the southernmost provinces are probably around 800. The weather here in California is over 2000 UV radiation, and in the Kings Bay area it can get up to 3000 UV radiation at its hottest. And you in Dacia can only have over 2000 UV radiation in the highlands at 5 or 6000 meters above sea level. What's more, the Dacia side is basically a cloudy climate, while here in Eagle Jam it's almost all cloudless and sunny. It's a wonder that this can be done without a tan. Even Lucy herself had to wear a hat and sunscreen when she went out. Luce took the iced Coke and drank it in one go. I see. I said, why is it so hot? He really did not pay attention to this problem. No wonder the Eagle Sauce people locals as soon as the approaching summer very much like to do sunscreen, otherwise simply do not dare to go out. It turned out to be the ultraviolet sunlight here is really too toxic. If you do not do sunscreen means to stay outdoors for a few minutes can be your whole person tanning a degree. As for those who say what like the sun is pure nonsense, who dares not do sunscreen measures here on the sun? Fear is not a minute to get skin cancer. Lucy led Luce quickly ahead. I'll take you to the maintenance management center. The weapons and equipment are all temporarily stored over there. She really didn't want to spend too much time outdoors in this damn weather. The entire LLNL main laboratory was divided into several areas, and the dozens of buildings at the forefront of the main entrance were basically offices attributed to managing the personnel of the various sub-research departments below or individual R&D project teams. Below are some of the main research and experimental sites or scientific research equipment. As for the maintenance center is at the end of the entire laboratory area. Belonging to the most desolate location occupies more than thousands of acres of area. There were 2 rounds of information encryption verification along the way, mainly to prevent strangers from the town from coming over here. But that was no difficulty for Lucy, who swiped her card straight through. It took 20 minutes for the two to finally walk to their destination. The entire maintenance center was quiet at the moment. Even though it was already time to go to work, there wasn't even a single person. This is just the weapons and equipment storage area. The real overhaul and experimental upgrade area is in another place. Lucy laughed softly, as if she could see his confusion. Right now, the entire plant is densely arranged with a variety of items. Up to the aircraft artillery, down to the ordinary guns are placed in order. Luce are a bit dazzled. Do not know which eyes to look at the top. M1A2 SAP main battle tank. F-16s. The M142 self-propelled gun. Not only these, the entire plant almost includes all aspects of the Navy, Army and Air Force equipment, and even many civilian technology items are also placed here. The military equipment includes a line of bombers, including the B-1B and B-52, or the F-15E and F-117, and even the F-20, a fighter jet that was aborted halfway through its life. Even old friend F-22 fighter jets were stored in an unusually conspicuous location, quietly awaiting a new round of overhaul and experimental work. Which one to choose? Anyway, Liu Zhe walked around seemingly to savor each piece of equipment. He could only make one copy. After all, he had to choose carefully. There is a quote that equally captures his mood. "I just hate not having enough copies." He couldn't wait to just pack up all the goodies in here, and it looked to him like no one wanted all this tech sitting here anyway. "This is my pickup." After a while, looking at Liu Zhe still spinning in circles. "Which high-tech weaponry do you want access to?" Lucy seemed to be worried that Luz didn't quite understand and added, "There are some pieces of equipment that you can't be allowed to go in and take a closer look at, and there are some that you can, like the F-22 and other internal avionics. Fire control systems are relatively secret. Even she does not have the authority to open the cockpit to go in and take a closer look, only able to touch it on the outside. And there were some that were not as strict, even if Luz wanted to go in and start the engine. Only." Liu Zhe shook his head. "I haven't decided yet." "Lucy, didn't you say there was a B-2 bomber? How come I never found it?" The entire plant was almost spared by him with that unique shape of the B-2 bomber. There was no question that he hadn't noticed. The first choice for the high-tech item he wanted to replicate this time was that B-2 ghost bomber. Lucy walked up next to him and said with a slight apology, "Sorry Luz, that B-2 bomber seems to be off on an urgent mission. I only got the news at noon as well, that this overhaul and upgrade mission has been cancelled and postponed until after the mission is completed." "It's fine. I'm already satisfied to be here." Liu Zhe smiled, though a little disappointed inside. After all, his pants are down and you're telling me the B-2 bombers aren't coming? But Lucy had been righteous enough to bring him to the maintenance center. So what was there to blame? Just choose another high-tech item to replicate this time. It's not like there won't be a chance to replicate the B-2 bomber in the future. How about replicating that F-22 this time? Or the B-2 bomber's flat replacement? That B-1B bomber? Liu Zhe looked around and didn't find anything particularly valuable. Just in time. Suddenly, Liu Zhe noticed a huge object in the distance that caught his eye. "This one. It seems just fine." Chapter 23, Replicating Technology Successfully, Dasha's cash cow arrives, requesting for catch-up reading. Following Liu Zhe's line of sight, Lucy's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "I didn't realize that you would be interested in this tech." She had thought that Liu Zhe would be more into tanks, warplanes and the like, or failing that, she should be into some kind of weaponry like cannons, bombers and whatnot. After all, how many men don't like the feeling of punching into the flesh? As it turned out, Lucy hadn't expected it and had chosen the one option she hadn't guessed at in any way. Liu Zhe looked at the distance full of surprise and unconsciously stepped towards it. "How come the lab's maintenance center still has this? Isn't that a Boeing 777? How did a commercial airplane end up here at LLNL Labs too?" Previously, this behemoth had been parked on the runway outside the plant, which was why Liu Zhe had never noticed it. Lucy followed beside him, cocking her head in careful thought for a moment. "It looks like it was hauled over from Boeing for our lab to help with a round of validation tests. Now Boeing's development of the 787 model progress is very poor. Many key designs are designed by the SAN side of the design and development. Not only the high cost and slow progress of this problem, and even had several major accidents. That's why Boeing is planning to upgrade the 777 model only once for the future." "Are you interested in this 777? "Yes, I think these big airplanes are fun too." Luz nodded solemnly. He thought carefully for a while. The technology level of this kind of big civil aviation airplane shouldn't be much lower than that of the F-22 fighter jet. After all, it is actually no less difficult to develop and manufacture than many strategic weapons. And in some ways it can even be argued that civil airplanes are a bit more difficult. There are 3 countries in the world that can build a 5th-generation aircraft, but there are only 2 civil aviation commercial aircraft giants in the world. That is, Airbus and Boeing. And even Airbus is a consortium of giant European airlines. Even if Dacia will be able to build a strategic transport aircraft in a few years. But the domestic aircraft has been waiting for more than a decade before the initial research and development and the first flight. And want to be compared with the Airbus and Boeing still need a long way to go. This is mainly because the military transport aircraft do not need to consider any economic effects, and do not need to worry about the headache of whether the flight is earned or lost. And the civil airliners, but every bit of it needs to be finely tuned and there needs to be some profit margin to make it work. That, in turn, determines how technical it is. Not only is this technology not of a low-tech grade, even if it's given to Dacia's side, it can still be of great use. Liu Zhe secretly chanted in his heart. After all, the Boeing 777 is considered to be the most advanced and economically practical of all civilian airliners. Daxia will not only be able to gain a lot of experience from it, but will also speed up the development of domestic strategic transportation aircraft. Most crucially, Daxia can also reap a large amount of revenue from civil airliners. Simply two birds with one stone win hemp. The two men slowly walked over to this Boeing 777. In front of this industrial monster with a length of more than 73 meters, a wingspan of 65 meters, and a height of more than 18 meters, Lu Zhe, who was 5'8" tall, was like an ant. Lucy pulled out a bottle of milk from somewhere and drank it. Luz, do you want to go in and take a look? But that's a regular airliner. The difference then is that this 777 is the 300ER version with the extended fuselage and fuel tanks. Lu Zhe refused. There's no need for that. I'll just get up close and personal outside. What is there to see in this kind of civil aviation airliner? Inside are just 1,000 kinds of seats. Even the first class is just a small private room. And it's not like I haven't experienced this feeling when I was on the airplane before. Besides, he didn't come here to admire the 777 this time. 5, 4, 3. Placing his hand gently beside the wing, Lu Zhe silently counted 5 numbers in his mind. Instantly, a curtain of light suddenly appeared over the eyeballs that was visible only to him. Current technology item, Boeing 777-300ER. Value of achievement points, 8,500. Please choose whether to copy or not. Yes. The corner of Lu Zhe's mouth lifted into a smile as he looked towards this Boeing 777 airplane. I didn't realize that there were 8,500 achievement points. And that alone was worth duplicating for him. What's more, it will also bring great benefits to Daxia. So what's the need to hesitate? Mastering the manufacturing technology of the Boeing 777 civil aviation airplane, Daxia is equivalent to mastering a cash cow. You know, an Airbus alone has thousands of orders per year. How much profit does each one bring in? Airbus plus Boeing's annual revenue alone exceeds more than $100 billion. A figure far more terrifying than even Daxia Tobacco. The point is that their most profitable business is not selling airplanes, but providing aftermarket maintenance services. An airliner requires $1 million or $2 a year in maintenance costs and all sorts of miscellaneous money that can rake in a steady stream of money from the major airlines. Why is much of the manufacturing industry in Daxia unprofitable? That's because the ones engaged in are low-end processing. And the money you make producing 100 million screws isn't as high as the cost of repairing someone's big airplane once. Current technology item Boeing 777-300ER. Replicated successfully. Reward, 8,500 achievement points. Boeing 777-300ER entity has been stored in the item bar. Boeing 777 series model technical design and manufacturing drawings. The replication was successful, and there was no further need to stay here. Luz waved to Lucy. It's too hot, let's go back and come back another time. Okay, it just so happens it's almost 4 o'clock too. Lucy lifted her watch and glanced at it. I let you down this time. I'll call out to you the next time a B-2 bomber comes through. She thought Luz had taken a hasty look at the B-2 bomber because he hadn't seen it and was bored. It's fine. I just have some heat stroke and want to go back and rest. Lu Zhe waved his hand and said immediately after. Let's come over again next week. I still want to see the others. This maintenance center is a treasure trove of all kinds of high-tech weaponry. Next week, if he still didn't come across any very valuable replication targets, he would decisively come over here and replicate once. Come on, it's my turn to buy you dinner this time. Lucy muttered somewhat in a small voice. Lu Zhe, I don't really want to eat in the cafeteria today. Even though the meals in the cafeteria were free, they couldn't be eaten all the time, could they? She was tired of eating it, causing her appetite to be a bit bad lately. Don't worry. This time we'll have a big meal and go to that Italian restaurant in town. Lu Zhe finished speaking and walked straight out of the maintenance center. This time he's in a good mood to splurge on a big meal. Lucy's eyes blossomed at once and she followed right behind his ass. Wait for me. She's got an appetite if you say eat this. Catch up reading and favorites requested. Chapter 24, you call that common technology? What exactly is the identity of the mystery man in Eagle Jam? Just after 7 in the evening, after eating the big meal, Lu Zhe trembled back inside his dormitory. It's a good thing Lucy let me off the hook this time and didn't use her full strength, or there wouldn't have been enough money to pay for it. He had a new perception of how much Lucy ate. One person ate the normal portion of 3 people and she was still only 70% full? I'm afraid if her family wasn't rich enough, they wouldn't be able to afford her, would they? Sitting quietly in his chair for a while to slow down, Lu Zhe took a look at the system panel displayed on the video screen. Achievement points, 8,500 points. System space item column, F-22 5th generation heavy air superiority fighter. Boeing 777-300ER civilian airliner. Reproduction time 0, refreshed once a week on Mondays. Looking at these weapons and equipment in the system space item bar, Lu Zhe stroked his chin. Another Boeing 777. Why don't we just sell it at a low price to the Dacia side when I return home? I secretly manifested it without God knowing. There's no way anyone could have noticed. At the rate he was copying one high-tech item a week, he'd be able to copy close to 10 items by the end of the semester back home. It wasn't a good idea to always keep it in the system space, and as long as his identity was concealed, he felt it would be good to hand it over to the Dacia side. Just how to explain is a big problem. Boeing 777. This kind of civil airliner is okay. F-22 fighter jet suddenly appeared in the territory of Dacia has been some challenge to the bottom line of intelligence. After that he'll have to duplicate a destroyer or even an aircraft carrier. How should he hand it over? In which harbor? Luze simply didn't want the solution directly. Why do I need to explain? It's not like Dacia doesn't want it anyway. Even if it falls from the sky, can Dacia still say that it refuses to accept it? Where the hell did it come from? And when the time comes, it's still not what he himself says the source is, and that's what it is. For now it's better to contact the Summer Academy side. Yenjing Summer Academy of Sciences. 8 o'clock in the morning. At the moment the sun shines gently on the earth, warming one's body. Suddenly, an email disturbed this quiet and peaceful scene. It's a brand new email, sent 5 minutes ago. This duty officer reported. Zhang Yuli nodded. I know. Go and take a rest first. He sat down in his chair and quickly repeated all the previous means of verification. Next to him, Zhang Lixing stared with a gleam in his eye. Old Zhang, could it be that the technology has gotten its hands on it? Zhang Yuli shook his head, his eyes filled with seriousness. It's not clear yet. Let's read the contents of the email first. Moment. The email popped up as the two men watched. Sorry, we didn't get the B-2 bomber technology this time and we'll need to wait for the next opportunity. Sure enough it failed. This technology really isn't that easy to obtain. Zhang Lixing sighed, not feeling surprised. That's the world's top strategic stealth bomber. It can be said to be the top secret of the Eagle sauce. How can it be so easy to get its technology? Failure is the norm. Success is the miracle. Zhang Yuli naturally knew this reasoning well, and after thinking for a moment, he replied by sending an email. Your personal safety is of the utmost importance, and we will also pay you a certain amount of remuneration for failing this mission, settling it at the same time as the last one. Even he was a bit thankful that it was only a mission failure and not a casualty situation of this mysterious man caused by forcibly acquiring the technology of the B-2 bomber in order to achieve his goal. It's still the same line. The Mysterons are far more important to Dacia than even the B-2 bomber technology. Zhang Lixing said in relief next to him. After all, we can't afford to use this B-2 bomber right now, so it's okay to wait a bit. Even if the technology exists, there's no money to build it. Zhang Yuli cursed with a soundless laugh. You give me peace of mind, old man Zhang. I'm not so upset over this. He hadn't had high hopes for this, so he was even less disappointed now. Besides, the horrible cost of the B-2 bomber is something that Dacia can't really afford to use right now. Otherwise Eagle Jam wouldn't have built only 21 B-2 bombers and then not dared to build anymore. That's hundreds of billions of dollars a year in military spending Eagle Jam can't afford to keep, let alone today's Dacia. An hour of flight wear and tear maintenance costs need to spend 1 million yuan. The Air Force cannot afford to support this food eater's Didn't wait for the two to talk too much. Soon, the email from the mystery man was sent again. We missed out this time, and only got the more common technology. Are you guys interested? Zheng Lixing looked at the line and frowned. Ordinary technology. What kind of technology would that be? M109 self-propelled guns? M60 main station tanks? Or some large-caliber weapon of destruction? Zhang Yuli pondered for a while. It's hard to say. I think it might be a bit better technology. These technologies were truly ordinary, but they didn't fit in with the Mystic's previous style of operation. He guessed that the technology should at the very least be in the class of M1A1 main battle tanks and UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters. We are very interested. Zhang Yuli continued to type a reply. He didn't know what the technology was, but he had a vague feeling it would be a big surprise. It didn't seem to keep them waiting long. A brand new email was received in the back end of the CASA mailbox. Technical design drawings for the Boeing Civil Airliner 777 series, and the content of the attachments inside, the same as last time, are densely packed a compressed package, adding up the file size of more than dozens of TB above the capacity of the same Boeing 777-200 base model comprehensive design drawings. General GE 90-115B engine designs in detail, design of auxiliary power units and flight control systems, analysis of composite and new titanium alloy material technology synthesis. Gaze at the email in front of you. The eyes of the two men were almost glazed over, and their adrenaline began to surge, causing their entire faces to turn red and their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Zhang Lixing felt his brain buzzing. Hiss. A full set of technology for the Boeing 777 series models? You call that common technology? Ha! It seems that I still underestimated the capabilities of this mysterious person. Zhang Yuri took a deep breath and slowly calmed his agitated feelings. This is the absolute king of Boeing 777 civil airplanes. If this can be called any ordinary technology, then what is the technology they mentioned earlier? Wouldn't it be nothing more than junk technology in the eyes of the mysterious man? Zhang Lixing muttered. What exactly is his status in Eagle Sauce that he can even get his hands on this kind of technology? This is the lifeblood of Boeing and even Eagle Sauce. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year. It wouldn't even be much easier in terms of difficulty of acquisition than the technology for the F-22 fighter. It's not the technology of a single component, but the entire Boeing 777 family, up and down the line. Trying to get this technology requires not only the full cooperation of Boeing executives, but even the involvement of many engineers for you to get such detailed technical information. What kind of identity does the mystic have that he can go to such outrageous lengths? Now even if he said that he could fly, Zheng Lixing would consider if it was true anymore. Begging for catch-up reading and favorites. Those who have recommendation and monthly votes can throw them in. The numbers are so bad. Thanks. Chapter 25, Technical Reward of $1 billion, Payment Method of your choice. Begs for catch-up reading. While the two remained in a state of stagnation, the mystic's side continued to send an email to CAS. May I ask, what do you think of this technique? Are you guys satisfied? Very good. We are very happy with this technique. Zhang Yuli did not bring any hesitation at all and directly typed in this sentence. This is a full set of technical design drawings for the Boeing 777 model. Can they not be satisfied? Its significance is so great. Even for the current development of domestic strategic transport aircraft 072 project also has a huge help. Can avoid going to the wrong path of research and development. As for the domestic aircraft COMAC 919 project, that is to save a few years of hard research and development experience. Not to mention how much money can be saved. Alone this few years is precious. That is thousands of elite scientific researchers a few years of youth. Which is with how much money also absolutely cannot buy. This copy of Boeing 777 civil airplane technology came at just the right time. Zhang Yuli couldn't hide the smile on the corner of his mouth. This mysterious man is truly our timely reign Song Jiang. When they were discussing the B-2 bomber earlier, hadn't they been worried that even with this technology in hand, Daxia couldn't possibly afford to use it? And doesn't this Boeing 777 technology sent by the mystery man now solve that very problem? Although, the manufacture of large aircraft is not a matter of days and months. A short period of time for the time being there is no way to make Daxia's financial wealth. But the field of civil aviation airliners is a steady stream of pot of gold. More to the point, they just happened to be primed for the COMAC 919 program for domestic jumbo jets only last year. And it's not too late for all of this. The field of civil airliners is a market with vast prospects. As long as we, Daxia, can gain a firm foothold in this market. Zhang Lixing's eyes were all blazing. Then the money for building strategic bombers. Won't it be in hand? That's a huge market with hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue per year. And that's not counting the aircraft maintenance and repair sector that also generates tens of billions of dollars per year. What's more, nowadays, the demand for domestic aviation logistics and air passenger transportation in Daxia is climbing or even doubling every year. And even if it is just to meet the demand for civil aviation in the country, it is a huge fortune. As soon as they develop a domestic airplane with the technology of the Boeing 777, won't they have the money to build strategic stealth bombers like the B-2? Can only build 10 B-2 bombers? They straight up build 10 every year. Only. Old Zhang Lixing thought of something and spoke with a frown on his brow. This patent aspect, will there be any impact? He knows a lot about military equipment like fighter jets. And military equipment basically doesn't take into account any patent privileges. And even imitating other countries' military weapons is commonplace. It's not like you're going to take it out and sell it anyway. So what are you going to do if you sue me for copyright infringement? The truth is only within the range of a cannon. But this won't work in the civilian market. After all, even military weapons need to consider certain copyright issues in foreign trade. But even if you sue for copyright infringement, it'll go away. If the commercial airplanes infringe on Boeing's copyrights, I am afraid that they will be restricted in the global market and lose a large part of their customer base. This is an issue that has to be thought through well in advance. That's an okay problem to have. Zhang Yuli held down his glasses and said with a serious face, there is always a homogeneity of technology, and the patent issue is only a difference in the segmentation. Airbus and Boeing, the two giants of commercial civil aviation, have long created a vast moat through layers of patent walls and crossholding of various patents. Daxia wants to enter the field of civil aviation certainly cannot follow the above technology one-on-one copy out, but the technology is always similar, to avoid infringing on patents in many ways. As long as there are no problems with the core technical construction, Other modifications can bypass the patent wall. In that case too. Zhang Lixing nodded. I remember the Daxia Commercial Flight seems to be signing a cooperation agreement with the CFM side. Is it going to be? I'll report back to the highest level later and just cancel this contract. Zhang Yuli said without hesitation. Daxia Commercial Aviation previously chose to work with CFM, selecting engines and control units from their company as the overall integrated propulsion system for the Comac 919 program. After all, if the self-developed motives really have to wait too long, the C919 really cannot wait that long. Just as the J20 chose the old Maoist AL31 turbofan engine, right now is completely helpless. And who would want to keep using someone else's engine now that there is an opportunity to use a domestically produced engine? And who knows if there will be any restrictions in the future? Zhang Lixing stared for a moment. That's good. Even if you don't change the engine now, you certainly will later. Daxia was never willing to put his eggs in the same basket because it was easy for the chicken to fly away. Just as the two men were whispering and talking about all sorts of things about the field of civil aviation, a sharp beep sounded, and the mysterious person over there finally replied to the email. Don't you guys need to verify that the technique is correct? I can wait a few more days for you guys. No need. We trust you. Zhang Yuli replied. Both he and Daxia had absolute trust in the mystic. If the last F-22 was the real thing, then we have to believe that this Boeing 777 technology cannot be faked, which is the basis of cooperation between the two sides. After all, it wasn't some kind of deal between them, it was Daxia that had a request for this mysterious man, not him having a request for Daxia. That F-22 fighter jet technical design alone is not something you can buy with money. Lu Zhe, over there, didn't seem to be surprised by this reaction from Daxia. Without much thought, an email was quickly sent over again. Since we are satisfied with the technology, we can next discuss the technical remuneration for these two times. How much does CASA think these two technologies are worth? May I ask how much remuneration you require? No matter what form of remuneration is required, as long as it's within our capabilities it will be unconditionally cooperative. Zhang Yuli continued to reply. How much remuneration is required for these two techniques? This issue had been discussed long before, both from above and from him and Zhang Lixing, and the intention was to let the mysterious man himself come up with how much money he needed. After all, Daxia was never afraid of him asking for too much, but on the contrary was afraid that he would ask for too little, and then feel that it was unfair. That would be bad. The loss of this mysterious man is something they can't get back by paying more money. The payoffs for the two technologies combined give us a total of $1 billion in payoffs. The $1 billion reward will arrive today, and Daxia will pay using whatever payment method you specify. Zhang Yuli looked at this huge amount and agreed decisively without batting an eye. $1 billion? That's not expensive at all. Even the two of them felt that they were both cheap a little too much. This price is as much as Daxia can buy. Okay. Begging to be followed and collected. Chapter 26. It's useless for me to ask for money. I want you to build 1,000 schools. Requesting for readings. Null. Chapter 27. This mysterious man is from a secret organization? Requesting for follow-up reading. These schools are his way of giving back to his hometown. As to whether he would be guessed by that side to be from the Northwest Province because of the designation to build a school there? Lu Zhe did not take it to heart. It would be a hell of a thing to guess. The entire Northwest Province has a population of tens of millions. And the number of overseas Chinese of Chinese descent is countless. And who would be foolish enough to suspect that he could get this level of technology from a public master's student who had just left the country less than a year ago? On the contrary, it could also lead them in the wrong direction, which was one of the purposes that Lu Zhe had achieved incidentally. Now that 1,000 schools have been built, it should be a great relief to the immediate needs. Lu Zhe sighed with some sentimental helplessness. The educational environment over there in the old home is still too barren. The hometown is not only the Northwest Province where Daxia's development is more backward, but even within the province it is a typical poor county. When he was in primary and junior high school in the 90s, there were only a few schools in the whole town, and Lu Zhe had been staying in the town's schools since junior high school, and he could only go home once every half a month. One of the reasons for this is because there are so few schools, and there is not even a single elementary school in several nearby villages. In elementary school, because accommodation is not accepted, they have to brave the cold and the heat and trek for an hour or two to go to school in order to study. With these 1,000 schools, this should be greatly alleviated. He thought of a second question. As for the faculty issue, if you're talking about faculty, the summer academy side should be there to take care of it, right? Since Daxia had promised to build 1,000 schools, it was absolutely impossible to just build them without arranging for teachers. And this was not in line with Daxia's usual style. The development of my hometown now should be much better than when I was there. The last time I went back, I saw that the village had built roads. Lu Zhe's eyes flashed back to all kinds of memories. He hadn't been home for most of the year in a flash, and hadn't even talked to his family on the phone in the last 2 or 3 months. The last time I was in touch, I remember it was at the end of January when the Chinese New Year was over. After all, nowadays people study abroad in Eagle Jam, and not like before the university as occasionally can take advantage of the new year to go back to visit. Even the summer vacation, if you cannot find a suitable part-time job, can go back to their hometown to stay for a month or two, and usually the family will often call to get in touch. And here in Eagle Jam, an international call from within Daxia can cost $1 a second, which is ridiculously expensive. So the family tries to be spaced out for quite a while before they call him and have to pinch pennies to count the money to hang up. Lu Zhe took a deep breath. It's time to go back home while we're on summer vacation. Otherwise the family dog, he's going to not remember me. Daxia, as an official student, usually only pays for his round-trip airfare, and if he wants to go back to his home country during the study period, he needs to bear the airfare by himself. It was good that he had saved a lot of money on weekdays, and it was still no problem for him to take advantage of the summer vacation to go back to his country. After he joined LLNL Labs, although what had been a 2 or 3 month summer vacation was now drastically reduced to about 2 weeks of vacation, it was barely enough. Looked at the system information on the screen. Achievement points, 8,500 points. How many times do I have to draw prizes? Looking at the less than 10,000 achievement points, Lu Zhe frowned in thought. Never mind. Wait until the copy counts are refreshed again on Monday. By that time, he would have over 10,000 achievement points, and he could directly conduct a blue lottery with 10,000 achievement points. After all, the blue raffle has a chance of getting a purple item, or even a very small chance of getting gold. Then I'm afraid the white lottery is a very small chance of getting purple. He doesn't think he has that good dog luck every time. When I'm done replicating next week, I'll just smoke all the achievement points. At this time, inside the Daxia Academy of Sciences, looking at the screen, this email, 2 people delayed to reply. Still stagnant to empty the brain. After a couple of minutes, it was only then that Zhang Yuli woke up as if from a dream, wondering if he had misread something. All of his $1 billion reward was used to build schools for the Northwest Province? What's this about? Until now, he was still 100% shocked by this decision of the mysterious man. That's 7 billion yuan, and they're all going to build a school? What kind of ambition is that? Last year, the Northwest Province of Daxia's annual revenue was only more than $20 billion. The total amount of education funding only added up to more than $3 billion at the beginning of it. This $7 billion is equivalent to 1/3 of the revenue of the Northwest Province and twice the amount of education funding. Why Northwest Province, and not other places or the whole of Daxia? Zhang Lixing looked at Zhang Yuli and issued a question. Could it be that this mysterious person is from the Northwest Province? If that's where he's from, in the Northwest Province, then only then could he have made that decision. Otherwise it wouldn't even pass logically. Old Zhang, do we need to go and investigate in detail? Hearing this, Zhang Yuli waved his hand decisively. There's no need to investigate anything. There are so many people in the entire Northwest Province. How are you going to investigate? Besides, does it hurt us to know what part of the world he's from? The mystery man used the $1 billion to build a school in Daxia. So what harm could it do to Daxia? There is simply no need to go through the trouble of investigating it. Besides, we can't investigate everything, can we? What if we do find something out? Why would you do something like that doesn't even have any semblance of merit? It's me who was mesmerized and walked into a thinking dead end. Zhang Lixing slapped his forehead with a chagrined look. No matter where the person his identity is, as long as you understand that he is favorable to our Daxia, that's enough. For Zhang Lixing, an old man immersed in scientific research for decades, his kind of scientific research problem of getting to the bottom of the matter and studying everything to understand remains unchanged until now, which is why he was reluctant to serve as the president of the Academy of Sciences of the summer before. Doing research requires investigation to understand every point, but politics that can be learning to play dumb. Zhang Yuli's eyes transmitted a shining acumen, and there is an even more crucial one that we need to investigate instead. What's the key question? Did you notice that just now? This mysterious person kept saying we. Zhang Yuli stared at the contents of the email on the screen and heavily pronounced these 2 words. We? That doesn't make it so. Before Zhang Lixing could voice out his speculation, Zhang Yuli decisively concluded. There is definitely more than one of this mysterious person, and they might even be an organization. That's why it's always referred to as the word we. A person and an organization. That's a whole different class of concept. To be able to acquire similar top-notch technology like the F-22 from Eagle Sauce as if it were nothing is by no means something that a single individual can do. Hiss. Zhang Lixing sucked in a mouthful of cold air. In that case, the person who contacted us just now may not even be a Daxia person. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that was the case. The The people who really want to build 1,000 schools in the Northwest Province may have been hiding behind the curtain without contacting them. New book period begs for catch-up reading in favorites. New book begging for monthly recommendations. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Summoning Daxia Commercial Aviation, Developing a 100% Domestic C919 Jumbo Jet, Requesting for Catch-Up Reading. All sorts of thoughts quickly swirled around the two men's brains as one thought bubbled up. He's an organization. That's right. You guessed right. Old Zhang. Zhang Lixing clenched his fists. His face reddened with excitement. No wonder this mysterious person can get this kind of technology. He is simply not a person single-handedly acquiring it in eagle sauce, but an entire organization. Mystic never said he was merely a man. Instead, he didn't even shy away from the fact that he could easily obtain top-secret technology from Eagle Jam. All these signs already indicated that behind this mysterious person was a very strict organization. Zhang Yuli nodded and continued along the line of thought. During these conversations, the mysterious person sometimes said I and sometimes we. This proves that it's likely that the people we talked to at XAS have been changing. Zhang Lixing's eyes lit up and he immediately agreed. That's right, that should be it. For this kind of self-proclaimed name, the general situation rarely changes. While the last time the name was still I and this time, after getting the technology, the name changed to we. It looks like the person who contacted us last time is clearly the higher rank. Zhang Lixing began to make inferences based on the clues. Inside this kind of organization, name calling is very important. To be able to call this organization by I shows that he has the ability to communicate with Daxia on behalf of the whole organization, while to call it by we shows that he is just following orders. As for the existence of this mysterious organization, the two did not have much doubt. Now that Daxia had only just joined the World Trade System a few years ago, how could it possibly know about the mysterious organization that Hawk Jam itself couldn't even find out about? What's more, it's not unbelievable that there is such an organization. And who knows how long this mysterious organization has been buried in Eagle Jam. They have plenty of bullies of all stripes within Eagle Jam. And many Chinese workers built and settled the railroads there a century or two ago. Even 100 years ago. Daxia was still in regular contact with organizations such as the Hongmen on Eagle Sauce's side, and even Eagle Sauce's loving father, Lo Seifu, was a former legal advisor to this organization. At that time, they couldn't have been much less capable than this mysterious organization now. Just in time, suddenly, Lu Shixue, who was outside the door, walked in and inquired with some curiosity. Dean, the mysterious person just came with a letter? He had been resting for the past few days. And the reason was that he had been on day and night duty for some time, which had led to some nerve weakness lately. Although he was a bit younger than Dean Zhang and the others, he was now almost 50 years old, and he just couldn't take it physically. Right. Zhang Lixing looked at his sleepy look and poured a cup of tea from the side. Little Lu, you just woke up? Have a sip of water first. Good. Thanks, Elder Zhang. Lu Zhixue took a sip of water to moisturize his dry and cracked lips. Immediately, he couldn't wait to ask. Dean, Elder Zhang, what kind of technology did the mysterious man give us at the Summer Academy of Sciences this time? Is it the B-2 bomber? The reason he had gotten up in such a hurry without even taking a sip of water was that he wanted to know what the answer was. After all, you should never underestimate the curiosity of a researcher. And you can't reach such heights without that spirit of getting to the bottom of things. Zhang Yuli smiled and shook his head. No, this time it's not the B-2 bomber that's being given, but another technology. Another technology? Can I know what technology? It's a full set of technical design drawings for the Boeing 777 series. Zhang Yuli did not hide too much and decisively stated the answer. Chapter 29, Collaboration Cancelled. Lucy, this is not acceptable. Begging for a catch-up read. Null. Chapter 30, Nice Guy. Mastered by Lucy? Swinging is a skill. Learned young man. Lu Zhe glanced at Lucy. Why are you asking? Are you going to Daxia? Helplessly put down the coffee in his hand. He really can't stand the bitter flavor a little bit, feeling that his heavenly soul is filled with bitterness in general. Yes, I'm planning to take advantage of the summer vacation to make a trip to Daxia. Lucy's pretty face lifted slightly. Her eyes were expectant. She had been filled with intense curiosity about this place, Daxia, since she was a child. After all, he had always been told that he looked like a Daxia person, but he had never been to Daxia in his life. So how could this be justified? There's so much to see in Daxia, and we're only on vacation for 2 or 3 weeks in the summer. Lu Zhe continued to suggest, when the time comes, you have to do a good job of choosing important targets in advance, or else I'm afraid you can't finish strolling around a province. I will. Right. Lucy put on a light smile. I even learned a little Chinese before. See if I speak standard. You actually know Chinese? Her words were a bit of a surprise to Lu Zhe. How come I never heard her speak half a word of Chinese before? And I couldn't help but feel a strong interest welling up inside. Tell me about it and I'll listen to how you pronounce it. just when Lu Zhe thought that Lucy would be like the majority of crooked people, speaking in an awkward and twisted Chinese accent that could only pronounce the fourth sound. However, Raoji Shudo Mountain, shoveling Ri Tatu Temple, routing Raoji Katsura Island, Lucy instantly spat out a Chinese sentence with a strong accent, not only standard but even slightly authoritative in her tone. After saying that, he looked up at him. Lu Zhe, is my Chinese pronunciation standard? Standards? How did you get the nerve to ask that? It's not about standards at all. Who taught you this? It's the Chinese accent of the Sichuanshu region over there. How did you learn it over there as well? Lu Zhe frowned. How did Lucy learn all this? This was clearly the nightmare of every man in Sichuan. Even Lu Zhe shuddered a little when he heard these words. That's what the female daxia tourist I knew before said. And every time that wife said Raoji Shudao Mountain, the husband stood as if by magic. Lucy chanted. I think this must be some kind of magic. Does Luz have a magic spell that can summon a panda? I want to learn it. It was said that the couple was from Sichuan and Shu, the home of the panda, which was why Lucy had studied the phrases so intently. For example, Fat de Lauscher Shu Dao Shan, can immediately make the panda fixed in place? Good lord, the great name of the men of Sichuan and Sichuan has spread far and wide overseas by this time? Lu Zhe inwardly spat. I'm not from the Sichuanshu region. Lu Zhe shook his head. Next time I'll ask for you if there is a more magical spell. Yes. Lucy's eyes blossomed. Who wouldn't want to learn a magic spell that can summon a panda? Who could resist a panda? It's white. It's black. It's Asian. It's an animal. It's a vegetarian. And yet it's powerful. And it fits perfectly into the minority category as a national treasure. With this combination, who abroad dares to say they don't like it? Beware of getting rid of your human nationality. Chatted for a while and had a couple of snacks. Lucy lifted her watch and glanced at it. The time was already past 11 o'clock noon. Let's go. Luz, let's eat. This isn't good, is it? Luzerne was a little tongue-tied. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Lucy, she had this appetite he really couldn't afford to hire anymore. And then she would have to swallow all the money for the airfare back home for the summer. Don't worry, it's my turn to treat you this time. Lucy bared her teeth. A few moments later, it was still the same Italian restaurant that the two had eaten at last night. But of course the main reason was that there were only a few restaurants that came and went in this town. 2 spaghetti, 2 wet-aged beef, a margarita pizza. That's it for now. Lucy skillfully ordered some dishes. Lu Zhe, I ordered. What do you want to eat? What she had just ordered was only enough for herself. 1 portion of cooked beef is enough. And a glass of ice water. Lu Zhe, he had long been somewhat surprised. The portion was only half full for Lucy. Suddenly, he saw a large, brightly shining bald head inside the store, illuminating his surroundings like a light bulb. Professor Hassan, are you eating here as well? Lu Zhe walked forward and opened his mouth to inquire. The man was none other than the 2 men's instructor, Michael Hassan, who clocked out every morning at 9 a.m. On the dot. He had a pretty good feeling about Professor Hassan. Although he had no semblance of status within the lab for his mediocre abilities, he was nice to his 2 students. Lucy, Lu, it's you too? Professor Hassan pointed to the chair next to him. Then let's sit down and eat together. He wasn't too surprised. The whole town was just a little bit of people adding up to just a few dozen restaurants that happened to run into normal. This Italian restaurant wasn't exactly upscale, and they didn't say anything about etiquette or lack of etiquette when they ate together. After all, it's just a normal place to eat. Where are all the rules? The meal was quickly served. The 3 of them started eating in unison, except that the food on Lucy's plate apparently disappeared several times faster than the 2 Lus. Just in time, Michael Hassan took a sip of his ice water and looked up at Lu Zhe. Lu, I hear you seem to have been swinging for the fences at LLNL Labs lately? Professor Hassan, Lu Zhe was about to defend himself. I don't really think it's a bad thing that you're swinging for the fences. It's that you're going about it the wrong way. Chewing on the spaghetti in his mouth, Hassan continued vaguely. Do you know why the A.T.S. are more popular in eagle sauce? Because I'm from Daxia? That's just one of the reasons. The more fundamental reason is that you're all too pragmatic and competent. Hassan swallowed, a hopeless smile playing at the corners of his mouth, whereas the people of the 3 kingdoms never do. Rather than being in fear of pragmatism, he was more in fear of the unrelenting heart of Daxia. Forever thinking that you will have your day of ultimate rise to power is something that Eagle Jam and others are not willing to accept. On the contrary, the ones like San who only blow awesome and have half-baked officers can easily get the heavy lifting because everyone knows it's not possible. In this place, your perception of your identity is far more important than your own abilities. Professor Hassan didn't care if he understood. If you're going to swing for the fences, clocking into work and mucking about, that's nothing. Michael Hassan stood up and turned away, saying quietly, you have to make it clear to them that you don't have the level of competence to really earn trust. And then you can swing it fair and square and no one will think anything is out of the ordinary. In his opinion, Lu Zhe was completely using the wrong method. That's the art of swinging for the fences. Learn it, young man. Requesting favorites, catch-up reads, and monthly recommendations. End of chapter. Chapter 31 Technology Implementability. We're going to build a real super large civil aircraft. Null. Chapter 32, want to raise the price? No. Our partnership is over. Null. Chapter 33 Ridiculous. What makes you Dacia able to build a purely domestic airliner? Null. Chapter 34 Reproduction. This F-22 is also sassy and makes me con. Pedestrians were in a hurry, and even though it was only 8 o'clock sunshine, it seemed to burn unbearably in the California weather. LLNL Laboratory Employee Cafeteria. Because today was Monday, the number of people who came here for breakfast was more than half the usual number. And surprisingly rare, it seemed a bit crowded. Everyone's eyes inevitably looked in one direction, at the two people who were currently feasting on the food and the food piled up next to them. Facing Lucy and Lu Zhe, who had become the center of attention in the room, had long since become a bit of a surprise. I didn't realize there was Chinese food for breakfast today, and it seems to be half-finished pre-processed dishes, which is really. Lu Zhe wiped his mouth, and said with great interest, it's too damn tasty. If you put it in China, if you dare to serve this kind of semi-finished pre-processed, pre-prepared dishes, Chinese food, even the best-tempered diners can directly scold the cooks of 8 generations of ancestors to smoke. But you have to realize that this is eagle sauce, and Luz can only describe the dish with the phrase delicacy. Even the Lin and Hangang cuisine of Dacia, which is a culinary desert, in eagle sauce that is a descending blow. Luz, aren't you going to eat? Lucy was still immersed in dry rice mode. This dumpling is delicious. You can have more. You eat, I'm full. Luz had black lines all over his brain. If any other pre-made dish he found palatable, but this dumpling he could never accept. Can someone tell him why the dumplings made here in eagle sauce are filled with cream and strawberries? Is this something people can eat? Lu Ze's good heart cannot see this. These heretics hurry to give him all burned to death. 10 minutes or so later, after a few more empty plates had appeared on the table, Lucy took a few sips of juice and stood up to move her muscles. Lu Ze, are you free later? Free? What's up? Luz nodded. What a load of crap. When are the two of them? Professor Hassan's top 2 underlings. Not available? We do nothing but sleep and play. I'm planning on making a trip to the maintenance center this afternoon. Lucy stretched, showing off her surging curves. Why don't you come along and help me out? Later on, she was going over to the maintenance center to deliver some materials over there. And even though her personality was even more of a pendulum than Lu Ze's, this was something that Professor Hassan had asked for. And as a student she wouldn't mind helping out a little bit. However, these materials weighed 50 to 60 pounds combined, and she couldn't find a better candidate other than Lu Ze. Not that Lucy didn't know people, but she didn't get along with anyone else in the lab as well as she did with Luz. Going to the maintenance center? Lu Ze was instantly delighted inside, but his face remained as plain as water. Then I'll go with you later. He had just been thinking over breakfast about what excuse to use to get Lucy to take him over there. After all, now that a new batch of weapons and equipment had not been put into storage again, it was more or less impossible for him to still use the same reason as before. But it turned out that he did not expect Lucy to take the initiative to go to the maintenance center. I'll see you then. Lucy rushed outside the cafeteria at a brisk pace, not the least bit braced. Towards evening, LLNL Labs Weapons and Equipment Maintenance Center. It's still this large plant filled with all kinds of weaponry. It will take me half an hour to deliver the materials. Luz, you wait here for a while, Lucy said with a smile, heading towards the internal area in front of the maintenance center. That was the real core overhaul and upgrade area. The place at hand was more of a large storage warehouse for weapons and equipment. Good, Lu Ze echoed, eyeing Lucy's delicate figure as it gradually faded away. Looked around at the various technological items around them. Here's your chance. What should I choose to replicate this time? Luz muttered in a small voice. He had only one requirement, and that was that the higher the achievement point reward, the better, and deliberately pursuing the rarity of this item backfired. General weaponry technology is also not required. Inwardly he thought to himself, Dacia probably can't even digest it. Like the F-22 fighter jet in Boeing 777 technology that was copied before. After the technology was submitted to Dacia, the coordinators and deployers had to be busy for a while. Chapter 35, Probing the Mysterious Organization? Lucy, is this Dacia Kung Fu? Null. Chapter 36, Unsolicited Contact. With regards to the matter of the lottery, Lu Ze was serious, looking at Lucy in front of him, who was full of suspicion and curiosity. It seemed as if she felt that he was lying when he said he didn't know Dacia martial arts. This is not knowing martial arts. This is clearly what the movie says. Passing on male but not female. Passing on inside but not outside is the right thing to do. Hasn't it only been 20 minutes and you've already delivered your information? Lu Zhe decisively chose to change the topic. Let's go straight back then. It's already past 7. One can't say that one was just doing some kind of metaphysics of praying to the god of good luck and fortune. He was a staunch materialist and a loyal follower of Uncle Marx. So how could he believe in this kind of quackery? And he wasn't going to draw any more after being interrupted by Lucy. As every Daxamite profoundly understands that such times are not auspicious. Must go back and take a shower before drawing. Lu Zhe secretly said. It's the kind of thing you'd rather believe. And he hasn't even put on his red underwear yet. Okay, let's go get dinner. Lucy nodded. It's done. Let's order first. She had had a busy afternoon and she did get a little hungry. Lu Zhe was a bit hesitant. This lab's cafeteria was already closed, right? It's my turn to please this time. Lucy could see his hesitation and directly pulled Luz out at a fast pace. She didn't care about the money for this meal, but if she didn't hurry up, the restaurants in the town were going to close. After all, the only restaurants that are open 24 hours are KFC and McDonald's, and the rest of the restaurants basically stop operating at 8 p.m. Lucy's only rule in life is that you can spend more money, but you can't go hungry. 9 o'clock at night. After finishing dinner, the well-fed Lu Zhe returned inside his single dormitory room. This time the food is not the last Italian restaurant. Just simply eat some old ink burrito is also commonly known as taco. Although the taste is inclined to salty and spicy, but overall Lu Zhe is still satisfied. At least it's better than the food in Great Britain. They only have 2 types of food in that thing. Fish and chips carry on the life of the people of Great Britain. After washing up, he made a point of changing into his red panties. Achievement points, 16,000. White lucky draw, 1000 achievement points per draw. Blue draw, 10,000 points per draw. The system conducts a blue lottery. Lu Zhe read silently in his heart. To smoke. Then naturally you have to smoke big. Although it's Eagle Jam here, he won't send you more than a few draws from the local farmer even if he draws white draws in a row of 10. Still, pokies are wise. Ding, 10,000 achievement points have been consumed. It's exactly the same as the last draw. A turntable once again appeared on the light screen in front of her eyes, distributing the 2 colors of blue and purple as well as the faintly visible gold threads. The pointer spun quickly and slowly landed on a blue area. It's true that Xian doesn't save non. Lu Zhe sighed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. Blue skill talent, physical strength enhancement. Description, a small all-round enhancement of your physical fitness and athletic ability. Current physical quality rating, a very weak human organism with an intelligent brain. You can't even resist a punch from Tyson. What do you mean by weak human organisms? Lu Zhe pulled the corner of his mouth, his face full of black lines. You can't carry a punch from Tyson and you call it weak? How many people on the entire planet are considered not weak by this evaluation requirement? Before he could finish spitting, a wave of warmth rose up in his chest, and his entire bloodline seemed to be expanded by a powerful force. But Lu Zhe did not feel any pain. Just feel his strength seems to be bigger. Abs are also more obvious 3 points. Even the whole person's posture are quite upright. Chapter 37. We are the organization called the Watchers of the Wall, begging to be read. Should we take the initiative to contact that mysterious organization now? Zhang Lixing frowned. The time is too late. Zhang Yuli looked at the time. Let's contact them again when it's early morning over there. If it was noontime on Dasha's side, then it should already be late at night on the Eagle Sauce side. And it wasn't a good thing to make hasty contact at this time. It wasn't that Zhang Yuli was careful with everything. It was really because this mysterious organization needed to be treated with the utmost caution. An organization that can get technical drawings of F-22 fighters from Eagle Jam at will, and a mysterious presence that will continue to provide much technology even in the future. Dasha could not accept losing him, much less inadvertently offending him, a price they could not afford at the moment. Zhang Lixing nodded. Also, it should be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning late at night over at Eagle Jam. This jet lag issue is just a pain in the ass, especially since Eagle Jam and Dasha are generally more than 12 or 13 hours apart. One is in the middle of the day and the other is at night, so you have to take the current time into account. That's a long time away. Zhang Lixing was suddenly playful. Let's kill a few games of chess. I'm not convinced that I lost to you last time. I totally took advantage of the situation and ate my cannon. Not really, not really. Old man Zhang, can you beat me twice in 10 games? Zhang Yuli was also interested. I'll let you go 3 first this time. The 2 men drank tea and played chess and chatted in the dean's office, slowly waiting for the night to fall. Early morning, Tuesday, California, LLNL Laboratory Employee Dormitory. Lu Zhe, whose biological clock has always been very accurate, woke up to the 8 o'clock sunrise and sat quietly on the chair next to the bed after washing up. While there was still some time left before the clock struck, The brain began to think fast. It's time to properly plan the next future plans, Lu Zhe said inwardly, his face filled with a serious look. The first step is to gain the trust of LLNL Labs as soon as possible, to be able to access core technological items, but not to be involved in the middle of important projects. Gaining trust was Lu Zhe's first and foremost purpose, making the entire lab mistakenly think that his abilities were extremely general and letting his guard down, which would allow him to better replicate high-grade technological items. Step 2. Find a way to get out in time and leave LLNL Labs as soon as possible when it's almost time to replicate the high-tech items here. Definitely can't delay leaving until graduation. He's about a year or so away from graduating from graduate school, and he'll be done with school in 2 years out at the most. So one should never stay at LLNL Labs for long or get involved in core important projects. 1 year at most to leave. 1 year is more than enough to pocket all that is worth replicating here. When the time comes, they will either find a way to transfer to another lab or be relegated to another institute. If he stays at LLNL Labs too long, it will be too late for him to leave. Daxia is his homeland, and Eagle Jam is no more prosperous than Lu Zhe, or even Asian Chinese, or the vast majority of the people on this land of Eagle Jam. Rather, it belongs to Wall Street, or to the small group of people in Washington, D.C., but it's a good idea to hand over some things while I'm back home for the summer vacation. Lu Zhe glanced at the 2 physical F-22 fighters in the system item bar and muttered in a low voice. It's better to put this thing to good use than to smash it and sell it for scrap metal. Does anyone dare to take it? And if this thing were to show up in the Daxia queue, Eagle Sauce would have to be scared out of his wits. Of course the prerequisite was naturally that his identity information could never be discovered. Otherwise there would be endless consequences. Chapter 38, Technology Without Money. For free? That won't work either. Requests for follow-up reading. Summer Academy of Sciences. In that extremely secluded room, looking at the contents on the email in front of them, the two instantly froze. Hiss, what's the name of their organization? Zhang Lixing's face was filled with incredulity. The Great Wall Watchers? Does this mean the barrier of our Great Xia? Zhang Yuli was equally shocked by the name of this organization. The Great Wall. Daxia, from ancient times to the present, important line of defense. In ancient times, that is the last line of defense against foreign enemies. The name of this organization is called the Watchers of the Great Wall. That is not now deep behind the enemy lines of the Eagle Sauce, always acting as the first and last line of defense of the Great Summer. Zhang Lixing's eyebrows were pulled together. Just what kind of organization is it that's called this kind of name? How long have they been around? And why did they appear on the Eagle Jam side? He had thought that after figuring out the name of this mysterious organization, his doubts would be much lessened. As a result, I didn't expect to find an answer to the even more intriguing question now that I know they're called the Watchers of the Wall. The meaning was so blunt that the name alone could make them both feel this surging sense of power fill their bodies. I feel like this organization has definitely been around for more than a few decades. Zhang Yuli frowned and began to analyze it gradually. Now that the Great Wall is all located in the hinterland of the Great Xia territory, it is more of just a totemic symbol rather than being used as a defensive line. Like Yanjing is just a few dozen kilometers away from the nearest Great Wall Pass, and there are thousands of kilometers outside that are all within the territory of Daxia. If they had existed in recent decades, there was no way they would still be using the Watchers of the Great Wall as the name of their organization, because if even the Great Wall had fallen, then it would almost mean that the Great Xia was going to enter the point of a war of annihilation. Unless this mysterious organization has existed for an even longer time? Zhang Lixing's eyes lit up. That's right. This could also explain clearly why this organization has never been found in any of the classified literature recorded in Daxia. It is entirely because, having existed for much longer than even the founding of the country, it has been hiding in places like Eagle Jam, silently accumulating power. It is only now that the time has been felt to be right to risk handing over this vital information to Daxia. Lu's here. Look at the delay in getting any response to this email. It seems that this news is too much for CAS to digest for a while. He couldn't help but let out a laugh. Come to think of it, I'm afraid that if he had just named something like mystical power, I'm afraid that the reaction over there wouldn't have been so great. The name Watchers of the Great Wall is a very special color of Daxia, so it would be strange if CAS could remain calm. Thinking hard, his fingers flew as he typed a line. We have another technology on our side of the organization that we can submit to you, but this time it's just very ordinary. Received, please reply to the message immediately. Lu Zhe suddenly remembered the full set of technology for that small drone he had gotten from the lottery yesterday. Although the technology is somewhat worthless compared to previous F-22 fighters and the like, the technology is ahead, but only by a little. Several companies in Daxia are currently working on this stuff, and it is estimated that very mature industrial goods will be available in another 2 years. Casa, over there. The two heard the email beep and woke up as if they were in a dream. We have received it. What kind of technology is it this time? How much do we need to pay? Zhang Yuli was startled and immediately returned in seconds, fearing that the other side would suddenly go offline. I wonder, what outrageous technology will they submit this time? Zhang Lixing's eyes narrowed slightly. As for that comment about common technology, he was completely unconcerned. This is the technology submitted by the mysterious organization. Can it be ordinary? Last time they said the Boeing 777 was ordinary technology. This time the replies were not sent after a long time, as if they were preparing for something. After waiting for several moments, a beep sounded through the house and a new email presented itself in the background of the mailbox. Again, it's a big, dense zip. Full set of technical design drawings for small drones. UAV flight control system. UAV rotor motor chip management. Ultrasonic system for drone safety and security. No GPS navigation, automatic identification and localization hovering system. This time it's drone technology that's being sent over? Zhang Yuli frowned. And a full set of technology for small drones? After a very brief look over the technical synopsis, this thing is not very useful for us at the moment. Ha! Zhang Lixing stroked his graying beard, doubly puzzled. This technology, at the moment, doesn't seem to play much of a role. After all, Daxia's drone technology after decades of development would not have been slow, and even the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft aspect was beginning to gradually overtake the Hawk Jam's position. And creating a better unmanned reconnaissance aircraft than that Global Hawk would only be a matter of a few years in the future. What's more, this drone is flying at over 1,000 meters and has a range of only 20 minutes of drone technology. Seems like it would be better suited for civilian applications rather than military reconnaissance and such. It's not very useful, and the technology is more advanced than the small drone technology we have now. Zhang Yuli thought carefully and replied with a line. We are very interested in this technology. How much remuneration does your organization need for this technology? Who knows if this small drone will have great application value once it is actually developed? A lot of skill doesn't mean a lot. Does Daxia still lack this kind of reward? Even if they were running on the aspect of not destroying the goodwill with the mysterious organization, they would have to be interested if they weren't. However, the reply there was unexpected to both of them. As I said before, this technique is very common, so I won't pay for it this time. Just consider it as a gift to Daxia. Only, how can this not cost money, since they gave us a gift? Zhang Yuli shook his head. According to our etiquette, we have to give them a return gift as well. Even if it's a free gift without money, it's absolutely unacceptable on Daxia's side, and inwardly it reinforced what he had just guessed. This Watchers of the Great Wall organization definitely had a long and close relationship with Daxia in the past. Zhang Yuli decisively entered a line of text. Daxia never deals fairly without a freebie. This drone technology can be paid once for any reward. Whether you need money, supplies, as long as you don't break the bottom line of Daxia, we can give fulfillment. The reward for this technology is something the Watchers of the Wall organization will have to take or leave. P.S. I recommend a new book opened by my good friend Honey G. The new book of the urban dog food text Big Brother. Book title, Rekindling the Green Age. You readers can go to catch up if you are interested. Very sweet romance text. The author played since childhood love. Jump link and author says. End of chapter. Chapter 39 Contact Persia. This thing is only strong. Frying fish is good. Requesting a follow-up read. We accept the honorarium. And we will take the initiative to contact the Academy of Sciences of Xia in the future if there are any new technologies or other situations. After Lu Zhe sent this paragraph of information, he directly chose to close the mailbox system. He didn't choose what to refuse away the reward. After all, how could he not understand the customs of the Daxia side? Just like the New Year's red envelopes, politely refusing is just a kind of etiquette. Even if you refuse no matter how much, what should be given to you must be yours. But if you don't accept it, then it is not polite. That reminds me just now, this Watchers of the Wall organization is a good way to go. Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow, and an idea came to him inwardly. When the time came, after the weaponry was materialized, there was no need to worry about finding a reasonable excuse, and it wasn't even impossible to actually turn this organization into a reality. A truly secretive and mysterious organization hidden from Eagle Sauce and even the Western world? It was interesting for him to think about. Is it possible that if they squids can do this kind of thing, he, Lu Zhe, can't? It doesn't make sense. Only, there is always a way to find a way to conceal my identity. Lu Zhe secretly said. If he couldn't work out how to cover his tracks or his identity, he wouldn't even dare to risk appearing in a place where his tracks were likely to be discovered. In 2009, although the network is not developed enough, but a variety of monitoring equipment has been relatively perfect. Once the target is locked, it does not take too much effort. You can reverse track to his real identity. Without solving this problem, He was still currently limited to using a network environment that was absolutely protected by the system for all communication. After thinking this through, Lu Zhe glanced at the time. "Ai Chow, how come it's after 9? A national curse came out of his mouth and hurriedly rushed out of the dormitory to go. "Yesterday, I had arranged to meet Lucy in the cafeteria at 8:30, and now I'm most of an hour late. You know, don't look at Lucy's usual temperament, but when she gets really angry, a movie line is enough to describe Lucy's strength." Won the title the first time he fought a free-for-all in Southeast Asia in 1974. On the other side of the room, Casa, which is in the middle of the night, is approaching the moment of dawn. The computers were downloading the technical data in terabytes at a rapid pace and re-encrypting it for isolated storage. Watch the progress bar go up bit by bit. Old Chang. This thing wouldn't be the commercial company that organization got it from, would it? Zheng Lixing's smile was full of weirdness. Otherwise, how come that mysterious organization on the other side, like holding a hot potato, couldn't wait to hand it over to Daxia without even wanting a reward? It's very likely. Zhang Yuli nodded. He wouldn't be too surprised if that organization across the street did something amazing. But this small drone technology does possess the highest value on our side of Daxia. He frowned and said thoughtfully, "Either way, we are uniquely positioned." Hear that? Zhang Lixing pondered for a moment and agreed. That's true. Nowadays, the industrialization level of Daxia has become scale by scale, but also has the most perfect industrial system in the world. Whether in the industrial chain, supply chain or in terms of scale, the production of small drones such as industrial goods is the most inexpensive. If you put it in eagle sauce or over in Europe, the various production costs alone would start at several $100s. But here in Daxia, the units might as well be RMB, and the whole small drone actually manufacturing difficulty is not high. The core is actually inside the flight control program, rotor motor chip and so on a few key technologies. The manufacturing cost alone or even 1 or 200 yuan will be able to solve. Just where is this usefulness? Suddenly, Zhang Lixing, who was next to him, had a flash of insight. Why do we have to think about using small drones for high-altitude reconnaissance or long-range reconnaissance and attack operations? This small drone flies at an altitude of 1,000 meters with a remote sensing range of a few kilometers or so. Couldn't it be used as a short-range precision strike or short-range reconnaissance attack? For someone who has been developing military equipment for decades, his mind has always been very active. Drones don't have to be the same as the old ones, either used as unmanned targets or high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance attack, or decoy aircraft. The traditional drones in this regard are represented by the Hawk Jams RQ-4 Global Hawk unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and the MQ-9 Reaper drone. They are not any much different in size from conventional fighters and reconnaissance planes. They are just unmanned, reusable, route planning remotely controllable unmanned airplanes, and they may even use much the same engines. But, this small drone is an entirely different development. It costs exactly as much as it does to be used as a consumable that is repeated a high number of times. The more Zhang Lixing thought about it, the more right he felt, and his face turned red with excitement. Even a remote sensing distance of only 1 or 2 kilometers is already completely sufficient, as it only needs to perform the mission once, encompassing reconnaissance, strikes, airdrops, bombing within a few kilometers of the surrounding area. It's perfectly capable of doing it all. With such a small drone, at such a low cost, there's no need to think about whether or not it will be able to return successfully. Successful execution of this one mission will pay off 100 or 1,000 times over, and the next time a new drone will be used. Why are so few large groups or even divisions eliminated today? That's because modern warfare is all about battalions, and every squad is a fire strike. In this case, small drones can be most useful on a basic unit like a squad. Hiss. Zhang Yuli sucked in a breath of cool air. Doesn't that mean that this small drone can completely change the pattern of localized wars? Especially for low-intensity, localized wars or street battles. This small drone is a counterintuitive killing machine. Remote reconnaissance from a secure location. And then you can be sniped or silently acquired for reconnaissance intelligence within a few kilometers. Yes, this small drone is best suited for that. Zhang Lixing slapped his thigh fiercely. Now that there is even a usage scenario, I think it is greatly feasible. Now it's all about verifying its viability. After listening, Zhang Yuli was also thinking, so, who would be the most suitable person to buy? After all, Daxia recently there is not much possibility of fighting a local war. The main theme of the recent years of peaceful development of the economy. Wanting to verify whether the two men's guesses were correct, it was then necessary to have this small drone tested once on the battlefield. The quicker this weapon that changes the landscape of war is verified, the better. Suddenly, the two men instantly thought of a certain name and looked at each other. Zhang Yuli hurriedly picked up the phone and instructed, "Notify the Persian ambassador and tell him to hurry over to the summer academy. There are important matters to discuss with him." Hadn't they been trying to buy a shipment of weapons and smuggle them in to support the resistance camp in Ball? The resistance camp in Ballsteina Haaretz, Hammersholt? What's the age of traditional weapons? Just use a small drone. That's the only thing that's strong enough to blow you up like a squid. Asking for recommendations and monthly votes. Ask for catch-up reading. End of chapter. Chapter 40 Oil Trade. It's time to make a little noise for the world. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A vehicle with a black license plate numbered Make 154 slowly drove outside the main entrance of the summer academy. Ahmed Hassan got out of the car with a puzzled look on his face and followed the directions. What exactly does the Summer Academy of Sciences want with me? Why did you suddenly notify me to discuss matters? Every step he took at the moment, he was inwardly overwhelmed. His post was ambassador plenipotentiary for diplomacy. So how did Casa suddenly seek him out to confer on important matters regarding Persia? That's a complete oxymoron. Arrival at the conference hall. Mr. Ahmed Hassan, it is a great honor to invite you to our summer academy. Zhang Yuli walked up and shook his hand. Mr. Hassan, it's been a long time. How's your health these days? Zhang Lixing did meet him several times before and said with great familiarity. Inshallah, all is well. Ahmed Hassan smiled. A few people took their seats and after some common pleasantries, Elder Mr. Zhang, Dean Zhang, may I ask what is the matter? I was asked to come here to discuss this time? Ahmed Hassan frowned. I don't think I've heard lately that our country has any cooperation with XAS, right? It couldn't be that he was here to make small talk to enhance his relationship, could it? He didn't think he had that much personal charisma. Moreover, this time it was an invitation sent from the highest level of the Great Summer. So even if one wanted to not come, they couldn't. Mr. Hassan, then we'll get right to the point. Zhang Yuli was not overly polite. I heard from the Northern Industries Group side that your Persia is preparing to purchase a batch of weaponry recently? There is such a thing as a plan, but it's not the same as Casa. Ahmed Hassan was a bit tongue-tied, a question mark all over his forehead. Could it be that he was asked to come over this time with the intention of selling weapons to Northern Industries? When did CAS become the spokesperson for Northern Industries? How come he didn't know? Even if they are really selling weapons for Northern Industries, they have to go through the normal process, right? Zhang Lixing didn't have too many concerns and said bluntly, the weapons you supported Palestine with this time around, our side feels that we can switch to a different kind of equipment. Isn't it a little bad that we're deliberating this? The military side of weaponry. The right to purchase does not rest with me. Ahmed Hassan rubbed the beads of sweat dripping from his nose, really unable to figure out the intentions of Dashia's side. This kind of stuff is a secret thing for everyone. You Dashia just sell it. Anyway, if the international community asks, we will say that we sold it to Persia, and as to why it appeared in the hands of the Palestinian Mas, that may be just a little joke on the Persian side. As for the reason why it is in the hands of the Palestinian MS, it is probably just a small joke played by the Persian side, and there is no point in taking it seriously. No, this is a civilian commodity and cannot be considered a weapon. Zhang Lixing shook his head and followed up with, it won't even possess any lethality, and it can be completely sold as a foreign trade product on our side. Civilian commodities? What kind of equipment would that be that would be more suitable for Palestine? Ahmed Hassan was instantly interested. The whole of Gaza has been under siege for decades and has long been a walled city. Previously, they secretly transported military weapons from Persia to Palestine. The most they could do was to transport some light automatic weapons, and even artillery and other heavy weapons were extremely difficult to break through Israel's defenses. It was extremely difficult to break through Israel's defense line and transport these heavy weapons. Although it is relatively simple to transport raw materials there, Gaza has long been shattered internally, and it is often not easy to develop some basic processing industries ready to hibernate. But every few months we'll experience a brutal and unparalleled massacre-style sweep by the Israeli side. This inhumane situation is not as simple as a year or two, but has lasted for whole decades since the last century, through generations of suffering. In the last 2 years, it has begun to cut off all living materials, even water, from entering Gaza, as if to wipe out everyone. It was officially because of this that Persia was trying to transport weaponry inside by any means possible. But of course the main method of transportation was still the old Yankee way. That's called authenticity. But if this was a civilian commodity, at least Persia wouldn't be so difficult to transport. Small drones, integrating long-range attack, reconnaissance, and search. Zhang Lixing immediately began to elaborate the concept of small drones and the various ways of application. And it supports coverage as 2 or 3 kilometers, real-time graphic data transmission to the manipulator's hands, and then launch ultra-long-range means of attack. It is low difficulty to operate, cheap, highly applicable, and almost all-purpose. Even after a day of thinking about it, he was a little deeper into the drone warfare concept. This sentence, Listening to Hassan, that is not exactly the equipment they dreamed of. Is it light weapons that are lacking in Gaza? No. What they lack is a reconnaissance search and strike capability. Often it's by the Israeli artillery and missiles from the Israeli side to attack at a distance. And you can't even find out where the others are. But this small drone will change that, sending you a shot in the dark from a few kilometers away. Even if it's found and destroyed, it won't hurt at all. Do you have any samples on your side of Dasha? I want to see how powerful it actually is. Ahmed Hassan was flushed with excitement. You know, localized wars can be fought not just in Gaza, but throughout the Middle East where these security wars are not being fought. In short, this small drone can make a huge difference here. Zhang Yuli interjected at this time. There's no such thing as a sample. But in a month's time, we'll be able to experimentally provide a real product. After all, the technology given to Dasha by that mysterious organization was originally a complete set of all processes from design to production. They can completely start small-scale production in a month's time, scale up in 3 months' time, and in half a year's time. Zhang Yuli all dare to guarantee that they can directly carry out cluster production. However, it will be interesting to see how this small drone performs on the battlefield before making any plans at this point. No samples? Ahmed Hassan was again confused. Dare to take it out for sale without a sample? Moreover, he felt that this routine of Dasha was so familiar. You haven't even started development yet, have you? No. He was certain that XAS had definitely not yet developed it. How much for one of these small drones? We'll take it. Ahmed Hassan gritted his teeth. You will first provide us with 1,000 drones for pre-validation in a month's time. And for money, oil, either of you, or gas if you can't. For the sake of the layout of the entire Middle East, they have to get this new type of weaponry in order to do so. Good point. We'll give a very reasonable offer when it's built. Zhang Yuli returned cheerfully. And we'll have the money again? Even a country like Persia, which seems to be relatively poor, has some of the top oil and gas reserves in the world. So which country in the entire Middle East doesn't need these small drones? If this business grows, they'll be able to build even the Boom 20 by then, not to mention the B-2 bomber. If it works well, we'll continue to purchase it on a large scale. Ahmed Hassan's gaze reveals resilience. I hope this drone won't let us down. Trust us, Dasha. You will definitely be satisfied with this equipment. Zhang Lixing revealed a smile and shook hands with the Persian ambassador. Although there wasn't any contract signed, he was sure that this cooperation would definitely go smoothly. After all the YSL countries in the entire Middle East abhor it. As in the case of Persia in general, the self-proclaimed democratic and free Eagle Sauce has gone so far as to impose unprecedented comprehensive economic and military sanctions on a brand new Persian state that has overthrown a feudal dynasty, which is what has led to the fact that they, an oil and gas-rich country, have not been able to develop in the slightest. Is a feudal dynasty democratic and free? No. Eagle Sauce just likes to listen to his words democratic and free only, because Persia didn't want it, and all the Middle Eastern countries wanted it even less. Why was Jerusalem forcibly taken away from someone else? On what grounds? Why should the Palestinians pay for the sins of the Europeans? And Eagle Sauce has likewise been growing more and more disenchanted with Persia, the little Middle Eastern bully. Lately, if you have a problem with my father, you have a problem with me. A huge conflict is being prepared, and Persia must prepare for it sooner rather than later. This small drone is undoubtedly a killer here, and I'm sure it won't be a problem to sell. A few moments later, Ahmad Hassan also did not exchange too many pleasantries and took a hasty step away from the CAS. It was something he had to report to the supreme leader. Sleeve to report it. Look at the vehicles that have left the CAS. Zhang Yuli's face, which was full of smiles just now, regained its calmness, stood by the window, gazed at the distant sunset for a long time, and lamented. Old Zhang, does this Palestine look a lot like a person, you say? Like a man? Yeah, that's the old us. Zhang Yuli let out a long sigh. He sympathizes deeply with Palestine, something that was similarly experienced in Dacha decades ago. It wasn't a war. It was more like a genocide against all civilians that lasted decades longer. It seems like our Dasha is going to make some noise as well. Zhang Yuli looked toward Zhang Lixing. How is our J-20 program coming along? The J-20 has already made a finalized preliminary version and is ready for taxiing experiments. Zhang Lixing's eyes lit up and seemed to understand his intentions. You are planning to use this program. That's right. It's time to add fire to the world. Zhang Yuli nodded. Since the Middle East side is going to move soon, Dasha also has to help the scene to let Eagle Jam taste what is called scorched earth. Most of all, it would also help that mysterious organization to share the pressure and better hide inside Hawk Jam to acquire the technology, while Dasha would be responsible for holding Hawk Jam's attention. This J-20 program is the most appropriate thing to take out at the moment. It's time to give the world a little appetizer. Notify the 611th Institute side that the J-20 is conducting test experiments. End of chapter. Chapter 41, J-20 unveiled. There's nothing modest about saying shocking. Early the next morning in Shu, inside the 611 Institute, Song Chini gazed at all the members of the R&D team with a smile on his face. Communicate the instructions from above. J-20 for preliminary testing. This experiment is slide run test validation. Yes. Several R&D team leaders echoed in a chorus. During these 2 weeks, they have completed the initial improvement adjustments to the J-20, including the second-generation gallium silver oxide composite stealth coating that has also been coated and dyed in place, and the initial fine-tuning in the aerodynamic layout. The high-strength carbon fiber composite material is still under development, and the initial estimate is that it will need to wait for the first flight of the demonstrator to be able to carry out a full replacement. But like the engine is still using the old Maoist AL-31F, after all, equipped with a new engine, if you have to make some major changes to the J-20, including fuel delivery, power generation and other important components need to be redesigned. Even now has the F-22 fighter jet that F-119 full set of technical information. 611 Research Institute is not in a hurry to carry out the development. After all, the immediate priority of the entire institute is still the successful first flight to verify the J-20 fighter. Only on the basis of accomplishing this can you talk about anything like replacing the engine with a more powerful one or fully updating the fourth generation of advanced integrated avionics with higher intelligence. If not, what are you talking about improving the development if the first flight-proving aircraft is not successful? The tractor slowly hauled the fighter out of the hangar and the landing gear braked to a stop on the airport runway. Everyone was staring at the J-20, which looked like a six-winged angel with blooming wings, making their breathing a bit tense. Airfoil testing is underway. Duck wing normal. Flaps normal. Tail deflection normal. All is well with the J-20 airfoil. How about the data validation from the day before yesterday? Song Chini looked at the assistant next to him. Test modifications. Ground experiments have been completed, and all data is in line with the expected values among others. Very well. The inspection round will be issued directly to the slip and run test sheet. Song Chini nodded, his face still cloudy. It doesn't make sense that this J-20, having absorbed all aspects of the F-22's technology, wouldn't be able to pass even this kind of basic validation. This kind of skidding test is just a regular process before the first flight, mainly to check the most basic turning, straight line holding, curve correction, and in the high-speed vibration situation, whether the structure is solid and the engine and other parts of the normal operation can be regarded as the most basic inspection process. If it weren't for the fact that this step was a necessary procedure, I'm afraid he wouldn't have cared too much about it. Not even this self-confidence. Where did he get the breath to dare to say what within 4 months to build the verification aircraft for the first flight? When to give Daxia a dedication? And at this moment, the J-20 on the runway has also completed its inspection. Everything was ready. The engine started up, and the AL-31F made that characteristic hard, sharp roar. It slowly accelerated on the ground, and the hearts of all the R&D team members lifted. The engine slowly advances and instantly comes to 80 km per hour, which is the simplest low-speed slipstream. Skid running motion characteristics, all normal. Accurately maintains a straight slip run, no errors. Turning ability, maximum angle. Sighting away. Almost a kilometer or 2 away from the airport's runway. Here was a fence that was about 4 or 5 meters higher, mainly used to prevent outsiders from casually breaking inside and taking pictures that could lead to leaks or serious violations. Only, the 611 Institute had good ideas, but underestimated these people. Obviously the fence didn't stop. The enthusiastic crowd of onlookers whose curiosity was already bursting at the seams. Sometimes when they saw that there was no more room on the fence, these people would choose to climb big trees that were more than 10 to 20 meters high, causing so many people to break a few ribs, and even ambushing a few people in the bushes. But if Eagle Sauce sees this, I'm afraid my mind will recall some not-so-fantastic memories, and a little Vietnam War happy song will seem to swing in their ears and take them back to a few decades ago. At this point, occupying the most favorable terrain were several middle-aged men whose appearance was mostly in their 30s and 40s, and who were lying on their backs in a gaping hole in the fence and looking up. The equipment of several people is almost similar. All of them have a pair of binoculars, and if they are a little better off they will also have a digital camera hanging on their chest. We're leaning on each other in 2s and 3s, muttering over melon snacks. Bro, what kind of airplane do you think this Naruma is working on this time? The slightly stouter man inquired, with a J-10 fighter jet emblazoned on his hat. The thin-looking man next to him, with somewhat tan skin, speculated. There are whispers that this fighter experiment seems to have some kind of little surprise. What do you think it could be? I don't know. It looks like it's making a lot of noise. Is it experimenting with some new fighter? It should be an improved version of the J-10, right? Similar to the Typhoon type of 4.5 generation fighter. Then, do you think this new fighter we developed can reach the level of that Su-35 of the old Maoist? I think it's bad enough. Super Sideways Su-35 is called the strongest 4th generation and a half. Currently the strongest existence under the 5th generation. It can be counted as a 4++ generation fighter. Haven't we been saying on the forums before that we're working on the 4th generation and a half fighters? Seeing this, a few people next to him also joined in the discussion immediately afterward in a chorus of voices. The fact that this fighter could rival the Su-35 as the strongest 4.5 generation fighter was the best they could imagine. As for the 5th generation airplane, they wouldn't even dare to dream of such a big one. All of these people share the characteristic of being not only curious enthusiasts, but also veteran military enthusiasts. Their goal in lying on the fence was not to spy on any intelligence, but simply to know the latest developments in the development of Dacia's military equipment. Of course, being able to go back and blow awesome with the Forumites is one of their main goals. Suddenly, one of the brothers hanging from the tree shouted excitedly, come out, come out. Look guys, what kind of fighter is this?" With binoculars in one hand and one hand firmly clasped around the trunk of the tree, one couldn't help but worry that he might accidentally fall. Where? On that runway? Many people immediately started looking around. It's on runway 3. It's being pulled out by a tractor. Is this fighter jet going to make its maiden flight? Unlike that, this should just be a routine ground inspection. It's not even at that developmental stage for the first flight. The experienced veteran military fan shook his head. However, when everyone took a good look at the exact appearance of this fighter jet, they all coincidentally had their hearts stop violently and shivered. The eyes revealed not only confusion, but also intense shock and surprise. It was a brand new fighter jet that they had never seen before, and it just stood out to everyone. That sci-fi exterior, with its silver-dyed paint job and flattened aerodynamic layout all over. Is this a 4.5 generation fighter? You call this thing a 4.5? It's a surprise that's come too big. End of chapter. Chapter 42 Lose, things are starting to get interesting. One step away from success. Looking down the runway at what can only be described as a beautiful fighter jet. Even the few lying in the grass were nonplussed. What kind of fighter is this thing? I've never seen it before, and it's much better looking than the J-10. With such a sci-fi appearance? Silver paint? Why does this exterior coating color look so much like an F-22 fighter jet? With this degree of fuselage flattening, how little radar reflection does it have? Is this going to develop stealth performance in the direction of the F-22 fighter? You guys say the coating color is like, the exterior aerodynamic layout is like. Is it possible that it is his? This military fan didn't even finish his words before he was shocked by his own thoughts. The eyes of everyone present were about to stare out, and inhalation sounds frequently resounded around them. This time it was truly terrifying as hell. After all, the idea isn't out of the realm of possibility. And since everything fits the F-22 fighter scenario, it's only so possible. It wouldn't be a 4.5 generation fighter, much less the 4++ most powerful 4.5 generation fighter. Instead, it is a 5th generation warplane that is benchmarked against the F-22 and belongs to the 5th generation warplanes developed by Dacia itself. At the thought, there was a flurry of camera shutter sounds on the scene. Many of them coincidentally grabbed the cameras on their chests and focused on the distance. Although it was already slightly blurred from the distance, it was still possible to make out the general shape and outline. A young man who looked to be in his 20s was dumbfounded as he said, "***********. Are you guys crazy? This stuff all dare to shoot out? Why don't you just delete them all? Do you want us all to go in? Climbing the walls and trees to see a little bit of even so? If this shooting circulated out, that is simply looking for death behavior. It's a 5th generation aircraft, and it's undoubtedly a classified secret. If this is strictly pursued, squatting a lifetime in prison is afraid that they are not enough to sentence. Put the ancient times have to be to enjoy the 9 clans to eliminate fun level of treatment. Words. Young man, this is your first time here, isn't it? An older man next to him still didn't stop filming with his hand. Haven't been here a couple times before? Why? On weekdays, if there was really any top secret information involved, they would have just blocked the entire airport long ago. This uncle shook his head. The fact that no one has come to kick us out by now is obviously a sign that they don't care or are deliberately trying to show us. You're afraid you don't have any misconceptions about Dacia's scouting? They didn't feel that their location was so secretive that even the wall climbers and sleepers were being watched before they arrived. If it was really top secret information that could not be filmed, then it would not have been possible for them to stay here and watch, and they would have been thrown out through and through. On the contrary, now no one has come over to discourage the words. It is clear that they are allowed to shoot at will. This is the unspoken tacit understanding of both sides. What's more, where do you think those little tidbits of information come from? So this is what it looks like. This young man decisively picked up the camera in his own hand and began to frantically take pictures. Can have the honor to be the first batch of people to witness the 5th generation of warplanes of Dacia. He can blow at least 20 years on the forum. Even to the old age later can meet his grandson's worshipful eyes to say, think about your grandfather. That was the first person to look at the J-20. Looking at the distance, the fighter jet that was skidding faster and faster. With the naked eye's estimation it had reached a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. No one in the room was an old military fan, so how could they not understand that this was already a medium-speed slide? This 5th generation fighter still maintains a good fighter attitude and adaptability, including brakes and fuel supply system all normal. Will we make it? Can Dacia really build a 5th generation airplane? Can we also have a 5th generation airplane? It will. It will succeed. The atmosphere sank to its lowest point as all the military fans present stared into the distance at those who had begun to pray within themselves. Next to the airport runway, high-speed slide phase begins. Proof aircraft 001 is ready. Throttle thrust, 45% came the pilot's message with an unmistakable tenacity to everyone's ears. Hourly speed has been running more than 200 kilometers forward. Even if it was just a moment ago, the waves of Song Chini also raised the heart at this moment. Don't let anything go wrong, he muttered. The speed of the high-speed taxiing stage is usually around 200 to 250 kilometers per hour. And at this speed, which can already barely reach the takeoff, it is very likely that the J-20 will undergo a brief departure from the ground, with the highest risk factor of the test, which is extremely prone to cause flight accidents. Chapter 43 Shock, Spy Photos Exposed, Military Fans, who said R&D 4, 5 generation? Requesting subscription. This timing might be a bit early. Hawk Sauce's blood trough is still a bit thick. Luz murmured. Now the timing of this is perhaps still a little early and not so perfect. Although Eagle Sauce suffered a huge financial crisis only last year, which almost detonated the entire stock, bond and exchange markets, Eagle Sauce still managed to re-stabilize its fundamentals by sucking blood from all over the world. Although it was constantly being bled, the bloodstain was still considered healthy, and the face of the world's #1 superpower was still maintained. But Israel is still Eagle Jam's daddy, and that hasn't changed a bit. How can Eagle Butter sit still as a son if his father gets his ass kicked? Can the people on Wall Street sit still? Can they afford the repercussions of an all-out war in the Middle East? Let's all cheer for Palestine, Luzerne said reverently. He could not seem to find any reason not to support Palestine, either from the point of view of the interests of Dacia or from the point of view of an ordinary human being. Justice will prevail. What's there to say? Give me a hard drone to blow them up into dried squid, preferably not seeing half the fat kind. On the other side of the Dacia country, in the afternoon, inside a certain unnamed New Times black internet cafe, the smell of tobacco and bubblegum was in the air everywhere. And while there are more than 50 computers neatly placed in this less than 30 to 40 square feet of space, it is still overcrowded. Despite the fact that minors are banned from surfing the internet, it was clear that this internet cafe didn't take it seriously, with several elementary school students standing behind many of the seats. I can't afford to go online, but I can't just watch and not play. Occasionally, I can still pick up the leftovers from other people's games and finish for a while. Zhang Wei sat down and opened a machine, ignoring the crackling sound of space tapping coming from his left side. It was obvious that the young guy with colorful hair next to him was playing the very same. In this great summer of '09, non-mainstream is still popular across the internet. Whether it is for CF or DNF, these online games has been nearly middle-aged Zhang Wei are not too loved to play. He prefers to flood the forum. One of the forums he often hangs out in is the Dacia Military Forum, which is also the gathering place for the vast majority of military fans. Just after entering the website, Zhang Wei clicked on that top trending post, which had just been sent out for a few hours and had attracted thousands of comments. On what circumstances the J-8 could reasonably wipe out an F-22 fighter. Owner burner, you're comparing a 3rd generation machine to a 5th generation machine? This is the biggest irrationality. I'm going to suggest that the 5th master be put on, and I'm going to annihilate the 5th master. Although I'm old, but I can still fight. If it's really a reasonable guess, the J-82's high altitude and high speed performance, flying above 20,000 meters and applying the cannon, would also have a good chance of gunning the F-22 down. Do you think the F-22's avionics are just for show? The J-8 can be faster than other people's air-to-air missiles, right? Then let a fleet of J-8s go up and empty the F-22's missiles. I don't believe we can't kill it. Looking at the content of these posts, Zhang Wei also shook his head helplessly. How can the J-82 be compared to a 5th generation aircraft? The gap is just too far. This is not only known to him. I'm afraid that those netizens on the forum who are seriously debating the J-8 gunning for the F-22 are equally aware of this. But what can you do if you don't think so? Eagle Jam's F-22 was like a looming mountain pressing down on their chests and gasping for air. Not to take J-82 to take the most advanced J-10 to compare? This fourth-generation fighter is also a comprehensive downfall. At least the J-82 at least has a high altitude and high speed advantage can try. While the J-10 that is no chance of winning. Just in time. Suddenly, Zhang Wei noticed that the entire forum seemed to have begun to frantically scurry up. And the latest reply records displayed on the right side flowed down as densely as a waterfall. Just as he wanted to refresh and see what was going on. Suddenly, the entire Daxia military forum was stuck. The circle was spinning in the screen. It seemed that the huge flow of traffic had just caused the forum's servers to crash on the spot. Zhang Wei anxiously pressed F5 and whispered with his brows locked. What exactly happened? How come the forum's administration hasn't been fixed? What was it that made everyone in the entire forum go crazy? What happened? Just now he only saw the reply time on the right side jumping wildly from the previous rate of 10 or so a second to over thousands a second. And then before he could refresh the post the site crashed. Finally, after he had pressed F5 for close to 10 minutes in a row, and even the owner of the internet cafe stood behind him with a black face, thinking that Zhang Wei was playing a very new trick, the familiar layout finally refreshed in front of him. In an instant, he spotted the top trending thread. Of course there was no need for him to deliberately look for it, as all the posts on the entire page were discussions about it. China's fifth-generation warplane is under development? It seems to have completed the ground taxiing experiment. The first flight time is just around the corner. A fifth-generation fighter plane? Or are fifth-generation fighters? I'm not awake. Am I? We are already capable of developing a fifth-generation fighter jet? The owner of the J-10 is a headline grabber, isn't he? How long has the J-10 been in service? And how long will it take for the fifth-generation fighters to be ready in 10 years? No picture. No truth. I feel like this is made up. The owner's rank does not look like this registered almost 7 or 8 years old number. But also to make up this kind of story sinks? This isn't going to be an oopsie. Is it? Just because of this the forum directly collapsed? Just as Zhang Wei voiced this doubt, he swiped his mouse down hard a few times and found this owner's reply post on the 50th floor or so, and finally realized why the forum was rioting. Before his eyes, a few distant photos with somewhat blurred outlines were presented at the top of the screen. A fighter jet, and a very distinctive one at that, with a flat, silver-colored exterior and a number engraved on the fuselage, 001. It is like a six-winged angel spreading its proud wings, ready and waiting to soar in the sky. What is this if not a fifth-generation aircraft? It is completely consistent with the design concept of the F-22 fighter, and it is obvious from its appearance that it must have super stealth, super patrol, super maneuverability, and if the avionics can achieve super attitude awareness, it will be a qualified fifth-generation aircraft. And with this familiar resolution, as well as this refreshing shooting angle, Zhang Wei didn't even need to think much to know that this must be the masterpiece of the wall climbers. And in the past, when faced with this kind of news, the Daxia side would be the first to dispel the rumors in order to prevent some accidents from happening. This time, the post has been sent out for more than an hour, but there has not been any response and initiative. This default-like attitude reinforces everyone's speculation. That is to say, this is actually true? Zhang Wei said dumbfounded. The moment. The entire military forum was abuzz with everyone. Good lord. We don't even really dare to think of the J-10 in full service. And Daxia's fifth generation is almost developed? Just now they said something about on the possibility of J-82 gunning for F-22. Now they are directly not installed. I want a 5th-generation aircraft. Who TM want a J-8 master? Not familiar and do not know. Do not contact. Only some of them came back to their senses at this point. Who has been putting out false information before that we are developing a 4.5-generation fighter? I can't believe I actually believed you. You awful old man. End of chapter. Chapter 44, The True World Layout of Daxia. Lu Zhe, teacher, I've come to my senses. Requesting subscriptions. Summer Academy of Sciences. Inside the dean's office. Word should have gotten to Eagle Sauce, right? Zhang Lixing took a drag on his dry cigarette and said cheerfully, I wonder how they will react. Has it ever occurred to them that we can also build a 5th-generation fighter plane? The J-20 program has been under the radar for 2 or 3 full years, and now there is finally a chance to fight for the entire Daxia Air Force. Even if it's still a while away from the first flight, I'm sure it's not too far away. Ahem. Old man Zhang, how many times have I told you to smoke less in my office? Zhang Yuli coughed twice, waving away the roiling smoke. Besides, if you want to smoke, you should also smoke better. He smokes poor quality tobacco every time. It's not for his own body, but also for others to smell it, right? This is not used to it. Well, good cigarettes. I'm not used to smoking. Zhang Lixing hurriedly extinguished the cigarette. Getting back on topic. I guess the headache is on Eagle Jam's side now. Zhang Yuli took a sip of tea, his eyebrows all teasing. Next we'll wait for their side's reaction. But there's fun to be had. At this time Dacia slip-up J-20 fighter aircraft development program is by no means a show of their own force needs so simple. He can't believe that with Eagle Sauce's intelligence analyzing ability, he couldn't find out that Dacia was developing a 5th-generation aircraft in the past few years? Even those wall crawlers outside the 611 Research Institute had heard of the news. If CIA had no information at all, the entire staff would have been laid off long ago. The reason why I didn't say anything was purely because I acted as if I hadn't seen it, and I didn't even believe that Dacia could develop it that fast. One of the most critical issues involves whether to shut down the F-22 fighter production line, which is the most serious disagreement between the Eagle Jam military-industrial complex, Parliament, and the Ministry of Defense. In the midst of their fight, Dacia's announcement of the J-20's successful skid test at this point in time can be imagined how much of a mess it will make for Eagle Jam's inner circle. It's better this way. The more chaos in Hawk Jam, then the better for us. Thanks to this mysterious organization. Zhang Lixing sighed. This was not only for that mysterious organization to be able to better fish in troubled waters, but also for Dacia to be able to better develop its economy and build up its strength. It could be said that if there wasn't this mysterious organization, then I'm afraid they would have to continue to hold back for many more years before they would be able to build up their strength. But times are different now, and in the big Middle East situation that develops next, he'd like to see Eagle Jam. He'd dare to go down? The world boss has been in charge for too long, and it's time for a new master. Just in time. Academician Zhang Lixing and Dean Zhang Yuli, how are you two? Notice that you will be asked to attend an emergency meeting at 7 p.m. Meanwhile, the news, not to the two men's surprise, was drifting along. Kadena Air Base, Okinawa, Niigata. This is Eagle Jam's largest airbase in the entire Asia-Pacific region, housing over 30,000 soldiers with hundreds of fighters, bombers, and several aviation regiments. At the same time, it is also the closest military base to Dacia. As if it were a stalk in the throat, it can be said to be regarded as a thorn in the eye of Dacia, the nail in the flesh. Beside the couch, how can we allow others to snore? The moment, the new division, Brigadier General Prey Jamil, the commanding officer, reclined in his office chair and quietly smoked a cigar for good measure. Though he was no supreme commander in Niigata, nowhere near the 5-star Mikado MacArthur who was constantly judging others, he had a say in the whole of Okinawa. And on Eagle Jam's side he's a regular senior officer, compared to the political and business families and Wall Street squids who don't get a square look from anyone else. But here, Prey Jamil is the emperor. Just as he was squinting slightly, enjoying the rare coziness, a messenger officer hurried in with a panicked look on his face. Commodore Jamil, something big has happened. What is it? Another one of those pricks from the base going to violate the local neon women? Prey Jamil frowned. Or who got drunk and killed a couple ne'er-do-wells again? Just throw him in the brig for a few days first. This was the 8th time this had happened in the month since he'd taken over the position, and it could be considered nothing more than a family affair. Just when he thought that it was just that little thing happening again. No, Mr. Commodore, it's a message from Dacia. Go on. His face sank. According to the latest news from Dacia's side, we've learned that their newest warplane is already undergoing taxiing tests and has even completed its high-speed testing status. And it's highly likely that it's a 5th-generation fighter. The commander quickly summarized this intelligence. A 5th-generation airplane? Dacia is going to develop a 5th-generation airplane? Prey Jamil was filled with disbelief. He had only one feeling. Dacia was crazy. Do they really want to build a 5th-generation airplane? With the technology level that it took them 14 years to develop a 4th-generation aircraft like the J-10? Or the fact that they are lagging behind in materials, engines, avionics, etc.? Prey Jamil just wants to ask, what gives you Dacia the right? The commander thought for a moment. Mr. Brigadier General, do you think this is a deliberate attempt at a diversion? Is the goal to shut down our F-22 production line? Prey Jamil shook his head. Whether it is or isn't, it's not up to us to make decisions on these matters. Just submit the intelligence information to the Washington side. The rest is not within the scope of your and my consideration. Is it a question he can talk about whether this 5th-generation aircraft of Dacia is real or not? And whether it is actually intended to influence the closing of the F-22 fighters or not? Chapter 45. The Supreme Special Secret Group is established. You will be the first line of defense for Dacia. I understand what should be done. Lu Zhe was completely enlightened. Previously he had a preliminary plan, but never found a proper doorway. Even the issue of trustworthiness is one that he will have to be careful about throughout LLNL Labs until it is completely resolved. And if he had access to the core tech items, not to mention anything else, how about not having to replicate a few of Neon's favorite little boys and invite them to experience those historically rare maximum temperatures of 70 years ago? for charcoal grilled meat and whatnot. Lu Zhe expressed his favorite. A few moments later, Michael Hassan ate his fill, stood up and stretched. Cheer up. If you really can't, you're fine in the state you're in. He looked to Lucy next to Lu Zhe, but recently he had heard that the two would stay together every day. Why meditate on how to fit into this unforgiving LLNL lab? Perhaps. Young people are always like this. Michael Hassan muttered inwardly. How had he not been like this himself when he was young? Could it be that his original decision was really wrong? Could such an eagle sauce really be called a so-called lighthouse of civilization? Maybe the answer was already there in his heart, but he just didn't want to deny all the hard work he had done in the first half of his life. Professor Hassan, you've got a lot of paperwork left over. You'd better finish it before you go back. Lucy gave a timely reminder, slowly gathering up the last bit of food. Otherwise, I'll deliver it straight to the mailbox on your doorstep. Even with all the muckraking and posing, being a professor in a lab is just part of the official business that needs to be taken care of. She didn't want to spend her time doing Hassan's grunt work and helping him approve those boring as hell papers. I'd better get some more rest then. Michael Hassan slumped back in his chair and opened the laptop in his bag. Don't get me wrong. As a king of the swinging world, there's no way he's taking care of official business right now. In the curious eyes of Lu Zhe and the two of them, Prof. Hassan skillfully opened a stock speculation software. Looking at the way he operated to purchase stocks, Lu Zhe was filled with confusion. Professor, you're all long one stock? And even use triple leverage? Even Lucy on the side was a bit surprised. Isn't there something wrong with this? This is not stock speculation. This is clearly a big gamble. I'm not much of a gambler. As long as the stocks I choose are at the bottom of the valley, it's up anyway. Michael Hassan said indifferently. So just go straight in with a heavy short position and die. He was a big fan of betting on luck and had always opted for straight pokies. Lu Zhe revealed a smile. I'm not a person who likes to gamble either, so I have only one investment strategy. What is it? The pupils of Lucy's bright eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. He held out a finger, catching the eyes of the two men, and said confidently, keep investing, and as long as I keep adding to my position, then I'll never lose. Lucy's eyes are all dismayed. You two don't go into the financial world. It's a real loss to the general stockholders. At this point, as Luz and Lucy finished their morning tea and took a leisurely circle around the entire lab, Da Xia, Yanjing. The time was a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing rode back to the entrance of the summer academy in a car that had been specially padded. From the car down the two, the eyebrows revealed all a kind of gravity. All the way did not say too much. There was no rest in sight, but a quick walk back to the dean's conference room for another meeting and negotiation. Old Zhang, what do you think our next plan should be? Zhang Lixing frowned. A wave of sadness filled the air. Who knows what the higher-ups mean this time? This errand is not so easy to handle. The expression on Zhang Yuli's face was no better. Headache. It's really a headache. This emergency meeting was a secret meeting held by the highest level, with only a few candidates attending, but each name was like a thunderclap. With Zhang Yuli's rank as the president of the Daxia Academy of Sciences, he could only even be ranked at the bottom of the list, while Zhang Lixing was the second to the bottom of the list. Level of treatment. They had thought that there was some urgent matter to be discussed this time. It turned out to be a matter of importance indeed, but it was far more important than the two could have imagined. The central topic of this meeting was only one: the formation of a special secret team that would be responsible only for that mysterious organization. Zhang Lixing pulled out his dry cigarette and took a drag. His tone heavy, then said, I expected that this emergency meeting would not be so simple, but I never thought it would be the formation of a secret team. This came far more quickly than I expected. The formation of this special secret group, a matter on which the two had been given preliminary inside information as early as last week. However, they had never thought that the highest level side had only spent a few short days already making a thorough decision, and the members of this special secret group were mainly composed of 4 people, namely Zhang Yuli, Song Qinyi, Zhang Lixing, and Lu Zhixue. The leader of the group is Zhang Yuli, while the vice leader is Zhang Lixing, and the remaining 2 are members of the group. The most suitable candidates are undoubtedly these people, and no other people have been considered by the authorities. After all, only the 4 of them were clearly aware of the existence of the mysterious man, as well as the mysterious organization behind him, and even more so, they had carried out many communication activities with him, so if they hastily let the others and so on join in, it would be a great hidden danger, and Daxia couldn't afford to take this risk at all. Smoke lingered in the room, the smell of tobacco relaxing all the tense nerves a little. This time, Zhang Yuli didn't say anything and let out a long breath. This special secret group, it has too much authority. If this goes wrong, you and I are really in the sinning business. Yeah, Zhang Lixing concurred. This full name, Daxia Highest Special Operations Secret Group, it has only one authority. The whole daxia, only this group can communicate with the mysterious organization in both directions. In case of necessary emergencies, the group may temporarily adopt judgmental decisions that do not affect the basic strategy of dacha. This permission is simple though. This would be the treatment of an admiral in ancient times, but this could only be used in regards to that mysterious organization. This aspect alone shows how outrageous the authority of this secret group is. Its importance can be summed up in the above quote: "You will be the first line of defense for daxia, but the greater the authority and the greater the ability, then the responsibility carried will be equally more enormous." This point the two will not fail to understand. And this is also the source of sorrow. Zhang Lixing pondered for a long time. That said, do we need to notify old Song's side now? Song Chini was still working on the J-20 program, so he hadn't had time to explain to him. Let's wait until the first flight of the J-20 is completed. There's no shortage of him over there right now. Zhang Yuli waved his hand. And it's enough to have Xiao Lu right now. It's fine for him to carry out external contact communications. That's true. Zhang Lixing nodded. J-20 project can be said to be the most important research and development project in the near future of daxia, as well as not be able to take it lightly. Let Song Chini now into the group is not a good thing. And there wasn't much going on with this particular mystery team at the moment. And the two of them were handling it perfectly well. So what's next? We're going to contact that mysterious organization? Will this look too much? Zhang Lixing took a drag on his cigarette, then exhaled nice smoke rings after an epic overlung. It had only been less than 2 days since the last contact. Although it was for the purpose of conducting briefing operations against the mysterious organization as usual before, but such a frequent initiative to contact him was worried that it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Zhang Yuli shook his head. No, this kind of thing has to be synchronized and negotiated with them before it can be done. And I don't think there's going to be any caddy in this organization. How could an organization that was able to exchange $1 billion in reward for 1,000 schools in the northwestern province be disgruntled because of this small matter? On the contrary, it is only when there is no timely communication that dissatisfaction may exist. Eagle Sauce, California. Lu Zhe was resting on one of the sofas when he finished his lunch. Suddenly, when he was slightly sleepy, the light screen on his eyeballs suddenly popped up with a line of prompts. Ding! There's a brand new email in your inbox. Lu Zhe was instantly energized and took a quick step towards a location. Lucy, I'll go to the bathroom first. Good. Lucy was holding her laptop and watching the daxia Kung Fu instruction that Luz was talking about with great interest. So Kung Fu really is similar to magic. But where is the magic fairy castle? Lucy muttered. Clearly she really did love magic more. Coming to an unoccupied corner in the bathroom, Luz opened his mailbox to project onto the light screen. We will set up a daxia special secret team to replace the Xia Academy of Sciences as the sole contact for docking with your organization in the future. This group is responsible for handling all matters related to your organization. In response to your requests for emergency assistance, help, etc. Special Secret Unit. A whole new group? Luz frowned. And when looking carefully at the content sent from the mailbox, even his strong mental quality couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This condition can truly be described as buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. Lu Zhe secretly said. This cannot be used before the kind of top secret core to describe his importance to the daxia. Perhaps to the daxia mysterious organization is the existence of the country's divine weapon. Maybe it's unlikely to go into an all-out war over mysterious organizations, but a proxy or localized hot war that's definitely not a wimp either. Lu Zhe thought carefully for a while and laughed dumbly. In that case, I have to return the favor before I can do so. He was not a man who did not know how to throw his weight around. We are satisfied with this arrangement. May I ask what technique daxia would like next time? B-2 bomber? Or maybe it's something else. First shift. End of chapter. Chapter 46 something special. How about a replica of an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer this time? Summer Academy of Sciences. The stillness of the early hours of the morning seems to be quiet all around. Only a few bugs violently roar out a few croaks in this silent night. The secluded room where the security level had once again been raised a notch. Zhang Lixing uttered with some surprise. This mysterious organization is going to provide us with brand new technology again. They didn't expect to get this surprise even though they thought it was just a business as usual debriefing. It seems that this mysterious organization is a thick-skinned person. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yuli's mouth. I thought I'd have to wait a long time for the next technology. He could tell that this time when he asked daxia what technology was needed. It was entirely because he sensed how much daxia valued them. So this was why he took the initiative to ask what technology was needed. If not, he predicted that he would have to wait more than a few months for the next deal on technology. Zhang Lixing stroked his white beard. What technology should we want? Is it the B-2, or some other technology? Who doesn't want the technology of the B-2 bomber? The C-5 strategic transport? Zhang Yuli smiled helplessly. But where is this kind of technology so easy to obtain? It's better to take one step at a time. He even wanted the full technology of EUV lithography, but that's obviously not realistic. He didn't find this surprising. After all, the last time this mysterious organization had asked the same thing, whether Dacia wanted the B-2 bomber or not. This kind of global top military technology. But this kind of technology is not that easy to get even for the mysterious organization. It still completely depends on whether the luck is good enough or not, as well as how deep they actually hide on the eagle sauce side. After careful thought, Zhang Yuli typed a reply. Any technology is fine. There are still many things that we lack in Dacia. There is no need to make too many requests. This time he didn't warn of any safety precautions, but chose to say what he had to say. After all, it wasn't the first time they had worked together, and I believe that the first thing this mysterious organization always puts at the top of their list is safety. Similarly, there is no provision for technology that says you need any specified technology. For today's Dacia, whether in the military field or the commercial market, lack of technology is too much. As long as the technology can be put to use are all missing. Today is the key point of the transformation of the manufacturing industry in Dacia, and a large number of low-end manufacturing industries are in urgent need of transformation into medium and high-end production. After all, it is still the same sentence. Dacia can't use 100 million shirts to get back an airplane, which can only feed more than 1 billion people in Dacia, but it can't make Dacia really become a rich developed country. Screw white cats, black cats and blue cats. Nowadays any cat that can catch a rat is a good cat. As for the copyright issue, it is not the first thing to consider. The three countries are still copying fake medicines all day long, and I have not seen anyone dare to say to the three countries that they have violated the copyright. How many divisions do you have? If you've got the guts, come over here in your worship and say, open up, free trade. Soon after, a reply from the mysterious organization arrived quickly. We have been informed, and we believe that the technology this time will definitely not disappoint you. Looking at the content text, the two did not rush to reply. Actually, the last drone technology given by the mysterious organization was pretty good. Zhang Lixing's face was filled with a smile that he couldn't stop. The range of use is large, and the difficulty of manufacturing is not too high. Even compared to the previous Boeing 777, he felt that the value that the smaller drone could bring to bear was the greater one. In terms of military applications, nothing more needs to be said. Small drones are a complete godsend for street fighting, localized wars, and low-intensity warfare. The Boeing 777, on the other hand, can be temporarily converted to a transport aircraft, but it's always just a civilian aircraft. Even in the civilian market, small drones are equally capable of creating great commercial value. Who can dislike a technique that gives you both the fish and the bear's paw? Zhang Yuli frowned when he heard this, but this small drone technology, it's always necessary to pay this organization appropriately. That unconditional reward we promised before was not enough. Indeed not enough. One has to think of a way to compensate back for it. Zhang Lixing did not retort. When they had gotten this small drone technology before, they hadn't actually given much thought to the huge potential it held, and now after thinking about the significance it can play, that verbal reward from before seems a bit shabby. And even if the mysterious organization doesn't use it at all, wouldn't that be equivalent to no reward at all? If this is Eagle Sauce technology, Dacia wouldn't mind just whoring it out. Money? What money? Didn't you already pay for it? But for this extremely important and mysterious organization, that is certainly how much it should be given. Not afraid of it asking for more, but afraid of it not wanting it. Zhang Yuli pondered for a long time, slowly elaborating his thoughts. This way then, all the net profits earned from this small drone technology will be taken out in half. The money will be handed over to them later when the time is right. Zhang Lixing nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Let's do it. Whether it was Zhang Yuli or Zhang Lixing, the two of them understood very well that favors always had a day when they were spent. Even if they possessed a high degree of goodwill towards Dacia, and could be willing to give technology without receiving a reward. Chapter 47, Change of Plans, Equipment in Storage. Ready to start stealing. Requesting subscriptions. Does the lab have access to destroyers here? Hearing the question, Lucy clicked pause and cocked her head for a moment. Contact destroyer? Should be harder. Our lab doesn't seem to have much cooperation with the Navy, including the radar on the ships, which was developed by MIT's radiation lab. After all, there are specialties, and LLNL National Laboratory is still working more with the Air Force side, and the Navy side is working with several other national laboratories. So naturally, there can't be any missile destroyers or any other kind of ships here in the lab. Hearing this explanation from Lucy, Lu Zhe naturally knew that she had misunderstood. She guessed she thought she was talking about how a weaponry like a destroyer could be accessed in a lab. No, I'm talking about just close contact, just being able to look and touch. Lucy said with sincere eyes. Just this? Isn't that easy? Lucy looked at him very strangely and answered the question. As long as you attend the Navy open house, getting up close and personal is no problem at all. Don't say you just want to touch it. You get on the deck and roll all over the place. LLNL Labs is located in the Bay Area. Why is it called the Bay Area? It's because it's near the ocean. Naval Open Day will be held every other day. Nuclear submarines, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers may be difficult to access, but the destroyer this basically belongs to the festival regulars. Want to see is not simple? Lucy inwardly cursed his carelessness. Right. Why didn't I think of that just now? Every once in a while there is a commemorative event like the Navy Open House here in Eagle Jam. And if you sign up for a reservation you are able to land on a ship and take a tour. Even in a few years when the Eagle Jam Navy is short of money. Even the nuclear-powered carriers you'll be able to go on a casual tour for a full day if you pay a few $100s. Having resolved this doubt, Lucy kept his gaze gleaming tightly on Lucy, revealing an intriguing flavor. Lucy's whole body got a little goosebumps. The look she couldn't stand. You're thinking of going to the Navy Open Day? That's right. Can Lucy help? Luz nodded. Although he was an Eagle Jam student, he was a genuine Daxia national, and this kind of Naval Open Day might not allow him to pass the reservation, which in the final analysis belonged to the activities that only the people of his own country could participate in. Lucy glanced at him without a sound. Alright, I'll just take you there then. She can even take people over to the LLNL Labs Maintenance Center, let alone just a district open house on a Navy ship. An appointment? What the hell is that? Lucy, needs an appointment? I'll check the next Navy open house. She logged on and opened her browser, quickly typing in a URL to check it out. The date is set for May 17th. That's next Sunday? Yes. Lucy nodded. Naturally the open house should be on a holiday like Sunday. Otherwise who would have nothing better to do than run around looking at what destroyers? You really don't think Eagle Sauce uses the 996, do you? And hosting an open house isn't about having fun with the people, more to the point. The Hawksbill Navy can make money, although it doesn't cost anything to reserve tickets. But others didn't say that ships don't charge for all kinds of experiences, all kinds of souvenirs, and all kinds of catered food. On the contrary, these things are the main winners, and they're more than several times more expensive than in unusual places. Lucy, so what ships are participating in this Navy Open Day? Lucy was vaguely excited inside. He didn't care too much about other issues. He only cared about what technological items he could copy. This, I wouldn't really know. Lucy frowned, after continuing to look up the URL on her laptop. It seems that there are two ships attending the Open Day, a Ticonderoga-class cruiser of some sort, and the guided missile destroyer Mylius. Great! Let's join us next Sunday. Lucy was even more overjoyed inwardly. He wasn't interested in that old raggedy Ticonderoga-class cruiser, which was about to be decommissioned. Wasn't it? It was probably going to be pulled straight to the scrapyard after this Navy Open Day. But that guided missile destroyer, the Mylius, was right up his alley. For it is none other than the Burke-class destroyer, the $2 billion most powerful destroyer in the world currently in service. The next day, the Summer Academy. 9 o'clock in the morning is about the time when it's close to late at night on the California side of Eagle Jam. Inside the dean's office, two old men, whose ages added up to more than 100, were drinking tea and playing chess. After all, this was one of the few hobbies the two had. Old man Zhang, are you cheating? Zhang Yuli looked at the pieces on the board. How come my cannon was eaten by your rook? Chapter 48. What do you mean by ing surprise? You really stole the B-2 bomber technology? That's great. I've been looking forward to it. Lucy smiled, a hint of excitement hidden in his eyes. The B-2 Phantom Bomber. The name alone is a white moon in the minds of many. Being able to have the opportunity to replicate a high-tech item of this grade, then he naturally wouldn't have too much hesitation. Lucy, so are we going in the morning or in the afternoon? He wasn't in a hurry, but slowly and methodically finished his bowl of noodles. He didn't even need to ask about the exact time. After all, whether it was Lucy or say Lucy, the two of them as people who also had a certain reputation in the swinging world, naturally they wouldn't do that kind of self-destructive thing. That must have only gone over to the maintenance center during business hours. Is it still after hours? 10 o'clock, I think. Just in time to be back for lunch. Lucy thought for a moment and said, full of seriousness, I'm told there's spiced potato pie today, so I can't miss it. I'm done eating. She set an oversized bowl down and gracefully and gently wiped the grease from her mouth. Although Lucy ate at a rapid pace, she was a typical lady when it came to eating. Good. Lucy nodded and began to clean up the dishes while silently thinking inside. Is the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer technology a bit better for Daxia, or is the B-2 bomber technology better? Lucy said darkly. For the answer to this question, if Daxia were to make a choice, then it would undoubtedly be the latter. After all, Based on development time alone, the Arleigh Burke class, which has been in service since the 1990s, is already standing in the fringe corner of the era. It is a remnant of the old days and has no ship to carry it in the new world of the 21st century. Dacia is building the 052D guided missile destroyer performance in addition to less vertical hair, the rest of the aspects of almost all the advantages. Not to mention from the construction of the 052D accumulated experience. Not a few years after the development of the 055 million tons of large drive launched the Invincible. Who would have thought that a missile destroyer's displacement can be more than 10,000 tons is just. And even the heartless loading of the Eagle, 21 such hypersonic anti-ship missiles, is simply a proper carrier killer. And traditional guided missile destroyers like the Arleigh Burke class have long since been phased out outright. It can be said that in the next 10 years Dacia's development speed in destroyers is so fast that I am afraid it will exceed the scope of the whole world's imagination. Having the technology of the Burke-class destroyer might just make Dacia's R&D ideas a little more fluid, but it wouldn't be much better. But the B-2 bomber is different. As a stealth strategic bomber until more than a decade later, the world is still only one of the service. Even the H-20 developed by Dacia for many years have not yet disclosed any information related to the maiden flight, not to mention into the official service batch. In this regard, it's not just that the need for a long-range stealth strategic bomber has been replaced for a significant portion of its function by a large drone, which is also largely more usable, less costly, and easier to mass-produce, among other advantages. But in part, it's also because of Dacia's high technical specifications for the H-20. However, no matter in what way it shows, a successful has been developed B-2 bomber technology. The significance of Dacia is very significant. In the development of the H-20 program, can avoid taking many detours. An B-2 bomber has a much harder chance of making contact than that Burke-class destroyer. Thinking of this, Liu Zhe made up his mind. It's decided that it's you, B-2 bomber. There are only a few B-2s in the world, and they are scattered in various airbases, so it's not that easy to reach them. It took a long time for LLNL National Laboratory to come up with a B-2, only to have to return in only 5 days for repairs. Who knows when he'll have the next chance to meet. So, Liu Zhe can't let it go no matter what. The destroyer will just have to wait until the next Navy Open Day. At 10:30 a.m. The near-noon sun was high in the sky, and the heat was a little too much to bear. LLNL National Laboratory, Maintenance Center Storage Area Gate. Luz, let's hurry inside. Lucy fanned her sunburned cheeks with her hands. It's too sunny. The weather in California in May, although the temperature is not high, but definitely can be sunburned off a layer of skin. Their own out of the house has not yet applied sunscreen simply to death. I should have brought a parasol. With an apology, Luz handed over a few wet tissues. Lucy's creamy skin would be too much for him if she got a tan. Without much ado, the two walked right in. The entire storage area was still stacked with a wide array of various types of weapons and equipment. And even this latest batch of equipment that had entered the warehouse had some new goods that Liu Zhe had not seen before. AH-64 Apache helicopter gunships, A-10 Thunderbolt II attack aircraft, Stryker-wheeled combat vehicle. Liu Zhe didn't appreciate these new gadgets too much, and all his attention was focused on the behemoth in the distance. The surrounding space of hundreds of square meters was all swept away, and it was the only piece of equipment that could rest comfortably in the very center. It was that one B-2 bomber. Liu Zhe let out a light laugh. No wonder some people say this is a flying saucer that Eagle Sauce got from aliens. It's kinda like that. It's unlike almost all of the flying machines that are currently on the planet. That triangular special appearance and extremely flat construction didn't look like a flying machine at a glance, or even more like a fish or an unidentified flying object. But this also confirms the saying that in military equipment face value is combat effectiveness. Good-looking weapons which have a flowery frame. All of them are designed so that the better they look, the more they hurt when they hit. Lose. This time we only have 5 minutes without being able to enter the cab. The reason it's more urgent this time is because Lucy was about to open her mouth to explain why when Luz waved his hand and interrupted. 5 minutes is already enough. It seemed to him that Lucy's permission to let take him on a 5-minute tour of this B-2 bomber alone was extremely counterintuitive. Even Michael Hassan, a lab professor-level person, may not be able to just come to this area, let alone bring someone over to hang out and visit. Liu Zhe had been curious about what exactly Lucy's identity was, and he had never heard of any of the top brass of the LLNL National Laboratory being named Hila. But if she doesn't want to reveal it herself, why ask too many questions? Under Lucy's gaze, Liu Zhe slowly walked to this bomber. His palm gently touched the pitch-black shell. A special touch came from it, cold and raw. Inwardly, he began to count to 5:54. Instantly, a message popped up on the light screen over the eyeball. Current science and technology item, B-2 Stealth Strategic Bomber. Value of achievement points, 5W. Please choose whether to copy or not. There were as many as 50. 000 achievement points? This huge number was out of his expectation. Originally, he predicted that it should just be about 1 or 2 times the size of an F-22 fighter. It should be due to the rarity and value, so this B-2 bomber can be worth 50,000 achievement points. He quickly guessed. It doesn't take much to realize that there is absolutely no way that the B-2 bomber has more than 5 times the tech of the F-22 fighter. But considering that the F-22 fighter that has close to 200 times as many and a cost of $200 million, it is simply not enough in front of the B-2 bomber. According to Liu Zhe's concept of playing the second game in his previous life, the F-22 can only be regarded as a SR card, while the B-2 was categorized by the system to the SSR level. So the reward for achievement points has risen dramatically. Thoughts flashed by. Yes, Liu Zhe did not bring any hesitation at the moment and decisively chose to make a copy. Current technological items. The B-2 strategic bomber has been successfully replicated. Reward, 50,000 achievement points. Full set of design drawings for B-2 strategic bomber technology. Entity, stored in item bar. System space item bar, B-2 strategic bomber. F-22 5th generation heavy air superiority fighter X-2. Boeing 777-300ER. 5 minutes slipped by. Lucy, let's go. Liu Zhe was soothed inwardly. I'll treat you to a big meal today. No more cafeteria. Why don't we go to that new French restaurant then? It's got good French foie gras, I hear. Lucy's eyes lit up. It was just as she thought. As long as she took Liu Zhe to see the high-tech equipment, there would be a big meal later. Okay, Liu Zhe nodded. Today he directly went out on a limb. A few hours later, it was still midnight in Daxia, and the lights were still on in one of the rooms of the summer academy. The 2 old men sat straight up in their chairs, both with a military coat draped over their shoulders to keep out the cold. Elder Zhang. Dean. It's better for you guys to go rest first. I'll just be on duty here with the others. Liu Zhixue looked at the 2 worriedly. When the time comes and there is an abnormal situation, I will notify you urgently. A middle-aged man in his late 40s, less than 50, himself, would be able to hold out for a while, but Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing age but are 60 up. This stay up all night for them is not just hurt the body so simple. It's fine. We'll go rest later. Zhang Lixing waved his hand slightly, sipping one mouthful after another of the tea in his hand to use to refresh himself. Old Zhang. Let's go rest for a while. Zhang Yuli felt a little dizzy, but also advised, here there is Xiao Lu watches enough. Just so a moment of time you are not unable to wait? After saying that, he directly pulled Zhang Lixing, the stubborn little old man, to the nearby rest room for a good rest. Ever since Zhang Lixing had learned that the mysterious organization was going to prepare a surprise gift, he had been teared up and waiting for a new email to arrive. If we stay like this for a few more days, I'm afraid the surprise will come before the shock. Just after an hour of confused sleep, suddenly, Dean, a new email has been sent. This voice seemed to come from beside their ears, and both of them immediately opened their eyes and walked inside this signal-shielded room. Old Zhang, you grabbed the verification. Zhang Lixing looked nervous, and was all a bit fidgety. Isn't this the fastest I've ever been? Zhang Yuli sat in his chair and flew around verifying one security command after another. In less than a minute, it was logged into the email backend and a new email popped up instantly. There's been a little mishap with the plan this time, and the surprise prepared for Daxia may be a little bigger this time. The technology that our organization didn't nail last time, we're bringing it to you this time. Looking at the content of this entry, all 3 of their faces changed drastically. The technology that we didn't get last time? The last time the mysterious organization said the technology seemed to be Liu Zhixue swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face filled with shock and stagnation. They didn't really get the B-2 bomber technology over here, did they? Zhang Lixing's heart beat violently. This is too outrageous. He had never thought in that direction before. No matter how much he speculated about what the surprise the mysterious organization was going to prepare. Is it that easy to get this stuff? Now even Eagle Jam itself may not be able to build it successfully, let alone you having to steal the full technology. Although I also think it's impossible. But, Zhang Yuli didn't say any more. If it was someone else, he would never believe it. But he really believed in the words of this mysterious organization. Decidedly typed a line of text in reply. We, Daxia, are very much looking forward to this surprise, and will still give your party a relative reward. Everyone in the entire room was glued to the screen, waiting for a response from there. At this moment, they seemed to feel that every second that passed was unprecedentedly long. A good while later, a reply from the mysterious organization arrived. Is this technology enough of a surprise? What do you think it's worth in terms of payoffs? Technical design drawings for the B-2 Phantom strategic bomber. Explanation of the manufacturing process and materials for the B-2 fighter jet. General GE. F-118 GE 100 turbofan engine technical detail drawing. Synthesis formula and preparation means for B2 stealth coding alternating high-frequency material, AHFM. Benton time. Is it really B2 bomber technology? Zheng Lixing's jaw dropped as he said, they really got this kind of technology? Dude, explain to me what the surprise is? So that's the surprise. Did Mystery Incorporated really get their hands on the full B2 bomber technology? 2 in 1. Next chapter should be around 6/7 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Great Love, B2 Bomber. Am I hallucinating? Still exactly as it happened 3 times before. On the screen, stacked densely packed compressed packages, each of them frighteningly large. After falling into a long silence, Zhang Yuli's fingers mechanically selected one of the compressed packages to download. The progress bar on the top is jumping fast. If it is not, the CAS is a dedicated network, directly connected to the Dasha network bandwidth servers. I am afraid that this compressed package alone will have to be downloaded for a while. Lu Zhishua pointed at the screen for half a day before he said in shock, you really got the full set of B2 bomber technology? Surprisingly, it's that simple. How long has it been? Lu Zhishua remembered that the last time the mysterious organization had sent an email saying that they had a huge surprise for Dasha, only 2 days had passed since then. How is this stealing technology? Why does it feel as easy as going home for dinner? A few people did not doubt the authenticity of but a single bit of technology. Such doubt was simply an insult to the mysterious organization. It seems that we have still far underestimated the capabilities of the mysterious organization. Zhang Yuli let out a sigh of astonishment. This means could not be more appropriately described as magical. When he had used the term magical power before, he had only used it to express that unbelievable emotion. But nowadays, when he uses this word, he really thinks that only a god can possess such means, right? It's not too much of a stretch to call the B2 bomber thing Eagle Jam's most central top secret. And there are only 10 more of them than there are nuclear-powered carriers. Even today, Eagle Jam has dismantled the production line of the B2 bomber. And there is absolutely no chance that there will be even one more in the future, which is aptly described as out of print. Unlike the F-22, which is still in production, and even being upgraded and upgraded. It's no less rare than any of Eagle Sauce's nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, in which case the mysterious organization managed to get a full set of technical drawings from Eagle Sauce's side. The difficulty of this is so great that a normal person cannot even imagine it. This could require the entire B2 bomber development team members to be infiltrated from the top to the bottom. Every link in there. And what a horrible tactic that is. Old Zhang, don't lament over there. Zheng Lixing stood by the side and spat. The mysterious organization over there is still waiting for our reply. How much do you think this complete technology for the B2 bomber could be worth in payoffs? Hearing this, Zhang Yuli was stumped. I'm not sure. Who the hell knows how much the B2 bomber technical drawings could be worth? This thing cost over $40 billion in R&D alone. And that's over $40 billion in the 70s and 80s. How many times would that have to inflate to today's 09? After thinking about it, he typed out a line and replied, we are very satisfied with this big surprise. Please ask your organization how much reward you want. We can meet the demand. How much? It's better to let them come up with it themselves. Zhang Yuli took a sip of the tea that was set in his hand and let out a long breath. This time, he still didn't quote an exact price. The reason was the same as the previous 2 times. Not afraid that the figure he quoted was too high, but the biggest fear was that the mysterious organization side would think that the reward was too small. So, as much money as they want, Dasha's side will definitely give it if they can. Even if they directly ask for a reward of $10 billion or $20 billion, Zhang Yuli will not even blink his eyes, but immediately carry out the notification of the highest level of approval for the mobilization of funds, and then transfer money to them in any specified way at the fastest speed. This method is proper. Zheng Lixing agreed. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for a reply from the mysterious organization side. A few minutes passed again before a new email replied. I don't want cash and all other equivalents for payment, and I still want Dasha to use another method of payment. May I ask in what manner? As long as it is within our Dasha's capabilities, we will certainly do our best. After Zhang Yuli replied, he muttered with a frown. Another payment method? It's not going to be the same as last time. Continuing to build 1,000 schools over in the Northwest Province. Is it? Still building schools? Northwest Province currently lacks more teachers. Zhang Lixing shook his head. Even if we build a few thousand more or even more, this will not play a role. With things like basic education, school construction can only address a portion of the immediate needs. Even though Dasha's side has been raising the level of treatment for teachers in the Northwest Province, as the least developed provinces, many teachers go to teach in some mountainous areas, and the recruitment process is not as simple as one might think. It is true that the subsidies you give are already quite a lot, and can even be said to be not inferior to the salary level of many second-tier cities or even first-tier, but even the roads are not open. Not to mention that there are no recreational activities to speak of. Do you go and ask all teachers to be saints who have no desires and wants? This is obviously unrealistic. In the long run, it's always about cultivating local faculty resources in order to be healthy and thrive. Soon after, the email replied, "This B2 bomber technology, I think, can be exchanged for a reward of $5 billion. There are no objections from Disya's side. $5 billion is completely acceptable." Zhang Yuli flew a line of text at a fast speed. Being able to exchange $5 billion for B2 bomber technology? This kind of good deal. He expressed his willingness to do it 100 times until he emptied all of Disya's foreign exchange reserves. It seems like it's the controller behind that mysterious organization that's having a conversation with us right now. Zhang Lixing guessed. It should be. The pronouns in the email have changed again. Zhang Yuli nodded in agreement. Before that it had been they, and when it came to the crucial payoff it was he again. This is quite consistent with conventional logical speculation. It is impossible to think of such a thing in any way that one's men can do it for them, and it must be negotiated in person. Immediately after, I would like Dasya to use $5 billion to give all primary and secondary school students in the province of Northwest Province as a study subsidy program, partial remission or free of charge in their accommodation, meals, clothing, etc. The entire amount will be carried out as a short-term program, expected to be 5 years. In the future, this program will become a long-term program and be transferred to the whole country for implementation. It's a subsidized program for all elementary and middle school students in the province, and for only 5 years? Zhang Yuli sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though he had already vaguely guessed what this mysterious organization was going to do within his heart just now, he hadn't expected their boldness to be so appalling. This is $5 billion. A huge amount of 35 billion yuan, all of which will be used to assist primary and secondary school students in the Northwest Province? Old Zhang. I remember that there are only 6 million primary and secondary school students in Northwest Province combined, right? Zhang Lixing quickly calculated a detailed numerical result. $35 billion for a period of 5 years, with an average subsidy amount of close to $1,100 per person per year? That's a lot of numbers. That's a lot of numbers. In terms of the current prices of Dasya in 09, the subsidy spread out to $3 a day has been very substantial. And today the price of pork in general is only $4 a catty. This is the kind of money that would give many children more than enough meat and milk for breakfast and lunch. And there is even a good deal of money left over. May I ask what method we should use to aid this time? Zhang Yuri did not say too much, but replied silently. After all, this kind of assistance naturally could not still be carried out in the name of Dasya, or else the other provinces should have a problem with it. If the Northwest Province needs subsidies, don't other backward provinces need them? Even the southern provinces of Dasya have large underdeveloped areas. It's not like the other provinces would know that all of these things were rewarded in exchange for the mysterious organization, and would only think that Dasya was being unfair. So this time, they had to have a way out of the division to do it. A reply from there was sent quickly. Then just call it a donation of funds from a dedicated citizen and call it the full name of the Dedicated Citizen Student Subsidy Program. Look at this line in the email. But does this mysterious organization have some special love for the name Zealous Citizen? Lu Zhixue pulled the corner of his mouth. How did he remember that when he first made contact at the time, the other man had asked him to address him as Enthusiastic Citizen as well? But in terms of demeanor on both occasions, the mystery organization really deserved the moniker. We will come up with a charter as soon as possible, and implement the request you have made as quickly as possible. After Zhang Yuli finished his reply, he sat down on a chair and sighed longingly. It seems that the leader of this mysterious organization has very deep feelings for the Northwest Province, and even for the entire Dasya. We're the ones who haven't done enough to make these people suffer. Could it be that many students in the Northwest Province are living in difficulty, and that the education department has not realized these situations? Even Zhang Yuli, the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences, is equally aware of this, but it's not that they don't know this, but they simply can't do it. The Northwest Province has a total of more than $3 billion a year for education, and many rural teachers have to be paid once every 6 months. So how can they be subsidized? How many poor mountainous areas are there in Dasya? How many poor counties? Is it possible to lose sight of one or the other? It will be fine when some more years pass. Zhang Lixing patted him on the shoulder. When the fiscal revenue comes up, there will naturally be money to subsidize it. Dasya's financial revenue is not much nowadays, and being able to conduct 9-year compulsory education is already the limit of what can be afforded. After all, apart from education, is scientific research not important? Isn't supporting the development of various industries important? Not important to build roads? Or the major military programs and military spending is not important? Every one of them is important. So every Dasya has to be careful with its spending. But the mysterious organization did not have these concerns. After all, these rewards were money that belonged to them, and Daxia would not have any opinion on how they wanted to spend it. Little Lu, you go and inform the highest level side first. Zhang Yu ideally thought about it and followed up with, I'll make a pre-plan and submit it tomorrow and 2 days later. Then implement it according to the requirements of the mysterious organization. Okay, Dean. Lu Zhixue nodded his head and directly walked out of the house with quick steps. As the external contact person of the special clandestine team, his scope of responsibility is to make upward and downward contacts. Watching his figure fade away, Zhang Lixing remembered something in a trance. Old Zhang, what about this copy of the B-2 bomber technology? As mentioned before, this B-2 bomber is just too expensive. Even if you bite the bullet and build it, I'm afraid you can't afford it in Daxia's current situation. With a military budget of $400 billion a year, what kind of B-2 bomber are you playing with? Which Air Force can afford this living fodder? This is something that both men are equally well aware of. The technology is already in our hands. It's definitely not possible not to develop it. Zhang Yuli paused for a moment. It's just that we don't necessarily have to develop the B-2 bomber. Oh, what do you mean? Zhang Lixing's eyes lit up. That H-20 that's ready to be set up? Zhang Yuli nodded. We take the strengths and make up for the weaknesses is all. This way the H-20's program development time will be greatly shortened, and the manufacturing unit price can also be controlled. It's time for the H-20 program, to be formalized. Absorbing the advantages of the B-2 bomber to develop Daxia's H-20 program is the best option. Then I'll have to hurry up and notify this Duanfei fellow before I do so. Zhang Lixing's eyes narrowed slightly with a broad smile. If he hears this news, I'm afraid he'll have to collapse 3 feet high. Chang'an Land, 603 Institute is also commonly known as West Fly. This is an important R&D and manufacturing base for Daxia's research and development of bombers, transports, civil aircraft and so on, including the Boom 6 and many other bombers that are also the result of the research and development of the 603rd Institute. At the moment, late at night, a middle-aged man with a slightly slimmer look and black-framed glasses had just woken up from a nap after being woken up by an emergency call. Elder Zhang, what did you say? What bomber? He suspected that he hadn't heard him earlier, or how else could he have been so far off the mark? Duanfei, you grab a trip to Yanjing. Zhang Lixing's voice revealed excitement. This time, it's not just about the H-20 bomber. It's also about the B-2 bomber. So you'll come over on a special airplane right away. Duanfei suspected that he was hallucinating because he had gotten up so hard. Otherwise how could he suddenly hear the name of the B-2 bomber? Why don't you go back to sleep? This dream is weirdly exciting. P.S. The author is not the Northwest. People do not have to guess. Just at that time think the Northwest is the best entry point. Only to choose this place. The back to carry out certainly will also be nationwide. But have to take their time. With the country to alleviate poverty. Have to be one by one to solve the problem of the place. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Supersonic Stealth Strategic Bomber. What the hell kind of technology did the Monkey King get? Oceanside. Inside the small Bay Area town of Livermore. LLNL Labs employee sleeping quarters. Looking at the email from Daxia's side, Lu Zhe did not choose to make a reply anymore and closed the light screen projection on his eyeballs. About 35 billion yuan of subsidized funds for primary and secondary school students. How many students does the Northwest province add up to? Lu Zhe was lying on the bed, looking at the white ceiling above his head. His mind was filled with thoughts. This should be enough. I believe that the education problem over at the old home can be greatly alleviated a lot. I'm afraid it's just not enough if you want to tackle the whole country. Put these money aid to his hometown. He did not have any heartache feeling. Not to mention that this sum of money in his hands is a hot potato. Really get his hands on the next day. I'm afraid that the group of squid on Wall Street to find the door. The key is that he was originally a child out of the mountains, relying on the neighbors and hometown of all kinds of help to study in an excellent university, before the opportunity to get the qualification of the state-appointed students, and came to Duke University, a globally renowned Ivy League to study master's degree. In Lu Zhe's eyes, isn't every child in the country's mountains a shadow of his former self? Now have the ability to change all this. There is no reason but refuse to lend a helping hand. It is because Lu Zhe he experienced the feeling of being drenched by torrential rain, so he wanted to try to block the rain for others. It is not about any interests, but in the redemption of the former self. There's still a long way to go to completely solve this education problem. Lu Zhe sighed. There's more to poverty than just the Northwest province. The problems to be solved are not just schools and subsidies either. He also understands that this problem can't be solved overnight, and that after solving one there is the next one to follow. But in the mountains, not to mention how good the schools, teachers, etc. are, many of them even eat the same nutrient-poor food as sweet potatoes every day. He was now able to make the students in the Northwest province eat meat, eggs and milk every day. Then in the future, he would be able to solve all the education problems in the whole of Daxia. And Lu Zhe believed that as long as he possessed this black technology replication system and kept working hard, sooner or later, he would be able to usher in this scene one day. Now it is the Northwest Province, and later it will be the poorer regions such as Sichuan and Yunnan, which will likewise solve the problem. Only that day, I fear, will represent the arrival of a nightmare for the entire Western world. Immerse yourself in these thoughts. Suddenly, Luz remembered something Lucy had asked him to do after lunch during the day. Lucy, this girl, is still so gentle and kind at heart. He chanted twice. Lunch to eat that French restaurant. Lu Zhe are ready to hemorrhage. The results of the arrival to realize that it is actually more like a low-cost French restaurant. Eat a whole lot of food. The most expensive is only a foie gras only. The other are very ordinary bread, grilled meat and so on. So yes, despite being rather heartless on the surface, Lucy also possesses a good heart that is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Only, that's the thing, where am I going to get it for you? Lu Zhe couldn't help but get a headache when he thought about her request. If I had known, I wouldn't have shown her that little magic fairy. What about showing her some cartoon brought over from Daxia? Well, now you're in trouble. Lucy, after watching a whole series of fairies, actually asked him to buy a magic wand, and it had to be the kind that made a blah 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 full body change sound. Where the is he going to get one of those? These days there is no Iwu commodity city here in Eagle Sauce, and even more so in China. There is no software to spell CC, and overseas shopping is hard as hell. Look for Quizanti. Maybe they have it in their mystery shop? Luz said darkly. You can't trust the big superstores here in Eagle Sauce, but the Quizanti mystery shop will always be worth your while. There is no cost. It's all about profit. And the stallholders offer 100% authenticity, support pre-orders, and even provide after-sales services such as snatching back on behalf of the vendor. It's just that the supply tends to be unstable, but you can specify an item and it will be delivered to your door the next day. It's not as rampant today as it was more than a decade later, but it's taking shape. Other side. Outside the gates of the Summer Academy of Sciences, a middle-aged man in a specialized car hurriedly ran out of the car. After Duan Fei received Zhang Lixing's call in the early hours of the morning, he took the nearest flight and rushed to Yanjing here urgently, and he had been thinking about it on the airplane before. What exactly did Zhang Lixing mean by that passage? He was a bit puzzled. Regarding the Boom 20 project, this thing he did not have too many questions. This project at the slowest to the end of the year that time, should also officially launch the Stealth Strategic Bomber project. After all, at this rate, there really aren't many English symbols left for Master Boom 6 to choose from. And Daxia also urgently needs a long-range strategic delivery capability. Can't solve everything with ballistic missiles, right? Ballistic missiles are launched out of the bow without turning back. But strategic bombers can fly over your head to give deterrence and suppression. This strategic significance is irreplaceable. But what does that have to do with B-2 bombers? Thinking about it, he couldn't even take a sip of water or a breakfast. Got out of the car and went straight inside the dean's conference room. Duan Fei stood at the door and straightened his instrument. Knocking on the office door. Dean Zhang. Chapter 51, The Boom 20 Project. Dog Dato stands up. No kneeling. Subscription required. The bomber we're going to develop has to be a notch above the B-2 Phantom bomber. Zhang Lixing nodded and smiled lightly. Having supersonic capabilities is its basic characteristic. Eagle Jam's B-2 bomber development time are in the 70s and 80s. And now Daxia 09 only began to develop these new strategic bombers. Time behind 20 or 30 years. Cannot be, and the performance is still just equal, right? The inability to go supersonic as the biggest drawback on the B-2 bomber had to be remedied as well to make it work. His supersonic and also stealthy strategic bomber? Duan Fei was a bit staggered. It's difficult. Not usually. Keep in mind that the two, supersonic and stealth bomber, are inherently difficult to be compatible with each other. After all, if a large bomber wants to do stealth, then it is the best choices like the B-2 such as a flying wing body. This way to minimize the electromagnetic wave refraction. But the disadvantage is that the frontal drag has become very large. In the nearsonic state will be very easy to radical wave dispersion phenomenon, resulting in it into the supersonic even more than the conventional ordinary civil aviation aircraft are several times more difficult. The other design idea is the old Maoist 2160, which, although it can go supersonic and carries a horrible load, has the fatal flaw of being a non-stealthy strategic bomber. The goal of this development is to make this Boom 20 a perfect blend of the 2160 and the B-2, two of the world's top bombers. I'm afraid that the development time will need to be extended by another 2 or 3 years before it's ready. Duan Fei frowned. I'm afraid its cost is also a staggering point. Even with the full set of B-2 bomber technology, Duan Fei still conservatively estimated that it would take 7 to 8 years to come up with this monster-class bomber. And it's going to be extremely expensive to build as a single aircraft. Maybe not as bull as the B2 bomber that's something like $2+ billion, but it's still going to need 2 to 3 billion RMB at every turn. Hearing this, Zhang Yuli shook his head once again. So here is the second point of the requirement, and that is the bomber to be developed, with some modifications based on the B2 bomber, and costs must be found to come down in a manageable way. Histine. Duan Fei's mouth split at the corners as he listened to this request, and his eyes filled with bewilderment. At present, with our R&D strength, we simply can't do this kind of requirement. It's not that he doesn't want to develop it, but it's just too hard. Low cost and stealthy supersonic? Where does that come from? There's no way the two can match each other. Why don't you let me put my wings on and just take off and show you if I look like a supersonic stealth strategic bomber? Duan Fei, hold your horses. Zhen Lixing played alongside and opened his mouth to explain. We didn't say that we would let the 603rd Research Institute develop only one bomber. You can completely separate this kind of function. Oh, Elder Zhang, you mean? Duan Fei suddenly realized what this meant. We're developing a stealthy supersonic bomber, and its manufacturing and development costs can be a bit expensive. Also develop a low-cost and durable stealth strategic bomber based on the technology of the B2 bomber. That's right. Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing nodded. An inexpensive stealth strategic bomber, or an extremely expensive supersonic stealth strategic bomber? Which one should we choose? Children only make choices. Dasha chooses to have them all. I see. Then this looks much simpler. Duan Fei's fists clenched as he excitedly said. Anyway, with the full set of technology of the B2 bomber, it will be able to save a large amount of money in this aspect of research and development. And additional development to reduce the cost of a single aircraft based on this foundation will not be too difficult in practice. The second, again, is based on this foundation. Only this time it is elevated to the development of a supersonic stealth strategic bomber. The first version, on the other hand, could be called the Boom 20 mini version, while the second version is the real Boom 20. The two directions of development are all derived from the technical drawings of the B2 bomber in front of the eyes, and also saves a huge amount of research and development funds and labor costs and time for Daxia. This feeling of stepping on eagle sauce to cross the river. It's so damn good, Duan Fei yelled inwardly. A few moments later, you first go back and prepare for the project establishment. Zhang Yuli instructed. Submit a complete pre-program report up. The NSC will pass the plan as fast as possible. Now that the full technology for the B2 bomber is in hand, you have to develop it and try it anyway, right? The strongest strategic bomber of the Daxia Air Force at present is still the Boom 6K, which is improved from the Boom 6 Master, and let it face the B2 bomber? Isn't this a strong man? Alright, Dean, then I'll go back to Institute 603 first. Duan Fei finished speaking and quickly walked out inside the Dean's conference room. He felt that he couldn't wait a moment, and couldn't wait for tomorrow to immediately formalize the project. Daxia's stealthy strategic bomber is finally coming. Waiting for Duan Fei to leave the room, the entire room fell into silence for a moment, and the two men's originally relaxed expressions turned grave. Zhen Lixing still couldn't hold back, and took out a cigarette from his jacket pocket and rolled it up. Old Zhang, what do you think about this R&D funding? Even if this project goes well, this is not a small amount of money to slam down. I know. Isn't this being a headache? Zhang Yuli held his forehead and had a headache. Progressing two programs at the same time, even with the full set of B2 bomber technology, would still be an astronomical amount of money to develop. Not to say tens of billions of dollars, so exaggerated funding, but tens of billions of yuan is still needed. Those production lines and various construction costs alone required cost is not expensive. The most critical question today, where will the money come from? This year, Daxia scientific research funds totaled more than 500 billion. Inside the quota has long been allocated to various projects. Other financial aspects are not too rich. Then if you want to proceed with the development of the Boom 20 program, you either have to slow down the schedule or find another source of funding. Zhang Yuli shook his head. How about up front? You have to give more than $10 billion of research and development funds to the 603 Institute side. Chapter 52, Tough Drawl Dog Dato. Oh no, this is the Hongmen banquet. With this doubt, before he had time to wash up, Lu Zhe briefly wiped the beads of sweat on his head and sat on his butt on a nearby bench to project the mailbox backend directly onto his eyeballs. After all, he had been in contact with the Quazantians all afternoon today, and he wouldn't dare just lay down under his bunk without washing up. Instantly, an email came into view. We have made a complete plan for the $5 billion, about Rs. 35 billion, in student grants in response to your organization's needs, as outlined below. First, all grants will be approved at the highest level, without any intermediate process means, and using Enthusiastic Citizens Love Student Grant as the name. Second, all Northwestern students will be individually filed. and the amount of aid will be paid directly from the needy treasury on a monthly basis and on time. Third, the subsidy program has been changed to food subsidy, which includes breakfast, lunch, and dinner, with a subsidy amount of $3 per person per day. In the mailbox, there is a list of plans, and the level of detail has reached an appalling level. Every step of the way, both in terms of the disbursement of funds and the money that reaches the students, is eliminating any possibility of misconduct, even as the regulations get tougher at every step. Even the chefs who cooked for the students as well as the suppliers were given extremely strict regulations and requirements to ensure that not a single penny of the $5 billion provided by Luze would be wasted elsewhere, which was a dead order issued by the highest level. Do we get rid of uniforms and accommodation allowances and turn it all into food assistance? Luze stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. This plan is a bit more thorough than I would have wanted. What he wants is to subsidize students as much as possible, including uniforms, accommodation, and so on, but he has failed to consider a problem. That is, whether it is the Northwest Province or the whole of the poor areas of the summer students, they at most only buy a set of school uniforms to wear a few years' time, usually broken at most repair patch, and will even leave the family's younger siblings to wear these old school uniforms. The other is that many people would not have gone to the accommodation, as Luze read primary and junior high school are no uniforms to wear. Accommodation is also not to live. 1. To save money. 2. Usually can also help the family to do some farm work and housework. It would be better to use all of the funds as a subsidy for food. $3 a day is more than enough at this point in 09 to ensure that everyone is well fed and well maintained. This planning is very sound. I am very pleased with it. Just go ahead and execute it as soon as possible according to this. Luz replied directly. He can't pick any faults at all, and there's no need for deliberate fault-finding to demand excellence. After all, there wasn't some sort of AB relationship between him and Dasha, and the sense of balance between the two was all reliant on extreme trust. In the latter case, it can spread to the entire great Northwest provinces. Luze said inwardly. The entire Northwest provinces are difficult. Whether it is education or economic situation is the existence of the entire Dasha drag queen. If elsewhere, the state of development is the existence of a number of poor counties, the great Northwest is the existence of a few counties that are not poor. Whether it's the Northwest province or the rest of Dasha, but the subsidies are still going to be in the form of education, infrastructure, and so on. All other means are pointless and it is difficult to revitalize it. Luze was quick to figure this out. It's the ones like him that build schools and subsidize the feeding of students that are the best choice, or failing that, build bridges and roads. But that kind of direct subsidy of money will only make the human heart degenerate, not to mention letting him get motivated to study hard, not lying at home waiting for death and other people's assistance. That is considered to be his upward mobility. With regards to this point, Luze had already thought it through very thoroughly back when he first asked Dasha to build 1,000 schools for the Northwest province. One can aid in building schools, aid in subsidizing meals for students, or any means one chooses to help people in poor areas thrive. But direct cash grants? No way. After closing the background of his mailbox, Luze was about to directly close the light screen on his eyeball when he did so. Suddenly, looking at the column of system information in the lower right corner thoughtfully. Achievement points, 54,000 points. There are still 4,000 points left unspent from the previous draw. System space item bar, B2 bomber. Come what may. Why don't we draw a wave of prizes? Luze was a little tickled as he looked at the large number of achievement points. After copying the B2 bomber earlier, he hadn't even had a chance to do the lottery yet. Raffle. Activated. 2 consecutive blue draws. Luze inwardly murmured. Ding. 10,000 achievement points have been consumed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue item, memory capsule *10. Eat it, and you will remember anything that happened within 3 hours with deep storage. Ding. 10,000 achievement points have been consumed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue talent, swift pace. Description, your running speed will get a small boost. Physical quality evaluation, congratulations. Today's speed barely reaches the national third-level athlete 100 meters speed 12.64s. If you are only 10 years old in elementary school, then you may have some potential in sprinting. Agility boost? The talent level of a 10-year-old elementary school student? Luze looked at the reward and opened his mouth to spit out. What's wrong with today's lucky draw? While both blue item bonuses are of some use, neither is very useful. It's not like he's Quizanti with all those farm implements. Never playing a tense, exciting game like $0 shopping, and running fast isn't going to help him much. The memory capsule, on the other hand, has some emergencies that could use a little work. Chapter 53, tens of billions of dollars of investment in place. Lucy, I want to see the aircraft carrier. Ballroom. The three of them had a delicious dish in front of them. but none of them chose to move their chopsticks. Cooperative R&D with Dacia? I think forget it. Without even hesitating, Abdul rejected it decisively. With all due respect, given our current capabilities in Saudi Arabia, R&D is not a direction we want to take. One of the reasons for this is because Saudi Arabia has money. Their Saudi oil reserves are the second largest in the world, and all of the best quality oil, randomly digging into a pit, can be bubbling with oil, and natural gas, gold, silver and other minerals are also ranked globally number 1. What's the need to do any R&D to make hard-earned money when you can get tons of money just by digging random things into the ground? The second point is that Saudi Arabia is also not suitable for scientific research and development, not to mention the ability to do so, but 95% of the country is desert, which in itself is not a lot of places to be developed. Where do you go to build factories? Where are you going to build factories? Where are you going to build cities? Moreover, although Saudi Arabia is rich, that is only because the volume is too small and all the financial control by the royal family to appear to be rich. Last year the entire country's GDP is only more than $400 billion. The southern provinces of Dacia than their GDP is much higher. That's why their current focus is basically on tourism, derivative industries, financial investment and other industries, in preparation for the rainy day when oil resources are depleted. Scientific research and development? Who cares? The Saudis just need to buy it anyway. Mr. Ambassador Abdul, I think you've misunderstood. Zhang Yuli was not in a hurry and said with a guffaw, the cooperative development project is not what you think it is. You can understand that this is a business project and we are looking for angel investors. Who says this project has to be some kind of scientific cooperation? Can't Dacia talk to Saudi Arabia about business cooperation? Cooperation on business projects? What kind of cooperation on what? Abdul's eyes revealed skepticism. Dacia, before which cooperation is not to say that selling weapons, or even fooling and coaxing them to invest money in research and development of some military equipment. High-tech projects. Ambassador Abdul, we have come with great sincerity. Zheng Lixing knew that it was his turn to step up, and immediately began to help out. The project that I want to cooperate with you on this occasion is called a small drone, and it possesses a great ability to act in the commercial field. A small drone? What's its use? Abdul frowned. At present, all UAVs on the market are for military use, such as the Skylark UAV, which played a great role in the Afghanistan battlefield a few years ago, and is mainly used for reconnaissance work. The commercial sector is something he hasn't really heard of, and there's currently an avenue for application. Zheng Lixing opened his mouth and explained. This is only a few tens of centimeters in size, but has a few kilometers of remote sensing real-time transmission capability, flight altitude of 1 or 2 kilometers, and the endurance of half an hour or so. The civilian market can be used to shoot a variety of attractions and to explore the places that could not be traveled to before. At the same time, the drone can also be equipped with a variety of tools, which can be used in conjunction with a variety of functions, such as the addition of a clamp, remotely controlled to the designated area to drop the items. It can improve the efficiency of many manufacturing processes. Hissing a few kilometers away to remotely drop in a designated area? Abdul shuddered. The first thing that came to his mind was not that this thing could be good in the commercial field, but that if this thing were to be used for reconnaissance airstrikes in the Middle East battlefield, wouldn't it be an invincible presence? The most crucial thing is that it may only cost a few $100s to make. The corner of Zheng Lixing's mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. Having said that, if the big dog still doesn't dare to be interested, then he can only look for a temporary appropriation from above. A couple $100s? No, it's a few hundred RMB in production and manufacturing costs. Zhang Yuli smiled. Abdul was a bit impressed. How much money would need to be invested in that? We in Saudi Arabia don't need to engage in any research and development cooperation. As long as Dacia guarantees that this equipment will be sold to us at the lowest possible price once it is developed. The Saudis are not interested in any R&D cooperation, but they can't get enough of this kind of weaponry. Not to mention the fact that the thing was so cheap. Abdul said he'd start with 1 million or 800,000 of them to drop and play with. 10 billion RMB. Mr. Ambassador Abdul, Zhang Yuli held out a finger. In the future, the small drones we produce will be sold to you at the lowest price, and you will receive a 10% share of the net profit. Abdul shook his head. No, we can lend Dacia $10 billion interest-free without any profit sharing. The conditions remain the same. This drone is to be sold to us at the lowest possible price, including the right of first refusal for subsequent development models. Saudi Arabia. He is not worried about Dacia will be the same as the group of Wall Street. The original net profit accounting into a loss to black out the 10% profit sharing. But there is no need for this one. 10 billion yuan but more than $1 billion. For them Saudi Arabia is not just selling 1 or 2 days of oil money. It's not enough for them to buy a few dongfungs and spend a lot of money on them. Instead, It would be better to directly lend Dasha this money in the form of an interest-free loan, which would not only satisfy the situation of his needs, but also would not be involved in this complicated situation, and Dasha would still owe himself a favor. In the end, the Saudis have always positioned themselves as pawns who do what they are told, not as players who dare to lift the table. After half an hour of continued negotiation, President Zhang and Academician Zhang, I am very optimistic about this cooperation project. Abdul stood up and extended his hand. I'll go back and inform the royal side. I believe it will be passed soon. Then we'll wait for your good news. Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing both shook his hand and watched him leave the banquet hall, until after Abdul's back had disappeared. Zhang Yuli sighed deeply. The Saudi side is basically settled, and the following is to negotiate with the Persian side. Chapter 54 I don't like eating dog food. I just like watching blood flow. Null. Chapter 55 Comprehensive Subsidy Program underway. Northwest Emergency Telegram. Pleasant news. Time traveled by. On Sunday, it was time for the Navy Open House. In the San Francisco Bay Area, not far from a harbor, 2 warships are docked, surrounded by a huge crowd of people, like a dense microorganisms gathered next to the 2 warships, ready to land the 2 behemoths in turn. This is a lot of people. Luz, wearing the same hat as Lucy's, frowned at his surroundings. Who the said Eagle Jam doesn't promote anything patriotic here? That's ing bull. It's a standard to watch a raging crowd of people holding the stars and stripes in their hands and being taught the I love Eagle Jam pledge, whether they're 80 years old or just talking toddlers. I'm afraid it's just Lucy and Luz who are the unique alternative here. Luz, this ice cream is delicious. Lucy held 2 ice creams in her hands and fondly handed one to him. You eat, I'll get 2 more later. Luz shook his head. Sweets like ice cream were Lucy's favorite. Not that he felt much for himself. Landing with the crowd on this guided missile destroyer called the Milius was also the main goal of his visit. Overlooking the warship, which is more than 150 meters long. A person in front of it is like an ant and an elephant. And this kind of behemoth is not something that mere data can portray the sense of shock. Who would have thought that in a few years' time these Arleigh Burke-class destroyers would be outright obsolete? Luz couldn't help but feel a little amused in his heart. The Burke-class destroyer, which appeared to be invincible in 09, quickly fell behind products that lagged behind by a whole subdivision after Dasha developed the 055 large drive. Even the Jumwalt-class destroyer developed after the Eagle sauce looks full of technology, but the actual combat power was 055 tyrannical. In the area of destroyers alone, in the light of just 10 years, Dasha and Hawkjam have achieved a 2-level reversal. Come on Lucy, let's go visit too. Luz opened his mouth. Having come all this way, naturally I had to go up to this Milius and visit it properly to prepare for the next replication. It was just a shame that his copy count wasn't currently refreshed, so now even if he touched it for a longer period of time, he simply couldn't copy it or recognize how many achievement points it had. Wait, I've never had this snack before. It looks so good. Lucy's feet stopped uncontrollably. It was just a pity that this time, she was forcefully dragged onto the ship by Luz. He was suspicious that Lucy was afraid that what she was here for wasn't some kind of Navy open house, but a gourmet eat-all-you-can day? How come you've been here for half an hour and you haven't stopped talking? What's more, why do you have to buy snacks here when they cost 3 times as much elsewhere? Other side. At the time 2 days ago, after being approved and passed by the highest level meeting, a joint announcement issued by the Dasha government, Dasha Education Department, Dasha Politics and Law, and so on with a whole bunch of national characters as prefixes, likewise attracted a lot of people's attention. Titled, Various Matters Concerning the Establishment of the Northwestern Province's Zealous Citizens Loving Student Grant, etc. Although the name of this announcement may be slightly shorter, the content inside is densely packed with dozens of pages. This details a series of student subsidy measures, such as a food subsidy of $3 per day for each student from primary to high school, the strict need to establish a student record, the need to make a monthly payment on time to receive it, the need to guard against food safety, and the need to ensure that all 3 meals must be used in full, and even the omission of $1 in the announcement of the provisions of the absolute impermissible, to eliminate any next level of misappropriation, theft or fraud, improper quality of food and other bad behavior. And touching the provisions will be the highest level of heavy and fast sentencing to the execution of the punishment. Sure, as long as the person with a brain, looking at the long list of endless state departments, even in charge of this matter, the Dasha Education Department are ranked outside the 5th. It is estimated that no one is not open to the eyes, and dare to live impatiently before thinking of touching this matter. There's only one phrase circulating from top to bottom in the entire Northwest province: whoever touches this money, I don't have to do it tomorrow, so I'll let you get a head start today. Each of the provisions and content of the entire Northwest province, all relevant personnel must be memorized, carved into the bones of the kind. After all, this is not in trouble You are simply offending the Jade Emperor. Even if you look for death, also do not have to drag everyone together to die? There is also an official document that was sent to the 8 bureaus of the Dasha construction before, and it has also been fully and officially launched from today. In the meantime, Northwest Province, a remote mountainous region located on the high slopes of the Lus. This place called Little Drainage Village does not have the pleasant scenery of the mountainous region that many people remember, with green trees everywhere and small rivers flowing around the village kind of scene. Instead, it was a bare expanse of yellow earth, with a few green trees spaced dozens of meters apart, and the occasional green patch of grass dotting the mountains, making it hard to imagine why anyone would choose to make a home here. The village of small canals in 06 only fully connected to the electricity. Until now, in 9 years have not been through a rail cement highway. 2 meters in diameter of the mud road is the only main road in the village. Even in the poorest northwestern province of Dasha, the level of economic development is one of the worst several counties, and Xiaodu village is one of the ordinary poverty-stricken villages. Suddenly, the always peaceful village had an uncommon day this weekend. An engineering team of hundreds of people hauling equipment and all kinds of construction materials in great numbers, 2 kilometers outside the village of Little Drainage, began to carry out groundbreaking work. This place is located in the center of several nearby villages. Every now and then a few villages around the weekdays will converge here, used to sell a variety of food and drink and other daily necessities. After all, this place is really far from the town. I'm afraid that a trip to catch a morning market back to the next day. So this place, too, is sort of a miniature morning assembly, and the roar of the machine moving has long been spread in several surrounding villages under the gossip of these village gate ant. For several villages around the small canal village, this kind of big project is a rare sight in 10 years, so the construction site onlookers reached the number of hundreds of people, so that these workers are rare to have a kind of big star feeling. This big brother, what are you guys doing? An onlooker, an older woman, inquired, finally unable to hold back her curiosity. By the looks of it, this is a house repair? An experienced old farmer smoked a dry cigarette. He had worked on a construction site some years ago and was well aware of these doors. Hundreds of engineering teams, such a large plot. How could it be building a house? It can't be building a factory. Before the man next to her could finish his sentence, an older woman was decisively shocked. My Nyonya, Nia, yeah, someone is going to build a factory in our area? Who the hell would want to come to this Thai place to build a factory? However, once this was said, the surrounding crowd was even more curious. If there could be a factory here, then many locals would not need to travel hundreds or even thousands of kilometers to work elsewhere, and would have a job directly at their doorstep. Before they finished speculating, a middle-aged man who looked like a supervisor wearing a helmet came over. Folks, don't look. It's dangerous for the site to fly sand and rocks. Hurry home. And it's not going to be some factory. It's going to be an elementary school. Building a school? Doesn't that make it even more tempting? If there could be an elementary school here, then my baby wouldn't have to go to school in the countryside. An older woman's gaze revealed surprise. Yes, it's time to build an elementary school here, too. What nearby village doesn't have a population of over 1,000? It breaks my heart every day to see my baby walk more than 2 hours, get up before dawn, and come back from school when it's dark. My family does have a motorcycle, but the road is not good either. And when it's windy and raining, I rub a little bit and tumble down the ravine. The onlookers were unanimous in applauding the decision. Previously, because there is no school in the vicinity of Xiaodu village, so hundreds of school-aged children in several villages in a few kilometers around can only run to the township to study, boarding over there to come back only once a week, or can only get up at 4 a.m. every day, and then rush to school, just in time. Suddenly, one of the villagers from Little Drainage Village ran over in a hurry. What are you few still staying here for? Hurry back to the village. What's going on? What happened in the village? The men, all of whom were yellow and full of confusion, were dragged back to the village. Just see, next to the big tree at the entrance of the village, the entire village gathered around a few young men in plaid shirts and glasses. This is, someone has come to the village to cause trouble? Before this doubt of theirs could rise, well, all of our village's eligible subjects are here. The village headman smiled and gestured at a staff member in a shirt. Well then, please listen carefully to my next words. The young man, who was about in his early 20s, was not intimidated and cleared his throat. Anyone in your village whose children are enrolled in elementary, middle, or high school and are attending school within the northwestern province can come to me to fill out the information to build a file. Waiting for the file to be filed and confirmed as correct, we will issue a card to this leader. What is the purpose of this card given after the file is established? Is it just to collect information about our own children? An older woman nearby interjected, reading out the doubts in her mind. What's the matter with you? Dog egg, control your mother-in-law. Others are talking. What is she interrupting here? What's with the long tongue? The village chief immediately glared angrily. Unable to wait even a few minutes? How would this make outsiders look at their little drainage village? For a while, those who were originally planning to scramble to ask questions at this time immediately swallowed their words in their stomachs. The village chief may be in his 60s or 70s, but he'll really hit you with a couple of big headbutts. I know you all have questions, so I'll explain them to you now. The young staff member was all smiles. As long as it's filed and confirmed, and then after the grant card is issued, each student will get a $3 food allowance per day. This money, however, will be spent and debited on a per-school basis, and the card will be used to debit each time a purchase is made. It cannot be taken out. It cannot be diverted. It cannot be saved up for the next month's use, and it will only be able to be queried to see if there are any unusual problems with this debit. You can never underestimate how savvy the average person is in this area, and without this ordinance randomly them receiving the $3 a day food allowance inside, I'm afraid a lot of people will just receive the money and not use it to subsidize the food aspect for their children. This defeats the purpose of this enthusiastic citizen's love of student grants in the first place. Then my child is in elementary school, so it should count, right? The eyes of a farmer who had just returned from the fields lit up. This naturally counts. So my baby's high school, too, gets this $3 a day food allowance? The staff member nodded. As long as they are at the elementary, middle school, or high school level, there is a $3 a day stipend when they are filed. What about kindergarten? Before the man finished speaking, the village chief scolded. Get lost? Didn't you hear the others say they were students at these 3 stages? Why don't you let the newborns in your family get subsidized too? Now if there are any children in the family who fit the situation, all of them come to me to get a form to fill in the identity data information. It is best to bring the birth certificate as well. The staff held a bunch of forms in their hands and distributed them one by one. One villager was incredibly motivated. You know, $3 a day for a food allowance. That's close to $100 a month when you add it all up. In an era when per capita monthly wages were just over $1,000, many farmers in the Northwest province could only earn a few $1,000s a year by farming their land. With this money, even if it is only enough to feed their children well, it is enough for them. And Little Drainage Village is just a microcosm. The moment the entire Northwest province's enthusiastic citizens loving students subsidy program, and along with the construction of those 1,000 schools, is causing an uproar throughout Dacia. Urgent telegrams have been coming in from all over the province, and all that is written on that top sheet of family letters is happy news. P.S. After that, the update time is fixed to be 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., so the next one will be at 6 p.m. Ask for monthly votes and recommendations. End of chapter. Chapter 56 Smashing. Weak drone power? You didn't find the right way to use it. Requesting subscription. Null. Chapter 57. Promoted to lab level. Another good thing to replicate. That's what you should use for fried squid. The group arrived at the back of the factory, which was a deserted mountainous area previously used by Factory 732 to test the performance of various equipment. In the distance were all sorts of targets and obstacles, and even many potholes in the ground, all of which had been blasted out by shells produced by the arsenal. Stand at the test firing point. General Al's Army. I'll show you how powerful drones can be. Li Yunshan took a drone and handed it to a young man in his early 20s next to him and instructed. Zhang Ming, you kid must play well for me. If you screw up, you lose all your vacation time for the month and stay at the factory all the time for me to train on handling the drones. This man was a controller specifically selected from the team of college students to test the drones to see if they were up to par in every way after the factory started building small drones. Now that it's been over a week of training, and he's even blown up several drones, if he can't even do something as simple as this well, then the brakes are through for him to continue to add to his training. And what if I play well? I'll give you a week-long vacation to rest. Li Yunshan waved his hand. Then I'll wait for my vacation. Zhang Ming smiled confidently. With the drone in hand, he walked over to a wooden crate near the table and crouched down. Ahmed Hassan looked at this happening in front of him. Academician Zhang, what are you doing? Is this the way to test drones? Next to him, Muhammad Als was also looking puzzled, and he was a little less sure of what kind of power could be tested out of the drones here. Zhang Ming opened the wooden box and pulled out a rocket warhead from it. Only the difference was that it didn't have a barrel, but only a bare warhead with a couple of tail fins. Is that an old Maoist RPG-7 rocket? Muhammad Als instantly recognized what the weapon was. After all, whether it's their Persia or the Middle Eastern world, this stuff can be a hand-me-down. So naturally they're familiar with it. Before his question could be answered, Zhang Ming firmly followed the warhead onto the underside of the drone, and then the drone with the RPG warhead mounted on it instantly took off under the controls. This thing is this drone's weapon? The General Army's mouth pulled at the corners, under the eyes of the crowd, An aerial image appeared on the screen of the slightly large laptop in Zhang Ming's hand, with a cross quasi letter drawn in the center. The upper right corner shows a speed of 46 kilometers per hour and is flying fast towards the distance. This can't be going to Muhammad Al's. As a commander who has been fighting for many years, can he not know what this is going to do? Long-range small drones with RGP rocket warheads? How did Dasha come up with such a crazy idea? Fruity. Within just a few minutes of flying, the drone crossed the entire length of the 3-kilometer-long weapons test site to the target place. This position has been placed on the imitation of a large number of dummies. The ground there are many shelters obstacles, but also located in the high point of condescension. If a small force were to engage here, it would take a great deal to take it down. As a result, the crowd watched as Zhang Ming used the crosshairs in the screen to aim at the center of the dummy, and then pressed the button. Instantly, the rockets mounted beneath the small drone fell quickly. Boom! Dummies in a circle of several meters have been blown up to dump the target destroyed. The drone mission is completed, and even do not even need to control will automatically return to the flight. Hiss, that's how it's used? Muhammad Al's and diplomatic ambassador Hassan exchanged glances and unanimously sucked in a breath of cold air. A few kilometers away to scout the enemy before releasing the bombs hung on them, and then sniping from a distance of thousands of meters. This thing is even more effective than long-range artillery support because it strikes with precision on almost every hit. You don't actually need to use this RPG shell. The others are fine. Zhang Lixing opened his mouth and added, things like grenades, near-bomb-fused missiles, and even howitzer ammunition can be simply modified to allow it to be mounted on a drone for use. Even the side of the Military Industrialization Committee is already preparing to develop a small guided bomb based on this foundation, which may only weigh 2 or 3 kilograms, and be carried by drones and then precisely guided to hit the target, without even needing to be thrown. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two men, Li Yunshan knew that this was in the cards. This time, you don't need anything else other than those 1,000 experimental planes? If you think this drone isn't enough, we have another one at the arsenal. That one is aimed at search and reconnaissance. It can reach a top speed of 80 to 100 kilometers, emits less wind noise, lower sound, and is even less likely to be detected. The downside of it, though, is that the weight-bearing capacity will be a whole lot worse, about less than a kilogram. The modification of this kind of reconnaissance drone is not a big deal. It's just a matter of cranking up the power of the motors and lowering the quality of the materials a little bit in exchange for an increase in speed and noise. A reconnaissance mini-drone, 80-100 kmph? General Al's eyes lit up even more. His first thought wasn't to get some kind of reconnaissance, but rather that this drone, despite its poor load capacity, it was perfectly suited to be used as a suicide bomber. Do not even need a kilogram, even just a few hundred grams of explosives are enough to make a person on the spot to rise to the sky. That 100 kilometers per hour. In the battlefield of the ordinary people simply cannot react. A more critical point is that the price of the two kinds of drones is also very cheap. Hundreds of thousands of dollars apiece was knocked out of the heart. Where to find such a good weaponry? Start us off with 5,000. No, 50,000 small drones. Muhammad Al's eyes sharpened. How much is needed and I'll pay the extra. He couldn't even begin to think how good this drone would be at blowing up squid. It wouldn't have to be a day's worth of bombing. Powerful oil removal you can trust. Eagle sauce. Bay Area. Luzerne and Lucy took a cursory tour of the Burke-class destroyer and were off the ship in barely half an hour. Not because of anything else, but because it was just too crowded. Too crowded. And he had to protect Lucy beside him the whole time, which could only be described as exhaustion. So he didn't have time to look at the guided missile destroyer Milius. Lucy, let's go back or it will be too late to get back to the lab later. Luz looked at the sky. It should already be 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The drive back to their little town of Livermore from the harbor in the San Francisco Bay Area is at least an hour or so away. Why don't we have dinner here before we go back? Lucy rubbed her stomach. I'm hungry. It would probably be 8 p.m. before dinner if we drove back. The 2 ice creams, 2 bags of popcorn, and a bag of nuts she had just eaten had been digested, and she was feeling slightly hungry. While being pushed downward by the surging crowd, Lucy looked at something in the distance. Her eyes were staring straight up, and the road couldn't be traveled. Luz, it's a panda. A panda. She was unusually surprised as she pointed at a black and white animal in front of her. A panda? Can there be a panda here? Luz hurriedly skimmed over there. Here is the eagle sauce. A total of add up to Dacia only give out a few pandas. How could they appear inside the crowd? That's an animal that generates tens of millions of dollars a year for zoos. And which zoo around the world doesn't hold it in the palm of their hand? Results. What kind of panda is that? That's clearly a bear lion dog. Luz spat. What he saw instead was a fluffy-looking panda, but with a fluffy and canine nose. It was clearly a bear lion dog. Its owner is really crazy. Even for the sake of attracting attention to the good dog dyed in this color. this is how to suffer awe? Let's go check it out, shall we? Lucy took Luz's hand and rushed into the crowd. It seems like a group photo only costs $20. I want 10. She hadn't even heard that explanation earlier, and could only say that, as the most politically correct animal on the planet, pandas were just so horribly attractive. As long as it looks like a panda, that's enough. As for what it actually is, that doesn't matter at all. A zebra can be a panda. A crocodile can be a panda. And a broad everything but black and white. Then you are a panda. Looking at Lucy waiting over there in line, Luz was about to follow her. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket rang, the screen displaying a slightly unfamiliar number. The head of personnel at LLNL Labs? Luz was a bit skeptical. What does he want with me? The HR director's number was the same one the HR department made him save when he first came to LLNL Labs, except that apparently the other person hadn't called once, and a graduate student intern himself is a little transparent, and there can't be any question of being fired, because the press doesn't get much of a salary allowance each month. The call was answered before he could open his mouth to inquire. Lou, congratulations, you've now been successfully promoted to a D-level authority employee of LLNL Labs. The words of the head of the personnel department over there stretched on and on, giving him no room to interrupt. Of course, you can choose to study under Professor Hassan, or you can choose another project team. Have fun living and learning at LLNL Labs. Okay, I get it, Luz replied, and then he heard the sound of the phone hanging up from there. I've been promoted to a D-class authority staff? This was obviously a good thing, but Luz didn't understand why the lab executives had made this decision. He hadn't done anything recently. So how did he suddenly attract their attention? Could it be? Is it the invitation from the last NIF program? Luz quickly remembered that one incident. Sure enough, the last time Damon Johnson invited him for no reason. It was mainly the lab testing his intentions. If Luz chose to join the NIF project team without hesitation, it was highly likely that he would be suspected by the lab's senior management of having bad intentions. After all, when he was first transported here from Duke University, the main purpose was to subconsciously transform him into a yellow-skinned, white-centered banana man, and as a result, he had been fishing in troubled waters, so it was hard not to let people begin to suspect what the purpose was. Is the intention to reach out to learn the core technology and then bring it back to Daxia? It's not uncommon for international students like those from Daxia to do this kind of thing decades ago, and LLNL Labs has to be on guard. But on the contrary, Luz, for whatever reason, flatly refused the invitation to the NIF program, the most central of the entire lab. And then the possibility of him basically doing so was essentially denied. Even from the perspective of the lab's senior management, Luz's usual behavior and attitude, this is afraid that it is not because of the cold reception here suffered some kind of blow, resulting in self-degradation, right? So he hastened to arrange a D-level authority staff qualification, so that he could see a glimmer of hope to move up the ladder. So, is it because of this look that I was given a D-class authority staff? Luz had a mockery on his face. After thinking it over, he did think that this was not a heavenly good thing. D-level access is much better than what he used to have, and as for what it used to be, no permissions at all, just external temporary employee cards. What should be copied next? There are a handful of high-grade technological items that can be accessed with D-level access. Although most of the core areas still required level B or higher access, he could still access many places, including things like the non-core classified areas of the maintenance center, which no longer required Lucy to take him in. With the copy counts refreshing tomorrow, what's the best thing to choose to start with? First shift, second shift at 6 p.m. Recommendations and monthly votes please. End of chapter. Chapter 58. The mysterious organization is going to stock up again. May I ask if Daxia is missing anything else? Null. Chapter 59. The lifesaver of Daxia's industrial base. Replicating the industrial mother machine? What kind of technology can they get? Zhang Lixing's face was full of seriousness at the moment as he issued a question. Old Zhang. Then what's the technology we're going to choose this time? In the past, one might have thought that this mysterious organization was exaggerating and was nothing more than a joke, but after having encountered the previous two events, even if the mysterious organization now said that it was able to steal a full set of controlled fusion ignition power generation technology, it was estimated that Zhang Lixing would believe it to a large extent. While it's absolutely impossible to develop controlled fusion with Eagle Jam's current technology, what if the mysterious organization went and stole the alien's old home? After all, the people who possessed such outrageous divine means, they might not really be able to do it. Is there any kind of technology that Daxia still lacks? Zhang Yuli frowned. This is not a good choice. What is the best technology to choose? It wasn't that he couldn't think of any technology that Daxia lacked, but there were just too many technologies that were missing. It seems like you want each one. Each one seems extremely important, and it doesn't seem right to pick anyone. Shall we reply the same way as before this time? Just say any technology is fine? Zhang Lixing couldn't make up his mind, so he simply proposed to do as he had done before. Words. Zhang Yuli shook his head slightly, vetoing the idea. Not quite right, since the opposite side has repeatedly asked us to propose what technology we need. If they can get it, to refuse this time would be an impudence. I'm afraid. Once or twice it's okay to say it's a fear of putting the other side in an unfavorable situation by forcing any technique. But if it was the opposite party that had already offered it 3 times, and then rejected it out of hand, I was afraid that this mysterious organization would think that Daxia didn't trust them enough. Did everyone else get the B2 Phantom Bomber technology and you're still talking about fear of putting them in danger? That doesn't sound like a kindness, but a taunt. Well, either. Before Zhang Lixing finished speaking, Zhang Yuli seemed to have guessed his thoughts and waved his hand decisively. And this technique has to be chosen properly, and it definitely won't work if you just fool around with the other side. Letting a mysterious organization mess with an ordinary technology, that would likewise feel distrusted, or even feel that Daxia was not believing in their strength. This is a great obstacle to the future cooperation between the two sides, and the goodwill and trust that had been built up with great difficulty will be destroyed. So whether they think the mystery organization can get it or not, they have to be serious about designating a qualified technology for this one. Zhang Yuli quickly replied, there are too many important technologies that Daxia lacks. Please allow us to think about what exactly we need for a while. Please wait for a few minutes. He was worried that the mysterious organization side would simply close the conversation channel when they saw no reply for a long time. No problem. The email replied again after a few dozen seconds. Zhang Yuli did not have the time to think about this, but instead, his whole body and mind fell into contemplation. As the president of the Academy of Sciences, he is too aware of the lack of those technologies throughout the summer. Even if divided into a number of priorities, ranked in the forefront of a few is still difficult to choose. And other technologies such as the EUV lithography technology is obviously too difficult. Is it medical equipment like nuclear magnetic resonance? Or is it ultra-precision radio-optical microscopy, secondary ion mass spectrometry, and all that scientific equipment? Both of these are currently important. Or are they core technologies above materials and chemical engineering? In Zhang Yuri's mind, the name of one technology flashed by. While all of these technologies are in desperate need, it doesn't feel quite right. Old Zhang, aren't we in the middle of a manufacturing transformation? Zhang Lixing looked at his entangled appearance and interjected at the right time. Processing equipment for the middle and high-end manufacturing industries should be what Daxia is most urgently lacking at the moment, right? Hearing these words, Zhang Yuli's fast-running brain gave a lurch, and his eyes suddenly burst into a bright light. That's right. It's the mid to high-end processing equipment that's most important right now. Now in Daxia 09, it is a critical period of transition from low-end processing manufacturing to mid to high-end manufacturing. The labor-intensive, low-end manufacturing industries such as sewing sweaters and making clothes for others, producing screws, and so on, are no longer enough for Daxia to prosper. Only medium and high-end manufacturing industries with high added value, such as automobiles, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and so on, can be truly developed. And these are inseparable from a variety of precision high-end automated production equipment. But this equipment can be bought has always been to look at the face of foreign countries. Daxia not only to increase the price to buy, and even by the Wassenaar Agreement restrictions, do not allow them to import high-end precision processing equipment. Chapter 60. So what if it's a little neon technology? Can't I steal it? D-Zone? Lucy closed her eyes and seemed to mutter dreamy words in a low voice. It was only a long time later, when they all thought she was asleep, that they returned. What's the point of going to that place? There's not much fun to be had in a D-ranked area. Is there? Luz glanced at Lucy. Didn't I get promoted to a D-level authority staff? It's only right that I have to take a stroll through my area of responsibility. Well, then I'll walk you around this afternoon. Lucy's voice was thin. Looking at her almost half a minute apart before she answered back, Luz shook his head helplessly. Why hadn't he brought a few extra chocolates with him? The guy's entire body goes into this extremely low-power running mode once he goes too long without eating. Simply put, once Lucy fell into a state of extreme hunger, she could lie down and definitely not stand. She could close her eyes and fake sleep and definitely not open her eyes. Even her brain was not thinking about things when she could, and the speed of replying to the question was so slow. It was better to wait until she'd had her fill before continuing, or he wasn't sure Lucy remembered any of this. Other side. Daxia, Yanjing 732 Military Factory. Early in the morning, a batch of small drones, fresh from the production line, were packed and loaded onto vehicles one by one, seemingly with a trace of lingering warmth on them. 1,000 sub-drones wasn't a lot, and it only took 2 vans to load them all. General Al's army All the goods have been packed and are ready to be shipped. Li Yunshan stood at the entrance of the factory building, smiling and signaling. Allah, blessed be, we will arrive safely. Muhammad Ali extended his arms and embraced him. Nothing can happen to this treasure. It's the most perfect weapon I've ever seen. He stared intently at the drones that had been packed into large cardboard boxes on the car. A batch of equipment that would be urgently and secretly transported to Yinjing International Airport, then directly airlifted to Persia, and then arrive at the Palestinian border through a secret passage, before being tunneled into the besieged territory of Gaza. The journey was a difficult one, and transportation from Dasha to Persia was only the easiest step. Then I hope you guys can succeed soon and eat more fish. Li Yunshan gave a cheerful reply without any hesitation at all. He believed in Persia's strength, and as long as this first batch of goods played brightly on the Gaza side, they would be able to follow up with a steady stream of orders for their 732nd arsenal. Eat fish? Muhammad Ali listened to the words coming from the interpreter full of confusion. Is his close friend's Chinese level not high enough? Or Li Yunshan he said it wrong? Li Yunshan nodded and explained. Yes, I hope you can eat all those squids that have invaded the Palestinian homeland. We definitely will. Muhammad Ali stared at him with a serious face. Factory Director Li. Some more days guarantee you'll hear good news. We must pay for the millions of sacrificed Palestinian lives with their blood. There is no possibility of reconciliation in this battlefield, which is like a thorn in the side of the entire Middle Eastern world, one that sticks hard in the heart of each of them and cannot be pulled out. What's more, if they, like Persia, sit back and do nothing, Palestine will really be exterminated by Israel. If they, like Persia, sit back and do nothing, Palestine will really be destroyed by Israel. I wish you and Palestine a safe journey on your road. Li Yunshan finished his speech and eyed Ali's departure. With regard to the question of Palestine, the whole of Dacia, whether from decades ago or now, has only one attitude, and that is to always support the Palestinian people and resist the Israeli imperialist invasion of Israel. The road may have been difficult, but the Dacia of a few decades had been able to do it, and he was sure that the same Palestinian people could do it now. Eagle sauce. As the clock came to noon lunchtime, the lab's cafeteria opened. At the moment, Lucy had a pile of already consumed food in front of her, sprawled out like it had been in a hurricane, until after she had eaten the last few pieces of fried chicken nuggets. Very ladylike and slow, he wiped his mouth with a wet paper, ending the dry meal that had swept the 8 ways. By the way, Luz, what did you say to me before? Lucy felt her brain revert after eating and seemed to remember something. I mean, accompany me to the D-rank area this afternoon. Luce was not surprised. The Lucy in that state wouldn't keep anything in mind unless it was a dangerous situation for her. I remember. Lucy sipped a glass of milk and frowned. D-rated areas are not small. Let's head over there later. If not, it would be impossible to stroll through a whole D-rated area in one afternoon. After a while, it was just after 2 p.m. Which was LLNL Lab's business hours at the moment, and the two of them were leisurely wandering around this Class D area. This D-class area, is it that big? Luce sighed from the bottom of his heart. He realized now what Lucy had meant by not small. He could barely see the end of it at a glance. The entire laboratory has the smallest level A core classified area. This is followed by level B and C, while the level D area occupies almost 1/3 of the entire lab. One should know that the area of LLNL National Laboratory was nearly more than 10 square kilometers. And the length of the area in front of him alone was more than a few hundred meters, but it was only a small part of the D-level area. What's your sudden interest in mechanical devices? Lucy inquired with some curiosity, and only remembered something when she saw Luce looking at her with a strange expression. I forgot that you have a master's degree from the Materials and Mechanical Engineering Department. In that case, it was more than normal for Luce to be curious about these mechanical devices. Let's keep going. What's put in the next area? Luce had no interest in the industrial equipment in the area in front of him. It was almost all reactors, vacuum dryers and so on that were needed for various chemical industries. Although many of the items did not have a low tech level and could bring in around 4,000 or 5,000 achievement points, it was not something that Dacia was currently in dire need of, much less one of the 10 techs included in that list. Lucy stepped forward and replied, it's the area where the industrial processing machines are set up. Then let's hurry over there. Luce inwardly happy. His preferred goal is actually known as the mother of industry CNC processing machine tools. Even though Dacia did not clearly express the most urgent need for science and technology, but the ultra-precision CNC machine tool processing center technology in the beginning of the top position. It's really clear who is more important when compared to other technologies. Walking into this area of the factory, a huge machine covering an area of about more than 10 square meters was placed on the front. Of course, the most striking thing was the mark engraved on it, which was clearly LLNL. The LODTM vertical large diamond lathe developed by our LLNL laboratory. Lu Zhe read out its name without hesitation. In the 1980s, this machine could almost be called the world's highest precision machine tool for ultra-precision machining. I believe you recognize that lathe next to it, so I don't need to introduce it. Lucy shrugged. Lu should know more than her in this regard. A hint of a smile spread across Lu's lips. The same horizontal DTM3 diamond machine developed by LLNL Labs. This is why there are so many machine tools in the LLNL National Laboratories Level D area, as it has always been a major big player in this field. And it's not surprising to see some copycat appraisals of machine tools from various countries. Fingers lightly touched the machine for 5 seconds. Current scientific and technical articles, LODTM Vertical Ultra Precision Diamond Machine. Value achievement points, 6. 500. Whether or not to make a copy. No. Lu Zhe inwardly mumbled. These two types of machine tools were also the most top-notch machine tools in the past. But time has changed, and the former military artifacts have now come to a standstill. Nowadays a mere 6. 500 achievement points means that it is already in the backward technology category in the system's perception. Although it was a dream machine tool technology for the current Dacia, Lu Zhe felt that either he didn't copy it, or he would copy the best. OAGM 2500 Multifunctional CNC Linkage Machine, 7,500 points. DGM CTX 2000 Dual Spindle Turning and Milling Machine, 3,000 points. S30-6 Axis CNC Grinding Machine, 5,500 points. Along the way, strolling past almost all kinds of machine tools of each country, were touched by Lu Zhe one by one. And yet there isn't even a suitable target for replication. Either because the direction of use is niche or because the achievement point reward is simply too low. This was also his current identification method to determine whether a machine tool was excellent or not. And that was to judge it by the achievement points given by the system. The system said that it was worth 10,000 achievement points. So its technological content was definitely higher than that of a machine tool with 9,000 points. Finally, he came to a mechanical device. It also has a nameplate engraved on it called SNK, showing which manufacturer it came from. Lu Zhe, this is a machine tool from the Neon side. Let's go straight to something else, Lucy reminded from the side. But she knew that Lu Zhe had never had a good feeling towards the country of Neon. This industrial equipment from Neon R&D and production is not to be looked at, lest it lead to a bad mood. Lu Zhe's eyes flickered and he let out a light laugh. I know that SNK is a Neon corporation. That's why I want to take a closer look. It was a machine he recognized. One of the finest CNC machining centers in the world today. He had read the introduction from it several times in the textbook, called SNK HPS 120 B-Type Ultra Precision Machining Center. This thing was previously used for ultra-precision machining of several key parts of the F-22 fighter jet. So you can imagine how high its technical content is. Walk up and keep touching for 5 seconds. Current technology items, SNK HPS 120B Horizontal 5-Axis Dragon Boring and Milling Ultra Precision Machining Center. Value achievement points, 15,000. Whether or not to make a copy. Good lord, a whole 15,000 points? He inwardly marveled. The highest machine tool I've ever been exposed to before was a little over 12,000, and it was still engaged in ultra-precision grinding of optical instruments. The machine, Neon, has a high degree of applicability in terms of speed, precision, and types of machinability, and is completely optimal for the high-end basic machining required by Dacia. So what about the machine tool technology of Little Neon? Am I not allowed to steal it? Precisely because it was a small Neon machine tool. He copied it with more pain. Which is not to copy it to copy who? Yes, make a copy, Lu Zhe secretly said. Current technology item? HPS 120B 5-Axis Dragon Boring and Milling Ultra Precision Machining Center. The official name is too long. Use all abbreviations below. Reward, 15,000 achievement points. A full set of design drawings and entities for 5-Axis Dragon Boring and Milling Machine technology, stored in the item bar. System Space Item Column, 5-Axis Dragon Boring and Milling Machining Center. B-2 Strategic Bomber, F-22 5th Generation Heavy Air Superiority Fighter x2, Boeing 777-300ER. Looking at the machine tools that had already been duplicated, the smile on Lu Zhe's face was simply harder to suppress than even Gatling. But glancing back at the bewildering number of machine tools in the D-level area, you can come around more often in the future if you have nothing else to do, and copy a few more types of machine tools as well. He muttered secretly. After all, a whole basic processing industry. Not that just a certain machine tool technology can be solved, but if one doesn't work, then 5, or even 10, until all the shortcomings in this area are made up. And just this one 5-axis ultra-precision Dragon Boring Mill Machining Center is enough for Dacia to solve many of the difficulties it is currently encountering. Second shift. Asking for recommendations and monthly votes. Push a good friend's book. A fine dark immortal cultivation text side effects word cultivation, I will only hold the strong and weak. A sentence introduction, in order to live forever. It's normal to bully the weak and do whatever it takes, right? The link is said in this chapter. You can take a look if you are interested. End of chapter. Chapter 61. It's outrageous. You've got all the neon treasure technology over here. Null. Chapter 62. Formally constructing that mysterious organization. Is there nothing they can't do? What kind of power does this mysterious organization have in Eagle Sauce? What kind of power is it? Zhang Lixing was so shocked that he let out a heartfelt exclamation. How is it that they can even get Neon's technology so easily, and so quickly too? How long has it been? The mysterious organization was last night at 10 o'clock to let the Daxia side to choose any one of the technology, and only after he and Zhang Yuli chose 10 high-end industrial equipment technology that is currently in short supply. I didn't realize that it was only the next morning at 9 a.m. that the tech was sent over? So not only is Hawk's Jam a food market, but Neon is a department store they can just pick up? It's not even that easy to eat at home, is it? We still continue to greatly underestimate their capabilities. Zhang Yuli let out a breath. The mysterious organization is much more terrifying than we imagined. The mysterious organization that was thought to have access to the B-2 bomber technology. They may have been so entrenched in Eagle Jam that they even had their own eyes and ears in many important departments. But this ultra-high precision 5-axis machining center is the technology from the Neon side, which means that not even countries like Neon can escape their black hands. You said, would it include the EU ones? Hiss. Zhang Lixing was taken aback by his bold guess. If Neon can be infiltrated, then countries like Korea, England, France, etc., which are also almost firmly controlled by Eagle Sauce, wouldn't it be just as likely that they are within the radiation range of the mysterious organization? It's very likely. Zhang Yuli looked serious, and I think all of these technologies should be stockpiled by them in advance. It's just that they haven't submitted it to us gradually until now. Who knows exactly where the limits of this organization's capabilities lie? But getting Neon's national treasure technology in one night sounds so unbelievable that anyone with any sense would have a hard time believing the fact that it's right in front of them. Unless, of course, these were technologies that the mysterious organization had already obtained a long time ago, and last night was merely a matter of inquiring about what technologies were needed, and then bringing out the various technologies that they had previously stockpiled. Maybe even the previous Apollo program, or even the astronauts who landed on the moon had people belonging to them, and now they are just waiting for the time to be ripe, which is to take the initiative to make contact with the Daxia side. It was a long time before the two of them calmed the shocked waves within them, but did not dwell too much. After all, in the end, for the great summer, is also 100 benefits and no harm. There is no need to find others to get to the bottom of it. That way, instead of hurting the peace, this ultra-high precision industrial machine tool has come just in time. Just in time. Before we do not worry about the processing precision is not enough. Now this machine tool precision enough to use it? Zhang Lixing joyfully rolled on a dry cigarette lit up. This good thing must smoke one. Enough. It's just too perfect, Zhang Yuli muttered. I seem to remember that this kind of ultra-precision machining is missing on top of the J20, right? Is there a shortage of machine tools in Daxia? Low-end machine tools Daxia can make a lot of enterprises. The lack of high-end areas of high-precision industrial machine tools. And this 5-axis dragon boring milling ultra-precision machining center in front of us is what Daxia desperately needs. This thing can do us too much. Not to mention the commercial field of high-end manufacturing. Even military aerospace and so on are inseparable from this high-precision processing equipment. Like the J20 on many material requirements accuracy of 0.05 microns or so that 611 Institute of Scalp over there are scratching, can only find ways to try to fit the precision requirements. After all, do you expect the teacher can be measured by hand with a hairline 1/10,000th of the difference? And it's also a 5-axis linkage ultra-precision machining center. Zhang Lixing's smile was like a winning $5 million lottery ticket falling from the sky. It is important to realize that the 5 axes already include the spatial coordinates X, Y and Z as well as 2 angular rotation and swing axes for all-around, dead-end machining. And the rest, whether it is a 7-axis linkage or a 9-axis linkage, exists only as an auxiliary axis, which means that the 5-axis linkage is already impeccably perfect from the machining point of view. And the rest of the axes are no more than time-saving and so on. The only pity is that producing and developing this high-precision machine tool is not a simple matter, Zhang Lixing said with a sense of satisfaction. Even with a full set of technical information, it is not a simple matter to put such ultra-high precision machine tools into production. I'm afraid it's going to take a year or two of work before it's officially mass-produced at a conservative estimate. Rather, there's no need to rush. Zhang Yuli shook his head. Make some improvements to the existing technology. That's still very quick. Many of the technologies inside can be used to improve Dacia's current high-precision machine tool processes. Although it is still far from the speed and precision of the HPS 120B model, it is still no problem to improve it by one notch. Just as the two were discussing plans for the future development of industrial machine tools, suddenly, the smile on Zhang Lixing's face disappeared. No, what have you been standing still for? Old Zhang, why haven't you replied all this time? The two of them had been chatting for almost 10 minutes, and he hadn't even replied to the mysterious organization on the other side? Other people were afraid that by this time, they were all thinking that it was because there was some kind of objection to the technology from the Dacia side. Look at how happy I am. Zhang Yuli slapped his head and finally remembered the main event. We are very satisfied with this technology. May I ask how much remuneration your organization requires? Lu Zhe over there was about to fall asleep waiting, and replied after a little hesitation. We are not sure what we need for the time being. If there is a need, then we will notify Dacia, and we can just settle the bill piece by piece at that time. Look at this email replied by the mysterious organization. Old Zhang, you guessed correctly. The mysterious organization is going to wait until the next time to settle together. Zhang Lixing said, rather surprised. After all, what Dacia can give the other party is too little monetary rewards they certainly won't lack, and even less technologically. Zhang Yuli's voice was a little downcast. Giving money to mysterious organizations? But it adds up to $6 billion that someone else backhandedly took to support the impoverished areas of Dacia. Giving help to a mysterious organization? Others can take arbitrary technology from Hawk Jam and Neon at will. Something that even Dacia itself couldn't possibly do. But they can do it easily. He never imagined that one day he would be despondent inside for not being able to give the appropriate reward from Dacia. Other side. Inside the Eagle Sauce LLNL staff dormitory, Lu Zhe was holding a towel to wipe his hair after washing up. The bath has also been taken and the red panties have been put on. Blessed God's blessing has also been arranged. Luzerne whispered. Never had a better start. All preparations are all set for the raffle, which is launched. Ding, 10,000 achievement points have been consumed for the blue lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blue item, Inspiration Capsule *10. Eat it, and you will have 3 times the usual amount of inspiration in a day. And any creation, research and development will go more smoothly. At 0.1% from success, you still lack an inspiration capsule. Ding, 10,000 achievement points have been consumed for the blue lottery. Congratulations to the host for acquiring blue, ultra miniature voice changing tuner. Item description, it will make your voice can be adjusted, imitated, and played at will, and no current technological means can screen the authenticity. Luck sure has gotten a lot better. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up as he looked at the 2 items in front of him. Inspiration capsules naturally need no introduction. If you take a lesson at a critical moment, then the difficult points that plague you can be solved. The other super miniature voice-changing regulator was equally useful for him, in case he needed to make voice contact with the Dacia side at any time. Using this to change his voice would prevent him from being subjected to voice recognition. Glancing at the achievement points displayed on the system's light screen. Achievement points, 19,000. Reproduction times, 0. Refreshed once a week on Mondays. That's all the achievement points left. Do you still want to draw? Just as this thought popped up inside Lu Zhe, his next decision was decisive, straight to 9 white draws. Ding! 1,000 achievement points have been consumed for the white raffle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white item, $1,000. Received $500. Congratulations on getting $100. The white rewards of $100 to $1,000 were swiped several lines in a row, which was not out of Lu Zhe's expectation. After all, according to the probability of his previous draws, more than 99% of the white draws were drawing rewards of the money class, and the remaining 1% were drawing blue items. Just when he thought that it would be another tasteless white 9 in a row draw, suddenly, a purple to somewhat reddish purple color came from the raffle dial on the light screen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple item, the Mask of Change. ING drew a purple item? A white raffle can actually draw a purple color? Lu Zhe couldn't help but doubt his own luck. When could he have this kind of luck? What previous white raffle wasn't pitched to the point of fainting? Got it. Those are all nesting in front. With this thought in mind, he decisively clicked on the detailed description of this purple item. Purple item, Mask of Change. Description, you can change and adjust your current real appearance, height and form. After changing, your appearance will not be able to be photographed, captured, locked and tracked by any means of detection. You cannot exceed the normal human height limit, and your own strength will not change. Verdict, you can be the Gotham Joker or a world-famous megastar. Choose your likeness. Look at that big description. His so powerful? Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. I didn't expect it to be just a purple item. It's a big profit this time. He guessed early on that there must be an item to conceal his appearance in the system draw. As long as he drew this out, his future actions would be much more convenient. At least he didn't have to be afraid that his true appearance identity would be discovered. He had previously thought that this would require a gold item to draw, but it turned out that a purple item drew this. This should be in the purple items, the rarest category, Lu Zhe secretly said. Whether you look at the color of the draw burst or the function of the item, the Mask of Change belongs to the best of the purple items out there. When combined with an ultra-miniature voice-altering tuner, it will function at its best. Then it looks like it's time for my watchers of the Great Wall Organization to undergo formation. The corners of Lu Zhe's mouth lifted into a smile. Second shift. Timed wrong. So a few minutes late, damn it. Asking for recommendations and monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 63, exposing the J20 to the world. Have you emptied the pockets of your neon pants? Why is it impossible to realize the Watchers of the Wall organization he talks about? One of the most crucial reasons was that it was absolutely impossible for him to appear in his true colors. Once he was targeted, that would lead to endless consequences. Even if Eagle Sauce can't produce any evidence that can show that Lu Zhe is copying high-tech technology such as F-22 fighter jets by whatever means, he is completely innocent in legal theory. But so what? Eagle Jam has never been a reasonable country. Say you broke the law, then you broke the law. Say you committed suicide of your own free will. No matter how many times you were shot in the back, it's still suicide. With this shifting mask, at least there's no need to worry about real identity. Lu Zhe murmured and pondered. Even if his true colors contact the Daxia side in the future, he doesn't have to go worrying about anything being tracked and located. He had been in contact with the Daxia side, and there would always be a need to use his voice, face, and other means of contact, rather than just through webmail. Otherwise it would seem too unreasonable, and inevitably others would doubt the authenticity. Together with the super miniature voice changer to use the disguise together, it would be impossible for any country or organization on the entire planet to go and find out who his real identity really was. It was impossible for that omnipotent, mysterious organization to be even remotely related to the obscure LLNL Labs D-level employee Lu Zhe. But even if I completely conceal my true identity, I still have to be more careful to prevent any loopholes from appearing. This was something Lu Zhe always kept in mind. After all, he just couldn't be recognized for his true identity. But it wasn't like he couldn't be caught. And once he was suspected, that was still a big problem. Therefore, the matter of forming an organization was already urgent. And it was highly likely that he would be suspected of acting alone in Eagle Sauce even if he was extremely careful. But by forming a mysterious organization secretly hidden in Eagle Sauce through disguised identities, along with disguised identities hidden behind the scenes, then he can be sure of everything. So who is the organization candidate that fits the bill? Lucy's mind kept thinking, flashing back to Lucy's angelic face. Lucy can't. She definitely can't join the organization right now. It wasn't so much that Lucy was worried about revealing herself, or that she had any interest in any mysterious organization as a result. Lu Zhe could guarantee that as soon as that silly girl heard that someone had invited her to join an extremely mysterious organization that was hidden behind the curtains of the world, she was going to join her ass on the spot. This could be seen from the fact that Lucy had pursued herself for half a month earlier to ask if Daxia was a hidden sect, what criteria she needed if she wanted to join, and so on, and that it was not difficult at all to fool her into joining an organization. Even Lu Zhe could take out the various items he got from the lottery to verify the authenticity, and in ancient times that would be the proper God's spokesman. But when he could not guarantee the absolute safety of the Watchers of the Great Wall Organization, he would never pull Lucy into the organization. This was for the sake of her safety, and even more so for the sake of the friendship that both sides had managed to establish with great difficulty. And Lucy's identity is a big problem. The Watchers of the Wall can't go down this high-level route. If they are detected, they'll hit the ground running. Lu Zhe stroked his chin in contemplation. So, what kind of talent should I look for to join this organization? It had to be his best bet to find people who wouldn't be under any suspicion at all. Other side. Inside the Daxia Aerodynamic Research Institute in the Sichuanshu region of Daxia, not much far from the 611 Research Institute, a flying machine was being tested under the tense gaze of the crowd. This time, of course, the same wind tunnel test, but a high Reynolds number wind tunnel test that was close to reality. This is the largest wind tunnel complex in the whole of Asia, capable of blowing several times the supersonic superwind to approach the drag, lift, etc. of a fighter jet in a high-altitude supersonic flight state. And this time the experimental fighter is not some equivalent scale model, but a real J-20 fighter was suspended in the air. The AL-31F engine running at full speed is roaring. A burst of data was quickly calculated on the computer screen. Lift coefficient, 1.95. Supersonic cruise 0. Lift drag coefficient, 0.032. On paper alone, it has already surpassed the two major flight factors of the F-22 fighter. But Song Chini is not happy at the moment. He sighed deeply. It still hasn't achieved a lift coefficient of over 2.0, and the zero lift drag coefficient is only 0.003 lower than the F-22's. It's not enough. It's far from enough. That's a J-20 that borrows from the success of the F-22 fighter on all fronts, and also has duck wings. How about a lift coefficient of 2.1 or more, and a zero lift drag coefficient that needs to be about 10% lower than the F-22 to be reasonable? Song Chini's brow was filled with worry, or our processing precision is not enough. The material problem can't be solved all the way. Not only are the engines dragging their feet, but so are the materials for these ultra-high precision requirements. They have the full range of materials technology for the F-22 fighter and have just as much experience in their own development. But there is a most core problem. That is part of the material requires processing accuracy of 0.05 microns or less, which is not Dacia has the technology to be able to solve the problem at once, equivalent to even if you know the mass energy equations, but also cannot immediately hand-roll atomic bombs. It is really difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, unless they find another kind of thing to replace it later and then gradually improve it, but this also needs a lot of time to complete. And their entire 611 research institute tried their best to be able to complete the first flight process before October. And for Song Chini, a perfectionist, it's simply unacceptable to choose an inferior product when it's clear that the J-20 is capable of being better. Head Song, your call. The deputy next to him ran over. No answer. I've been told to lend me the supersonic wind tunnel for a while longer. Isn't the J-20 program much more important than the other planes? Song Chini hastily refused. He had expected a pushy phone call from those old buddies. After all, he had been occupying this highest-rated supersonic wind tunnel for some time now in order to test and perfect the J-20 fighter jet, causing other vehicle programs to either use lower-rated subsonic and transonic wind tunnels or have to wait in line behind him. Song leader, it's from the Summer Academy side. Oh, it's the side of the Summer Academy of Sciences? The careless look on Song Chini's face immediately became serious, immediately reaching out to take the phone and said, "It's me, Song Chini. If others don't know, doesn't he know?" The call from Casa didn't need much thought. It had to be something to do with that mystery man. "Old Song, our Summer Academy of Sciences recently got some good stuff to show you." Over there, Zhang Lixing's voice with a leap of joy, the phone said, not too secure as well as comprehensive. "The preliminary overview, I have used the top secret level of encrypted fax machine to send over. You are ready to receive it." "Okay, I'll go look at it right away." Song Chini nodded. That one specially customized top secret fax machine he kept close to him just in case this happened now. And there's only so many speculative possibilities that could make Casa say that. "The Mystic side has sent another brand new technology?" Song Chini said darkly, a strong curiosity and elation welling up within him. Straight away, he left the wind tunnel lab and returned to a secluded and highly secured room that served as his temporary office. After some multiple verification password procedures, the seemingly mediocre fax machine on the table began to ring out tick-tock prints. Song Chini somewhat impatiently picked up the information above. 5-axis Dragon Boring and Milling Ultra Precision Machining Center Technical Drawing Reference. Spindle speed, 21,000 RPM. Machining accuracy, 0.3 micrometers. Roughness, 0.1 micrometer. Drive motor. On the first page, the detailed parameters of the processing machine. What's the accuracy of the HISS machining? I can't be reading it wrong, can I? Song Chini sucked in a breath of cool air, and even thought for a moment that he was blinking. Couldn't he have seen the millimeter symbol as a micron? Rubbing his eyes and shaking his head to take a closer look. Really new M0. 3 micrometers machining accuracy? This is too outrageous, right? How the hell is this really machined to 0.03 microns? If the machining precision is that much higher, it could be called a nanoscale machining process, right? And when Song Chini couldn't wait to finish reading the 10 pages of information, the look on his face became even more shocked. Isn't this machine tool technology from the Neon side? The parameters on this are exactly the same as Neon SNK's 5-axis Dragon Boring and Milling Ultra Precision Machining Center. Mystic is emptying Neon's pants pockets here? Where else would we get this national treasure? Song Chini didn't think too much about it and picked up the phone to call back. "I'll take a ride over to the Yanjing side right now, and I'll be able to arrive at night." "No need. I've already ordered it down. I believe there will be good news coming out from there soon." Zhang Yuli's voice rang out next to him, rejecting the offer. 611 Research Institute is not the development of machine tools. Song Chini ran over to Yanjing for what? Might as well stay in Sichuan and Shu to continue to overcome the difficulties of J-20. Immediately after that, he said, it should take about half a month's time for the Dacia Military Industrial Group to be able to initially improve to an accuracy of about 0.05 microns based on the technology. Song Chini's heart seemed to have dropped a huge stone. That's good. How can he not use the word cool to describe the problem of material processing accuracy that has been bothering him for a long time has been solved? How long will it take for our J20 development to progress? Zhang Lixing opened his mouth and inquired. Now that we've solved the machining precision problem, when will we be able to make our maiden flight? This is the main reason why he and Zhang Yuli called to inform. After solving the problem of material processing accuracy, the R&D progress can be advanced again? If it were before, we'd need at least 4 more months, and performance might not be optimal. After pondering for a moment, Song Qini replied decisively. The need to make the first flight in time for that grand day in Dasha would only reduce the technical specifications of the first flight-proving aircraft and come with a high level of risk. But nowadays, give me another month or two and I'll be primed for a maiden flight. Having solved his heartache, then the R&D progress naturally skyrocketed. After hearing this reply, Zhang Yuli hurriedly instructed, you continue to step up your research and development, and strive for the fastest speed to first fly the J-20. At this moment, inside the Xiaka courtyard, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing both saw smiles on each other's faces. There's still a month or two before the first flight, so it seems like it's time for us to let the news go. Zhang Lixing let out a light laugh. Otherwise it's been so long that this matter is going to die down. It's about time. Zhang Yuli had a sharp look in his eyes. Anyway, with the initial exposure of the Generation V before, Dasha didn't mind adding a little more confusion to Eagle Jam, and it was just the right time to give cover to the mysterious organization. Whether this smokescreen is real or not, that depends on whether Eagle Jam dares to take it. If they dare to take it, it's false. If they don't dare to take it, it can be real. Request for recommendation and monthly tickets. The second shift will still be updated at 6 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Dasha's 5th generation aircraft revealed. Eagle Sauce, this thing, why does it look a bit like an F-22? Summer Academy of Sciences. The two men, both in their 60s, were pushing tea instead of wine in the dean's office. Old Zhang, how would you say this smoke bomb is more appropriate? Zhang Lixing put down his teacup. Should I reveal it directly or should I say that I'll let Eagle Sauce tell the difference? His point is actually very simple. Are they going to be a war negligence bureau or a war terrorism bureau this time? Are they going to fool Hawk Jam or are they going to deter Hawk Jam? If the smoke and mirrors are released for the role of warfare and neglect, then the news released may be true or false. On the contrary, if strategic deterrence is needed, then this time the news is as true as it can be. Hearing this, Zhang Yuli pondered for a moment before waving his hand. This time we are both real and likewise it is fake. Zhang Lixing was a bit puzzled. Didn't that mean which he had just said? It makes it difficult for Eagle Sauce to distinguish between truth and falsehood and analyze the specific movements of Dasha. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Zhang Yuli opened his mouth and explained. Instead of releasing the specific news of the J-20 of the current one, we are releasing another version of that one. Another version? You mean? Zhang Lixing immediately guessed something. That's right. It's our modified version based on the F-22 fighter. It's still you old man. Zhang Lixing's eyes widened in shock. That's a brilliant move you've made. Simply releasing a version of the J-20 that will make its maiden flight soon may not be a strong enough deterrent, and the smokescreen will at best choke the nose but not be lethal. But what about this J-20 that outperforms the F-22 in terms of performance? And it's not as simple as simply a first flight demonstrator. But in case Hawk Sauce senses something, an internal picket would probably involve a mysterious organization, right? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Zhang Lixing was a bit skeptical. While this does work well, it would be a big deal if Hawk Jam thought it was the F-22 fighter technology that was leaked and found clues about the mystery organization. It won't. Zhang Yuli shook his head. It's all about some aerodynamic layout design. It's impossible to be seen for anything. Plus let's not talk about the fact that Dasha's previously developed FC-1 fighter has some of the technology of the Eagle Sauce F-20 fighter. Besides, it's not uncommon for shape design such as aerodynamic layout to involve no core technology at all. And it will only make others think that Dasha is once again stepping on Eagle Sauce to cross the river. In addition, even if the Eagle Sauce to find who to check, F-22 fighter even production lines are about to be dismantled. Who dares to look for trouble in the military-industrial complex at this time? Which congressman basking in too little money? Or tired of living? It's a pity that the Boom 20 has only just been finalized. Otherwise it would have been a hoot. Zhang Lixing was somewhat less than satisfied. If these two heavy hitters hit the ground, Eagle Jam shall not be knocked off its feet. There will be opportunities. That Duanfei kid is said to be flying through the project's development now. Zhang Yuli sipped his tea and couldn't even open his eyes as he smiled. Let's just see if Eagle Sauce can resist when the time comes. Next day, it was mid-afternoon in a small city in the south of Dasha. Outside, the sun was high in the sky and a heat wave swept across the land, forcing people to head indoors for shelter. It was still the same black internet cafe called New Time. And Zhang Wei was still surrounded by the familiar elementary school students and non-mainstreamers, and he was similarly immersed in the Daxia military forum, spamming back and forth in various threads to reply. Currently the hottest topic in the entire forum is still about the J-20, which was just revealed some time ago. Foreign media reported that the development of Daxia's fifth-generation aircraft is beset with technical difficulties and is expected to take at least 10 years to develop. The following thread is also buzzing with conversation. Bull ***** report. Didn't they all say last time that they were already conducting medium and high-speed skid tests? According to that R&D progress, at most 1 or 2 years our Daxia's fifth-generation aircraft will be able to make its maiden flight. But wasn't it said before that that model is a 4-5-generation fighter? It's not really a fifth-generation plane, but something like the Su-35. How long has the J-10 been in service? It is not realistic for you to consider the first flight of a fifth-generation aircraft now. How can you believe in the words of the War Office? What fourth-generation airplane has this kind of aerodynamic layout? Stealthy supercruise fighters don't count as fifth-generation aircraft, do they? For a while the whole page began a frantic argument and discussion about the undisclosed fighter plane of the 611 Research Institute that had been exposed by the previous wall crawlers, and whether it was a fifth-generation plane or not. Even Zhang Wei, who had always been the water-flooding strong onlooker party, couldn't help but get down and post a couple of refutations. He was adamant in his belief that the fighter was a fifth-generation plane developed by Daxia and felt that it could make its maiden flight within 2 years. While many people use the F-22 took 15 years from development to first flight, how about Daxia taking a decade or more? To this, Zhang Wei never replied more than one sentence. It only took us 2 years to go from MS Shio to the 639 hydrogen bomb, while it took Eagle Sauce more than 7 years. So why can't we Daxia do it this time? What makes it safe to conclude that Daxia can't do what Eagle Jam can't do? Just as he was still water posting, suddenly a brand new message once again butchered the board. The reply box on the right side was scrolling like crazy, but it was good that after the last time, the forum had added a few new servers, or else I'm afraid that it would have crashed on the spot again. Zhang Wei refreshed the page, and even though it was a bit stuck it refreshed at a very slow speed. The title of the post at the top, marked in red, is a line that reads, Daxia Aerospace Industry discloses R&D progress. Our fifth-generation plane it's coming. Hissing Daxia Aerospace Industry disclosure? Zhang Wei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and instantly clicked in. This time, it's no longer some wall-climbing party squatting grass party uncle party revealing some inside information. Rather, it comes from the Daxia Aviation Industry Group, which is the real parent company of the 611 Research Institute. Is there any fake? Both images were refreshed with a front view of the fighter jet as well as a side view. Below it was also written a short caption titled, Soaring in the Blue Sky, the Eagle of Daxia. Obviously this is Daxia's brand new generation of fighters, and if before it was only speculated that it was a fifth-generation aircraft, and this time Daxia's aerospace industry disclosed the picture. Basically it is the actual hammer. This unusually flat aerodynamic layout is coupled with a fuselage design that includes a tailplane and tail spine that are all tucked in and fitted together. What else is possible but a fifth-generation fighter? Only, in addition to the intense surprise felt by everyone, the ensuing reaction was one of great confusion. You guys? This fighter doesn't seem too much like the last one. Everyone looking at the picture was puzzled. This thing looked so different from the last undisclosed fighter. The duck wings are still there, but the aerodynamic layout and construction of the various aspects are not quite the same. This thing, why does it look so much like a duck-wing version of the F-22? A paragraph typed out unintentionally by a person caused the entire forum to fall into silence, and everyone was shocked as if they couldn't even speak. That's right, it was more like an F-22 fighter with a duck wing, or you could call it Daxia's F-22 fighter. After a long silence, the entire forum kicked off with an even more raging round of revelry. After all, isn't it better to be like the F-22? It's a great feeling to step on the Eagle Sauce and cross the river. Daxia Aerospace Industry exposes the latest progress of warplane development. This time the fifth-generation plane is really coming? With a duck-wing version of the F-22, the Daxia fifth-generation aircraft threatens to surpass the Eagle Sauce F-22 fighter in stealth performance and maneuverability. The first flight is to be determined, and Daxia Aerospace Industry Group has not disclosed the exact time for the time being. The fifth-generation planes are piling up, and the old Maoists have announced that the first test flight of the T-50 will take place at the end of the year. Imitation? Or copycat? Why does Daxia's new fighter jet look so similar to our F-22? One by one, domestic and international news media, including CNN, BBC and other well-known media outlets have followed up on their reports. In the age of the internet, which has already begun, it hardly takes a couple of hours for big news to become known around the world. And at the moment, based in Nihon, Okinawa, inside Kadena Air Base, looking at the latest news from the Daxia side, and the two unusually eye-catching pictures printed on it. Farking bitch, Pray Jamil cursed angrily and viciously snuffed out his cigar. This Dacia is simply too deceitful. There are a few F-22 fighters at Kadena AFB. Can he not know what this actually looks like? This TM even has an engine tail nozzle layout that is over 90% similar. He knew that Dacia had always stepped on eagle sauce, but you don't even copy the entire external aerodynamic layout and fuselage, do you? You've gone too far, Bunny. It's not like it's a core technology. Is it just to simply disgust them with eagle sauce? That's unlikely. It's highly likely that Dacia is really developing a fighter that rivals or even surpasses the F-22, but is simply borrowing much the same external design from the F-22. Can't you just let me finish these 2 years in peace? Pray Jamil muttered, then looked to the messenger officer next to him. Get the message to Woodhorn House urgently. Whether or not the F-22 is going to be officially discontinued is the lifeblood of the Eagle Ford military-industrial complex. It's better to let the people at the top have their headaches on this one. And at that moment, the other side, LLNL laboratory employee sleeping quarters, Lu Zhe, who had just gotten up, likewise saw the news. It was only after he had been informed of the operation in advance by CAS yesterday, and with the consent of the mysterious organization, that Dacia's side had chosen to make the initial exposure. And Luz wasn't worried about slipping up and causing any problems for himself. Who would suspect someone who had merely touched an F-22 fighter? The number of people attending the airshow that day were in the hundreds of thousands, and Eagle Jam was crazy to suspect him for that. But the J-20 over at Dacia is about to make its maiden flight, so it's time for me to act, Lu Zhe secretly said, requesting monthly votes and recommendations. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Eagle Sauce shocked. I am the organization. I order you to swear to spread the news. 2 in 1. Null. Chapter 66, the mysterious surprise Lucy said was coming? Nyan Dacia doesn't deserve to develop a 5th-generation aircraft. Null. Chapter 67, accumulating times. Another brand new piece of weaponry coming in over at the maintenance center? And this time Lucy focused on emphasizing it. How is it not curious that there is good stuff here? Lucy, what is this mysterious goodie? Lu Zhe came over to her side and quietly asked next to her ear. Do you know any inside information? Reveal a little. There were also 2 blueberry tarts in her hand that she fed to Lucy's mouth as if she was tempting her. Yummy! Lucy swallowed it in one mouthful, her cheeks puffing up like a stuffed squirrel's. Specifically, I'm not sure yet. I just heard the supervisor of the maintenance center say it when I was passing by. It won't be officially delivered to our LLNL labs until 2 weeks from now, and I'm told it's going to be a mysterious big guy. After saying that, Lucy picked up the latte on the table and took a big sip as the 2 tarts disappeared without a trace once more. She only knew the time when this mysterious item was delivered. As for what exactly it was an item, then I'm afraid that not even everyone in the maintenance center knew. This time it was a direct order from the Eagle Jam defense side, only for LLNL labs to be ready in 2 weeks. It takes 2 weeks to arrive? Luz frowned and began to ponder. That's not a good look. The number of duplicates is refreshed once a week. But what if after he uses up the number next week, the mystery item that comes then is 2 goodies? And just in case this time, like that B-2 bomber before it, it would only be over at the maintenance center for a few days. Should we choose one of them to give up? This is obviously not in line with Lu Zhe's usual style. He always likes to have them all. If there are no high-value tech items next week, let's build up the copy count. Let's see what the mysterious surprise in 2 weeks is. Lu Zhe thought inwardly. Anyway, he hadn't found any targets worth replicating at the moment, and neither the Navy nor Air Force open houses would be holding any events in the near future. Like this week copied ultra-high precision machine tools and other high-end industrial equipment. The Dacia side is estimated to eat a moment and a half will not be able to understand. And those things placed in the D-level area will not run. Do not need to rush. It would be better to save 1 copy count for next week and wait 2 weeks to see if you want to just do it all at once. There are 5 more replicas to go before unlocking the purple draw. All the more reason not to rush. Think about it. Lu Zhe showed a hint of a smile to Lucy, who was still groggy on the side. Let's go. I still have ingredients in my dorm room, so I'll make you a Chinese meal to eat. By the looks of her, I'm afraid she won't last long enough for dinner. Okay, let's hurry. Lucy came straight back to full blood at those words. Lu Zhe made Chinese food that was much more authentic than the Chinese restaurants in the town, currently ranking high in the top 3 of her favorite foods. The days waned by, and before we knew it, it was Sunday. We are 1 day away from a new refresh of the copy count next week, and in this week's work, Lu Zhe and Lucy both still lived up to their reputation by continuing the 9-to-5 touch 7 routine, accomplishing the feat of working 8 hours a day and touching the fish for 7.5 hours. The moment. Early in the morning, the sun rises over the square on the small town of Livermore. Sitting in the chairs in front of the fountain, 2 underclass young men, one black and one white, were holding a couple of books in their hands as if they were mesmerized and immersed. Bueller, how much have you seen already? Parker, being the fat white guy, craned his aching neck. How come he didn't know before that reading was such a tiring task? Almost 3/4 of the way through. Bueller, the thinner Negro, said in a jarring voice, without raising his head. Damn, Parker snarled. These phrases are so hard to understand. I haven't even gotten through a fifth of them. For him, a person who didn't even finish community college successfully, what was written on it, such as the People's War and other English words, was really obscure and difficult to understand. After all, the words he usually used were the simple English used by ordinary people in conversation on a daily basis, and it was impossible for him to come into contact with such specialized vocabulary. Parker would even need to have a cross-reference translation dictionary to read exactly what it says. Despite this, he continued to curse as he flipped through a book with a red scythe and axe printed on the cover. Don't get me wrong. It's not like they've fallen in love with the feeling of reading, simply for the $1,000 of remuneration. After all, 09 this year, the average monthly salary per capita of the Hawk Sauce statistics is less than $3,000. Bottom feeders like Parker and Bueller have even jumped off the bandwagon, and the two are lucky to make $2,000 a month combined. After all, how much do you make at a time for a job like running errands and moving? Too dangerous for drug trafficking, extortion, $0 purchases, etc. And the two of them are too afraid, much less willing to do it. As the fat white guy Parker said, they are good underclassmen with a bottom line and principles. And what they shouldn't do, that's what they'll never do. Even living in the lowest level of society in Eagle Jam, the two still retain that precious conscience. Now why not just spend your free time reading these books and answering that strange middle-aged white uncle's questions for a $1,000 reward? Only after reading on for 10 minutes or so, Parker put the book down and said with a puzzled look on his face, Bueller, we're not both supposed to be screwed, are we? Even if we read and memorize these books, that person will never come back to us and make us spend so much time for nothing? The more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. It's been days. Why haven't they come for them yet? Is this just a boring amusement for the underclass carried out by the rich? As the book says, a core idea. Never believe a single lie of the capitalists. Deceiving ordinary people is their specialty. It only cost $200, but they were able to tease them for quite a while. Surely this is the abominable capitalist? He has nothing to gain by deceiving us. Bueller was fine with that, quietly turning the next page. And it's good that we're reading more. He didn't think the middle-aged white guy was some kind of scammer. Who made pranks that made you work your way through a couple of books? Isn't that crazy? And many of the ideas in the book confirmed what he had been thinking all along. Perhaps it was the fact that he too had read so few books that led to an insufficient level of knowledge of the world. Bueller, you're right. Never give up before you do. Parker continued to pick up the book and bury his head in it. Anyway, there's no work now, so he'll fight for the $1,000. Other side. Yenjing, inside the Xiaka courtyard, in an atmosphere that had been fairly calm and cordial, Zhang Lixing suddenly stood up, pointing to a newspaper and continued angrily. Little Nihon, this dog thing news reports, how dare you say anything? Our J20 program is dead in the water? How come I didn't know about this? Failure of industrial upgrading and transformation will usher in a decline? Can they predict the future? His entire body was burning with anger, along with his own face turning red with rage. Originally, Zhang Lixing thought that time it said that Dacia lacked Neon's technology, and research and development would take another 20 years. This kind of news report was ridiculous enough. The results were not expected. In the past few days, under his careful observation, the Yomiuri Shimbun, Asahi Shimbun, and other media on the Neon side, each day's report would come in even more outrageous than the day before. Today it was said, Dacia's J20 has failed in its development and I'm afraid its performance is not as good as Eagle Jam's F15. Tomorrow it will say, Dacia tried to copy Neon's carbon fiber composite technology, but fumbled for 10 years without any progress, and its R&D strength is worrying. Those various cynical headlines made his teeth itch every time he saw them. I've told you before to stop reading these reports. Why are you making things difficult for yourself every day? Sitting on the side, Zhang Yuli shook his head, his face calm as he sipped his tea. Might as well come and play a few games of chess with me. This time I'll let the knight always do it, right? The faces of those people in Little Neighbor had long been seen countless times over the years that he had served as the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences. In his eyes these comments are like farts and have no value other than to hurl unwarranted abuse over there. The entire Academy of Sciences will not be a few people will look at these reports, but also Zhang Lixing, this love really bad old man, will be pointing to these news every day over their cursing. Am I not angry? Zhang Lixing sat down and calmed himself. You said, when will we be able to toss out our carbon fiber composites as well as our ultra-precision machine tools? Didn't you say last time that you'd hear something soon? Just because he's doing well in his research studies doesn't mean he's a person who doesn't get angry at anything he encounters. In the face of this neon and eagle sauce foreign media coming over every day to provoke, it would be strange for his straight nature to be able to tolerate it. Even this is considered to be convergence. In exchange for Zhang Lixing when he was young, it can be described as martial arts can punch the small neon rainbow. The text can be angrily soothe the white-headed eagle. Hear that? Zhang Yuli finally responded. So you old man, this is for me to urge them to speed up the progress of research and development? He wondered why Zhang Lixing would lose his temper in his office every day, and it turned out to be hinting at this. Immediately, he laughed and scolded. How can this R&D be rushed? You yourself were not stuck on a key step for half a year without any progress? Even with a full set of technical information, who would know when the real finished product would be developed? Even 99.9% of your efforts in research may not be as important as that last 0.1% of luck. How many people are that one last step away from success, only to have the scientific results go to someone who comes after them? It can be the most unforgiving thing of all, looking at his own old self to be exposed. Zhang Lixing immediately opened his mouth to deny. Nonsense. Which time did I not follow the superior's booking time to complete the mission at that time? Just as the two were snickering, the corded phone on the office desk rang. It's me. Zhang Yuli immediately answered the phone and replied. A few moments later, his face was full of surprise as he hung up the phone and froze in place for a few moments. What's wrong with old Zhang? Did something happen? Zhang Lixing came up and inquired. What kind of phone call did this take to get that kind of reaction? Is it about the mysterious organization? Or is there something big happening somewhere in Daxia? A glint of light came out of Zhang Yuli's eyes, and a smile surfaced on his face. You don't need to put up with those boring reports anymore. It's going to be our turn to fight down for a counterattack this round. Carbon fiber composite materials project side of the good news has achieved a technological breakthrough in mass production. T800 strength specifications of carbon fiber composite materials can immediately enter the mass production stage. Good. Zhang Lixing uttered several good words in a row, which was finally a way to understand a piece of his mind. Notify Daxia Divine Eagle Compound. Zhang Yuli picked up the phone and ordered. Work on production as fast as possible. He said this with a raised eyebrow in all his tones. Divine Eagle Composites, which is directly under the Daxia Composites field, is the most reliable to be handed over to them for production. To know, not only is Zhang Lixing holding a bellyful of anger, even Zhang Yuli, the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences, in the face of Neon's provocation, is far from the surface appears so calm. Daxia's J20 can never be built without Neon's carbon fiber? He would like to see, in the face of Daxia's carbon fiber material of the incoming. Can this one hit Neon again until he cries and kneels? Requesting monthly votes and recommendations. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Funny. You're playing price war with Daxia? Then start bombing. Neon, Central Tokyo area. This is the heart of Neon, with Ginza, Nyanbashi, and the Tokyo Stock Exchange all located in this area of less than 10 square kilometers. Muromachi 2-1, on the other hand, is located right in the middle of the CBD business district, and this building, which is hundreds of meters in length, has Toray Corporation hanging on it. The owner of this building is the Toray Group, the dominant player in the field of carbon fiber composites. How to describe its status is like Nvidia in the desktop graphics card field, using GTX 3060, 4070, etc. Can define the graphics card class in general, rather than using computing power to indicate the graphics card class. The so-called grade specifications of T500 and T700 in the entire carbon fiber field are not a nomenclature for the strength of carbon fiber materials, but all originate from Toray's T300, T500, T700 and other carbon fiber series. This shows the Toray Group's supreme hegemony over the entire carbon fiber materials market. Inside the president's office. Just order this matter down. President Yuna Murakami signed a document and handed it to the subordinate next to him. The subordinate groveled, his head presenting a standard 90-degree angle and said, "How much capacity do we specifically need to drop to?" This document does not state how much capacity needs to be reduced. It is just a notice of an unusual accident to provide a signal to the whole market. All series of carbon fiber materials. Drop half capacity. Murakami Yonin tapped his fingers on the table, his mouth grinning a grim smile. Carbon fiber composites above the T500 grade, drop 75% of the production capacity, and at the same time, impose a new round of sanctioning measures on Daxia. Hi, President. The man bowed again and respectfully exited inside the president's office. Condescendingly, he watched the subordinate leave. Daxia still wants to develop a fifth-generation fighter, and a fighter so similar to the F-22? Yuna Murakami seemed to have thought of something very funny. Without top-grade carbon fiber materials, I'll see how you Daxia can still build it? A fighter wants to do stealth approach. In addition to reducing electromagnetic wave refraction in the aerodynamic layout of the shape of the effort, then the next best option is to significantly use high-strength carbon fiber composite materials. This material does not reflect radar waves, but also has a light weight, high hardness and other characteristics. High-strength carbon fiber composites are indispensable, both for the majority of aircraft and for fifth-generation fighters that require stealthy supersonic cruising. So this time not only to carry out a substantial decline in production capacity, and also on the T-500 above the high-strength carbon fiber to Dacia to carry out a comprehensive ban on the sale. Although this kind of sales embargo measure has been in place in the past, it was only for carbon fiber composite materials used in high-end aerospace and military T-700 strength specification or above. While this time even the mid-range market with T-500 grade will be directly hit by a net. They, Toray, are about to deal an unprecedented and devastating blow to Dacia's fifth-generation aircraft program. If this document is released, then Mitsubishi and the others should be making their move as well, right? A hint of madness was revealed in Murakami Nanao's eyes. He would still be doing this mission even if it wasn't a directive issued by Hawkmaster. They've been building them for 10 years and haven't even developed a single one. So what makes Dacia able to develop a fifth-generation plane on its own? Did you ask Toray's opinion? The moment several announcements instantly hit the major news pages. Neon Toray Company, Ltd., announced that due to the dry weather, resulting in a fire in the plant, carbon fiber materials, all production capacity decreased by 50%, and T500 grade carbon fibers and above. The need to limit production and purchase sales. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, SNK New Neon Heavy Industries, and Neon Okumer announced that some of the precision machining machines currently contracted for shipment have been delayed or cancelled due to power outages and other reasons. Samsung Electronics and Magnesium Light made announcements that semiconductor production capacity, such as memory chips, will be greatly affected due to the flooding disaster in their Southeast Asian plants. Not only Toray Company, Ltd., in the field of carbon fibers, but also various aspects including machine tools and semiconductors are unfolding under the command of Eagle Sauce. The cooperation that had already been negotiated was all temporarily cancelled. Even if it had arrived immediately on the halfway transportation, these companies would rather break the contract and compensate than send it to Dacia. Their purpose is naturally needless to say, under the instruction of Eagle Sauce Dad, to carry out an all-round suppression row against Dacia's J-20 program and the transformation of basic industries. There is only one objective, and that is to firmly prevent Dacia from successfully developing the J-20 fighter jet. The other purpose, of course, is that these manufacturers can make a wave of price increases because of the drop in capacity, when they pay less and make more. This is a tactic that they can be familiar with. Jiangnan Province, a harbor city. This is where the headquarters of Divine Eagle Composite Materials is located, and it is also an important base for the large-scale production of carbon fiber materials in the whole of Dacia. Elder Su, look at the rampant appearance of these foreign devils. A man next to him took this newspaper and shouted with great anger, not only do they want to block carbon fiber materials, but even in machine tools and semiconductors, they refuse to let go. Are they trying to push us to the brink of extinction? Chapter 69, Shorting? Old folks open the door to free trade. 3-in-1 chapters must be ordered. P.S. 3-in-1 chapters? It doesn't even feel right to separate the chapters, so I'd better just do them all at once. All 1,000 small drones supporting Palestine from the Persian side were delivered a week ago. The reason why they have not yet acted is that they are in this military training camp to do some specialized training for these carefully selected seedlings. They are mainly trained on how to use small drones, such as flight maneuvers, hovering, dropping, and returning, as well as how to modify the drones in any way they want in case of emergency. After all, even if a drone is so simple to operate that it's not so different from playing a video game, it's still a high-tech product here in 09 anyhow, not to mention in areas like the Gaza Strip, where even TVs are a rarity. So this time, the manipulation soldiers were also selected to be as young as possible, or those who were more familiar with electronics. This is the only way to learn to skillfully utilize drones the fastest. Today will be the last session of training. For our dead loved ones and friends, for our occupied homes. The commander's voice carried a hiss. Everyone repeats the phrase, the surging sound reaching to the clouds. Now move out, the commander shouted. All took less than tidy steps, some clutching boxes containing small drones, while others carried a variety of ammunition gear. The murderous look in their eyes spread throughout the camp. This was not simply a case of territory being invaded by the enemy. This was the destruction of a nation. This was genocide. The family or friends of each of these soldiers have long since been wiped out under this massacre, and they must sacrifice the blood of their enemies to the dead souls of their loved ones, and no one can say the word forgiveness for Palestine. North Gaza, a mere 60 square kilometers, has suffered from dozens of tons of falling Israeli bombs per square kilometer of land every year. One of the key areas of engagement, Beit Hanoun, was the near-hourly sound of artillery fire. A rooftop that has already been hit by a missile and has collapsed and deserted. Several members of the Palestinian resistance prostrate in bunkers behind the wall of concealment, keeping a close eye on the target 2 kilometers ahead, a Merkava for Malawian Quach's main battle tank. Several soldiers were watching the perimeter, and any Palestinians intending to get close to this tank would be killed mercilessly. Gaza is an open-air prison, and this is the wall that Israel has built to keep all the Palestinians under siege. Israel built the wall to keep all the Palestinians under siege. Adonal, does this thing of yours really work? Abbas chewed on the root of a plant like a weed in his mouth. It doesn't look like a weapon, more like a child's toy. This plant, known locally as habiza, is the food most often eaten by the people of Gaza in times of food shortages. But even when digging this wild vegetable, Palestinians risk being found and shot by Israeli soldiers to find and shoot them. It's fine if it's a watchtower. Big deal. Just don't go near the firing range of the walls. But such armored vehicles and tanks roaming northern Gaza are like nails in the heart of Gaza, making it impossible to move. Only, could this remote-controlled toy that Adnal manipulated that was merely capable of only flying really be useful? Abbas internally harbored doubts that even one RGP rocket to the front of a Merkava for Malawian Quach's tank at close range would not be enough to break through its protective armor. Hear that? It can do more than you think. Adnal gave a mysterious smile. A whole new idea of war. Let these squids try it first. Having been rigorously trained for a week in drone manipulation, he was well aware of how powerful such seemingly harmless toys possessed. Arguably, this drone will revolutionize the entire Gaza battlefield. His fingers gently maneuvered on this thick screen, and an object, 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter, quickly flew hundreds of meters into the air, transforming into a black dot the size of a sesame seed. Under the fierce rays of the midday sun, it was as if it had become invisible in this world, darting at more than 10 meters per second per hour towards the tank that had been parked in place. This time, it's the squid's turn to try their hand at what it means to airstrike and snipe. Admiral muttered. Over there, inside the Merkava for Malawian Quach's tank, a few soldiers were sparsely clustered together, taking a break to gossip. Unfortunately, there were so many things I couldn't bring back last time, or I might have made a fortune. You're so stupid. Won't you burn all that you can't take with you? The food was discarded. All the mineral water was poured out, and the house burned down in one fire. I happened to find the wedding venue last time and snagged the bride's diamond necklace, and my girlfriend couldn't be happier. They made occasional jokes about the massacre of Gaza. Civilians, discussing what goodies they could bring back from the next siege. As for surveillance and vigilance, it's long since been thrown right out the window. They didn't think that those light weapons in Gaza could pose much of a threat to the main battle tank, which weighed over 60 tons. Unbeknownst to him, a small drone was hovering silently thousands of meters in the air. Hover then crosshairs on target, Adnal said, staring intently at the screen, chanting the training mantra over and over. Finally, after continually enlarging the clarity of the screen, crosshairs, aimed right at the top of this Merkava for Malawian Quach's tank, the tank's weakest protection position. Drop the bomb. He pressed a button, and immediately the drone high in the sky dropped 2 bombs with tails that smashed down in free fall. Boom, boom. 2 explosions came. Instantly, in the picture that Merkava for Malawian Quach's from above was blown out a big hole. 4 or 5 soldiers inside the tank or more are completely unresponsive, with a daze lost the last consciousness. 1 click to return. Admiral typed in another command, and the drone hovering high in the air returned quickly on its original flight path. Adonal, I was wrong. Abbas's eyes widened as he looked at the huge achievement in front of him. This small drone is so powerful. It's our real talismanic weapon. You know, how about a Merkava for Malawian Quach's main battle tank costing $4 or $5 million to build? And how much does this small drone cost? Does it cost $2,000 or $3,000? Adonal, we need to report to the chief. Abbas's eyes filled with exuberance. Continue to purchase these drones in large quantities. 1,000 is not nearly enough. By consuming even 1,000 drones to destroy a Merkava for Malawian Quach's main battle tank, Palestine could be said to have made a blood profit. What's more, it was a brilliant result for consuming just 2 modified bombs costing only a few tens of dollars. More drones means more enemies to destroy. He shuddered to think what a spectacle it would be once the resistance had tens of thousands or even more small drones. This is the weapon Palestine needs most today, and it is the most appropriate one. At this point, along with the Gaza region of the Middle Eastern world, there is also a place where heavy fighting is taking place. That is, the global carbon fiber composites market as the leading, other high-end materials as a supplement to the stock market. Futures market is ushering in a round of horrific upsurge. Since Toray announced a production cut on carbon fiber materials, The price of carbon fiber has skyrocketed from $30 per kilogram per USD to $70 per kilogram per USD. The international market T700 this high-end carbon fiber composite material, but also from the price of each kg/1,000 US dollars, soared to 3,800 US dollars. The main reason for this, apart from market panic, is the subprime mortgage crisis that has swept through the global capital market in the past few years, leading to a cold financial market and a crisis of insufficient liquidity. And this time, encountering such a good opportunity, many international capitals are planning to eat a big wave to satisfy their gluttonous appetite. As for the price of carbon fiber materials in Dacia domestic is a complete collapse, but also almost every day will soar a step. Every day will be a brand new price. After all, anyone with eyes can see that this is a round of eagle jam targeting Dacia's J20 and high-end manufacturing programs. Carbon fiber materials nowadays with bit more than gold to describe it is not an exaggeration. A variety of speculators flocked to. Even the fact that Dacia officials seem to have been unable to come up with any effective countermeasures has fueled further heightened emotions in the market. This eye-popping and frantic momentum lasted a full week. Global capitals are scrambling to come in, and the amount of northbound funds breaks through a round of record highs every day. All of these people are eager to tear off the freshest fat meat from Dacia. Other side. Eagle Sauce. LLNL Labs main floor lounge area. In the afternoon, it was still the same couch that Lu Zhe was used to sitting on. It's Friday, 2 days before the next replication refresh. Achievement points, 10,000. Reproduction, 1 time. Refreshed every Monday. The mysterious surprise that Lucy said is coming next week. Lu Zhe muttered secretly. He was specifically saving 1 copy count just in case 2 high-level tech items came along then and he missed the opportunity to not copy them. Though part of it was also that he hadn't found anything worth replicating this week. After all, even though he had been promoted to a D-level authority staff, he was only a minion in this LLNL laboratory, and there were really only a handful of high-grade technological items in the D-level area. You know, even that everyday Sun Xiaochuan Sima face receptionist, her staff authority is actually D-level. As you can imagine, there is no gold in this stuff at all. If you want to enter some of the key scientific research project areas, the threshold of access is C-level authority, and concerning the photolithography machine, such as the world's top technological items, it is more B-level authority or above to be qualified to contact. As for what was in the A-level authority area, that was something that Lucy wasn't too sure about, and Lu Zhe was a bit unable to figure out what could be inside for a while. Is it a nuclear weapon, or is it a technological item that is the lifeblood of Eagle Sauce? Just as he was engrossed in all this thinking, Lucy, who was eating a snack next to him, suddenly raised her head to look at him with eyes that were flooded with a bit of starlight. Lu Zhe, I think it's still better for you to make the snacks, especially the last time I made the green powdered dough. It was so delicious and addictive. Chapter 70 Sir, are you preaching? Dacia earns numbness. J20 comes first with a squadron, 2-in-1. P.S. 2-in-1 chapter. Within minutes, global futures on carbon fiber composites faced a sharp drop. In addition to Dacia and other markets that have already closed, all futures that are linked to carbon fiber materials, including the New York Stock Exchange, the Chicago Board of Trade, and the European futures markets, have all fallen to the point of triggering the melting mechanism. However, even after a 15-minute meltdown halt, futures trading, which had just resumed, plummeted again to 12%, with the futures price of ordinary carbon fiber materials sinking to $75 per kilogram per USD, triggering the secondary meltdown mechanism to directly halt any trading, which will reopen on the next trading day. At this point, Eagle Sauce Manhattan District South, this short few hundred meters of the street is the world-famous Wall Street. They used the power of financial capital to manipulate the order of the world. A skyscraper rooftop. The man in his early 30s was dressed in designer labels, and even his suits and shoes were from handmade, customized luxury goods. He was currently looking down in despair at the hustle and bustle of the crowd below in what was arguably the busiest neighborhood in the world. It's just a shame it's not mine now. Life is always so fickle. Lighting his last cigarette, he smiled to himself. He is a futures trader in the time of seeing carbon fiber materials soaring, chose to go against the trading principle of pouring all the bets, misappropriated more than $10 million in the capital chain, with a huge leverage of 20 times smashed into the carbon fiber futures market. In the first few days, the highest value of his book profit has exceeded $100 million, so it can be said that he has completely become a successful billionaire. It's only a matter of time before you get to the top of your life and marry a rich white woman. It's just a shame that this illusion didn't last long, as his carbon fiber futures went right through his position during the round of market turbulence just now. Even if the back of the carbon fiber material futures rise back again, but also with him not half a relationship, Because the position has long been because there is no replenishment of margin was forced to close the position to make up for the loss. Both the misappropriated $10 million and the astronomical damages that leverage would require him to pay were far beyond his own means. Now, his life should also be like that carbon fiber K chart that will be slammed straight into the floor. Are you jumping or not? There's still a line behind you, a man standing at the back urged. He was not the only one waiting to jump off the rooftop here. Who didn't lose money and only have a pair of underwear left? I was wrong. I should have stopped a long time ago. Why did he gamble on it? He had countless opportunities to choose to leave the game at the moment he was making $10 million or $100 million, but is bent on continuing to gamble. Not satisfied with this small $100 million, wanting to wrestle a second $100 million, and even more money, as the devil tempted him to go on. Now, it's a loss to the point that it can't even save its own life. Gambling dogs, you will not die in the end. The trader shouted the last words of his life. A spirited jump followed, making a close contact with the concrete floor in a free fall. Following the trader's lead, a man jumped in the same manner, though he didn't even hesitate for a second. He didn't feel any regret in his heart. The futures market itself was a huge casino, and he as a gambling dog will not regret it. A gambling dog, even if he loses to the point of losing everything, he will always continue to gamble unrepentantly until his family is broken, until he sucks the blood of all his loved ones dry. Only this time, it's just your own life that you're losing. So just take it. Half an hour later, the major Eagle Sauce exchanges announced a close, while global carbon fiber futures prices generally fell by more than 10% all around, and according to the aftermath, at least 10 of the financial elite across Wall Street jumped from rooftops in the hour after this close. But it was clear to all that this was far from over, as the real darkness would not be greeted until the following Monday. That's why Zhang Yuli and the others chose the time period of Friday for the smash. The term "shut the door and beat the dog" is graphic and specific. Friday's last-hour plunge, after a 2-day weekend break, was enough to create a great deal of panic as the news fully festered and reached the ears of the vast majority of people around the globe. Given the volatile sentiment of the market as a whole, it looks like they're only losing about 10%, but they've actually lost numbness, because the whole plate will be the next unlimited decline. Meltdown rest day. Tomorrow will also continue to decline, until the futures price down to Indasha carbon fiber X factory price near. After all, the global demand for carbon fiber is currently only 3 or 4 million tons only, but Eagle composite materials, lightweight materials, etc. This year, we will put into production cumulative 10,000 ton level production line, which already has the carbon fiber field of bargaining power. It is difficult to find someone to take over the futures contracts in hand. Dacia is like cutting their meat with a blunt knife, draining the blood of these international capitals one drop after another. In the meantime, it's 3 a.m. in Neon Tokyo, and the curtain has long since fallen on the busy metropolitan area. Inside the headquarters of Toray Company, at 2-1 Moromachi, however, the lights are still on. Murakami Yuna, who was drowsy from sleep, looked at the futures K chart in front of him with incredulity. Nani? His expression lasted for quite a while, and he asked his subordinates with a confused look, wasn't the carbon fiber futures price $85 before? It fell to $75 so quickly? It's the Dacia side. Their ordinary carbon fiber material costs only $35 per kg. The subordinate on the side bowed 90 degrees and explained coyly, and smashed the sell 1 hour before the close, causing the futures market to plummet across the board. His $35? Yuna Murakami sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that number. The 12% drop is not even close to the price of $35 for physical delivery, while the futures price is $85, which is almost twice the difference in price. If not for the meltdown mechanism, I am afraid that the entire futures market could fall by more than 50% directly. I clearly remember that the situation was great before I went to bed. How come I woke up like this? Is it hard to believe that you are still dreaming now? Thinking of this, he flung 2 hard slaps to his face, and surprisingly it hurt. This also means that this is not a ING dream? Wouldn't we, Torai? Then, Yuna Murakami suddenly anticipated a frightening scenario. Next Monday's opening, how much will our stock price drop again? 10%? Or 30%? The subordinate standing next to him didn't say anything, and Murakami Yunin he dared not even think about it in detail. As the absolute hegemon in the field of carbon fiber materials, Toray Group is definitely the first company to suffer a blow, under the fermentation of public opinion over the 2 days of the weekend. Can you imagine what kind of huge challenge Toray's market capitalization will face? He'd already imagined that horrible picture of the opening and closing of the meltdown. The 10% daily plunge is just the beginning and will not return to normal market capitalization until the financial markets have released all of this panic. Before he could finish digesting the information, his secretary knocked on the office door. Hurriedly, He walked in and said, "President, within one trading day today, the company's stock was secretly short-sold by more than $2 billion. Chapter 71 The mysterious surprise has officially arrived. This is not scientific. How did all this stuff show up? Null. Chapter 72 Consulting Casa, are you interested in the F-35 fighter?" Gazing at the mysterious surprise that rested quietly in place. It even looked a little pocket-sized and cute as it leaned next to the F-22. Liu Zhe's first reaction was not surprise, but intense doubt and shock. Why is it here? He was filled with question marks. This thing? It's even in the maintenance center at LLNL Labs? In a trance he'd thought he traveled again. Was it 2019 now instead of 2009? The point was, had it been officially developed at this point in time? How did he remember that it would be another 2 years before the first model of this airplane would be in service? And what was wrong with his memory? You may not be familiar with this equipment. Let me introduce it to you. Lucy noticed the confusion on Liu Zhe's face and thought that he didn't quite recognize this new weaponry before. This is a new generation of fighters under development. Before she could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted by Liu Zhe. I know of it, and in the words of Ardisya, I have long heard a lot about it. This is the 5th generation fighter F-35 Lightning. Isn't this the F-35? How could Luz not recognize this fighter? One of the world's few fighters that can take off and land vertically. As the most versatile main fighter in the future of the Eagle sauce, and even the F-35 foreign trade to several countries for use. The rate of appearances can be much higher than the F-22 or J-20, this kind of 5th generation aircraft. And it looks like it's still an F-35C model? Luz glanced at the black mesh nozzle on its tail, and the huge folded flaps. There is no doubt that this is not only an F-35 fighter but also a carrier version of the F-35C. His eyebrows were all intensely puzzled. How did it appear in the LLNL lab at this point in time? It's not right. It's so wrong. He wouldn't have been so surprised if it was the F-35A, which was first flown and finalized at the end of '06, and is now in the middle of batch development and production, and will be in service with the Air Force in 2 more years, so it wouldn't have been a stretch to see it show up in the LLNL labs. Offhand, this is the shipboard version of the F-35C model, which is not even being developed at this point in time. If one remembers correctly, it won't officially leave the factory until July or August of this year, and it won't be ready for its first flight until the middle of next year. And as for service, it will have to wait until several years from now. You could say that the thing in front of you is the first F-35C prototype. Lucy, this would be the F-35 that's being developed, right? Liu Zhe pointed at it and inquired with suspicion. Why is it here? Both the A-type and B/C-type F-35S are fighters that are not yet in service. So how did they get sent here out of the blue? I think it says that some of the components were delivered late, so it was dragged over to our side for refinement and replenishment. Lucy recalled the reason someone else had told her, to see if there was anything wrong with the design in terms of pneumatic layout and so on. By the way, this question of Liu Zhe's, she had already asked it long before. The main reason for bringing this F-35C prototype over to the lab side is to do some fresh testing while waiting for the components to be ready for the first flight at the end of the year or next year. So it is. Liu Zhe nodded his head and said, that's not surprising. After all, LLNL National Laboratory itself has a lot of experience in the development of flying machines and other equipment. We've got to hurry up with the tour. We've got to be gone by 10 o'clock, and we've got 10 minutes to spare. Lucy thought of something. After saying that, she herself came up next to this F-35 fighter jet and watched it carefully. After 10 o'clock it should be busy here in the maintenance center. Not very good for making contacts. And the two had rushed from the main lab building and it was now 9:50 am. Enough already. The corner of Liu Zhe's mouth lifted slightly as he slowly walked up, gazing at the fighter, capable of vertical takeoff and landing, and at the same time until 20 years later the only medium-sized multi-purpose 5th-generation aircraft. Although in his personal senses the F-35 is certainly far inferior in terms of performance figures to heavy air superiority aircraft such as the F-22 and J-20 which focus on air superiority. But there is no doubt that the F-35 due to the smaller size so the design is also more compact and exquisite. In many aerodynamic shape layout is more like the F-22 upgraded and improved version of the smaller main wing and the center wing with a large lateral inclination of the drogue tail. It looks have a very clean lines outline the visual impact. It's completely different from the layered beauty of the complex aerodynamic layout of the J-20. And as for that Su-57, T-50, a 5th-generation aircraft, don't even mention it. I wonder, how many achievement points can this kind of fighter that hasn't even made its first flight yet provide? Liu Zhe said darkly. It was his first time to duplicate this kind of high-grade technology item that had not yet been developed and completed. Could it be duplicated successfully? Or would the achievement points be discounted? Everything was unknown. But don't you just know when you try it? Is there any reason not to copy this kind of thing when it's delivered to your door? Thinking of this, Luz pressed his hand against its slightly cold stealth-coated shell. 543. Silently counting down 5. Instantly, a message popped up on the light screen over the eyeball. Current science and technology item, 5th generation fighter aircraft F-35C shipboard version. Value of achievement points, 3W. Please choose whether to copy or not. It's as much as 30,000 points? Somewhat unexpectedly much. Luz was inwardly delighted. After all, the F-22 fighter, which was far superior in performance, had a replica achievement point reward of just 10,000 points. He had thought that the F-35 fighter was estimated to be only 10,000 or 20,000 achievement points, and it might even be a bit lower than even the F-22 fighter's reward. After all, the F-35, this model of fighter jet, whether the cost is lower than the F-22 fighter, in the future is to become the world's largest production of 5th-generation aircraft, enough to build more than 1,000. Is the rest of the several models of 5th-generation aircraft added up to the sum of a few times more? And even Eagle Sauce is also ready to produce 2,000 or 3,000 F-35 of various models in the future. That's why Lockheed Martin is exhausting all its efforts to shut down the F-22 production line and go full steam ahead with the F-35 program, which is a massive program of hundreds of billions of dollars, capable of bringing in trillions of dollars in revenue over the next 50 years. In the face of such huge profits, anything else is a passing fad. It should be the scarcity of prototypes that made the achievement points go up significantly. Luz thought of the only other reason. Achievement point rewards should only take into account the current scarcity of tech items, and then a percentage increase in achievement point rewards. And it goes without saying that this F-35C prototype is dozens of times rarer than even the previous B-2 Phantom bomber, because that's all there is in the world at the moment, and how many of them it's going to produce in the future isn't on the replicating system's radar. If this was set up according to the game, I'm afraid it would have to be some kind of absolute divine weapon level, so it wasn't too surprising that the achievement points had increased by 3 or 4 times. Luz thought for a moment. If this is the case, I'll have a lot more options to choose from when I replicate the tech items afterward. Even if a tech item itself was not of a high grade, with the help of scarcity, it would still be able to reach a staggering number after duplication. Unless it's the kind of thing that's so common that even if it's unique in the world it might be judged not to have scarcity value. For more than 10 seconds, these thoughts flew through his mind. Putting those thoughts aside, yes, make a copy. The corner of Luz's mouth lifted into a smile as he chose to make a copy. This F-35C prototype, he's not polite. Current technological items, the 5th generation fighter aircraft F-35C shipboard model has been successfully replicated. Reward, 30,000 achievement points. F-35 fighter jet, type AV/C, technology complete set of design drawings. Entity, stored in item bar. System space item column, F-35C naval model. B-2 strategic bomber. F-22 5th generation heavy air superiority fighter ×2. Boeing 777-300ER. Watching a long list of rewards jump around in the light screen, Luz muttered, I was thinking of replicating the F-35A model next time, but it seems I've been recognized. Fittingly, the technology rewarded this time around is similarly straightforward and includes the full set of technologies for all 3 F-35 models. It also meant that there was no way to get this bug stuck, and even if he copied the F-35A fighter next time, the achievement points would decay massively and no longer have the scarcity bonus. 10 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. The purpose having been accomplished, there is no need to remain here. The usual today? Where are you going to eat? Luz looked to Lucy. As usual, every time he would treat Lucy to a nice meal as a token of his appreciation. Let's just eat whatever we want this time. I don't want any more weird Korean food dishes, Lucy said with some trepidation. She was so excited to go to a new Korean restaurant earlier, and all the waiter brought up were pots of greens and chili peppers mixed with gazpacho. She'd thought it was some kind of pre-dinner snack, but it turned out to be a full meal. 2 people ordered more than 10 dishes, even a smoking hot food or not, and almost all kinds of various kinds of grass kimchi. No wonder this country is called kimchi country. This 3 meals a day I'll eat this thing? Anyway, Lucy, the carnivore that she was determined not to stand it. How about that Italian restaurant? I think it's pretty good. Lucy thought for a moment and followed up with, it's that they don't put pineapple in their pizza. It's not authentic enough. Listening to her childish words, Luz pulled the corner of his mouth. If you say that to anyone else Yiddish, beware of being crucified straight away. A proper heretic. Come on, we'll buy a pineapple later and just sneak it on. Good idea. Lucy's eyes lit up. Just after 8 o'clock in the evening, after eating and drinking, Luz slowly returned inside the staff dormitory. I'd rather not go to that restaurant next time. After washing up, he was still a little scared when he thought back to the scene earlier. Lucy, she had actually bought a pineapple and sprinkled it on the pizza to eat. The Italian boy who served them the food looked at this scene with an incredulous expression on his face, almost as if he had taken out his Bible and prayed. It's also time to send an email over to the Summer Academy of Sciences. Luz muttered. It's been close to 2 weeks since I last contacted Dasha, and during that time Dasha did send a few emails from his side, including the futures market carbon fiber financial war, or to give the mysterious organization this part of the dividends and other notification mail. He did not make any reply. Thinking of this, Luze immediately projected the mailbox backend onto the eyeball light screen. An email was typed in with a header that read, "May I ask, are you interested in F-35 fighter jet technology? Over there." Cass, who received this message, seemed to have fallen into silence at the moment, and failed to reply to a single message for a long time. The first shift, begging for monthly votes and recommendations. It's the end of the month, so you can vote. End of chapter. Chapter 73, do you really think he's an immortal? How could he have gotten the F-35 technology? While it was still starry on the Eagle Jam side, it was the point of sunrise on the Dasha side. Yanjing, Shaka Courtyard. The two old men were originally still leisurely drinking tea and discussing the recent situation in a leisurely mood. On the side of the mysterious organization, but it hasn't been in contact with us lately. There won't be any accidents, right? Zhang Lixing flipped a piece from the board and spoke somewhat absently. This is one of the games of chess called uncovering. If not, the difference in level between him and Zhang Yuli is so great that a normal game is no fun at all. I don't think so. I haven't heard of any recent action on Hawk Jam's end. Zhang Yuli shook his head. And it's only been less than 2 weeks without contact. Isn't that normal? This kind of secret organization, not to mention contacting once in a week or two, a few months or even a few years is very normal. If it is like some top secret agents will even not send any information for more than 10 years. Always waiting for that perfect time to come. Something like a mysterious organization contacting via the internet every other day would be unusual, but it also shows just how rampant this organization really is, just how deep they hide on the Eagle Saw side, and to what outrageous degree they have infiltrated. How deep are they hiding on the Eagle Saw side, and to what outrageous degree are they infiltrating? Regarding this, he mentally stated that it was simply unimaginable. Just then, he watched as Zhang Lixing flipped another cannon. Old man Zhang, what kind of luck are you having? Zhang Yuli looked surprised. 4 pieces in the opening game, and you directly revealed both the double cannons and double rooks? How can I play? This thing has nothing to do with strength. His strength is no better than Zhang Lixing. The old man's luck is against the sky. He looked at the 2 pawns, 1 sergeant and 1 phase he had uncovered. And this ING had to beat someone else's double cannon and double rook? Playing chess in this way is only fun. Zhen Lixing's face broke out into a smile. Or this kind of play is suitable for people like him who have good luck. Suddenly he thought of something. Word came from Persia that Gaza has recently begun to fully utilize drones, and it is estimated that the number of orders will soon be increased there. Zhang Yuli pondered for a moment. We should let the production capacity of the 732 factory side increase as soon as possible, and it doesn't matter if a few more production lines are opened, although they have made a lot of money from the financial markets lately. And where is this today? In the future, if they really want aircraft carriers and destroyers to make dumplings, how much money will they have to throw in a year? A pot of gold like the drone program is naturally something that Hanshin would do well to have more of. I'll talk to Oldly. Zhang Lixing nodded his head, raising his hand in a double car rack. Just as he was preparing his next unanswered general, suddenly, a sharp beep sounded in the room. Contact from the mysterious organization? The two said in unison, not caring about playing chess, and rushed over. A few moments later, the two rushed as fast as they could to this room called the Top Secret External Contact Room. Zhang Yuli sat on the chair. His fingers that disengaged the security lock were pressing stumps on the keyboard. This time, he even took the initiative to contact us. Is there some urgent matter he wants to ask for help? Zhang Lixing read out the confusion in his mind. Unlikely. Zhang Yuli shook his head. There should still be something about technology. Like last time when we were asked to choose a technology that they could help get. Every time the mysterious organization had taken the initiative to contact Dasha before, asking what kind of technology they needed. This time should be no different. However, due to their Summer Academy of Sciences side is too conservative. In addition to the last time, made a list of 10 technology. The rest of each time is to let the mysterious organization free to play. Can get what kind of technology needed can be? The only requirement is to ensure safety. Hear this, old Zhang. So what kind of technology should we need this time? Zhang Lixing was curious. What are the many technologies that Dasha lacks? Should we choose military technology or technology for commercial use? This aspect must be considered well in advance. Otherwise, like last time, it will take a long time to submit the technical list. In case the mysterious organization needs to wait for 2 or 3 weeks for the next contact. Zhang Yui thought about it. It's still the same kind of high-end industrial equipment technology as last time. That kind of technology application channel will be bigger. It's even more of an all-around boost to our current help in Daxia. Indeed, this technique is most appropriate. Zhang Lixing nodded in agreement. The importance of high-end industrial equipment technology, that naturally goes without saying. Take the carbon fiber materials some time ago. If not with the mysterious organization to provide ultra-precision processing CNC machine tools, carbon fiber technology is not so fast breakthroughs. This basic processing technology for the material is simply off the bone. The vast majority of the world's current cutting-edge science and technology was necked precisely materials technology. A substance that can flow without resistance in an electric current at room temperature is known as the crown jewel of the current materials field, and is also known as a room temperature conductor. As long as this material technology is solved, then the energy problem will be greatly alleviated or even completely solved, and technology trees like magnetic levitation can be lit up. It can be said that most of the advances in modern science are based on the material foundation of materials science. Only, Zhang Yuli, who was in the middle of a conversation, clicked on the background of his email and saw this latest email when it was sent. The various scenarios that had been envisioned in his mind all disintegrated. Chapter 74 Clueless. How the hell is this F-35 carrier technology? Null. Chapter 75 601 Research Institute. What else to build J-15? Directly build J-35. Full layout of Eagle sauce. Obviously. Zhang Dingxian's anxious mood was not a joke with Song Qini and the others. Said 2 hours to, really a moment to take the airplane rushed to Yanjing. In just 2 hours and 10 minutes out of the head of the time will arrive at the gate of the Academy of Sciences. With a windy pace, he stepped directly inside the dean's office. Old Song, what the hell is going on here? He asked in a loud voice before he could even knock on the door. If it wasn't unworkable, he would have wanted to fly directly over in the J-15 at full throttle with extra thrust, even if his body couldn't even withstand the horrible G-value. What are you in such a hurry for? Old Zhang? Zhang Lixing took the teapot and poured a cup of water. Slowly walked to him and slowly said, have a drink first. I see you're tired. Only then did Zhang Dingxian notice the person inside the room. Old man Zhang, why are you here too? In addition to Zhang Yuli, the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences, as well as the two Song Qini, there was also Zhang Lixing, a bad old man who was surprisingly also there. What? Zhang Lixing glanced at him and flirted. I, an academician of the Summer Academy of Sciences, still can't be here? The two were not strangers to each other, belonging to the category of old friends who had known each other for 20 or 30 years. Only Zhang Dingxian had been doing research and development at the 601 Research Institute in the northern province, and there were few opportunities to get together even on New Year's holidays. The last time we met, Zhang Lixing vaguely remembered that it was already 2 or 3 years ago. Zhang Dingxian could not care less about pleasantries and jokes. Old Song, Dean Zhang, what is this all about? Is that technical synopsis of the 5th generation carrier aircraft just now true or false? Is there any more detailed technical content? As the chief leader of the J-15 carrier aircraft R&D team, God knows how excited Zhang Dingxian was when he saw this 1,000 word technical outline. This is a shipboard aircraft in the 5th generation of fighters. Could it be that there are other institutes besides their 601 institute that are also developing new shipboard aircraft? More crucially, when did Daxia possess such technology? How was he completely kept in the dark? These many questions emerged, and Zhang Dingxian wanted to get an accurate answer. That's the main reason we're looking for you. This is the rough R&D outline. Take a look at it first. Song Qini handed over a thick pile of draft drawings, which mainly contained technical information on the F-35C shipboard model. The whole of Daxia if on the understanding of carrier aircraft. Zhang Dingxian said the second no one dares to say the first. After all, the whole of Daxia now whether amphibious assault ships or aircraft carriers or not, were to use what carrier aircraft. The J-15 is the first shipboard aircraft prepared for the first aircraft carrier of Daxia, and Zhang Dingxian had been engaged in the research and development of the ship for many years in the early days, and then led the J-11 and other projects of the 601 Research Institute. Arguably, he knows the most about ships in developing fighters, and the most about developing fighters again in ships. Without much thought, Zhang Dingxian immediately took over this draft drawing with a thickness of about 70 to 80 sheets. Technical specifications of the new ultra-high thrust engine. Fan, 3-stage axial flow type. Presses, class 6. Maximum thrust, 191 knots without added military thrust, 128 kN. 3-bearing rotary nozzle. Technical analysis, using high fuel-to-air ratio combustion propulsion technology. While providing a smaller distribution factor and radial profile, the combustion efficiency of the turbine is significantly increased. The turbine utilizes low-temperature, high-pressure turbine blades and guide vanes, The operating temperature can be increased by an additional 100 to 120 degrees Celsius in a hydrodynamically idealized solution. Hiss this engine technology? Zhang Dingchen finished reading just the first few pages with a strong shock written on his face. Thrust. It even comes with vertical takeoff and landing engines? Quietly sit back in your chair and spend an hour or so reading these dozens of pages roughly. Outrageous. Zhang Dingchen cursed. The only word that came to his mind at the moment was outrageous. This was outrageous. The technology is real. 3 times more real than real money. At least the front of these. Even if it's a 5th generation carrier aircraft. This engine is capable of vertical takeoff and landing? Which of our institutes came up with this technology? How come I've never heard of it? Is the name of this institute in Dacia called Lockheed Martin? Isn't this the same F-135 engine that was used in the F-35C? Hear that. Chapter 76. You're building a 5th generation carrier before the carrier is ready? Laboratory advancement rules. Null. Chapter 77. Army, how come I don't get all the good things? Texas Tough Guys Road to Awakening. Eagle Sauce. The small town of Livermore. On Fountain Square in the center of town. The 2 black and white double demons still like a statue stayed here to read. The pigeons on the left and right side saw that they couldn't beg for food, and directly flew in the air in a heap and landed at their feet. Bueller, when do you think we'll finish these books? Parker wiped a bead of sweat from his head. It took us a couple days to read both books totally unreadable. In contrast to the last couple of books, this one has obviously become much more difficult. Not only is it just the content of the book that is hard to comprehend, but the various phenomena it depicts have to make you stop your mind and think about what exactly why is it like this? This question. Not only are the questions in the book thought-provoking, but the closer we get to this time of year, June, the weather here in California likewise becomes more and more intolerable. The temperature wasn't too hot, but the sun was so high in the sky that it was blinding, and he couldn't concentrate on his book at all. This $2,000 reward is really hard to earn. Parker, the little fat man, took a sip of the Fat House Happy water in his hand and patted his belly. However, Bueller beside him seemed to have completely missed his inquiry, his gaze still gazing into the distance in contemplation. What's wrong with you? Parker suddenly thought of something. You're not still thinking about that incident, are you? Let's just forget about it. Recently, there are always people looking for trouble inexplicably, and even the usual work of helping people to find things, moving and so on can't be received. It is obvious that the group of people is the real gangster. After all, Livermore is only a small town, but after all, it is very close to the Bay Area, the economic lifeline of the Eagle Sauce, and the bottom remains mixed. Doesn't it say that in the book? Endure the storm. Parker began to persuade. It's not like this kind of thing hasn't happened before, and they'll just put up with it for a month or two, only to lose their source of income during that time. That's why he's here reading even in the sun. A $2,000 reward can really save a life these days. No, Parker, you've got it all wrong. Bueller broke from his thoughts. I wasn't thinking about it. I was wondering what all this was about. What are you talking about? Parker wondered. Why do we always have to be at the bottom of the heap? Being a gangster's offspring is a gangster. Being a drug dealer's offspring is still a drug dealer, Bueller murmured. It shouldn't be like this. He himself grew up among the bottom. Were they born willing? Who wouldn't want to move up? But obviously, there's not much chance of that happening here at Eagle Jam at all. The bottom class attends only community elementary schools, community high schools, community colleges, and practicing almost exclusively the most garbage educational resources, and call it happy education. You learn nothing like an aristocratic education. Even if you study hard and are extremely talented, you will eventually realize that all the famous schools in Eagle Sauce have the recommendation system used by the feudal dynasties. So what if you have better grades? So what if your grades are better? Other people's moms and dads are Harvard graduates, so they get priority admission. The vast majority of the remaining places can in turn be filled by means of sponsorship fees, special students, and so on, leaving only so many places for the general public. And yet there is still a need to divide the designated places from the ethnic groups, and so on. Even after you've gotten this far, you still have to despair because of the tens of thousands of dollars a year in tuition fees, and the average person is just able to muddle through this life. Capitalism, never more than a privilege enjoyed by a few. Bueller recited the phrase, finally understanding it. Even education is unequal, let alone anything else. You're thinking about this a little too far ahead, aren't you? Parker shook his head helplessly. It's better to finish these books and get the $2,000 first. Now that we haven't even solved the problem of food and clothing, what's the point of thinking about this? Bueller didn't argue back. You're right. We need to arm ourselves well. Knowledge is the only weapon we have. He remembered the famous saying that power comes out of the barrel of a gun, and that the enemy must be dealt a painful blow so that they will know to be afraid. Bueller felt that what he needed to know was still too shallow and far from enough today. This time he wasn't just looking to make the $2,000. Bueller was looking for an answer. A solution. While the pair of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix diligently attacked the books. Daxia. Chapter 78, Drone Bombers. The army has a new magic weapon too. You call this a ing argument? Null. Chapter 79, Returning Home in 2 weeks. Souvenirs for Dasha. We're starting to play PPT like Eagle Sauce? Null. Chapter 80, Shocked. Are you serious? Dasha is going to build an aircraft carrier? Null. Chapter 81, Hawk Sauce is stupid. I haven't even developed it yet, and you stole the technology? Null. Chapter 82, Did you follow Washington to the border? Dawn of Despair. Labor voted communist. Null. Chapter 83, A visit from a mysterious organization? Take the resources that belong to you and pull them away from my home. Curled up in one of the corners of this street. This pair of black and white pair even felt a slight chill in this summer. Parker pulled the two men's entire fortune out of his pocket. A $10 bill and a scattering of other $5 and $1 bills. Then helplessly, he said, It's down to this last $50. It's not enough to feed us for a couple days. Bueller, if this keeps up, we're going to starve to death here sooner or later. A random fast food here in Eagle Sauce costs $6 or $7, while two people would consume at least $25 or more even if they only ate the cheapest food and drank the cheapest drinking water in a day. The business that can be received in this slum is pitifully small, and you'd be lucky to make more than $10 or $20 a day. And often you won't be able to open a single business for the whole day. In the extreme case of not being able to pick up a job, the money was only enough to fill their stomachs for 3 days. So Parker hadn't even bought his favorite Coke to drink for a few days. His meaning was very clear. If he really couldn't make it in this small town, he might as well just go to another city and keep on poking around. After all, a living person can't be suffocated by urine, much less starved to death alive. Hold out for a few more days. Bueller shook his head. At least until that strange uncle shows up and we get our $2,000 before we leave. $50 won't get us out of the Bay Area. Keep reading, you won't be hungry when you look at it. After he finished, he continued to pick up a book with a red cover and read it. If that was not possible, Bueller intended to sell the last valuable thing he had on him, although that was the last relic left to him by his mother. But people are going to starve to death. He still consider what relics not relics, when a few times have money to redeem his. After a while, Parker couldn't settle down at all to read the book, instead muttering, I wish I was the little girl selling matches. It would be so nice. It's not cold now, is it? Are you hallucinating from hunger? Bueller frowned. No, you misunderstand. Parker stared into his eyes and said seriously, I'm trying to get all of them, to see my deceased grandmother. Hearing this, Bueller's entire face blackened with anger. You read me the book properly. What dark fairy tale? You're the little girl who sells nukes, aren't you? Just then, suddenly, there was a burst of somewhat disorganized footsteps from outside the alley. Looking at the commotion, the two knew who it was without much thought. It was definitely that group of local gangsters. Looks like we'll have to change places again. Bueller's face was grave. This was the most backward and desolate area in the entire small town of Livermore. And if even this place was not spared, it meant that the entire small town had been divided up by a few gangsters, or else they wouldn't be so panicked. Damn, this is their sphere of influence too? Parker stood up, shock written all over his face. Good lord, this is a slum. Usually even rats have to donate 2 coins to cry when they come here. What kind of sphere of influence are you guys dividing up here? Is the economic climate in Eagle Jam really that bad? Even you gangsters are starting to implode? That strange uncle, whatever you're going to make us do, please show up soon, Parker said darkly as he ran. He had never been a capitalist pushover before, but he now had no qualms at all about becoming a socialist warrior. Even if he died, it would be better than starving to death in such a suffocating manner. As the two Texas toughs panicked and ran, on the other side, the top-secret external contact room of the Daxia Academy of Sciences. Looking at the screen displaying this reply email, Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing both fell into a long moment of stagnation. Time seemed to pass for a long time, until the tea on the table was cold. Old Zhang, did I hear you right? Zhang Lixing finally came back to his senses. What this mysterious organization means is that they intend to personally send someone to collect this $1 billion after a while? As if, that's indeed what they meant. Zhang Yuli clenched his fist. That's great. The excitement on both faces had long been overflowing. If a member of this mysterious organization came to Daxia, wouldn't that be a way to get in touch with this godly organization? Even if it wasn't for the purpose of investigating the exact origins of this organization, at least they would be able to draw them in more, so that the cooperation between the two sides could be taken to a higher level. Of course, there was also that strong hint of curiosity in the hearts of the two. Just what would the members of this mysterious organization look like? The unknown presence that was able to get the full set of F-35 and F-22 fighter jet technology from Eagle Jam. Even the B-2 and the industrial machine tool technology that is a national treasure in Neon. Even if the members of the mysterious organization were to grow 3 heads and 6 arms by then, Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing would only say, reasonable. As long as it's not flying down in a cloud. Isn't that already very much in line with common sense? After all, they said they were some kind of mysterious organization, but the outrageous things they did were things that only a divine organization could do. Zhang Lixing mused. This mysterious organization member is coming to Daxia. We need to prepare properly. What level of mysterious organization do the incoming members belong to, and what kind of specifications does the secret reception need to be on? Will it be grand or low-key? And will the diplomatic service or the defense service be allowed to buttress it? And so on and so forth related to it, can be required to their special secret team to deal with. You've reminded me that it's true that I should have made all sorts of plans ahead of time. Zhang Yuli circled back and forth within the room, and it seems that they didn't say when they could come, which means that it's highly likely that they'll arrive in Daxia in the near future, leaving us with probably not much time. See how nervous you are as far as that goes? Zhang Lixing looked at him in this manner and couldn't help but say. However, Zhang Yuli glanced at him. How much better are you yourself? It was only visible that Zhang Lixing's entire thighs were shaking uncontrollably, obviously in a state of extreme arousal. Not only him, Zhang Yuli felt that his mood at the moment was 3 times more tense than when he married his wife and had a child. I'm afraid he was about to have his first close encounter with this mysterious organization, and if he made a mistake in this kind of thing, it would push the relationship between the two into the abyss. So how could this not make him nervous? For the current Daxia, the mysterious organization was probably far more important than any other bona fide country, and nothing could go wrong. Also a rough peek at just who they are. Do they just have great power on the Eagle Jam side? Or are there a handful of members spread out even inside Daxia? It was simply a huge puzzle that kept swirling around in his head. It wasn't until a good while later that the two returned to that peaceful state of mind they used to be in. Just in time. Though lull. Footsteps came from outside the door, and after a few unlocking procedures, Lu Zhixue walked in. Dean, Elder Zhang, the Persian ambassador has asked you to join him for a diplomatic dinner this evening. Says he has urgent matters to discuss. Hearing this, the two of them exchanged glances, and that water-stopping mood rippled once again. The main purpose of this invitation to dinner by the Persian ambassador was likewise guessed. Looks like we have another order here? Zhang Lixing stroked his beard and said cheerfully. It had been a long time since the Persian ambassador had taken the initiative to contact their summer academy since the last time he had purchased a small drone. It's a bit faster than the time I expected. I thought it would take them half a month before they contacted us. I didn't expect to come and buy the drone so soon. Zhang Yuli did not feel any surprise. This time the contact was renewed after a period of several weeks, and it was clear that the drones in the Gaza Strip were all but depleted. Zhang Lixing said quietly, it seems that the dividends we gave to the mysterious organization for the drones were underpaid. The drones are such a useful piece of weaponry. How could Palestine not ask Persia to continue to buy some in large quantities? When the time comes to actually give the mystery organization a payoff, drone sales will be a lot more than just the $10 million. Evening. A black vehicle with embassy license plates pulled up in front of the State House. Ambassador Ahmad Hassan, dressed in formal attire, walked in with hurried feet. Even though he was the initiator of the dinner, for the sake of the principle of secrecy in this deliberation, the diplomatic caliber remained that the Consulate General of Persia was invited by the diplomatic department of Daxia to attend a banquet. Walking into the ballroom, there were just a few familiar frontal faces in front of him. Dean Zhang, old academician Zhang and plant director Li. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Ahmed Hassan shook hands with several people and said politely, I'm the main character of this banquet. How could I not be present? Li Yunshan piled a smile on his face. As the director of the 732nd Arsenal, how could he not be involved in something like Persia wanting to buy small drones? Zhang Yuli guided him to his seat. Ambassador Hassan, the banquet today has made quite a few authentic Persian dishes. You can see if it's to your liking and see how good the chef is. Ahmed Hassan smiled. I'll have to try it then. After a few simple bites of food and a few pleasantries, I think I'll just come right out and say that this time we in Persia would like to purchase a large number of small drones of the type we had before. Ahmed Hassan put down his cutlery and looked at the few people in front of him. This weapon is very effective and helpful to the situation in the Middle East. You'll have to ask factory director Li about this. We're not quite sure what the capacity of the arsenal factory is. Zhang Yuli smiled and waved his hand. Himself, the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences. Whereas Li Yunshan would fool people. Meeting Ahmed Hassan's eyes filled with thirst. I don't know. How many drones do you, Persia, need to procure this time? Li Yunshan replied with a feigned puzzled look. A minimum of 100,000 units to start. And the more the better. 100,000. That's not a problem. It's just that our arsenal. Well, you also know that. Lee Yunshan sighed. The production capacity is really insufficient. We simply can't build 100,000 drones in a short period of time. He didn't need hints from Zhang Yuli or Zhang Lixing to know what he should say. Don't ask. To ask is to run out of capacity. So what do you say? Ahmed Hassan's face was very calm. He had guessed that Dasha would say that. $2,500 apiece for this small drone. We can produce 100,000 of them in a month for delivery to you, Persia. Li Yunshan quoted a shocking figure. If you want to expand capacity, you'll have to raise money. Add money to ensure that tasks are completed on time and as needed. Ahmed Hassan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. $2,100 and we must be delivered 50,000 drones within a week. Payment is still based on resources. Dollars Persia doesn't have, but resources Persia has in abundance. Hurry up and get your trucks to come to our Persia and take the resources that belong to you out of my house. Happy cooperation. Li Yunshan smiled and extended his hand. They've made a fortune this time. What else does the 732nd Arsenal sell arms for? Selling arms and weapons is not as profitable as selling drones. Second shift. By the time you read this, it should be the first day of a new month. Everyone who has a monthly vote. It's extremely important to the author. Thank you on your knees. Reader dads. End of chapter. June is begging for monthly votes. A new month begs for monthly votes. I don't want to talk to you readers dads about other pleasantries and sellouts and whatnot. I know it's still only the updates that are the most practical and what you all want the most. So an extra chapter for the full 200 monthly votes. If you have a monthly vote, you can vote. Even if you are sick and have a fever, you will not stop updating 8,000 words, and will never be late. And I'm not going to fool you all with a small 2,000 word chapter. Just an extra chapter at the usual 3,000 or 4,000 words per chapter. Ask for monthly tickets. Requesting monthly tickets. Thank you on your knees. Can I get first class credit for bringing back the photolithography machine when I leave the country? It is being hand typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. After leaving the country, I brought back the photolithography machine. Can first class merit beg booknet full text update. Keep in mind the URL, www.booksos.net. Chapter 84, Dasha earns hemp. Traveling to the airbase to unlock the purple draw is near. The memorandum of cooperation for the ordering of 100,000 drones was quickly signed at this simple banquet. A preliminary framework for cooperation was reached after 3 rounds of drinks. Ahmed Hassan glanced at the time on his watch and smiled. It's getting late. I should get back over to the consulate general. As the ambassador plenipotentiary of Persia, he could not stay out late into the night without a reason to go back. Otherwise it would be easy to cause some unnecessary diplomatic disputes and trouble, and it would be even more difficult to say when he encountered danger. It is a necessary common sense for all diplomats that the only consulate on another country's territory is a small territory belonging to their own country, not to mention the fact that he is an ambassador plenipotentiary representing the face of Persia. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuli stopped his pleasantries and smiled. Mr. Ambassador, don't rush back yet. Our factory director Li Said still has some things to talk to you about. Something else? A flash of confusion crossed Ahmed Hassan's face. Mr. Ambassador, our 732nd Arsenal factory has recently developed a newest weaponry that I believe you will definitely be interested in. Li Yunshan's raspy voice laughed out a brassy laugh. You're going to miss it if you leave now? Oh, good stuff. This made Ahmad Hassan interested. After all, before the 732nd Arsenal previously developed and manufactured a variety of artillery Persia had purchased. Both the quality and power are very good. And after witnessing the powerful real-world capabilities of this small drone, he was even more enamored with the equipment produced by the 732nd Arsenal. Plant Director Li, please elaborate. We are quite interested in Persia. He resumed his seat in a serious manner. Seeing this, Li Yunshan put down the chopsticks in his hands and said bluntly, "This is our Dacia's latest high-tech weaponry that is ready to be listed in the army, which can be understood as an upgraded version of that drone you used before. And I'm afraid that in the Gaza Strip, the role that this high-tech weapon can play will be even greater." What kind of equipment is that? Curiosity was piqued in Ahmed Hassan's mind. The latest high-tech to hit the Dacia army? An upgraded version of the drone? Can it be more powerful in Gaza? What kind of amazing equipment is this? Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing on the side watched the two men talk, both smiling and observing from the side, without taking the initiative to disturb. Li Yunshan came up to his ear like two people whispering for fear of being overheard. Mr. Ambassador, what do you think of the power of the reconnaissance drones we provided earlier? It's great. It even works a lot better than a regular small drone in some cases. Ahmed Hassan didn't hesitate, and simply nodded. This small reconnaissance drone would be great at pulling off sneak attacks, since the noise it emitted even when flying at low altitude was very small and could not be detected at all without listening carefully. It was completely possible to quietly sneak into the vicinity of the enemy and then directly detonate the explosives carried on the reconnaissance drone. It is also capable of acquiring intelligence and other tasks, and has been able to turn the tables on members of the Palestinian resistance on several occasions because of the ability of the surveillance drone to acquire the exact location of the enemy's deployments. If the regular drone is the valiant warrior, the recon drone is an all-around support bit, and it can actually barely do what the regular drone can do. So this time around, reconnaissance drones actually make up 60% of Persia's procurement list, and it's the rest that's procuring regular drones. The most unfortunate thing about it though is that it's so slow that attacking that kind of fast-moving target is out of reach. Ahmed Hassan sighed with some regret. Although the flight speed of about 80 kilometers is already very fast, but very often there is no way to accurately hit the high-speed moving objects. The blasting position is always unsatisfactory. This drone, then, is a brand new upgrade to address this shortcoming. Li Yunshan continued to speak. It is characterized by only one thing, and that is fast. Fast that wins with speed. How fast? Other performance words. Before this could be finished, Li Yunshan interrupted. It will be noisier, and the range has been shortened by about half, and it needs to be operated manually the whole time. Unable to hover. It seems as if the flaws in this one drone are like countless. However, meeting Ahmed Hassan's 10,000 puzzled gaze, he followed up with the introduction. But, it has a speed of 230 kilometers per hour and also supports you in all kinds of personalization. This is our latest product from the 732nd arsenal, named the Ultra High Speed First View Drone. You could also call it a traversing machine. Simply put, this traversing drone doesn't have too high a load, not to mention what kind of mute, hover and so on. The only one ability, that is to break all the laws with one force at absolute speed. Only, listening to the seemingly flawed traverser, the Persian ambassador's eyes were getting brighter. Isn't this the weapon of his dreams? This traversing drone. We in Persia want it too. Ahmad Hassan clasped Li Yunshan's hands and pleaded. Pre-order 10,000 units. The faster the delivery time the better. How much does it cost per unit? Under the speed of 230 kilometers per hour. No matter how fast armored vehicles, tanks and other ground equipment move, it is impossible to escape its sniping range. Noisy, so it could be scouted by the enemy? At over 200 kilometers per hour that equates to over 65 meters per second. By the time you notice the noise it will be too late. Chapter 85, Goodies Galore. Just decided it was you. Strategic transport. The sun at 7 o'clock in the morning is still blisteringly hot under the California weather. Luce's footsteps unconsciously sped up quite a bit as he walked down the road to this secluded area. Lucy didn't live at home. She actually lived in the staff dormitory all the same, and even though Luce knew what the door number was before, he hadn't visited it specifically. That is to say, it was the first time he had entered Lucy's boudoir. However, when Luce arrived at the door of Lucy's dormitory and knocked on the door of the room that appeared to be plain and ordinary on the outside, the entire group was instantly dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a ING staff dormitory too? Amelika can really play with privileges. The difference in treatment is too big. Luce couldn't help but sputter inwardly. It is true that the concept of unfairness is pervasive in every aspect of life in the all-abominable capitalist society. This dormitory in front of him not only possessed a room, a hall, a kitchen, and a bathroom, but even the living room was close to 20 square meters, which was bigger than his entire staff dormitory. Other people call it living in a house, and you're living in a cage at best. What's the point of waking me up so early? Lucy rubbed her eyes sleepily. It's only 7 o'clock. I'll go back to sleep for a while. The thin nightgown she was wearing couldn't hide the tights that called out to her and looked like they were one size too small. Time to get up. Didn't you say you were going to get up early today to go to the airbase? Luce said helplessly. This airbase was several hundred kilometers away from the LLNL lab, and the press tour was going to start at 1 p.m. So the two of them wouldn't be able to make it there if they didn't go there early. I know. Lucy scratched at her messy hair, her eyes all still a little open. How long had it been since she'd tried to get up at 7 in the morning? Was this kind of regular routine something a loser like her could enjoy? After close to a minute with her eyes closed, and with Luz thinking she was asleep, Lucy then picked up a key from the table and threw it over. Go ahead and get the car. I need to wash up. When he finished, he walked straight into the bathroom. The moment Luce looked at the car keys in his hand and silently prayed, damn. You must not fall off the chain at this time. Next time I'll take you to the best 4S store. Do a good job of debauching. What packages and what oil you can pick. He couldn't figure out what Lucy was doing buying such a vintage car that was around older than even she was. Is it because older cars know how to hurt? He'd driven this car a few times before when he'd gone out with Lucy, and every time he'd just gotten to the little town of Livermore down there, the car had either broken down or the engine had failed and burned oil faster than it burned gasoline. Thankfully, the one good thing about it is that the car's air conditioning cools very well. The people in Guangnan province probably like it a lot, Lu Zhe murmured on his lips. After all, the key indicator that people in the Guangnan province of Daxia require for a car is not enough air conditioning to freeze the head and ventilation for the seats. 12 noon. A Volkswagen Beetle, weathered with age, slowly pulled up to a remote parking lot. After more than 4 hours of driving, the two finally arrived at their destination. Lucy, we're here, Luz patted the co-pilot, who had been huffing and puffing until now. This is already in the southern part of California, about 300 or 400 kilometers away from the small city of Livermore, and it's only another hour's drive to Los Angeles. This was why Lu Zhe had been urging Lucy to go late. She really couldn't make it. A few moments later, the two men, followed by a group of long-armed journalists, were waiting to be inspected by the soldier post at the gate. You take this, but don't lose it. Lucy pulled out a small square piece of paper and handed it over. It'll be a pain in the ass if you don't see it. You'll need to fill out the information to get out. Interview license? Luz pulled at the corner of his mouth. This ID even has his headshot and title specially engraved on it, as well as the news media organization to which his work is attributed. Good lord, this is a full-blown drama. There are false witnesses for this stuff too? 10 minutes later, after the inspection, the two followed the group of press corps inside this airbase without any problems. Could it be that today is really some kind of press interview day? Lu Zhe frowned. The reporters were either from Eagle Jam's paper, or well-known TV outlets like CNN and Fox, and even a couple of military hosts he'd seen on TV. While this doesn't seem fake, it is too much of a coincidence. Before he could think about all this, just as he stepped into the entrance of the airbase, a large sign appeared boldly in front of his eyes. Edwards Air Force Base. Looking at the name, Lu Zhe's mouth spread into a smile. There's a lot of good stuff in here. There aren't even many more than it in terms of Air Force equipment, right? There was no way he wouldn't recognize the great name of Edwards Air Force Base. Naturally, this is one of the highest specification air bases in Eagle Jam, and is also the most important test site for major flying machines. Throughout the history of Eagle Jam aircraft development, the first public appearances and first test flights of many fighters and bombers have taken place at this base. Even the first flight of the B-21 stealth strategic bomber, more than a decade in the future, was test flown and debuted at Edwards Air Force Base. Chapter 86, Super Large Transport Aircraft Replication Completed, Persia. Do you want a strategic bomber? Null. Chapter 87, Daxia. You're crazy. You sell ballistic missiles? Sir, I've come to my senses. Strategic bombers? The eyes of the two Saudi and Persian ambassadors turned green when they heard this term. Who wouldn't want to buy this thing from any ambitious country in the world? The problem is you have to be able to find a place to buy it. The countries that have strategic bombers are all great, and there are only 3 countries on Earth that can manufacture such super weapons. It's that Boom 6M strategic bomber of yours? Ahmad Hassan, the Persian ambassador, with a hint of intent in his eyes. Zhang Yuli nodded. That's right. What are the demands of the Daxia and what do we need from Persia? Hassan didn't believe in such things as strategic bombers falling from the sky for nothing, even if it was just a Boom 6KM. Although this strategic bomber is not even comparable to the Tu-160, B-2, B-1B rifleman and so on, and even in terms of bomb load it is not comparable to the B-52, Tu-95 and so on, but as bad as it is, that's still a strategic bomber. In the Middle East, Jordan has only owned a few Boom XS, which were sold to Iraq before they were used, and they were all destroyed in the war as early as 2003, which means that there is no country in the Middle East that owns even one strategic bomber. No matter how good the relationship between Daxia and Persia was, how could such a great killing weapon be given just like that? There must be some kind of condition here. The Saudi ambassador Abdul, who was listening to this conversation, was also quietly waiting for Zhang Yuli's reply. We in Daxia want you to engage in reconciliation, to put aside your disputes for the time being and unite the entire Middle Eastern world. Zhang Yuli sipped the tea placed on the tabletop and followed up. Even if this is not the time to make it public, both of you can secretly reconcile. With Egypt now struggling to defend itself, Saudi Arabia and Persia, the two poles of the entire Middle Eastern world, must reconcile. Daxia's development needs stable oil and gas resources, and a stable Middle East world will definitely take on Israel. Israel, a thorn in the flesh, to make a move, so that Eagle Jam's energy will be maximized. This is the optimal solution that Daxia can make at the moment, and it has to be as fast as possible. After all, the mysterious organization to provide a variety of advanced technology to hide a moment to hide a lifetime. The current Daxia has not formally completed the industrial upgrading. Eagle Sauce are regarded as both sides are the biggest rivals in the future. If it is a high-speed drive engine dacia, that is how the Eagle sauce cannot tolerate. If there is a dacia with a high-speed drive engine, then Eagle Jam will not be able to tolerate it, and will certainly be more unscrupulous. Hear that? Let us reconcile with Persia? Abdul's face darkened as he refused. That's impossible. Dean Zheng, your idea is simply unrealistic. It's not something that can be solved with a handshake. Ahmed Hassan didn't say anything, except that the stony emotion on that face was able to convey what he wanted to say. Persia and Saudi Arabia is not only a religious conflict. Both are major oil producers, gas exporters, and the trade exchanges have been competitive. Coupled with the history of several wars and other reasons, it's not that the two sides are in love. Is it? That could be said to be a generational grudge. A mere strategic bomber is not enough for both sides to make that much of a concession. Zhang Yuli seemed to have guessed this result long ago and said quietly, "So what if we add ballistic missiles to the mix?" His ballistic missiles? Abdul stood up and stared at him with incredulity. "You're even willing to sell ballistic missiles? You know, Saudi Arabia previously spent $3.5 billion to introduce Dacia's Dongfeng 3 intermediate-range strategic ballistic missile. That's $80, and that's an outrageous sky-high price. How can you even sell this kind of stuff now? Is Dacia crazy, just to bring about a reconciliation between the two sides? Is that your DF-31 ICBM?" Hassan had a gleam in his eye. "If it's an ICBM, what's the point of reconciling with the Saudis? This thing they Persia painstakingly research and development for decades. At present there is not much progress. Once you have it, can instantly become an unrivaled regional power. If you can overcome the nuclear weapons technology, see Hawksbill still dare to face them. If the nuclear weapons technology can be overcome again, let's see if Eagle Sauce still dares to make a fuss in their face, only to apparently fail them. Whether it's the DF-31 or any other ICBM technology, it's currently impossible to sell or give the technology." Zhang Yuli shook his head. As a nation-setting artifact-like existence, no country would randomly hand out such a superkiller. I'm afraid that the only person in the world who might sell it is that Ermao, but he probably doesn't have the guts to buy it if he wants to sell it. Not at the moment. How long do we need to wait? Hassan obviously noticed a hint of rhyme in that statement. If we can't do it now, does that mean we'll have a chance later? How long is this later? 5 years? Or 10 years from now? Wait until we feel it's the right time. Zhang Yuli looked straight at the two. The ballistic missile sold this time is the DF-21. The future DF-21 was actually sold to the Saudis. And in the future, for your domestic fuel resources, we can sign a long-term strategic cooperation agreement. And Dacia will import resources at a rated price for a long time. Dacia's demand for resources will certainly become more and more robust in the future. And signing the cooperation framework in advance will be good for both sides. DF-21 ballistic missiles? The two ambassadors were inwardly delighted. They have naturally heard of this ballistic missile, which is not only a solid-fueled intermediate-range ballistic missile with a range of more than 2,000 kilometers, but can accurately hit ships in the waters of the Gulf of Aden from their Saudi and Persian territory. Chapter 88, Joining the Organization. The real gods got in touch and the mysterious organization sent an email. Null. Chapter 89, You call the C5M Super Galaxy an old transport? It's Dacia's old baby. Null. Chapter 90, Small Gifts? Are you sure you gave a small gift and didn't gut Eagle Sauce's nest? Look at this email in front of you and the countless technical zip files below it, especially with that title. C5M Strategic Transportation Aircraft. Is this the old model transport he was talking about? Zhang Yuli murmured with his eyes a bit lost in thought. Do they have some misunderstanding about transporters? Good lord, can this thing be considered an older model? If that's considered old, then a transport like the C-130 could have been thrown into the dustbin of history a long time ago. Zhang Lixing sucked in a breath of cold air. I remember this new C-5 transport aircraft. It seems that the initial production was only completed this year, right? How long has it been? Less than a couple months, right? And their organization got this technology? So Eagle Sauce is just a rundown house to the mysterious organization that can just kick in and take the technology away? What a terrifying ability this is. And what a counterintuitive kind of operation. The two froze for a long time and spat out in unison. Outrageous. Just then, the screen, once again, received an email. May I ask if Dacia is satisfied with the transportation aircraft technology we provided this time? See the passage. Satisfied. Just too satisfied. Zhang Yuli did not bring a moment's hesitation at all. This even asked them if they were satisfied. And they dared to say half a no word? This is the C5M Super Galaxy. And which country in the world can resist this temptation? He immediately typed in a line of text. Dacia is very satisfied with the technology this time. May I ask if we need to give your party all the previous rewards this time? Or perhaps when the members of your organization come to Dacia, give all the dividends as well as rewards at once? Dasha will use whatever payment method you specify to make the payment. Looking at Zhang Yuli after asking, as usual, the question of remuneration for this technology. You said that if old Zhao were here, I'm afraid he'd have to laugh his ass off. Zhang Lixing's smile was slightly wild. I reckon he'd have to jump at least 3 feet high. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to express that excitement. If he told Zhao Qing that the Academy of Sciences had received the technology for the C-5M transport aircraft, would he not be overjoyed? Not to mention jumping 3 feet high. You can even let him perform pole vaulting. Even with the older C-5 transport technology, I'm content. I didn't expect that the one provided by the mysterious organization would be this recently improved model. Zhang Yuli sighed. Even the C-5 strategic transport aircraft, which has been in development for decades, is out of reach for Dasha. After all, that is also the world's second-ranked capacity of ultra-large transport aircraft. Its takeoff weight can be more than 400 tons. Whether it is Dasha is developing the Transport 20 or Eagle Jam C-17, in front of it is not enough to fight with one hand. What's more, this is as the 20th century after the new modification, avionics engine and other aspects of the comprehensive upgrade, but also has a short takeoff ability, to make up for the biggest shortcomings of the ultra-large transport aircraft. Hear that? Zhang Lixing's eyes lit up and he put forward his own idea. Old Zhang, I think that Project 072 project, why don't we just change it to this kind of super large transport aircraft? This C-5M transport aircraft, this can be far more capable than the Y-20. It's still true that what the C-5 transport can do, the rest of the strategic transports can't, but what the other strategic transports can do, the C-5 can do just as easily. Now that the C-5M transport aircraft has solved the biggest difficulty of short takeoff and landing, it can completely replace all large strategic transport aircraft. After all, the Y-20 is designed to carry only about 60 to 70 tons, while this C-5M transport aircraft is more than double its full size. Instead of launching another project to carry out 2 lines of research and development work, it would be better to tilt all the resources to this one project and strive for the fastest time to develop a super large strategic transport aircraft. Just listening to what seems to be a very reasonable statement. No, that's not good. Zhang Yuli waved his hand. Project 072 should never be cancelled or delayed. Not to mention the fact that it would be a waste of a large amount of R&D funds. Not to mention that the Y-20 possesses advantages in terms of economic efficiency and other aspects that even the C-5M transport aircraft can't match. He categorically rejected the proposal. 072 large transport aircraft project for the current Dasha is still very important. Let's not talk about the fact that the pre-progress work has been pretty much developed, and now that it's cancelled it's just a matter of wasting tens of billions of dollars in R&D money. In terms of economics alone, it makes a lot of sense to develop a strategic transport aircraft with a 60-plus ton payload, so you can't just use a C-5M to transport 50 or 60 tons of material, can you? Although the C-5M's weight is horrendous, it burns tens of thousands of dollars of fuel per hour, and its 200,000 liter tanks are only enough for 10,000 kilometers of unloaded voyage. In comparison, a 60-ton transport aircraft like the Y-20 would save a lot of money on flight costs alone, not to mention the lower maintenance and repair costs. So, both programs need to synchronize their R&D in order to work, and neither one should be abandoned. That's true. Zhang Lixing nodded and didn't refute anything. After all, the 2 types of transporters do not go in the same direction at all when it comes to the way they are used. One is a medium-large fast universal delivery capability, while the other is a very large strategic delivery capability. So even after the Eagle Jam has the C-5M strategic transport aircraft, the purchase order for the C-17 Globemaster is still not completely stopped. And the other side. Inside the LLNL staff dormitory, Lu Zhe was muttering as he looked at the contents of the email displayed on the light screen. When I return home, let's have the Dasha side give all the rewards all together in one piece. Otherwise it would be too much of a hassle to transfer it in batches. The amount of money was too large. And at the moment the entire organization was entirely Lu Zhe's one-man show, so he wasn't comfortable making payments through any other means. It would be better to settle all the rewards together and take them away when he returns to his home country to make contact. Chapter 91, Dasha's Return Gift. My name is Gold Medal Lecturer. It's time for another meal, brothers. Null. Chapter 92, do you know what it means to eat soft food? What money to give? Old Buddha has given it for me. Null. Chapter 93, is this the transporter technology you want? No killing below the wheels? They flatten the wheels. Inside the house. Hearing this, Zhang Yuli, who was listening to the strong tea to refresh himself, quickly waved his hand. Inform him now? Forget it. I still want to have a peaceful sleep. Wait for tomorrow, and call him over in the morning. Doesn't he know what kind of nature Zhao Qing has? If that guy hears that Casa has mega transporter technology, why would the 2 of them even think about sleeping tonight? I'm afraid I'll be coming here all night to have a long talk, and I won't be satisfied until I've finalized the entire transporter development program, and by then it will be dawn. It had been a long day of tossing and turning, and his spirit had long been exhausted. Zhang Lixing echoed, also good. The next day, early morning, the entire CAS was quiet in a kind of birdsong, with a cacophony of voices from time to time, especially when a number of rare hybrids grown in the botanical gardens next door have had their seeds eaten by birds in the wild. That's when several wails will be heard. Several men then chased after them with a scribe's net, saying, "Don't run, that's my subject paper." At this point, a silhouette hurriedly walked into the Shaka courtyard, and it was Zhao Cheng. He walked inside the dean's office with a head full of confusion. Just after seeing the person, Zhao Cheng said without a sound, "Old Zhang, what are you in such a hurry to call me over for? Are you planning to pay me back the 1 or 2 excellent pours you owe me, or are you planning to screw me with another bottle of good wine? I don't have a lot of time here, so you two have something to talk about." Zhao Qing's return to Yanjing this time was only for 2 days, and tomorrow he would be taking a plane back to the West Flying site to continue his research and development work. He was also planning to take advantage of today's free opportunity to continue to visit a few old friends to get together. Hearing these words full of complaints, Zhang Lixing is always an old man with an old heart, couldn't help but tease, "Old Zhao, do you know what Shan Fei has reported to us during this time? What's going on over at Merchant Aviation?" Zhao Qing frowned. "I've heard that they've been working on a large domestic airplane recently. What's going on? After all, rumors have been flying around for a long time about the collapse of talks between commercial aviation and CFM. However, it is widely rumored that commercial aviation is not satisfied with CFM's integrated propulsion system LeapX engine and intends to replace the engine with a new provider, with which company's technology is still under wraps. But for Zhao Cheng, how can he not know that commercial aviation is ready to build a completely 100% domestic aircraft? As for what airworthiness certificate or not, does it mean that by adopting the engine technology provided by the West, Eagle Sauce in Europe can easily give airworthiness certificate to the C919 airplane? Never overestimate the moral psychology of those barbarians in the West, and when the time comes, they will definitely use all sorts of reasons to reject the Dacia C919's application for an airworthiness certificate. Hear that? Zhang Lixing seemed to be staring at Zhao Qing with a look of amusement. Commercial aviation is said to be able to make the first flight of the C919 program in the next few years, using 100% technology for the entire process from design to construction. Over the past month or so, Dacia Commercial Aviation's research and development has been progressing by leaps and bounds, with the key technology making significant progress every few days. "You're just trying to piss me off, aren't you?" Zhao Qing muttered. "In a few years' time commercial aviation, will be able to produce a large domestic airplane? After all, the C919 project and the 072 project this kind of strategic transport aircraft, in the categorization of both belong to the big aircraft project on. Just the former considerations may be more economic utility, while the latter considerations may be strategic needs. Who can feel good about their Y20 program being overtaken?" Zhao Qing's insides were still spitting out. Where did this kid Su Qianlian find the talent? How come this technological breakthrough is like no money at all? This is not R&D. It's even faster than copying homework when he was in school. Think about it. Zhao Qing stood up directly. "I'll go back to West Flight now. I don't believe Project 072 can still be slower than their commercial flight." He had originally wanted to go and get together with that guy Li Yunshan, but now that he had heard this news, where was he in the mood to do so? Had to get on a plane right away to go back to the West Flight 601 Institute. How about a fight for the last breath? Looking at Zhao Qing's back that was about to turn around and leave, Zhang Yuli spoke at just the right moment. "Oh, in that case, your 072 project team is not in much need of transporter technology?" Zhao Cheng, who had originally walked to the door as if he was traveling in a cloud. His heart instantly thumped and he hastily retracted his legs that had stepped out. "Yes. Who said no? I never said such asterisk 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 asterisk." He sat back in his chair with flying speed, his eyes gleaming as he stared intently at Zhang Yuli. "What transporter technology?" "The full set of technology for the ultra-large strategic transportation aircraft." Zhang Yuli sipped his tea bashfully. "Hiss, what did you say?" Zhao Qing sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his excited voice resounding throughout the office. "Very large strategic transport aircraft technology? The whole package?" His eyes were brimming with incredulity as he vouchsafed this. No wonder Zhao Qing was so shocked. It was really because this news was too outrageous. It is important to know that the positioning of large strategic transport aircraft is also only for the takeoff weight greater than 100 tons of aircraft. The current West Flight research and development of the Y20 is precisely in this range. And a full set of technologies for a super large strategic transport? He couldn't even dream that big for fear he'd wake up laughing. "Old Zhang, you can't be joking, right? Zhao Qing was filled with suspicion as he said, I'm a person who can't withstand this kind of great joy and sorrow. Chapter 94 Options for Copying Civilian Technology? This time it's a one-way ticket to death. Null. Chapter 95, J21st Flight, Ultra Limit Access, Daxia, Future Smartphone Production Technology either? Consider this afterward. That's a big range of civil technology. Those are technological items suitable for replication? Lu Zhe frowned and muttered. Just because he can replicate any civilian tech doesn't mean that any tech will come in handy. For example, if he copies Intel's most advanced chip, he can only get the technology of how to produce it, how to manufacture it, complete drawings of the chip design, packaging and testing, and so on, but you have to produce it. Then photolithography, photoresist and other industrial equipment technology cannot be included in it. It is not possible for him to copy a chip instead of the upstream photolithography technology are copied, possessing the chip technology but not the hardware to build it accordingly. Even a clever woman can't cook without rice. Lu Zhe turned to think. As for the graphics card, it's a bit less difficult to manufacture. How important the graphics card is to the future development of AI artificial intelligence. He is naturally quite clear as a person who has been there. It's safe to say that in a decade or so, the more powerful your AI development is, the more arithmetic power is demanded from the graphics card. Although he felt that what AI is the real future and other descriptions are too exaggerated, but there is no denying that AI artificial intelligence can liberate a lot of productivity, whether it is in the industrial or general civilian applications. And which of the latter-day Daxia netizens doesn't want to knock down the price of graphics cards? Lu Zhe sighed. Only, graphics cards are just as hard to get as CPU chips. In the future several companies in Daxia will likewise be able to build graphics cards that are on par with the arithmetic of Nvidia's mid-range and high-end chips. But the thing is, drivers and software vendor adaptations are the real lifeblood of the graphics card. And the card likewise requires a photolithography machine for foundry work. Lu Zhe secretly thought. So, we must first find a way to solve these upstream industry chains of photolithography. Even other civilian technologies are the same, and need to be replicated from the source of the industry's key equipment, whether it's a screen, a chip, or flash memory storage, and so on. Civil technology that is closely related to the lives of many people. Having a full set of technology is just the starting point. Without the production equipment to carry out the support, you will still not be able to move an inch, which is equivalent to having an extremely intelligent brain. But you are a vegetable who cannot even blink his eyes. This way, the choice of civilian technology is very limited. Either it's basic, highly sophisticated processing equipment, or you need to go with a technology that Daxia's current tech tree can light up without any problems. And you even have to think about commercial rights for the civilian market. See this. Looking at the achievement points on the light screen that reached 55,000 points, Lu Zhe gritted his teeth and made up his mind. How about a raffle? Maybe it will solve the puzzle. Didn't that small drone technology come from the raffle? And anyway, with all the achievement points saved up nowadays, it was time to spend them. What if we draw some top-notch technology or get a stroke of luck and draw a 3nm EUV lithography machine? Wouldn't that solve the problem? If you really can't draw anything useful, then consider the need to replicate civilian tech items. Think about it. Conduct the lottery. Lu Zhe said silently. Ding. 1,000 achievement points have been consumed for the white lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white item, $500. It has been deposited in the item bar. 5 white draws in a row, all with monetary rewards ranging from 1,000 to 100. However, Lu Zhe was used to it. The lowest level of white draws had more than 90% probability of being money prizes, and the probability of being able to draw a blue item was less than 1%. Ding. 10,000 achievement points have been consumed for the blue lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue item. Speed capsule *10. Eat it. Your speed will be increased by 100% within 1 hour. At the cost of overdrafting all your stamina will take 24 hours to recover. And you will lose 100 hairs, which will be restored after 1 month. Looking at the reward, Lu Zhe laughed a little. Isn't this me getting bald but getting faster? If this is the case for a middle-aged man with thinning hair, losing 100 hairs will kill him. However, this reward was somewhat useful. Being able to increase his speed by 100% within an hour, together with the swift pace talent that Lu Zhe originally possessed, under the superposition of the two, his running speed was no longer inferior to that of a wild animal like a lion. In an emergency, he could completely avoid many dangers with his speed advantage. Keep drawing. Ding. 10,000 achievement points have been consumed for the blue lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blue item, 50 slices of bread * with an excellent texture and flavor. Not only is it very tasty, but it is extremely high in energy and provides a great sense of satiety. This is something that Lucy will probably like. Luz muttered. Give it to her when the time comes. Good and filling food. Isn't that Lucy's her favorite? Ding. 10,000 achievement points have been consumed for the Blue Lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple permission, short-term over-access * one time. Item description: when you copy a technology, use this permission to replace it with a version of that technology for the next 5 years, and the achievement point reward will remain unchanged. Note, a technology can only be used once with the same level of access to the limit, such as the technology in the next 5 years without any development, will be consumed. Originally, Luce thought that this would be another ordinary Blue Lottery. Upon seeing the items displayed on the light screen, his eyes all revealed a wave of doubt, and after carefully reading the detailed description, he couldn't help but secretly marvel. Chapter 96, Returning Home with a Great Gift, a speech from the Black and White Twins. Null. Chapter 97, Dacia is rich? Lucy was shocked. Your Dacia is also too developed. Fountain Square. This one black man seemed to radiate a light called call to arms under the sunlight, while the vast majority chose to leave. There were so many dozens who stopped in their tracks for him. Bueller continued to speak generously in his power-laden voice. Here in Eagle Jam, the rich 1% own 99% of the wealth. The bottom 99% of us pay taxes for them and can't elect even one person who speaks for us. And Washington is waving the flag for that 1% and serving them. The so-called democracy has never been anything but a democracy for the powerful and the rich. A game for the capitalist class. Whose fault is this? He threw the question to the watchers standing over there. Moment. Capitalist. The dozens of people who stopped by, both black and white and Hispanic, shouted that answer in unison. Bueller followed up by asking, they are the new age slavers. Slavery to this country. Slavery to us. And who brewed it all? Capitalist. This time the voice was even louder and seemed to resonate all over the town. Watch this scene. Some passers-by shook their heads hurriedly and moved forward 3 times faster. Inside, he was even saying, doesn't he want to die? How dare he say such things? You usually scold a scolding eagle sauce what various government departments. That can also be when you are children do not understand, casually talking about playing. After all, Eagle Sauce the real controller of the country. Never is the White House that group of people. Scolded to be scolded. After all, the real controller of the country. Never the White House of that group of people. Scolding on being scolded. But how dare you scold the capitalists represented by Wall Street? Aren't you tired of living? There are more than 1 or 2 people who have had this epiphany at Hawk Jam. And which of them didn't get shot 8 times in the back and then have the coroner righteously declare him a suicide? It's something that you're guilty of even listening to. When the speeches were over, the crowd gradually dispersed. Bueller, aren't we being a little too impulsive? It was only then that Parker was a little backed up, a hint of awe flickering on his face. He knew all too well what the consequences of the two doing this would be, and who really owned the land in the first place. One only needs to look at the sources of campaign finance behind those running in every state and county, and at the organizations that major high-ranking officials have retired to understand quite clearly who really controls the hawk sauce. You know, Martin Luther was just speaking out for some rights for black people, and was able to be assassinated outright. Not to mention the type of Bueller, which is going to dig right into the ancestral graves of the capitalist power class. If you are sentenced according to the seriousness of the crime, you are afraid that you won't be able to just take a Gatling machine gun and shoot for 5 or 6 minutes. Hearing this, Bueller shook his head and said, don't worry, I'm not that impulsive. This level of publicity is far from being a real death wish for US. He still understands the principle of the gun hitting the head, and today is far from the right time. So he's just calling out, publicizing, which looks like at most he's going to be thrown inside a jail for a year and a half. But instead it's going to help this message spread even more. Instead of actually stepping up to the stage to fight against the capitalists, he would be a hair's breadth away from death if it really came to that. If something really bad happens, Parker. Bueller gazed at his companion next to him. Would you rather be a hero for a second, or a coward for the rest of your life? There was an implied anger in his voice. He'd been a coward for over 20 years, since he was born, and he'd had enough of it. Now, he wanted to try to get up and give those bad guys a hard punch in the face. At that, a smile appeared on Parker's fat face and he seemed to speak very calmly. Death, like the wind, is always with me. He seems to be in a position where he's no better than dead. 10 hours later, as Hawk Jam was plunged into darkness, Luzerne and Lucy's plane was slowly flying over the earth towards Dacia. The moment. It was early morning on the Dacia side, and most people across the country were eating breakfast and looking at the newspaper. Most of the TV is broadcasting the morning news, although today is Sunday and the holiday. But many workers as well as senior high school students still need to make up classes, especially some strict control of the school, almost half a month or even a month only less than a day of vacation. It's said to be a day, but it's actually 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you need to come back in the evening for a late study session, just in time. Suddenly, many people noticed a brand new and somewhat unusual news story that was being broadcast on television. The presenter read the words in his usual speed of speech, solemnly and solemnly. The latest ordinance passed by the Dacia Supreme Council is called Detailed Plan for the National Passionate Citizens Loving Student Subsidy. The regulations stipulate that all poverty-level elementary, junior high school and college students will be provided with one free nutritious lunch per person per day during the study period, and each person will be independently documented, and the program will be maintained for 10 years. The scope of implementation is all provinces in the country. The grant program will be funded by Dacia Education, Dacia Prosecution, Dacia Education. Dacia Prosecution is solely responsible for the implementation of the advancement of the program. At the first moment they saw the news, their faces were first puzzled and then shocked. Some of the students rushing to class were a bit overwhelmed by the buns they were chewing in their mouths as if they were chewing on the same flavor. A few guests who were eating their breakfast with their heads buried in their hands were even more confused as they discussed it. This news is not going to be fake news, right? A nutritious lunch for all students? It's INGCTV1. Who has the balls to get fake news on it? I remember last time it was the Northwest province that had student subsidies, right? How come it's generalized nationwide so quickly? Is our Dacia getting rich? One meal a day is subsidized for all poor students nationwide. So how much money does that cost per year? I feel like it's tens of billions to say the least. Wouldn't it be hundreds of billions of RMB in 10 years? It takes so much money. That's too big of a handout. Thinking about it, even the boss's wife who was making breakfast sucked in a breath of cold air. My goodness, a few $100 billion in the whole thing, just so that these school children can have enough to eat? But after thinking about it, there are a few kids who can only afford to buy one bun a day in their stores on weekdays. It's not that they don't want to buy more, but they can only afford one of the cheapest buns to eat. The owner's wife felt this was very necessary. She secretly thought, then in the future, I'd better mix a little less water in my steamed buns. And some of those who know what they're doing are wiping cold sweat from their heads. Looking at the above list of one of the state when the head of the department, and even the public security department is in it, cannot help but feel inside the chills from the top of that. A subsidy program for students that results in the education department being nowhere near the top of the list? What's the point? Some lessons had been taught to them in the previous Northwest province. Do not say dare to touch, but where you have some implementation is not in place, then may have to bear this group of national number when the head of the accountability. The moment an airliner from San Francisco was slowly landing on Yenjing International Airport. Inside the terminal, looking at the TV screen hanging in front of him, broadcasting this news, Lu Zhe's face overflowed with a smile. Is this the gift I got from Dacia's side? He said inwardly. He hadn't anticipated that Dacia would even make a special effort to come up with a whole love lunch for students all over the country. Even the name was along the lines of what he had provided, and it was naturally not hard to figure out what the implication was. He was very pleased with this gift. Previously, he was incapable of doing so and could only prioritize poor students in his hometown of Northwest Province for support. College students are not included in the scope of the program because they have enough spare time to earn some living expenses through part-time jobs, and the state also has a living allowance of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per year for poor students. Seemingly, college students don't need some kind of lovey-dovey lunch every day. However, in reality it is not so much. He read the university that will be 0304, alone in their own class. There are one or two every day in the nibble savory buns. They came from the same remote mountainous area as Lu Zhe, only their family's situation was a bit worse. The money you earn from your part-time job you don't want to spend. Instead you think about saving it and sending it back home to buy new clothes for your siblings or keep it for next year's tuition. Then a nutritious and free-loving lunch is equally important for these people. And at this point, looking at Lu Zhe who was fuming, Lucy beside her was a bit unable to sit still. Is this your Dacia? Why do I feel so developed, not as poor as I perceive it to be? It's even more prosperous than both San Francisco and Los Angeles. She had just taken a look at the city when she landed, and it was nothing less than Los Angeles, the #1 city in California. And as for San Francisco, it was even less comparable. Even some of the streetscapes and infrastructure are nothing like the bustling areas of New York. This is Lu Zhe's hometown? It's too much. And you're even able to do this kind of educational subsidy? This is incredible, isn't it? Lucy's tiny head was filled with big question marks. Although she couldn't read it on the news, Lu Zhe had translated it just now. Lucy also knew that it was a free lunch program for underprivileged students across the country. Where do they get that kind of perk and eagle sauce? You'd be lucky if they didn't give you food with gutter oil and all sorts of additives. Why is everyone on the western side allergic? That's because pesticide residues as well as preservatives and additives are overloaded, leading to allergic and other uncomfortable reactions in the body. Do you try to eat your own freshly grown vegetables and get allergic to them? The other thing that shocked her was the tuition fee of Daxia that Lu Zhe had just introduced to her. Even the top universities' annual tuition fee is only a few $100s? Even the top universities only charge a few $100s a year for tuition. And even poorer families can get a tuition waiver? That's an eagle sauce. You can't even afford community college. Knowing that the Ivy League college she attended before was a whopping $70,000 a year in tuition. If not, how come so many people don't pay off their school loans until they're in their 40s or 50s? This is backward Daxia? Who exactly is the backward one? Because this is Yanjing, the capital of Daxia. How could it not be prosperous? Do you think this is the Northwest Province? Lu Zhe sighed helplessly. Lucy is good at everything. It's this general knowledge of geography that is simply outrageous. Is this a characteristic of the Hawksbill people? That is, a complete lack of geographical concepts. Later we need to change planes and then transfer to a bus to get to my old county. And then a shuttle bus, and other transportation back to my hometown, which is still a full day on the road. Listening to this long paragraph of Lu Zhe's reply, there are no less than 4 or 5 different instruments of transfer alone. Lucy took a moment to suck in her breath. This was indeed remote enough. Did that place even belong to Earth? Requesting monthly votes, not even close to the top 500 monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 98, Returning to Daxia. You brought your daughter-in-law back after saying you'd study abroad? Null. Chapter 99, Did your organization get the technology again? I've decided on this daughter-in-law. Under the eaves. Luz was deep in contemplation about the specific arrangements for this piece of technology. Today is the point in time when smartphones are slowly pulling away. And it's the best stage to get in. The head effect of the market has yet to be formed. And Daxia can fully utilize this smartphone technology to occupy the vast majority of the market. It is essential to seize the market as early and as quickly as possible. And even to firmly hold the high-end market. Which is the most important. After all, the previous generation of Apple's cell phone that easily $300 or $400 billion in revenue, hundreds of billions of dollars in profit earnings, almost the entire cell phone industry, more than 70% of the profit to earn. The rest of all cell phone manufacturers can only pick up its leftovers. This situation has continued until Huawei, Glory, and Blue Green Factory on the Daxia side have worked together on the high-end series, and the momentum has only been curbed. But that's limited to the Daxia territory. Outside of its borders, Apple's scythe has cut through a crop of global consumers, with profits increasing year after year. The scale of production as well as the industrial chain that the entire smartphone market can drive is an unimaginable astronomical figure, and the output value of various electronic products and entertainment services derived from it is likewise one of the cores driving the growth of GDP. And now that the Apple 3GS has only just been released, the various cell phone giants are not exactly deep in their cultivation of smartphones. At this point in time, if Daxia uses the technology of the latter-day Apple 6, even if it can't keep up in terms of hardware, the system software and various external designs alone can carry out some descending blows at this point in time. Not to say that it will swallow the whole market, but at least it will replace the original Apple phone's ecological position. After all, what does Apple have now? It has nothing but an iOS system, and even the chips are purchased finished products. Lu Zhe looked at the distant scenery, and a few children were running around on the mountain field over there. Watch this scene. How about letting Daxia establish a smartphone production base in the Northwest Province? If these people can find jobs in their local hometowns, who would want to go abroad? Who wants their children to be left behind? Only, just as this thought had risen, it was decisively and subconsciously rejected by Lu Zhe. No, it's not right, the cost is too high. After all, the smartphone this high-tech, the most need is the industrial chain, can meet the cell phone manufacturer's geographic location only Guangnan Province, Jiangnan Province and other developed transportation. This upstream and downstream industry supply chain integrity of the place. If someone else were to transport a component for assembly, it would need to be transferred from all over the country to this remote area of the Northwest Province, and the cost of production alone would be a huge problem. This is why, in later times, many manufacturers dislike the high production costs of Daxia and want to move to low-cost places such as Vietnam and Cambodia, only to toss and turn for a few years and run back in disgrace. If it's not possible, it's good to let them build a few more small factories here, Lu Zhe muttered. If the production base can't be built, then building some factories as infrastructure facilities would be good for the people here. The road has to be taken one step at a time, and the meal has to be eaten one bite at a time. It's night, at 9 o'clock in the evening. Life in the countryside is rather monotonous and there aren't many means of entertainment. Most people choose to go to bed after dinner and after glancing at the TV at 8 or 9 o'clock, especially nowadays. During the summer months of June, Farmers try to avoid the hottest hours of the sun to prevent heat stroke, so most of them get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to plow their fields. The moment. Located in a side room on the left side, Lu's mom, Lin Xiaoqin, was helping Lucy lay out the quilt. She couldn't help but say with an apologetic tone in her mouth, "Lucy, our conditions here are really bad, so we can only condemn you to sleep in this bed. I hope you don't mind. After all, these 3 green brick rooms, one was the kitchen, the other was the living room with Lu Dad and Lu Mom's bedrooms, and the only one left was the room Lu Zhe had been sleeping in. We can't let our guests sleep in the living room, can we? So it would have to be Lucy sleeping in this room as well." The point was, she looked at Luz who was laying out a quilt on the floor. "Why don't you kid go sleep in the living room?" Lin Xiaoqin said with a frown. Anyway, it wasn't as if Luz hadn't slept in the living room when he'd been beaten before. How about this? You have to avoid suspicion, even if it's just a bunk, but sleeping in a room with a girl, it's not good to tell the world. However, Lucy was a little puzzled and cocked her head at him. "Luz, what's she talking about? Your mom? She asked me if I wanted to go out and sleep in the living room." After hearing this, Lucy nodded in realization and turned to Lu's mom and said in awkward Chinese, "It's not about Su. Lu Zhe, he's good to me." In Lucy's opinion, given her relationship with Lu Zhe, even sleeping in a room wasn't too much of a problem at all. Even though the Chinese she spoke was really hard for Lin Xiaoqin to understand, she vaguely guessed something. Then she glared at Lu Zhe with vicious eyes. "Come out with me after you make the bed." A few minutes after walking out of this side room, "Mom, what is it?" Looking at her son who was standing beside her, Lin Xiaoqin was furious, still saying that this girl called Lucy is not your girlfriend? Chapter 100 Outrageous. You want to sell this technology for $1 trillion? Lu Zhe was confused. That's how the marriage was finalized? Null. Chapter 101, Against all odds, you're several generations ahead of the curve when Apple hasn't even developed anyone else? After a long silence, Zheng Lixing stared at this unusually scary figure and said quietly, "However, this 10% net profit share of theirs, this is not too high. It's the $1 trillion that's just a bit of a bluff. How much is the GDP of the whole of Xia? Only $5 trillion at the beginning of the total. Really want to be able to make so much money." He felt that aircraft carriers could also be dumplings. What, just build one? Let others hear it and think that Daxia can't afford to build it. One for each province. However, Zhang Yuli was full of serious thoughts. Is $1 trillion scary? It's still not scary? Zhang Lixing was staggered. If this smartphone technology is really possible, Zhang Yuli shook his head and said in an affirmative tone, "The figure of $1 trillion is probably just its revenue for several years. A total of 1.2 billion cell phones were sold globally last year, of which smartphones accounted for more than 11% alone, and the share is set to swell dramatically in the future. Think about it, it's a huge number." After that, he decisively typed in a reply. Dasha agreed to this program and will fully implement every aspect of this technology. 10% of the net profit sharing will be settled on time on January 1st each year to be issued to your organization. Such as the need for early settlement, we will also fully cooperate. Dasha had never been a person who liked to eat alone, and the fact that the mysterious organization provided the technology as a condition of the contract and got a 10% share of the profits was also very fair in Zhang Yuli's opinion. Even this profit share can be described as cheap. After all, before the profits of small drones they Dasha but share out a full 50%. This doubt is the same thing that Zheng Lixing wanted to ask. Old Zhang, will this profit share be too low? This should be a well thought out amount by the mysterious organization. Zhang Yuli shook his head slightly and said, "They only want 10% of the net profit. The rest of the things need to be pushed forward step by us. Like small drones, the current application prospects are still too small for the overall market size to develop. Don't look at the 50% profit share as a lot, but a total of the current is just so little revenue. May others, mysterious organization is not even in the eyes. But the smartphone is different. Just the construction of the plant, the cost of equipment, labor costs and sales channels, etc. Each link inside the need to spend a lot of manpower, rather than small drones that simple can be done. That was why the mysterious organization had asked for only a 10% share of the net profit, satisfying its own need for long-term fixed income while also ensuring that the Dasha side had the lucrative benefits to continue this business. That's the best option for a win-win situation. Lu Jia Village. The moonlight shone on Lucy's face, making her long eyelashes look like they were frozen with frost. Why do you keep kicking the covers? Have you always been such a restless sleeper? Luz tapped her forehead and realized that Lucy was still unresponsive. Take the quilt she kicked down for her and cover it up once more. Looking at the email from Dasha's side in the light screen, Lu Zhe was caught up and thought, a 10% share of net profits should be enough to fund most of the organization's future. According to his conception, in the future, The peripheral members of the entire Watchers of the Great Wall organization would probably be spread across all corners of the globe, and spending money would definitely be like running water. Saving for a rainy day is one thing that must be considered at this time. Without bothering to reply to the message, just as he was about to close the light screen and get some rest, suddenly, another message popped up on the eyeball. May I ask when you will come to collect the remaining reward? We, Daxia, may as well make some preparations in advance. Look at this line of questioning. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and quickly replied. The members of the organization will be rushing to Daxia within this period of time, and Daxia will be notified a day in advance of the required rewards. He had already figured out how he should submit the tech items in his hands to Daxia, but that time hadn't come so soon. Summer Academy of Sciences. Top secret external liaison room. Looking at this one reply, these two old men's legs, which were originally a bit less flexible, were as if a switch had been installed. Instantly, he bounced out of his chair, a look of surprise on his face. It's coming within this time? This week? Or within this month? Zhang Lixing was all a bit incoherent. Don't care what time it is. Let old Son's side get ready first. The J-20's maiden flight absolutely cannot fall off the wagon. The smile at the corner of Zhang Yuli's mouth lifted. Also, notify a few other research institutes that their projects will have to be accelerated as well for that date to be less than 3 months left. Hearing this, Zhang Lixing seemed to have guessed something. Old Zhang, you wouldn't be preparing? Zhang Yuli smiled mysteriously. That's right. I'm going to let them come out and shine at that time. On that day 3 months later, he was going to invite the mysterious organization to come to Daxia at that time. And after that, in front of the nation's more than 1 billion people, he would take out these crushing treasures that Daxia had prepared to deter the curiosity of the whole world. Zhang Lixing also seemed to be shocked by his bold idea for a moment, but immediately reacted. Eyes sharp flash, that is our 60th birthday, well indeed to give the world a surprise is. The two conferred for a while afterward. The conversation returned to this copy of smartphone technology once again. Old Zhang, where should this technology be given to for R&D and production? Chapter 102, Full System Open Source. Punching Apple, shocked. Our family is rich? Eating this in the morning? Inside the dean's office, Fan Chaoxian's eyes were glued to the screen, and the further he looked down the screen, the more frightened he was. The multitasking interface alone is innovative, and the richness of the subsurfaces and even the icons are rounded and refined, especially that one voice assistant. The way to control the phone through voice is a means of application that Fan Chaoxian had never envisioned before. This operating system contains a variety of apps that are far beyond the capabilities of the current iOS and several versions of Android. As for what Symbian WP system, in front of it is even more simply not worth mentioning. This operating system, this layout design is too ingenious. Which internet company, without saying a word, came up with this kind of cell phone operating system? Fan Chaoxian's mind quickly flashed through several internet giants within Daxia. Fujiko? The thought was denied just as soon as he started it. Fujiko was too busy right now with some kind of 300 million mouse dream and 8 million keyboard dream. Nowadays the energy is all focused on making money and doesn't have the strength to develop such a superb cell phone system on its own. It can't be Fujiko. Is that, Beaver? Come on. What kind of cell phone development team do you expect from a shopping platform that has no innovation at all? Is that a domestic cell phone manufacturer? There doesn't seem to be any targets that fit. It seemed to see his confusion. Old Van, don't guess yet. Zhang Lixing cheerfully took a sip of tea to prevent that intense drowsiness from coming up, and said immediately after, there are other files and programs in the computer, so you can visit them in detail. Other than this operating system? Fan Chaoxian said with a face full of dismay. Only to be seen. Zhang Yuli continued to click on several other documents without moving. 10 minutes or so later, Fan Chaoxian's gaze is full of stagnation. After a long time to react, the first sentence asked is, Old Zhang, you tell me, this smartphone technology, where was it tossed from? Even though the various technologies he had just seen only took up perhaps less than 1,000th of what was there. But this is not only the cell phone operating system. There is a whole smartphone design program, construction and development route, and even includes the cell phone chip design. Is there any cell phone manufacturer in Daxia that currently has this capability? Not at all. Could it be that in which top secret project of Daxia, a huge cost was invested to come up with this kind of technology, so as to realize the bending of the road to foreign countries? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuli did not directly answer his question, but instead turned to inquire. Old Fan, what do you think of this smartphone technology? How would one describe this piece of technology? Exquisite. That was the only word that came to Fan Chaoxian's mind. It's definitely ahead of the world, with at least 3 years of technology iterations, not to mention the phone system and chip. The form factor alone is far superior to all current phones. As he said this, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is a smartphone that will totally say to the world's cell phone makers, I mean everyone here, it's all about LeSean. Fan Xiaoxian can't wait to discuss with the R&D team how they came up with so many brilliant ideas and creativity. Zhang Yuli interrupted his rambling thoughts and said bluntly, well, old Fan didn't call you here this time to appreciate this one technique. Rather, there is a very important matter to discuss with you. What is it? Fan Xiaoxian inwardly vaguely guessed something. That is, how do you think this piece of technology should be applied? Zhang Yuli's words were tinged with gravity. If we want to go into production as soon as possible, how do we need to go about it? Hear that? Fan Xiaoxian's expression suddenly became serious. If this is a question, then it's something to think about. He understood what Zhang Yuli meant by this. The technology was most likely the same as what he had guessed. It was developed in some top-secret program of Daxia. Even if it wasn't, the attribution of this technology would definitely be on Daxia's side. If the production is to be carried out as soon as possible, then it will definitely be necessary to find an existing manufacturer to produce it in order to do so. If not a cell phone production base built from scratch, whereas a short time can be fixed. Choose a state-owned enterprise? That is naturally the best choice. The problem is that all of the current state-owned or state-controlled, there is no cell phone manufacturers in the smartphone field, with what is too deep attainments. Most of them are still making some labeled contract machine. This technology would probably still be a waste if they were to produce it. Fan Xiaoxian immediately fell into contemplation. Which domestic manufacturers are the most suitable object? Phantom? He said darkly. No, the others were doing it all themselves now, and there was no need for Daxia to get involved. Far ahead of Huawei? Fan Xiaoxian also silently shook his head. Although Huawei is currently in the smartphone field has not made much progress, but in the field of communications technology cultivation is extremely deep. Its R&D strength should not be underestimated. It is unlikely to be willing to do a so-called OEM factory of Daxia Holdings. Several names of cell phone manufacturers within Daxia rose up in his mind, and one by one, he felt as if none of them were appropriate. No wonder these two awful old men were looking for me in the middle of the night. So it's such a headache errand. Fan Xiaoxian couldn't help but curse. Chapter 103, the official first leap of the J-20. We're taking over Washington. Null. Chapter 104, first flight success. It's time to submit technological items to Daxia. The operation begins. Occupy Wall Street. This vast wave of noise seemed to overshadow everything else in this town with a population of less than a few tens of thousands. Depart. Bueller waved his hand and walked at the front of the crowd. Parker, on the other hand, was waving a flag with several of their slogans. The capitalists have taken everything from us. The rich pay only 1% in taxes, while we ordinary people pay high penalties. We are the 99%. 99% against the 1%. From this Fountain Square, they will begin a procession around the entire town of Livermore, eventually returning to the square to set up camp. The whole program, as Bueller and Parker expected, would last 3 or 4 days at a time. Eventually, when they had gathered over 500 people to join the marching organization, they would take the procession to San Francisco and preach the march all along the way, seeking to continue to expand their influence. This was followed by city after city, hiking all the way up to Washington, D.C., and Wall Street in New York, until this movement was able to sweep across Eagle Sauce. Looking at the group behind him, which was hundreds in size, Bueller tilted his head up to look at the clear blue sky. Inwardly, he murmured, "That strange uncle, even though I don't know exactly what your purpose is, but I believe that this is the right look. Hawkjam can't keep running wild in the wrong direction." That one older man allowed himself to change the town. And what the two had read from books told them that the root of the problem all came from the bewilderment of the people at the bottom. Just as the rich can reasonably avoid taxes by all means, even earning hundreds of millions of dollars but only paying a few $1,000s in taxes. This is because they have the best tax team and are incredibly familiar with every loophole that can be exploited. And an average person at the bottom of the ladder can't afford to navigate through tax provisions that are 3 times thicker than a dictionary, amounting to thousands of pages, cost thousands of dollars a year to get help filling out your taxes, and expose you to huge penalties if you miss a tax return. What's this for? Going through extremely complicated taxes to hide the fact that most ordinary people know the behind-the-scenes subterfuge of their upper capitalist class? Similarly, this unspoken rule applies to every aspect of Eagle Jam society, numbing the general public and turning them into puppets under the banner of capital. Fatty Parker was similarly inwardly indignant. Democracy and freedom have long since been rendered null and void. We need real freedom and democracy. Even ordinary people should have the same rights. What is the need for the existence of a kingdom that does not belong to ordinary people? Whereas before he had lived in a muddled way, now the thought was growing stronger. What's the difference between Eagle Jam today and medieval Europe? Only the explicit royal pontiffs have been replaced by plutocratic conglomerates. The so-called elections are nothing more than a look at what the money behind them is really for. And whether the electorate stands behind Wall Street or the military-industrial complex will naturally be whoever is in the sounding barrel. Even the blood that ordinary people go to the hospital for transfusion may have been bought cheaply from AIDS patients and sold to them at a high price. Capitalists can disregard the lives of the lower class for the sake of profit. This, again, is what the entire parade of hundreds of people wanted. Just in time. Suddenly, a man appeared at the front of the parade who looked somewhat familiar to everyone. A middle-aged white man in his 50s, dressed in a clean and neat leisure suit, stood in front of Bueller. He was followed by several others dressed in dark blue with the City of Livermore logo on their shoulders and heavily armed on their belts. Hershey had the look of a visitor. Before Bueller could say anything, the little fat man next to him, Parker, couldn't resist and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Smith, our parade didn't violate the relevant regulations. The venues for the parades were all public places, did not enter any private areas, did not make any noise above a critical mass, and likewise did not engage in any excesses. So you can't stop us." The middle-aged old white man in front of him was the current top judicial executive of Livermore City in plain sight. "Hear that? Your march did not cause any trouble though." Smith, not smiling, looked at the two fleas who were creating some minor trouble for themselves and said lightly, "However, your protest march was not vetted by the City of Livermore and maliciously occupied public facilities. So, this is an illegally organized march. We sent it a couple days ago. You're the ones who..." Before Parker could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Smith. "But I didn't receive the application form you submitted. Did I? Come with us, even if you have submitted an application. So what? Anyway, as long as he doesn't give his nod of approval, you are likewise part of the illegal organization of the march. As for how to agree, that depends on what you're protesting against. Unusual to protest against veganism, racism, LGBT, etc. Then that kind of thing is naturally a legitimate protest. How dare you talk about the plutocrats of Wall Street and the capitalist class of society as a whole? That would be illegal and in the past would have been pulled out and chopped up." Parker, okay. Bueller stopped Parker, who was next to him, from continuing his explanation and spoke calmly. "I'm the main leader of this parade, and I'm coming with you." Something like being put in jail had actually been expected of him for a long time. Originally, in Bueller's plan, his own capture would have instead multiplied the impact of the operation several times over. It's just that he didn't expect the capitalists at Eagle Jam to react so quickly and go straight down before he could make too many waves. The local capitalists in Eagle Jam are so rude. That's not how it plays out in other people's books. The moment, at the test flight range within the 611 Research Institute, everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the fighter jet in the sky. Hundreds of R&D team members as well as Song Chini stared tightly at the sky and couldn't help but murmur, "We will definitely succeed. Dasha has waited so many years for this moment. After all, flying doesn't mean anything. All the functions on the fighter can work properly and without failures is the real meaning of first flight. Taking off only represents the beginning of success, while completing all test and inspection phases and landing represents the successful conclusion of this maiden flight." Thousands of meters above, Song Jianfei suppressed his thumping heart. Engine running normally. No resonance. Flight attitude normal. No deflection of fuselage attitude at subsonic speeds. Fuel consumption is normal. No mechanical failure of all components. In-cabin avionics instruments are in working order. A stream of data passed from his mouth to the tower on the ground. J-20 requests to enter supersonic cruising state. Tower has received. The route is safe and there is nothing unusual in the airspace. Received. Hear the instructions coming from the tower. Song Jianfei was tense. His hands gripped the throttle lever tightly, and he pushed hard to the 85% gear, which was further up. Supersonic cruise, as the name suggests, is the maintenance of supersonic speed for an extended period of time without opening the pressurized combustion chamber. Chapter 105. Contact the Summer Academy and ask you to prepare 100 tons of gold. The moment. Summer Academy of Sciences. Dean's office. The sound of a chess game falling out of the door, mixed in with the occasional few sentences of small talk. It was clear, though, that neither man's mind was on this game of chess on the table. Over at the 611th Institute, preparations are already underway for the next flight test. Zhang Lixing took a sip of tea, his brows revealing a wave of joy. Old Zhang, how are we going to unfold our next plan? Even though 2 whole days had passed since the explosive news of the successful maiden flight of the J-20, his heart often couldn't help but be refreshed every time he thought of this one thing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuli nodded his head after pondering for a while and said, "Continue to test the other functions, then build a few prototypes for experimental production. The aero engine it's using now is really hard to use. Today's J-20 has only just succeeded in its maiden flight, which can only mean that the development work has initially declared success to enter the next brand new stage. and the next needs to perfect the shortcomings in many aspects. One of the highest priorities to be replaced is the aero engine it is currently using, the AL31F. The old Maoist AL31F is indeed poor in all aspects and has been seriously dragging the J-20 down. Zhang Lixing frowned. It became the shortest piece of shortboard of the whole fighter. This was first seen during the previous maiden flight test. The issue of developing stronger and better aircraft engines is a pressing one. Although, the WS-10A has completed its maiden flight on the J-10, its performance is still unable to meet the needs of a fifth-generation aircraft like the J-20. The WS-15MA engine has just completed the FRET, qualification and verification stage, and there is still a long way to go before the design is finalized, not to mention the formal installation on the J-20 fifth-generation aircraft. He expects this to be at least a decade away. Thinking about this, Zhang Lixing's heart was even more unpleasant. How can it not be a cause for concern that there has been a delay in making much progress on such hard parts as the engine? Zhang Yuli seemed to notice his expression and laughed. There's no need to rush. The technology for the F-135 engine and the F-119 engine has been fast-tracked over at the 606th Institute. The WS-15 engine shouldn't have to wait long for a concrete result to come out. After all, the 606 Research Institute, Shenhang, currently has a full set of technical drawings for the world's top two engines, and it's difficult for their R&D work to be anything less than Godspeed. Just in time. Suddenly, a drip sounded in the room. The two men stood up at once and rushed to the house of the top-secret external liaison room. A few moments later, Dean, it's an email that came in a minute ago. A staff member let up his seat. Okay, go ahead and get out. Zhang Yuli sat down and quickly typed in a heavy load of security verification commands that needed to be updated once a day. Soon, an email appeared at the top of the screen. Members of our organization have arrived in Daxia. Watch this scene. Zhang Lixing slapped his thigh hard and stood up. The members of this mysterious organization have finally arrived in our Daxia? Old Zhang. I told you they'd be here soon. Didn't I? Wasn't wrong. It was important to know that in the past few days, they had been discussing when the mysterious organization would actually arrive in Daxia. One could describe the eagerness of the two men's hearts by saying, thinking at night and thinking at day. You hurry to reply and ask what needs to be prepared on our Daxia side? Zhang Lixing hurriedly urged. I know. Chapter 106, Object Placement. We have arrived in Daxia. Let the nation witness this moment. In the midst of this tension, 3 more days passed. Friday. Human Pass Ruins. After a careful perusal of this site, Lucy finally gathered the camera in her hand that had taken hundreds of pictures inside. I didn't realize that these attractions in Daxia were like this. It's amazing how thousands of years of history have been preserved in this way over a long period of time. This is a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Just like the Dunhuang frescoes before it. It has entire hundreds of caves with thousands of huge frescoes engraved on them. Lucy had thought it was just a few hundred years old, like the European Middle Ages. As it turned out, Lu Zhe told her that these murals span more than 1500 years of history, recording the ups and downs of thousands of years of history, using the centuries of a dynasty as a vehicle. When this rich history unfolds in front of your eyes like a line of ink and brush, it is a shocking feeling that no amount of information in photographs can ever realize. And this, just the attractions of the Northwest Province. The whole of Daxia and how spectacular and majestic. I'm going to follow you back to Daxia on your next lab vacation. Lucy said seriously, you can't sneak back here alone. She also wanted to go to Huangshan Mountain, the Forbidden City, the Terracotta Warriors and other attractions to have a good stroll. These attractions are only in line with her imagination of famous monuments and scenic spots, rather than like traveling in Europe before. The promised Venice Water City, but most of the attractions are on land. Even if the water quality is still black and stinky? What a Dutch windmill kingdom. Not nearly as big as those few windmills on the hill in the little town of Livermore. As for the Eiffel Tower, not to mention, Lucy did not know thought it was to come to the Eagle Sauce which suburb, built a wire tower here. Below the sale of goods is all from the Daxia, all to her dumbfounded. After a trip to the tour, Lucy felt like her whole being had been subjected to Indian electrical fraud. Good. Luz took her hand. After all, given how helpful Lucy was to herself in the lab on weekdays, what was vacation time traveling with her? Half an hour later, the two took a round-trip vehicle from the tourist attraction to a hotel near Human Pass. This time, Lu Zhe ordered 2 single rooms, although Lucy was a little confused as to why she didn't order a double room. That way she would have saved some overhead. But Lu Zhe used. This hotel has a special rate for single rooms, so it's cheaper to open 2 single rooms. This flurry of explanations muddied the waters. Tonight was the time when he was in the middle of his preparations, ready to submit the technological items to the Daxia side. Even though Lucy usually slept like a pig and couldn't wake up without pinching her hard. But just in case, Lu Zhe still chose the single room as the safest. The moon was a star. and the faint moonlight spilled onto the earth. Lu Zhe's eyes were glued to the clock on the wall, watching the hour hand slowly move towards 10 o'clock. It's time to get moving, he said inwardly. At this point in time, Lucy would surely have already passed out in her sleep, and it was unlikely that she would come running over to harass herself. And usually, if no one made a point of waking her up, she would even sleep until the 11 o'clock hour of the next morning. With this in mind, Lu Zhe avoided the several surveillance cameras in the hotel corridor according to what he had observed in advance, and after changing his face in a bathroom, he calmly walked out of the hotel. Looking out into the vastness of the night, there were hardly a few people walking on the road, and only for several minutes did the occasional hurried vehicle drive by. After all, as the Great Northwest Gobi Beach, human past such scenic spots are almost always deserted at night. It took more than 20 minutes to get out of the scenic area and step into the middle of this pale wilderness. I now have 12 hours of action time, and I must be back inside the hotel by 10 o'clock the next morning. A trace of gravity flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes, once again changing into another face. Lu Zhe's pace was like that of a cheetah as he quickly traveled through the wilderness. The speed capsule consumed all his stamina when used, and he was going to take it off on the last leg of the return trip. 4 a.m. On the outskirts of the Human Pass ruins, dozens of kilometers away from a deserted location, Lu Zhe quietly hid a technological item inside a natural alcove. There happened to be some vegetation and shrubs growing here, so even the satellites wouldn't be able to detect it as long as it was covered up. It was also the best place he could have chosen out of the several targets he had previously selected. After a busy night and using several identity variations to make sure it was alright, 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zhe was lying on the single bed of the hotel, feeling the feeling of weakness coming from that inside his body. Inwardly, he said, the aftereffects of this speed capsule are really not small. It wasn't so much that it was a struggle for him to stand up, it was just like he had a bad cold, and his arms and legs were filled with a sense of weakness. However, none of this matters. The most important thing today is, naturally, the next step. It's time to inform the Disya side that the handover can take place. Opening the back end of his mailbox and projecting it onto the light screen, Luz quickly typed a line of text. Members of our organization have arrived at the Dacha destination. The moment. Summer Academy of Sciences. Top Secret External Liaison Room. Chapter 107, The Nation Thunders. This is a gift given to Dacia. How did the mysterious organization ship it in? It didn't even need a voiceover introduction for many viewers to instantly recognize it for what it was. The J-20, which Dacia officials had previously kept under wraps, has now been officially unveiled in front of the nation. Even the chat group that was usually the noisiest, not a single person was talking and discussing it this time. At this moment, it was as silent as the bottom of a 10,000-meter ocean. Far away in the Sichuan countryside, Zhang Wei is at home with his kids while his wife goes out to buy some groceries. He was changing station after station in boredom, sputtering, "Why are these stations going back and forth with bitter dramas? Even if you're filming an ancient historical drama, you shouldn't focus on the harem, 5,000 years of history and that's all you're going to do? So the ancient emperor didn't care about anything and soaked women every day? I turned several stations in a row and couldn't find the TV show I wanted to watch." Zhang Wei was just about to turn off the TV and go and do the chores his wife had ordered him to do. Suddenly, on the TV screen, a figure he had longed for appeared. The original still careless look, instantly transformed into 10,000% serious. Eyes tightly staring at the screen are not willing to let go of the eyes. The J-20 is going to make its maiden flight? Zhang Wei was somewhat unable to contain his excitement. Surprisingly, the whole thing was directly broadcast live. Is our Disya's confidence that high this time? But I've never heard of a successful first flight of the J-20 before, which means this flight is likely to be the first. Even if it's not the first flight, it should be a validation flight of a prototype. How could such explosive news not cause him to tremble all over? In the same reaction as Zhang Wei, there were also hundreds of millions of viewers throughout Dacia who were sitting around in front of their television sets. Subsequently, there were no surprises, as the fighter jet took off in a clean and crisp manner, rising directly from the dry ground and rushing into the sky at a perfect angle. It didn't carry the slightest drag at all, and appeared in the sky in the twinkling of an eye. Takeoff successful. It's done, brother. The first flight of our 5th-generation airplane has succeeded. The second country in the world to develop a 5th-generation aircraft. Let's see who dares to say our Air Force is weak. A group chat was going crazy with swipes. But these military fans were overwhelmed with excitement and thrill though inside. But in fact, it has long been prepared. From the previous high-speed skidding test to the disclosure of the Dacia aerospace industry. At that point in time it was very clear in their minds that Dacia was not far from the first flight of a 5th-generation aircraft. I'm afraid the only thing I didn't anticipate was that the time came too soon. Just then, they suddenly heard a conversation between the tower and this fighter. Calling tower, J-20 entering supersonic cruise. Tower has received. The route has been cleared. The airspace is safe. Instantly, it erupted into a loud rumble, and the speed heckled until it was 1.6 miles per hour, and finally even turned on the full throttle plus thrust state. The speedometer speed display was fixed at a maximum of 2.3 miles. The maiden flight has already been described. Not much more. And then landed steadily on the ground. This is just less than 10 minutes J-20 flight process. Finally came to an end. However, hundreds of millions of viewers in Dacia, as well as tens of millions of military fans, gazed at the CTV channel, which had cut back to its normal news coverage, still looking unusually dumbfounded and amazed. This is not the maiden flight? Zhang Wei came back to his senses in a moment and concluded. It's even turning on the accelerated thrust state directly, approaching a top speed of Mach 2.3. Doesn't this mean that this one of our prototypes has long since succeeded in its first flight? It has even entered the prototype finalization production stage? As an old military fan, how could he not be aware of how big a difference there was? A first flight is nothing more than a fighter jet being able to fly off the ground properly. So there are often surprises where an airplane stumbles into completing its first flight while performing a high-speed taxi test. But being able to enter supersonic cruise, as well as stabilizing at a top speed of Mach 2.3, means that this J-20 is already primed for combat. It's not out of the question that even this J-20 has entered into finalized production. Think about it. The strong excitement within Zhang Wei originally appeared to be even more especially vigorous, and he pulled his leg out to rush out of the door. Outside, his wife, who had just finished buying groceries, looked at his expression and yelled as her face changed. Laborer Xu Daoshan, come back to me. You TM want to go fishing again? What more fishing? Laozi is going to buy firecrackers, Zhang Wei said without looking back. This kind of great event which is of great significance to the whole of Dacia must be celebrated by setting off firecrackers. At this moment, the continuous sound of firecrackers rang out across the land of Kyushu. On this day, I don't know how many burly men got drunk and shed hot tears. Our Dacia. Finally we have a 5th-generation airplane. Inside the Human Pass Scenic Hotel, not only was Lu Zhe looking at this scene in shock, even Lucy paused her dry rice movements for it. This is your 5th-generation fighter plane from Dacia? It seems to have been finished to a high degree. At least Lucy was an employee of LLNL Labs, and even though she couldn't read Chinese, she could instantly recognize the somewhat eye-catching layout, the unusually flat features and the aerodynamic layout of the intakes and such. There is no doubt that this is an unquestionably 5th-generation stealth fighter. Chapter 108. Is this a wild bomber? What B2? I'm 2B. More than 50 kilometers from the ruins of Human Pass. It was a large desert Gobi beach, with almost nothing but bushes and other vegetation growing horizontally around it. Being a rare human no man's land, even wild animals go around this area on weekdays. However, it was this dead silence that was unexpectedly alive at this 3 p.m. Several SUVs were in the front, followed by several heavy trucks, and every few hundred meters there were countless vehicles sparsely following, forming a long dragon densely arranged. Arrived, Zhang Yuli murmured in a low voice. He looked at the coordinates shown in the satellite navigation, which matched each other with the latitude and longitude sent over by the mysterious organization. This position is the designated handover position. The two overlooked the entire Gobi Desert beach. Sure enough, there was no smoke here, and as for the members of that one mysterious organization, they were nowhere to be seen. But this was not out of their expectation. The other party did not get in close contact with Dacia. This was the most normal behavior. Notify the trucks in the back and start unloading. Zheng Lixing turned his head and said, this was the most important thing at the moment, and that was to place the gold and banknotes needed by the mysterious organization into the designated location as soon as possible. As for that surprise, even though both of them were very curious in their hearts, they hadn't forgotten what the main purpose of this time actually was. Completing this payoff handoff is the top priority. Zhang Liwei took a few steps and seemed to remember something and added, you remember to put 100 tons of gold and all those American bills and pounds. All of them should be put on a heavy truck. This must not be forgotten. Good. I'll order it down later. Zhang Yuli nodded. He was naturally aware that this was the same request that the mysterious organization had mentioned earlier in the email. Others have specified it as one carrier to put all the required items all through it. As the name implies, Dacia can only use one tool. It is necessary to load down all the goods. For this is not too much difficulty. Although that 100 tons of gold alone is not many heavy trucks can pull. But just placed here to wait for the mysterious organization of the handover will not be much of a problem. Just a large truck can be put down. After all, gold has a density of 19.32 grams per cubic centimeter, and 4 cubic meters is enough to put down 100 tons of gold. On the contrary, The remaining U.S. banknotes and pounds need to occupy a great capacity of space. Even their specially enlarged and widened heavy truck will be able to stuff all the way down. And even the driver's compartment of the location did not let go. Stuffed a lot of scattered U.S. banknotes into it. Bent in time, the vehicles following behind them began to carry out their respective jobs in an orderly fashion, gathering the cargo from several heavy trucks together at a rapid pace. After it was all done, it was driven away from the place again in a hurry, without being allowed to stay for a moment. And this area was surrounded by kilometers of area, with heavy dark sentries planted at regular intervals. Suffice it to say that if someone accidentally stumbles into this place and spots a couple of good-looking cacti while passing through, there's no chance that there's a hidden sentry disguised as a plant lying underneath. Nowadays, not to mention people here, even a mosquito passing by has to be carefully scrutinized to see if it carries any dangerous germs. The other side, inside a hotel room at the Human Pass viewpoint, looking at the program playing on the TV, it was a well-known break-in type program in China. The Daxia side should have started to move, right? At this point in time, it should have arrived at my designated location. Lu Zhe secretly calculated the time inwardly. About 7 hours had passed since he had sent the email, and if the Daxia side was traveling in special planes and transports straight to the airports near Yumengwan, they would have arrived roughly at that time. Then next, let's wait for a reply from Daxia's side. He was sure that once the surprise he had placed there was discovered, Daxia would absolutely sit back and then send an email over. Now, just wait quietly for the news to come from there. Think about it. Lu Zhe patted Lucy's shoulder and opened his mouth to inquire. Let's go to the hotel restaurant for an afternoon tea. It's free here, so it would be a shame not to eat it. When he said the word free, Lu Zhe felt as if his DNA had been activated, his weak body bursting back into life and becoming eager to move. Damn, it's all the bad habits I picked up over at Eagle Jam. When you hear about free stuff, you can't help but want more. Wait, let me finish reading this, Lucy said without looking up, eyes glued to the TV screen with a look of rapt attention. This made Lu Zhe puzzled. Lucy, do you understand Chinese? Even if this variety show had subtitles, Lucy couldn't understand or read it at all. So why was she watching it more vigorously than she was? Hear that? Lucy shook her head decisively. No, I don't understand it, but I can still understand this kind of variety show. She pointed to a man on the TV whose upper body was so muscular that his arm circumference had to be thicker than even an average person's thighs, pointing out, you don't look at him and see that he seems to have a lot of strength, but for this kind of breaking in that requires agility and core strength. His kind of muscular hypertrophy in turn is a drag, and he's very poor in terms of balance and so on. That treadmill is so fast. I have a feeling he might not even make it past the first level. As expected, Lucy's word was generally true. The man, who looked incredibly strong, fell straight into the water on just the first pass, followed by several men whose muscle dimensions were exaggerated in one way or another, all repeating the same mistake. Only after reading this did she stand up and stretch, intending to follow Lu Zhe to the restaurant for afternoon tea. After all, the snacks on this side of Daxia were indeed very much to her liking. Sour, sweet, spicy, everything. Just in time. Suddenly, the two heard a surprising noise from outside the hotel, which seemed to be firecrackers. There was even the occasional sound of fireworks, sparkling in the afternoon when the sun was beating down. Are they out of their minds? Lucy frowned. Today is a holiday in Daxia? Why do they keep setting off fireworks? Why didn't she remember that this was some kind of major festival in Daxia? It needed to be celebrated like this? Lu Zhe glanced out of the window, only to see that the faces of the dozens of people gathered below were filled with exhilaration and excitement. Then he spoke up and explained. They are indeed mad, but mad with joy. Obviously. Just this batch of people who set off fireworks and firecrackers. These people are after going out to play in the morning. Only just learned the news of the successful development of the Daxia J20. Is now frantically venting his excitement. And what is the highest rite of passage for expressing inner emotions in Daxia? That would definitely be setting off firecrackers and fireworks. But for that, even Lucy was now somewhat surprised. After all, in the morning is more crazy it. That firecrackers is until all the people's eardrums exist only crackling sound. As if the whole world is shrouded in a piece of red in the middle of the celebration. Even Lu Zhe thought, where is this going? He had just gone to Daxia's internet to browse around, and that was the word outrageous. In various forums and group chats, there is no discussion about anything else at all, and the screen is full of only one topic, that is, the successful development of J20, considered the 1.3 billion mouse dreams of the gunfighting type of game. In the elementary school, students excited to fight the zombies. Suddenly there are a few people from the mic shouted a sentence, what else to fight the zombies? Laborers are going to join the Air Force and directly drop bombs on zombies. Even the fishing guys, who have always been known to know everything but fishing, couldn't help but roar. Today, I have to Air Force for my country for one day. Everyone, it seemed, expressed their overwhelmingly uplifting feelings in their own unique way. Other side, a heavy truck was parked peacefully in a certain spot, camouflaged with various vegetation and gravel around it. Old Zhang. It's been arranged. Zhang Liwei walked over and wiped the beads of sweat dripping from his head. The golden banknotes worth $5 billion had been placed in the designated location according to the mysterious organization's requirements, and they had also arranged super electromagnetic shielding in this area to ensure that no other surprises would occur. Chapter 109, Good Things Come in Pairs? You call F-22 an extra surprise? It is a shock. Null. Chapter 110, Never mind how he was brought in. Who the hell can fly a B-2 bomber? Null. Chapter 111, Courtesy. Dacia Plus. If you can't take it with you, just copy it. No doubt about it. The idea of trying to get pilots from the Dacia side to fly B-2 bombers and F-22 fighters is crushingly impractical. Not to mention the fact that the pilots within Dacia have never been exposed to this type of aircraft, nor do they have any avenues of learning. Even if there was a flight crew that could try, who would be able to take the responsibility if any accident occurred during the flight and damaged the 2 planes that the mysterious organization had sent to them out of the goodness of their hearts? This was not only how to explain it like the whole of Dacia, but it was also an important question of how to go about facing the mysterious organization. So, the program was shelved outright by a few people. As for splitting, that's even more unthinkable. Who the hell can afford to split it up and put it back together again? Even in the face of the B-2 bomber, which has been out of production for years, you can't be sure of a smooth fit if you let Eagle Jam do it itself. That's a tough one. Song Qinyi's face revealed a difficult color. Pacing back and forth on the ground, must think of a well-thought-out method to ensure that it can be foolproof. To transport them safely out of this inhospitable Gobi Desert in absolute secrecy. After all, once the news of Dacia's acquisition of F-22 fighters and B-2 Phantom bombers was leaked, then Eagle Jam's side would definitely be thrown into a complete frenzy. Although it is not as horrible as a direct all-out hot war, even a more severe all-round blockade against them would be a major blow to Dacia, which is in dire need of a manufacturing transformation today. However, having said that, Song Qinyi himself was inwardly muttering, "This thing, how do we transport it out properly? Taking the remote route? Not good. What about air transportation? Dacia doesn't have any transport planes with this kind of capacity. Keep in mind that an F-22 fighter jet is not as many people think. It is a behemoth with a length of 18 meters and a wingspan of more than 13 meters, and stands upright at the height of a 6-story residential building. Anyone wanting to transport such a thing would have to send out a large transportation vehicle to do so. As for the terrifying beast with a wingspan of more than 50 meters and a length of more than 21 meters, it was even more necessary to use a special large transport vehicle in order to safely carry it away. Just when several people were worried about it, suddenly Jiang Dingxian's eyes lit up. I have a good idea. I wonder what you think. Don't give the laborers to sell. Lao Jiang, you have a fart fast. Zhang Lixing glared at him. At such an urgent juncture, what do you say you guys think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Dingxian did not get angry. He had always been well aware of Zhang Lixing's quick temper. Meeting the gazes of several people, he said, word for word, why do we have to think about shipping these 2 airplanes out? Isn't it just fine here in the Great Northwest? Hearing this, Zhang Yuli immediately understood what he meant. You mean, building a research and development base right here on the spot? That's right. Jiang Dingxian nodded. Since the mode of transportation through land is not safe and secure enough, and air transportation Dacia does not have such capability, the best way is just not to transport it. Build an aerospace aircraft research and development center directly on site. Based on 2 aircraft, there is no need to worry about leaks due to transportation, only that they do all sorts of secrecy cover-ups in place. It is even possible to seal a barrier cover more than 10 meters thick directly over them and wait for the construction to be completed before removing it. That's a good idea. Why are you only saying it now? Zhang Lixing immediately nodded in agreement. Getting Penguin Desert Gobi Beach here is likewise a good location to build an aviation base. Most of the landlocked airbases, like on the Eagle Jam side, are also located in various remote areas of the desert. After all, this kind of place is dry enough and not prone to any rare rain or snow, which is more favorable for the maintenance of the aircraft. Even Jiuquan, a few hundred kilometers away from Yumen Pass, was supposed to serve as the most important current space and aviation launch center of Dacia. It makes perfect sense to build an Air Force R&D base here. This point was likewise recognized by Zhang Yuli, only that he still frowned. It's not a problem to build a research and development base here in the Gobi Beach of the Northwest Desert, but this position won't work. We'll have to change positions, not to mention the fact that it's just over 100 kilometers away from the Mongolian border. The Yumen Pass ruins are too close for this scenic spot, and more crucially, The payoff from someone else's mysterious organization could have been sitting not far away. With these two considerations in mind, the location of this base must be at a proper distance from both. There's no problem with that. We can choose a location dozens or hundreds of kilometers away. Jiang Dingqian didn't retort, but followed up with, the entire Great Northwest Desert Gobi Beach is basically deserted, so there isn't much of a problem with transportation here. In this uninhabited no man's land, at least you don't have to worry about being detected when you're transporting. What's more, you don't have to worry about some onlookers with cell phones filming the whole process of transportation in real time to the internet. The big deal is to turn on super strong electromagnetic interference the entire time you're transporting it, so that even the satellites in the surrounding area go straight blind. Chapter 112 continuing the handover. There is one little surprise left, Bueller, who was so close to enlightenment. Null. Chapter 113, the open source season arrives. An aide took and knocked on the door. Sir, the Asia-Pacific Security Affairs Department sent a report that Dacia's J-20 program has successfully made its maiden flight and has entered the final development stage. I know. The bald white executive nodded, a flicker of caution in his eyes. The fact that Dacia is urgently developing a new generation of fighter planes is not a secret among the top Eagle Sauce executives, whether it is from the J-10's improved research and development program, or other aspects of the situation, or even in terms of the Eagle Sauce's eyes all over the world. It's not even hard to determine the truthfulness of the matter. But what Kimmy Andrews couldn't believe was that Dacia had been able to develop it so fast, that in just a few years they had been able to successfully maiden the flight and even normalize it into supersonic cruising? Damn it, how the hell did those guys give the intel? Didn't they say that Dacia is far behind our Eagle Sauce by 20 years? Didn't it say that we have to wait until 2025 before we can make the first flight of a fifth-generation airplane? Kimmy Andrews slapped the table so hard that his palms had turned red. This was never mentioned in any of the previous messages from the intelligence agencies. Even many of the informants inside also swore to guarantee. For example, what? The strength of the scientific research institutions in Dacia is unbearable. Simply do not have the ability to develop 5th-generation aircraft. Or, the Dacia is not enough funds, cannot afford to 5th-generation aircraft high manufacturing costs. Often, information that various programs had been scrapped would also be placed on his desktop, making it impossible for Kimmy Andrews, Eagle Sauce's head of global security affairs, to tell the difference between what was true and what was not. This group of people, could it be that they are all undercover agents sent from the Great Xia side? He couldn't help but suspect so. Otherwise, so this group of people took Eagle Jam's money and ended up giving all the wrong information? Sir, I think it's just that the group inherently disliked Dacia and worshipped the West. The assistant next to them explained. So all the intelligence they submitted was all some kind of stereotypical smearing. He thought of a figurative word to portray it. It's also what Dacia calls the group of publicists. The other thing is that Dacia is also intentionally allowing this disinformation to spread. A combination of these points together is what led to the serious miscalculation of the entire Eagle Jam about the J-20 program. It was clear that everyone else was ready to make their maiden flights, but it turned out that the disinformation from their own side just covered it all up. That's it. Get the report over to the council. Kimmy Andrews shook her head, intending to skim over the matter. Now that the approval to discontinue the F-22 fighter has passed in Congress, not even the first flight of the J-20 can change that. In front of this future contract that could total hundreds of billions of dollars for the F-35 fighter jet, all resistance is so pale. Who dares to oppose is even more Loma, the military-industrial complex's father killer. At the very least, he wasn't about to get in hot water at the moment. After hearing this, the assistant turned her head and left inside the office. However, just as Kimmy Andrews was about to relax, suddenly all she saw was the assistant pushing open the office door once more. Before he could open his mouth to ask what had happened here, the assistant then spoke up impatiently and recounted. Sir, it's from the Israeli side of Gaza in the Middle East. Kimmy Andrews frowned. Gaza? What's going on over there in the Middle East? Is Israel again violated the program and entered Gaza City to carry out acts of massacre? Or did it bomb any hospitals or charitable organizations? He went through what he could think of in his head at once, but invariably, it's all about the Israeli side of the attack on Gaza, with no thought whatsoever given to the other side. Except, apparently, this one was extraordinarily different. No sir, this time it was Israel that was attacked by Gaza. The assistant tried to calm his trembling hands and followed up with a quick briefing on the issue at hand. A total of over 3,000 rockets have struck Israel proper this morning and over thousands of Hamas soldiers have begun a synchronized attack from air, land, and sea, which has resulted in hundreds of Israeli casualties so far, with significant losses from the destruction of a variety of military targets. What? How is that possible? Kimmy Andrews stood up from her office chair at once, disbelief all over her expression. He reached out and hastened to take this urgent report. As expected, it describes the details of the incident, including the location of the attack and the various targets that were initially struck. In other words, the old stomping grounds of Eagle Jam's current bona fide real dads, the squids? This is outrageous. It's not a clear slap in the face to their eagle sauce. Hurry up and report back to Naval Command Headquarters and tell them to send the 5th Fleet over to the Persian Gulf. Kimmy Andrews immediately made the initial decision. The main responsibility of this Eagle Sauce 5th Fleet is to take charge of the forces that govern the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean, and other seas, currently cruising in Somali waters. It won't take long to get to the Persian Gulf to deter by force. Hear that? Yes, Supervisor. The assistant received the instruction and then asked immediately after, do we need the 5th Fleet to conduct a forceful suppression operation next? According to the conventional experience, this kind of naked face-slapping behavior, hawk sauce can just thwart the other side of the whole country. When Eagle Jam wants to beat you up and suspects you have weapons of mass destruction as an excuse to invade, then you better really have them. Chapter 114 Unlocking Permissions. What's worth copying in Daxia? Surprised? So there is a Great Wall in the north? Null. Chapter 115 Internet Conference. Daxia wants to be the real dominant mobile internet player. The heat wave of June has swept through the whole of Daxia. The temperature in Jinling, which has always been known as the land of fish and rice, has come to 30 degrees, and the sun at noon is too hot to open your eyes. Jinling International Expo Center, the very place where this year's Daxia Internet was held. A secret meeting of a very high rank was being held in this conference room that could hold 40 to 50 people. The attendees were all familiar faces from the major cell phone manufacturers and internet giants in Daxia. For example, this every day in the game was angrily scolded Dogcoin Twistang, RNM, Return Money, Tencent Horse Painting Vine, or Ali, Dunyang, NetEase, etc. The current Daxia ranking of the top few internet giants are here. As for cell phone manufacturers, there are even more. Whether they are Daxia-controlled enterprises or large private enterprises, all of them have been invited into this conference room. Despite the fact that there were more than 40 people attending the meeting, not a single sound was being made at the moment. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Fan Chaoxian to take the lead. At this point, someone broke the ice. Elder Academician Fan, I don't know what you're inviting us to this meeting for this time. What is it for? Doubt flashed across Huang Zhang's face from Meizu. He really couldn't figure out why he was invited to this meeting. After all, even though Fan Chaoxian was a member of the Academy of Sciences, and most of his research areas were in cell phones, but that's also the compatibility of software applications on the phone, etc., which is hardly relevant to you as a cell phone manufacturer, right? After all, the assembling a cell phone bit is really more about the various supply chain production issues than it is about the software. Hearing this, the crowd cast their eyes on Fan Chaoxian. The main reason for calling everyone to this meeting is to make an announcement. Fan Chaoxian didn't sell any secrets, and said bluntly, Daxia has already developed an operating system, and its performance in all aspects is ahead of the competing products at the same time. I hope that you can develop applications based on this system to various degrees. Operating system? Everyone frowned at once. When they hear this term, the first impression that comes to their mind is that this presentation is about a PC desktop operating system. Nowadays the civilian market share of the Microsoft system is already 99% other operating systems simply can't intervene. We'd be more than willing to develop software based on this system. It just doesn't seem like it would be much use, does it? Yeah, even if the performance is better than the Microsoft system, it's useless. Replacement is too costly for the average person, and the occupancy rate is unlikely to go up. On desktop operating systems, unless Microsoft has some major strategic blunder, like something that mandates that all pirated versions must be paid for. Otherwise, for a while, the conference room began to talk. It's okay if you say you've developed something else, but is this thing useless? It's really useless. It's not that they think Daxia doesn't have the ability to develop a desktop system that works better than the Win system, but the Win system's market share dictates that there can't be any challenger to force its position at the moment. That 99% plus share of the general civilian market means its throne is virtually untouchable. Even if the internet companies in Daxia are willing to move all their software to another operating system. So what? Where do users come from? All of this means nothing at all if there is a lack of a user base. Is it true that Microsoft is so sick that they want to make all pirate users pay a mandatory fee for all of them? The thought rose in the minds of the crowd. There is only one possibility that the Daxia officials would start laying out the field of desktop operating systems after receiving the news in advance. However, in the face of these doubts, Fan Chaoxian shook his head decisively. No, Microsoft is not trying to force charges on desktop systems, and it's not a desktop system that we're going to make either. It's a mobile operating system for smartphones. He gave an example. Let's take Android. For example, which was open-sourced only before. Smartphone system? As Ring Zhengfei, who already had the intention of laying out the smartphone field. The look on his face was obviously all serious. Academician fan. You're also well aware of the current situation of Dacia's cell phone manufacturers. If only our Dacia manufacturers use it, and foreign manufacturers do not carry this kind of system through and through, we will probably not be able to compete. After all, cell phone manufacturers throughout Dacia, including Meizu, are currently at the point where they are following the trend of imitating foreign cell phone manufacturers, and the market share of domestic cell phones last year in 2008 was just over 10%. If the foreign cell phone manufacturers do not use this kind of cell phone operating system, this will instead become a fatal disadvantage, because they, the domestic cell phone manufacturers, have instead become a minority. Hear that? I'm sure there won't be any manufacturer of this operating system that will refuse to use it. Fan Xiaoxian shook his head. I'm afraid that the cell phone manufacturers that don't use this kind of operating system in the future will be the real minority. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in unison to make a contribution to global warming. Those who don't use this OS are the minority. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Many people instantly put away the portion of contempt within their hearts, and their faces looked much more serious. After all, the people attending the meeting are considered Fan Xiaoxian. He does not seem to be a crazy person. Since this sentence dares to say out, then there must be able to do the bottom. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Fan Xiao first picked up a cell phone from the table. Shasta. Everyone was staring at the phone, and Huang Zhan was the first to recognize it. This is our Meizu's M8? As a product produced under his own company, he has polished this phone for a long time, and every detail is almost deep into his bone marrow, which can be seen at a glance. Fan Xiaoxian nodded his head and smiled. That's right, it's none other than Mr. Huang's Meizu M8, which is not only the first smartphone in China, but also the most popular smartphone among the current domestic cell phone manufacturers. So, this time, let's take this smartphone as a demonstration of what will change when it is equipped with the OS 8.0 system. Although the configuration of this phone is extremely low, not only using the old Samsung 6410 chip, running memory is only 265 megabytes. Some cannot drive this OS 8.0 system, but in the Fan Xiaoxian use old yellow like exquisite knife, castrated many energy-consuming functions, such as Siri voice assistant all eliminated, finally was able to plug in, and running smoothly. He gently pressed the on button. The logo for the OS system has not yet been set, so it simply remains on the screen with the word OS in black letters on a white background. Watching this scene, everyone was quietly waiting for the answer to be revealed. It doesn't seem to hold much of an advantage in terms of system boot time, only when the boot is finished. I went straight to the main page without using any of the software, just looking at the icons on it. Huang Zhang, the Meizu executive's face suddenly changed. This system is too delicately made, right? The smooth animated display of the main page you just entered, and the original artwork and good looks of the various icons alone is a downgrade to all current phones. Afterward, he watched as Fan Xiaoxian continued to demonstrate various system functions. Everyone's gazes were even more unusually shocked as they realized a problem. How come this system doesn't lag at all? It's so smooth? Even today's iOS 3.0 system, which has just been released not long ago, has become laggy after many operations. But this one OS system, no matter how many application pages are tapped, it still maintains the most basic system smoothness, and lagging rarely occurs, because it also has a multitasking interface as well as killing background programs. Fan Xiaoxian flicked his finger upwards, only to see that there were only 2 programs that were actually running. This system will remove all other redundant and unnecessary programs when it can't stay smooth to ensure the best user experience. The multitasking interface, on the other hand, allows users to quickly go to the next application without having to return to the main page. And those 2 points are just 2 of the features it has. The rest of the features on the body are even more numerous, and each one of them is a personalized take on the current mobile operating system. A new system application logic, new user thinking best phone smoothness, whether it is Huang Zhang or Rin Zhengfei, or even engaged in the internet industry, such as Xiao Ma, looking at that one Meizu M8 eyes are revealed in the light of stupidity. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of monstrous wave such a system would set off once it was released. This system, it's awesome, was the only adjective that came to mind for some of the ruder ones. As for Symbian, I'm sorry, who is this old fart? After all, if the chip is regarded as the heart of a cell phone, then the operating system is equivalent to the brain, which is the most important thing for a smartphone. It's like a person, even if their heart is healthy and lively, but their brain is not working well, they can only be a healthy cutie. And nowadays, a smartphone with a very high IQ brain, even with a lower configuration, that has an extraordinary action, Before this cell phone system officially has a dominant player that occupies an absolute position. This OS system is no less than a king bomb opening. Any vendor that doesn't use this one OS, that will no longer be competitive. These manufacturers naturally understand this. We Huawei follow. Ren Jingfei decisively shot his chant. The next generation of Meizu smartphones will use this operating system. Huang Zhang likewise couldn't wait to say. They have even offered various conditions, asking only to be able to prioritize the use of such systems. Fan Chaoxian looked at the crowd, still with a smile on his face, and said, "This is still just a minimalized version of our OS 8.0 system. Don't you 998 much less 98. This system, like Android, is free and open source to use, and also includes a smartphone integration program that is likewise open for use by Dacia's cell phone manufacturers." For a while, the conference room turned more lively than a food market, and just as this internet conference was hotly debated, including on CTV and GNTV, a gripping message was aired. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to Gaza, which is experiencing war today. From war correspondent Ying, comes the latest report. P.S. Second shift, begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 116 placing the gift. That's the truth. Null. Chapter 117 arrival. More gifts for us? It's not over, is it? It was night, and the snow was heavy. In this June weather, the temperature actually fell to -3 or 4 degrees at one time. Fortunately this is Mo, the extreme northern point of the great summer. If it had happened in the southern region, it would probably have to be described as some kind of June frost sinus. In a bed and breakfast in Arctic Village, there aren't many hotels in this tourist spot, so the two chose to check in at a relatively inexpensive bed and breakfast. It's about time. Lu Zhe glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, showing the time as 10:30 p.m. Combined with the snowy weather outside today, it was the perfect point in time for him to make his move. He attached his ear to the wall and listened with bated breath for a moment. Next door was quiet at the moment. Lucy must have been sound asleep at this point. The action begins. Directly taking out the change mask as well as the voice-changing tuner from the system item bar, he directly rolled out the window after disguising himself. I remember. The sled was in this location. Lu Zhe found the sled that he had hidden in a remote corner a few dozen meters from the B&B. In this inclement weather, where it was still snowing heavily, it was certainly impossible to use the rustic method of running. For one thing, the footprints were just too obvious, and for another, the advance was too slow. Although the target location chosen this time was not too far away, it was still more than 20 kilometers away from this bed and breakfast, and I'm afraid that by running I might not be able to make a round trip in a whole night. But this also had the advantage of being less likely to be discovered in the case of heavy snowfall, although it was said that even if it didn't snow, in such a rare place as the Arctic Village as well as such a remote environment, it was normally unlikely that anyone would find it, that is. After changing his face once more, Lu Zhe picked up the sled and sped along in the chosen direction. Since the borderline was not far from the Arctic Village, he wasn't running in the direction of the old Maoists this time, but rather south toward the depths of Dacia's territory. 1 hour later, Mo, located less than 30 kilometers in a southerly direction, Lu Zhe looked at his surroundings, right in the middle of a wilderness jungle. And as far as the eye could see there was a vast expanse of snow and deadwood. Even animals were almost extinct here, not to mention people, and I'm afraid there was no second person, besides him, who would run here in this weather and at this time of day. Manifest C5M transport, Lu shouted darkly as he looked at the light screen panel on his eyeball. As for any cover-up, it was too late. Even now this kind of snowy day was the best cover-up. It was estimated that within a few hours the whole transportation plane could be covered with a thick layer of snowflakes. Instantly, a behemoth in the direction of his finger slowly presented itself on the flat ground, and all the trees below it were swept away. C5M transportation equipment is now complete. After a busy 20 minutes or so, the whole scene was finally cleaned up in its entirety. Lu Zhe took the sled and quickly rushed back over to the B&B. This time it was quicker in terms of time. It was done at just 3 in the morning. Even this time, he didn't even take the delicious bread as well as the speed capsule. Why don't we contact the Dacia side when the morning comes? The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, inside the Xiaka courtyard, it was an atmosphere of leisure and relaxation. It's time to go to work and do research. Only occasionally, a few more young people would come crying and shouting from the courtyard, and one would know that the thesis material had been stolen and eaten again. Inside the dean's office, Oldfan's side of the open source OS system is pretty much taken care of. Zhang Lixing took the document in his hands and read it for a while as he continued to read. The cell phone manufacturers who participated in the meeting were all extremely interested in using the OS system. That's good. Zhang Yuli smiled and nodded. He wasn't too surprised by this result. After all, for the current almost completely native Android system, or still in the initial state of the iOS system. This OS 8.0 system is a proper downgrade blow. As for the Symbian system, that kind of old-fashioned thing, in front of it is even more like a papier-mâché, like unbearable. Not to mention that this time, Dacia also provides a full set of cell phone integration solutions, and even has the key technical solutions such as chips and antennas, so you just need to play with the allotment combinations to assemble a cell phone. Isn't this the best solution for these Dacia cell phone manufacturers? That old fan guy has said that even those companies that are doing the internet want to come and get a piece of the pie. Chapter 118, Outrageous. How can you give a gift like this? There's a monster in the middle of nowhere? Gazing at the contents of the line of email, the two men did not return to their senses for a long time. I can't believe there's another gift for Dacia. This Great Wall Watch organization is a little too enthusiastic. What kind of person gives gifts like this? Zhang Yuli's face looked odd for a while before he slowly spat out the line. How long has it been? Not even a week. I'm afraid this isn't a gift. Even shipping supplies isn't as frequent as you are, is it? And judging by the tone of the email, the gift was certainly not something unusual. Regarding this, it was likewise what Zheng Lixing was curious about, and with delight and eagerness in his eyes, he hastily snapped, "Old Zheng, what do you think this gift they're sending will be? Could another F-22 fighter jet be sent? As for the Great Wall Watch organization sending another B-2 Phantom bomber, this kind of daydream he wouldn't dare to delude himself. This thing, at the moment, only produced a total of 21 units, such a scarce number. If this crashed a few more, then I'm afraid that the entire Air Force Eagle sauce will have to be anxious. To be able to obtain another F-22 fighter jet from the gift species is already considered satisfying for Zhang Lixing, despite the fact that the J-20 has completed its maiden flight and has a full set of design drawings for the F-22 fighter. Having a real F-22 is still not a big help to the current Dacia. After all, design is design, and no one has any concrete idea of how it actually is. But after having the physical object, Dacia is perfectly capable of conducting control group experiments to target what major shortcomings there are on the F-22 fighter and how the J-20 should operate when facing it. Some of this stuff is not something that can be captured in 3 words on a design drawing. It's hard to say. Zhang Yuli shook his head and said bluntly, "Anyway, it must be some extremely important gifts. How can people send simple things nowadays when the other day they sent gifts like B-2 bombers, F-22 fighters, which are outrageous to the core? As for what exactly? Who could guarantee what the people of the Great Wall Watch organization would dare to send?" Even Zhang Yuli seriously doubted that one day this organization would dare to run to the neon side and directly send them a few of their favorite fatties as a gift to all the people of Dacia. Only, the most important point in his thinking was not the gift. This can be difficult. Zhang Yuli frowned. "What's wrong?" Zhang Lixing gave him a strange look. "What's so difficult about this? Wouldn't it be better to receive the gift as you did last time? This is the kind of thing that happens once in a while. And the last time it was handled with a very appropriate program. That's not what I'm thinking about. It's the fact that their organization is giving away too much, and what we can do at the moment is just too little." Zhang Yuli shook his head bitterly. His first concern was not what the gift was, but what Dacia should do about it. After all, when a guest visits your house, it can be considered a courtesy to send a gift when you come, but before you leave a gift. So as the host family of Dacia, how should you respond to the attitude that is considered the best choice? In Zhang Yuli's mind, the Great Wall Watchers organization's attitude towards Dacia was the most important. Not only send Dacia's much-needed technology one after another, but even the B-2 Phantom bomber has been brought over to Dacia. Now, how should Dacia return this generous gift without seeming biased? This is what he currently has to consider first. As for what the gift is, and how important it is, it comes second instead. After thinking it over again, Zhang Yuli replied directly, "Dacia is very much looking forward to this gift and is deeply grateful for your organization's actions. If your party has any needs, Dacia will do its best for them." The email replies went by and seemed to be silent for most of the day. Looking at Zhang Lixing's blotchy white frown beside him like an unraveling dead knot, how could Zhang Yuli not know what he was thinking? And said curiously without a sound, "We'll know when we're rushed there in the fastest time possible after being sent the coordinate map over. There is no need to guess anything here. You first notify the vehicles in the courtyard as well as the airport side. If there is no reply in a while, we will wait for the news directly on the airplane. Instead of guessing here, it would be better to make these preparations in advance, so that we can arrive at the gift destination in the fastest time possible." Right. I'll go and inform first." Zhang Lixing nodded and walked out of the outdoor area to pick up his own phone and instructed. Other side. Inside the Arctic village of Mo, Lu Zhe, who was eating breakfast with Lucy, looked at this latest message that popped up on his eyeball light screen. Sure enough, in this aspect of propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame, Dacia has really thought it through. This is a situation that I didn't anticipate before, Lu Zhe said inwardly. Not only are there words of surprise about this unexpected gift, but there is also a reply from Da Xia to express the importance of the Great Wall Watch organization and the significant help it has been providing. On the contrary, what Da Xia gave this time was not a specific gift, but a promise. If your party has any needs, Da Xia will do its best for them. Although there are only about 10 words on it, you can imagine how much weight it carries for a country to make such a commitment. This promise means that as long as the Great Wall Watch organization is not saying anything that wants to start a global full-scale world war that has become unacceptable, even if this organization was trying to bring people to fight on the moon, Da Xia would be the first to announce a manned moon landing program and invest all the funds within its affordability to carry out the moon landing project in the first place. Da Xia has always practiced the characteristic of practicing what you preach. Unlike Eagle in Europe, where promises have long been treated as waste paper for wiping one's ass, all the traces have been removed, and the thickness of the snow is about the same. Lu Zhe glanced at the scenery outside the window. The snow-covered scenery made the Arctic village here a snowy country. Under this kind of wild storm, any trace of it would have long since dissipated into the pale sky. Send the coordinate map first. In an instant, a letter containing coordinates with detailed latitude and longitude was sent by Lu Zhe. Other side. Summer Academy of Sciences. Top secret external liaison room. The first instant the drip sound sounded, Zhang Yuli quickly clicked on the email with a swift and quick movement. A set of numbers showed up on the screen. Chapter 119, How did you get C5M as a gift? It's not called a gift, it's called a shock. Null. Chapter 120 Dedication. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lixing's eyes lit up. Build a runway directly? Old Zhang. This method of yours is fine. Since you can't get it out by transportation, then just build an airport runway. Anyway, it's not like regular civilian airliners are so pretentious with all their requirements for runways. Military transports need to take off in bad conditions, so even an unobstructed dirt road can accomplish a takeoff. The C-5M transport aircraft. It is even more capable of short takeoff. There was no problem at all in building a runway for it to take off in a short period of time in this wilderness. Zhang Lixing pondered immediately afterward. As for the flight crew, the difficulty of maneuvering a strategic transport like the C-5M is not too high. This plan has a high degree of feasibility. Unlike the previous B-2 Phantom bomber or the F-22 fighter, an ultra-precise aircraft where a pilot doesn't have a long training time, you have a problem even maneuvering for a smooth takeoff. But the C-5 transport is different. This aircraft has long been in development for decades and is a very old-fashioned transport aircraft. Da Xia currently has the IL-76 transport aircraft, as well as the introduction of the C-130 Hercules transport aircraft as its predecessor. The flight crew already has a certain foundation. Plus the C-5M is even more modernized avionics improved products, so it's not hard to make it fly at all. Just as the two seem to be busy thinking about the program and exactly how it should be implemented. Suddenly, Zhang Yuri felt as if he had touched some object near his feet. What is it? He frowned at the item leaning next to the C-5M transport. How come it was still covered with a layer of plastic sheeting? Only it was small, occupying a rectangle of about less than 20 or 30 square meters. Next to him, Zhang Lixing jumped inwardly. Could it be that? Hurriedly, he stepped forward and instantly removed the layer of plastic sheeting, revealing this item concealed underneath. Even in the snowy weather, looking at what was in front of them, the two couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Isn't this the damn SNK's Dragon Boring and Milling Ultra Precision Machining Center? They had to get this thing over here? Even though Zhang Lixing had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but tremble. This Great Wall Watch organization is just too impolite. How can such high precision be casually placed in the freezing weather? Thinking of this, he hurriedly walked up to take a closer look and realized that there was no damage before putting his heart down. What's the big fuss about this? Zhang Yuli seemed to be accustomed to this kind of shock, and opened his mouth to explain. Other people can even get the C-5M transportation plane. How could they possibly attach importance to an ultra-high precision machining machine? That's true. Zhang Lixing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Perhaps to this organization, it's just ordinary machinery you can buy off the shelf. And it's not even worth mentioning. In the previous email messages, there was no intentional reminder that there was another high-precision center to be taken away. And it seemed as if it had been casually dumped in the middle of the wilderness. Even if they were really left in this freezing cold and deserted, they wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. This day, many citizens of Mo City suddenly found that there are many vehicles uninterruptedly from the Mo North Highway, all the way toward the northwest direction. The car also seems to be loaded with many goods. Meanwhile in the sky, there would be the occasional sound of hooting and hollering helicopters. It wasn't as if no one was curious, but they were all told that it was sent out for snow and frost removal and disaster control work. Hearing this, many of the people of Mo couldn't help but agree. This hellish weather, It hasn't snowed heavily in June for many years. It's time to get rid of the snow properly. Otherwise the roads will be hard to walk. And over there, within a 10-kilometer radius of where the C5M transports were placed, almost every few hundred meters there was a soldier prostrate in the snow, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment, scanning any suspicious targets within his area of responsibility with a vigilant gaze. In just one afternoon, hundreds of engineers using military quick-drying cement to quickly lay a runway about 500 meters long on this wilderness land had been paved. During the night, the blizzard slowed down. In the middle of the night, several crews, who had been trained in the IL-76 and urgently in the C-5M, took advantage of the darkness to fly the C-5M transport plane in the direction of the south. This is also after Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing have considered where the best place to store this behemoth is. Still building an aerospace R&D base in place? This program was decisively rejected by Zhang Lixing at the very beginning, and the reason given was that the environment here was simply not suitable for an aviation R&D base. Neither the human pass side is a desert dry climate. On the contrary, the climate here is extremely unstable. The winter can be as low as -30 or 40 degrees. Even in the summer temperature is only about 10 degrees. This is not a good experimental environment for aeronautical research, and it wouldn't be appropriate to put in other air bases. Neither the southern, western nor northern bases would be optimal. So the two decided to put it in secret storage at the Yanjing Air Force Base, which was the closest to Yanjing. After all, it was only in that position that the two could always ensure its safety. Chapter 121 Air Force, I heard you guys were in the snow. And you found the treasure? Look at the lines. Even though Lu Zhe's face was still without any ripples, a hint of shock was raised in his eyes. Looks like this is Daxia's return gift. A reception of the highest caliber from Daxia? This is interesting. In the face of the Great Wall Watch once again sent this big gift. Daxia this time also made a gift in return. Is this time the 11th anniversary celebration invitation? It's not a specific gift, much less a price that can be measured in money. This time, Daxia's return gift, rather, was to treat the Watchers of the Great Wall organization with the highest state courtesy, to pay tribute with the highest sincerity, and every step reflected the Watchers of the Great Wall, an organization that has helped Daxia immensely. It wasn't even written in there that the point of needing the organization's behind-the-scenes leader to personally visit Daxia, but rather that the entire organization was cordially invited. In other words, even if any ordinary member arrived in Daxia, that would be able to enjoy this kind of treatment that was almost granted to the highest level that could be called benefactor. For this one sincerity, Lu Zhe expressed his considerable satisfaction. Only, the 11th National Day. It seems like there's no vacation on Eagle Jam's side. Lu Zhe stroked his chin and muttered inwardly. Schools on Eagle Jam's side of the country take 3 vacations. Spring break and summer vacation as well as winter break, which are in the time frame of early January, early March, and early June. And naturally, as a current graduate student, he follows the schedule for vacations, with the difference being that the LLNL labs may be released on dates that are a little more fleeting. Take some time off then. Coming back for a few short days shouldn't be a problem, Lu Zhe said darkly. After all, if it was an ordinary 11th National Day, he might still shrug it off. But this was the day that Daxia spent its 60th anniversary, and for such a significant point in time, Lu Zhe didn't want to be absent. After all, it won't just be more than 1 billion Daxia people celebrating their country's birthday at that time. And he looked at this meaning of Daxia. I'm afraid that by then we'll announce a lot of research and development or has been developed secret weapons. Wings gradually full is also time to show a show of muscle. Otherwise, others still think that you are strong and dry casually bullying it. Lu Zhe turned to his next question. When the time comes, what identity should I come back with? Do you need to make the contact yourself? Or is it just a matter of observing it up close? This is also something to make him think. After all, despite the fact that he currently possessed a shifting mask with a super miniature voice-changing tuner, his true identity was completely undetectable. Even if no one else was able to track it, he would then only need to disguise himself as a Great Wall Watch organization, a hidden designated contact based in Daxia, and there was no need for his true identity to be discovered. However, Lu Zhe's greatest fear was that the fish would die. If the intelligence department on Eagle Jam's side found something unusual, then it was highly likely that they would attack and kill without any regard for who your real identity actually was or whether they could track and lock onto the target. The first thing they're going to do, most likely, is kill the target. After thinking clearly about this point, Lu Zhe made up his mind decisively, unless I can draw something that absolutely guarantees my safety afterward. Otherwise, it remains impossible to make any close contact with Daxia. He did believe that Daxia would take security to the extreme. Even a fly entering within 10 meters of him would have to be carefully inspected to ensure that this guest from the Great Wall Watch organization would not have any accidents. After all, today's Daxia simply couldn't afford to take such a huge blow. However, These were not enough for Lu Zhe to completely relax. In order to guarantee his safety absolutely foolproof, this was something he had to consider. But, wanting to be absolutely safe at all times? How should this be done? Inside the purple drawer. There's no chance there's something like this. Lu Zhe placed his gaze on the panel that was just short of the last copy to be able to accumulate a full 10 times and unlock the purple drawer. He felt that the golden item that had never been drawn before definitely had a solution in it. And the other side. Charcoal Yard. The two old men, who had just come back from the side of the desert river, returned inside the dean's office after passing the mail in the top secret contact room. Chapter 122, No new equipment as far as the Navy is concerned. Dasha, can you bring the Navy's technology next time? Null. Chapter 123, Return to Hawk Jam. Ruthless copying. It's the Navy's turn next, right? Next time you need skills in the Navy? Faced with this inquiry, Zhang Lixing nodded without the slightest hesitation. I think it should be the same. At present, the most serious shortcoming of Dasha is actually the technology in the Navy. Unlike the Army, the gap between the service's equipment is not so large as to be unbridgeable, and can often be smoothed out with tactics. Also, unlike the Air Force, the current development of Dasha, including the J-20 and Y-20, is going very well, and even the Boom-20 is in the process of expedited development, so there won't be too much of a shortage in every aspect. But even building more ships in the current Navy will not solve the shortfall in sophistication. No wonder just now Fu Hai would run over to cry poor. This was because the lack of technology on the naval side of Dasha was just too much. Even the level of talent cultivation was far inferior to that of the Air Force. Often, we are faced with the strange dilemma that ships will be built and ready for launching tomorrow, but there are not that many professional mariners. Actually, the Army can have quite a bit of lack of equipment as well. Zhang Lixing remembered something and added, things like heavy transportation helicopters and heavy armed helicopters are also the most urgently needed at the moment. The technologies that the Dasha Army lacks may be listed casually, there may be a lot of them, but the technology that is most lacking is definitely in the area of helicopters, especially for a heavy transport helicopter. That was the long-cherished wish in the heart of the Dasha Army for many years. I know. Zhang Yuli nodded. If there is an opportunity, I can express the demands of our side of Dasha at that time. Dasha will never make inquiries or request the designation of a certain technology in advance if others do not take the initiative to mention it. The Great Summer will take whatever the Great Wall Watch can give, and will never reciprocate any of its demands. After all, once a request was made, it would be destroying the trust and goodwill between the two parties, and he wouldn't do such a self-destructive thing, unless, of course, he would make a few lists when others took the initiative to ask what technology Dasha needed. Other side, Northwest Province, within the village of Lujia. Dad, Mom, don't send them off. Lu Zhe waved his hand, stopping the two from moving on. It's all at the village entrance. You guys go back first. Send more letters home when you have time. And remember to come back early in the spring festival. Lu Ma said with some sentimentality. After all, a child traveling 1,000 miles is a mother's concern. Not to mention the fact that the journey is more than 10,000 miles. It's also a completely new country to go to. However, she was not as worried as Lu Zhe was at the very beginning of studying abroad. Partly because her heart had already adapted to this feeling. Second, there was Lucy, who had followed her own son back. Lucy was a Hawksbane local, and the fact that the two were able to look out for each other over there was the least she could do to settle her mind. Hurry over there and go home early when you get there. Lu Jiangwo, the always silent man, patted Lu Zhe's shoulder. I know, Mom and Dad. Luz nodded and held Lucy's hand as she walked out of the village. My uncle's tractor was already waiting over there, and the village entrance was still filled with the same gossipy group of older women, sweeping the place with their eyes. Back to Eagle Jam with your daughter-in-law so soon? Why don't you stay home a few more days? Isn't summer vacation 2 months long? Why is the vacation so short over at Hawksbane? Next time you come back, give your parents a big fat baby to hold. It's guaranteed to make them happy. You two are quite a match. Is this girl child really a foreigner? She looks so much like a Dasha person? Listening to the flirtatious looks and words of these Amazons, he was close to asking him when he was going to have a wedding reception. Chapter 124, Transferred again? Hoping that you are also an undercover agent. Mentor. Null. Chapter 125, Let Hawk Jam feel the shock of 100 years ago. Reproduction of the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter. Null. Chapter 126, Purple Draw unlocked. Brand new copy permission. Looking at the system item bar, the 60 helicopter that had already been stowed in the bag, Lu Zhe nodded with secret satisfaction. This Black Hawk helicopter thing is good. It's not just the army that needs this. Air, land and sea forces can almost always use this thing. It has been used on a large scale in terms of its applicability, even in Eagle Jam's Air Force and Navy. Even this thing, on the Dasha side, can be used for second-tier troops such as the armed police, and that's a good choice. At this point, not even the Chinook Apache can match this US-60. Perhaps the only drawback is that even as the latest upgraded version of the US-60M Blackhawk helicopter, its replication bonus is only a mere 6,500 points. After all, this kind of helicopter, which could easily be in the thousands, really dragged down in terms of scarcity, expensive, etc. And the system's adjudicated value would be a bit lower. If it was an unupgraded initial version of the UH-60A, it would be estimated to be 2,000 or 3,000 achievement points. Even if it was the Chinook Apache heavy helicopter that was always on Lu Zhe's mind, I'm afraid that the probability of achievement points would not be too high. Lu Zhe changed his mind and muttered, CH-47, Chinook these weaponry. If you have the chance to be able to replicate it later, it still needs to be copied down, even if the achievement points are lower. Low achievement points are nothing. And this kind of divine weapon is something that definitely needs to be copied down. If there are CH-47 such heavy transport helicopters with a load capacity of more than 10 tons, the latter-day Dacia Army may not need to take the Yun-9 as a land-based medium-range tactical transport aircraft. After all, even if this thing is no longer good, which has a helicopter to simple and lightweight, and even others do not even need a runway, any place are able to come and go, any terrain are able to take off and land safely. It is even possible to hover and drop without landing at all. Which is the point where efficiency and load go hand in hand as the army seeks. These thoughts flashed by. He couldn't afford to think about it in detail at the moment in that regard. There were more important things to check out today. That is, after this duplication is completed again, the accumulated 10 duplicates are now finally full, and the conditions for unlocking the purple draw are reached. Lu Zhe glanced at Lucy, who was standing in the distance, still eating beef jerky in a daze. After realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary around him, he absently continued to walk around the warehouse. Instead, the entire person's mind and body was immersed in the system page of the eyeball light screen, in which a brand new message popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has accumulated 10 replicas. Purple Lottery has been unlocked. You can go to the lottery page for Purple Lottery. Reward for unlocking, Purple Lucky Draw *1. The system is surprisingly generous on a rare occasion. It also rewarded me with a purple lottery number. Is this a reward for fearing that I'll keep saving up the times and refuse to actively make copies? The corner of Lu Zhe's mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. You know, when he first got the system, it didn't reward him with the so-called newbie pack to start the game. That's even if he even had 0 copy counts, and had to dutifully wait until the following Monday for the copy counts to refresh. It can be described as an opening bowl, and the outcome is all about the fight. Suddenly, the lines of information on the light screen began to fade away, just when Lu Zhe thought that this reward, at this point, had already ended. Instead, the words began to shift again. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking Purple Lottery access. Acquisition of permission function, multiplication of duplication. Introduction: when copying any item, you can use multiply copying to obtain the following double rewards at the cost of a 1-month future cooldown of the copying times, calculated on a natural month basis, or by directly deducting the number of times you have copied 4 times double physical item rewards, double achievement point rewards, and an additional same-ranked technique reward *1. At the same time, your cumulative number of duplicates will directly increase by 4. Restriction: if a single copy is a duplicate, the additional same-order technique bonus is cancelled, and the rest remains unchanged. Lu Zhe stared at the text introduction on it and read it carefully several times. A moment later, a wave of joy spread across his brows as he inwardly cheered. This function is not only powerful, it's even practical. I told you that after unlocking the purple draw, the system privileges would definitely be raised relatively. This function seems to be a loss. There are at least 4 replicas a month, but after using this multiply replicas function again, you can only get double the rewards. That is, for no reason at all but lose 2 replicas. But the account is not so calculated. Even if you have 4 times in a month to copy, but you may not be able to copy some extremely rare and high achievement points of technology items every time. It's a pity that I didn't get this multiplication replication earlier, Lu Zhe said with a silent sigh of some regret. If he had gotten this function earlier, like the previous copy of a high-value technology item like the B-2 bomber, after using multiply copy, even if he had lost 4 copies, but he was getting 2 B-2 bombers and double the entire 100,000 achievement points. One's hard work to find some duplicate items every week, such as this Blackhawk helicopter that he was now duplicating, was only 6,500 achievement points. How much did it add up to in a month? The difference here wasn't half a star. However, wouldn't he be able to duplicate an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer when he went to the Navy open house over the weekend? And wouldn't that achievement point reward just explode when he used multiply duplicate then? Plus there's also a double physical item bonus. as well as additional skill bonuses of the same rank. We've made a big profit this time. Lu Zhe's smile seemed to be a little too much to hide. Chapter 127, Widening Grain. Slowing down the reign of the king. Duplicate destroyer? This is a coastal attack ship? Next day. The sun was still shining brightly in the small town of Livermore at 9 o'clock in the morning. Pedestrians are in a hurry, unwilling to stay outside for even a minute longer. Outside a fried chicken restaurant, Parker and Bueller were crouching outside the store taking a brief respite after delivering a takeout fast food order. So tired. Parker wiped the sweat from his head and looked at the handful of dollar bills in his hand. What we need to run for an hour to make. Those capitalists probably make 100 times that in 1 second. No wonder it is said that the source of capital in the world is oppression and exploitation. For this sentence, Parker, a little fat boy, is only now able to realize its true meaning thoroughly. It's more than exploitation. Even the fat from your own body has been cut away by several pounds. Let's eat first. We've got a couple orders to deliver later. Bueller brought 2 sandwich buns and 2 Cokes. It's expiration date food that's on special at the grocery store and will essentially be sold for $0.50, while the Coke is poured for the original price. As for why you don't drink water? Who dares to drink the tap water here in Eagle Sauce? I'm afraid it's not overloaded with heavy metals. A few more sips and I guess Subway security won't even let you in. And since Coke and bottled water are about the same price, most people naturally choose either the sweetened Coke or a big bucket of purified water. The two hadn't forgotten what they had to do, so they would occasionally be approached with red pamphlets and asked questions, and either Parker or Bueller would generously answer them in every way. However, the job of running errands and delivering food couldn't be lost. After all, they didn't have any assets, not to mention that they hadn't received a single penny of funding from those followers, so if they didn't do this job, they would have starved to death before the revolution. If they didn't do this job, they would starve to death before the revolution succeeded. Other side. A white middle-aged uncle standing in the hideout couldn't help but nod his head as he watched the scene. Walking up, he patted Bueller on the shoulder and said, "It's a relief that you guys can think that way. You guys did an excellent job. More exceptional than I even imagined." The expression on Lu Zhe's face was very pleased. This pair of crouching dragons and phoenixes that he had accidentally discovered might be able to give the world an even bigger surprise before it was too late. It's not just making waves here in Eagle Jam. It's potentially rolling up a superstorm. Moment. Looking at the strange uncle in front of them, the two of them began to look agitated. What do we do next according to you? This gentleman? Bueller had determination in his eyes. Is it something we're told to accomplish, or to read some book? Next to him, Parker added. Both of them thought that this time Lu Zhe had come to look for them to set up the next task that needed to be accomplished. However, Lu Zhe shook his head decisively and gazed at the pair of black and white twins in front of him. It's neither for the purpose of setting up a task, much less for you to read books. Do what you want to do and don't ever stop at the first step. The current duo of Bueller and Parker have a solid theoretical foundation, and reading more books won't serve them. What they need is their own sense, is to really go through everything, to experience every bit of this society, in order to print the answer in the certificate, to find a path of their own. You have passed the initial test and become an alternative member. Luz pulled out a paper bag from the pocket of his jacket and handed it to Bueller. This is $5,000, the funding given to you by the organization. But, we shouldn't want this money. Bueller frowned, a little hesitantly. Looking at the thick paper bag in his hand, he wanted to return the money. Without merit, he was not willing to accept aid or charity from anyone, even if this strange middle-aged uncle in front of him could be considered his guide. The money was really solid. Even Parker, who was on the sidelines, had the same attitude. However, it's not a handout, it's a light to move forward. Take it. Even the hardest warrior can't go into battle with an empty stomach. Lu Zhe smiled and shook his head. This is merely survival funding for the two men's activities. After all, it costs money to print pamphlets and to organize mobilizations. You can't keep wasting your time on takeout delivery just to put food on the table. It's more of a losing proposition than a gaining proposition. Just as Lu Zhe was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to think of something. There's one more sentence I want to give to you guys. Parker couldn't resist snapping. What is it? Sir, build a high wall, store up grain, and rain slowly. Nowadays, the most important thing was to build up their strength, and the two of them definitely couldn't afford to lose their entire army. Once the flame of hope is extinguished, it takes a long time for it to be rekindled. After Lu Zhe finished speaking, he turned his back and uttered a word that only the two could hear. Dewarish. Good luck. We remember. The two of them, Bueller and Parker, nodded seriously as the light in their eyes shone. These few words are the most suitable for their current strategic square. Chapter 128 Replicating the Wasp Amphibious Assault Ship. Damn! Who the hell needs a destroyer when you have an aircraft carrier? Amphibious assault ships or amphibious assault ships. It also has another thunderous name, helicopter carrier, especially that one Wasp-class amphibious assault ship, which is the Eagle Sauce mothership's man of the hour in this kind of ship field, and it's just below the aircraft carrier. To describe it as the Navy's second-in-command would be an understatement. Many countries even use these ships as aircraft carriers. In the face of this kind of temptation, how could Lu Zhe possibly resist it? Glancing at the crowd lined up in front of them, there were still a few dozen more to go before the two of them took their turn to land on this Burke-class destroyer for a tour. It seemed like it was just a step away from boarding the ship, and within reach of replicating it. However, no more rows. Let's go see that Wasp amphibious assault ship. Lu Zhe didn't hesitate at all and immediately grabbed Lucy's hand, walking away amongst the crowd with big strides. This so-called Burke-class destroyer is not to be copied. Good. Lucy nodded. She was completely fine with visiting that one ship anyway. It was mainly to see if the ship sold any good food that was her main goal. Lu Zhe looked at the Burke-class destroyer that had already drifted away, only to silently say inwardly, "I'm sorry, I broke my promise. I'll copy you when I get the next chance. Wait for me." After all, who the hell would still have a Burke-class destroyer when there's an amphibious assault ship to replicate? The two are not even on the same level. Even if he took the Jumwalt-class destroyer, which had yet to be developed, and placed it in front of him, Lu Zhe might have hesitated inwardly. After all, even if it's a helicopter carrier, it's still a carrier. Just look at the tonnage figures alone. Amphibious assault ships are not all steel monsters that can easily be more than 30,000 or 40,000 tons. You call them juvenile carriers, that's not a problem at all. As for conventional destroyers, even the Eagle Jam's next-generation mainstay Jum-class destroyer, its full load tonnage is just over 10,000 tons out. On tonnage alone, that's winning hemp. And no matter from the cost, scarcity, technical content and so on, the amphibious assault ship is greater than the value of a Burke-class destroyer. That is, the replication achievement point reward is also a bit higher. There is another most crucial point, that is, what's more, the amphibious assault ships are likewise needed on the Daxia side. Currently, the 075 has not yet been programmed, so this technology has come at the right time. Lu Zhe inwardly said, today's Daxia Navy, compared to the need for amphibious assault ships, this kind of ship is right. The so-called Burke-class destroyers don't have much comparative value at all. No, they probably don't even deserve a shoe lift. After all, there is no Burke-class destroyer. Daxia in a few years, as well as the development of 052D, as well as an evolved version of the carrier Nightmare 10,000 tons of 055 large drive. And in terms of combat power, in a few years Daxia developed 055 big drive can put the Eagle Sauce Burke-class on the ground burst hammer. Copy this destroyer is more just to learn from the significance of the 055 big drive can make the 055 big drive research and development program a little earlier. But the amphibious assault ship is completely different. The latter days of Daxia's 075 amphibious assault ship, the two did not pull too big a gap in combat power. There is even a slight shortfall in terms of carrying capacity. And this warship can provide the coastal short-distance transportation attack capability, as well as landing operations capability, is currently the most lack of Daxia. Coupled with the fact that it has previously acquired the technology of the entire F-35 model, Daxia is now fully capable of developing and constructing vertical takeoff and landing fifth-generation fighters such as the F-35B. This fighter, likewise, can be deployed on amphibious assault ships for use. This can be used as a small aircraft carrier with a relatively short range, and even its combat power may not be smaller than that of the Varieg carrier that is being refitted. And I also have multiply copy access. It would be a pity not to copy this heavenly opportunity. Lu Zhe's eyes were blossoming. A few moments later, following this dense crowd, the two of them, Lu Zhe and Lucy, finally arrived at the other side of this harbor. It was also the temporary docking point for this one Wasp amphibious assault ship, only the advance was evidently obscured by the procession, which was drawn up in a near-long line, and only the massive hull of the ship could be faintly seen. I'm told that this time it will only be a temporary docking stop for 2 or 3 days. Lucy looked at the information she'd poked around in her cell phone and said quietly, only today will be open for an 8-hour tour, ending around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Hearing this, Lu Zhe nodded his head. Okay, I know. It was not too late, and he judged by looking at the crowd in front of him in line that he would basically be able to board the ship for a tour until after 2 p.m. As the group continued to advance, its face was finally revealed in full to Lu Zhe's eyes. He looked down on the ship and exclaimed heartily, is this the amphibious assault ship USS Wasp? Memorable indeed. The behemoth in front of him, which was over 250 meters in length and had a displacement of over 40,000 tons, could cause everyone who came close to it to gasp from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 129 Submitting Plans for an Aircraft Carrier, Exposing the Feasibility of the B-2 Bomber, Variag Carrier plus Electromagnetic Catapult Technology. This idea seemed quite good, but it was rejected by Lu Zhe in less than a moment. That seems unlikely. There isn't any need for a catapult with the kind of skidding deck the Variag has, either. After all, the natural disadvantage of a skidding deck already completely limits its ceiling. So what can it do even if it's forced to install electromagnetic catapults? The efficiency of mobilization may not necessarily increase by much, but the failure rate and accident rate may, on the contrary, go up a lot. That would be a bit of a loss, and really not a wise move. Lu Zhe suddenly had another plan within his heart. Rather, amphibious assault ships are retrofitted with electromagnetic catapults. That would be a good choice. Just follow the template of the Type 076 amphibious assault ship. It'll work. The more he thought about it, the more he felt right. After all, whether in terms of power or in all aspects of the situation. This comes from the latter days of Dacia using the pulse capacitor energy storage technology. Absolutely killed the Eagle Sauce Ford-class aircraft carriers on a pile of broken copper and iron much stronger. And the fact that the future Dacia is doing just that, that proves that it is absolutely extremely feasible and can be extremely useful. It's just a shame we didn't get the high-rate lithium battery technology. The effectiveness of electromagnetic catapulting will be greatly reduced if it lacks the high-current power supply equipment. Lu Zhe sighed. Only the pulsed capacitor energy storage technology alone, though, would also make electromagnetic ejection much more powerful and greatly reduce the probability of failure. Not like the Ford class, because electromagnetic ejection using medium voltage alternating current power supply scheme leads to each ejection will burst out a strong current, making the power supply becomes extremely unstable. Moving will fall into a state of paralysis. Even the fatal drawback of not being able to start for days at a time happens from time to time. But the pulsed capacitor energy storage technology is not without its drawbacks, and while it steadily provides electromagnetic ejection, it also poses a very fatal problem. That's because it's a single capacitor storage device, and existing energy storage devices simply can't keep up with its rate of consumption, and often just casually eject it for a period of time before using up all the stored energy. That's why the high-rate lithium battery technology must be used to improve the overall efficiency of electromagnetic catapulting as well as its density, allowing fighter jets to take off at will. It depends on how lucky I am afterward. He shook his head. One can only hope that in the future in the lottery cannot be able to draw this kind of technology. After all, high-frequency lithium battery technology can not just involve electromagnetic catapult. This aspect, like new energy vehicles and so on, all need to rely on the improvement of lithium battery technology. Looking at the things in the system item bar. Previously the item bar had long since been handed over to Dacia except for an F-22 fighter jet as well as a Boeing 777, and the remaining less than $5 billion in gold with US currency and pounds sterling. Now, two new tech items have entered the warehouse. System Space Item Bar, F-22 5th Generation Heavy Air Superiority Fighter, Wasp Amphibious Assault Ship *2. It's a shame that the weaponry on top of the Wasp wasn't copied along with it. It would be a big profit if we could copy it together. He was a little less than content. He said darkly. After all, this Wasp is carrying a lot of weapons and equipment. CH-53C Stallion transport helicopters have 7 or 8. MV-22 Fishhawk also has more than 10. Other different styles of helicopters. Attack aircraft also have several. There were also more than 10 MV-22 Fishhawks and several other helicopters and attack planes of different styles. If this could be copied together, he would directly hand it over to Dacia's side, and it wouldn't take long at all to immediately form a combat force. Even more, this was a double formation battle group formed by 2 direct helicopter carriers, which was enough to raise the strength of the entire Dacia Navy by a large margin. Thinking about this, Lu Zhe had a bit of a headache. However, that technology thing is alright. How do I hand this over to the Dacia side? There's certainly no way such a thing could be put on land. Wouldn't that be a blatant insult to the intelligence? He was able to force an explanation for the F-22 fighters and B-2 bombers at the Gobi Beach in the Northwest Province last time. Even if all these Dacia are able to just say, I don't care, but you can't have amphibious assault ships growing on land, can you? That would be too much of a disrespect to others. No matter how much Dacia ignored the issue, he could still sense that there was something odd about it. Wasn't this forcing someone to have to open both eyes? Put it on the harbor? Doesn't seem to fit either. How about, just put it in a remote area within the Great Xiao waters and say that the fishermen accidentally salvaged 2 helicopter carriers? Luz nodded. This is a good method. It's just that traveling to such remote waters is not an easy task. As for whether the Dacia side would find this too strange, that's something Lu Zhe just doesn't care about at all. That C-5M transport he put in the snow before wasn't outrageous? Dacia didn't think anything was wrong? Dacia's landmass can grow C-5M transports. Can't some wild amphibious assault ships pop up on the sea? What's so strange about that? Maybe a few little boys will pop up on the floor of Neon one day. Thoughts drifted by. Lucy on the side was still looking around curiously, as if she wanted to discover some treasure. The two followed the crowd as they roamed around this wasp, taking pictures and traveling the sights. And the other side, while Luzerne and Lucy were visiting the Navy open house. Chapter 130 First Explosion of Golden Items. Contact Dacia. Do you want big toys? Null. 131 Chapter Naval Equipment. Horror. You call a ship of tens of thousands of tons a big toy? Looking at this one message in the mail, even though it was only a short 10 words or so, it was recited back and forth many times in Zhang Yuli's mouth. Only then did he come to the conclusion, whether it's linguistic habits or various allegorical styles, this should be the leader of the Watchers of the Wall organization, communicating with us in contact. Well, I think so, Zhang Lixing agreed. The number of times that Dacia had communicated with the organization on the other side that had never shown up had exceeded more than 20 times. Whether it is from psychology, linguistics and other aspects, it is possible to determine from the usage of a simple line of words, exactly who in the organization is actually communicating with Dacia. Communication with Dacia. To be able to speak so directly and with a hint of amusement, one would be in a position of absolute superiority, if not the head of the organization. Instead, the old one-size-fits-all communication format should have originated from the handiwork of ordinary middle and high-level cadres within the organization. After all, the positions held are different, so it is natural that different words and attitudes will be uttered. But what exactly is this big toy he's talking about? Zhang Yuli was equally curious about this. If someone else had said something about big toys, the two of them would have thought that it was, at best, a car, a yacht, or an armored car, a tank, a fighter jet, or some other kind of larger military equipment. But, this is the Watch of the Wall organization. What is the big toy they are talking about? Maybe in the eyes of others, a super large transport aircraft like the C-5M, which is 70 to 80 meters long, can only be called a small toy? Thinking of this, he hurriedly typed a line on the keyboard and replied directly. Dacia is very interested in what your organization calls big toys. If there are any needs or conditions, we can try to fulfill your needs, regardless of what this big thing was. The most important thing now was to agree to it straight away, just in case something changed. After the reply went through, it seemed that a long silence fell on that side. This email, like a stone sinking into the sea, did not venture out for most of the day without a trace of an echo. Oceanside, inside the LLNL staff dormitory, Lu Zhe was also hesitating at the moment. Currently he had a total of 4 technologies on hand. What technology should he send to prioritize to the Dacia side? Let's start with an appetizer. We can't give the heavy lifting right off the bat. This one. Then, thinking of this, he directly asked the system to send a long list of folders, stuffing the entire mail catalog, and directly click send. This way, the two old men didn't engage in any conversation. Instead, their eyes stared straight at the screen, refusing to let go for half a second. The name of an item kept flashing through his mind, either denied or secretly expected by them. Time seemed to have passed close to 20 minutes, and looking at that side there was still no half-hearted reply. Could it be that side has gone offline? Zhang Lixing's eyebrows revealed a wave of doubt. From the time of receipt of the notification to the time of the official reply, which is only 2 to 3 minutes, how come the other party has not heard anything? And the Watch of the Wall organization certainly wasn't all that urgent when contacted. In case of life and death emergencies, it is possible to use the emergency contact channel to communicate, which not only sends emails to the top-secret external contact room of the academy, but also synchronizes them to the top table. Dacia will immediately start to carry out the highest level of preparations to provide them with any intensity of security. Obviously, this one was not an emergency. Zhang Yuli thought it was very reasonable. It's normal for others to be busy as the chief, so let's just wait a little longer. Managing a huge dark side like the Watchers of the Wall, which could be found in all corners of the globe, and holding the position of the head of the organization may not be much easier. If he's too busy to respond to emails, that's only consistent with the behavioral habits of someone in control of such a behemoth. If the other person replied immediately, it would be a relatively rare occurrence instead. Before the two could finish, there was a sudden email alert. Look, isn't this a reply? Zhang Yuli glanced at him and said in silent curiosity, You're so old. You're still always indolent. Nonsense. If I didn't have this kind of personality, how could I develop such a violent temper like MS? Chiu, Zhang Lixing glared at him and followed up with, hurry up and see what was sent over. Here, Zhang Yuli did not say anything and directly clicked on the email, only to see that this time there was no reply written inside, but rather one densely packed file zip after another. Technical drawings of the A-60 Black Hawk utility helicopter. T700 GE 701 turboshaft engine technology draft en route. Improved hovering infrared suppression system realization and parameters. All composite wing beam, rotor aerodynamic efficiency layout. A few random glances, not unlike the previous ones, were from various technical documents. A-60 Blackhawk helicopters, and an upgraded version of the S-60M. Not Air Force gear this time? Instead, it's an army outfit? Zheng Lixing's face was full of ecstasy. The Blackhawk helicopter's name is so famous that he can be said to have heard of it. This thing is the equipment that the Daxia army lacks the most. The fact that it doesn't even need to be followed by a 1 is enough to emphasize how exaggerated its importance really is. I see that kid Zhou Haowu. Still saying that he doesn't say that our Summer Academy of Sciences is biased. Zhang Yuli revealed a hint of a smile. Every day, he says that he didn't give them good things for the army. And this is not here? He can be quite pleased with this one technique. Even if the Great Wall Watch Organization side nowadays gives the Daxia Air Force C-17 global overlord, he feels that this A-60 Blackhawk helicopter technology in front of him is going to be better. Because, without a 70 or 80-ton transport like the C-17, Daxia currently has the Y-20, and even a super-large transport being developed based on the C-5 transport. But without this Black Hawk helicopter, Daxia couldn't even find a replacement for a while. Yes, even the Armed Forces Direct 10, which is currently being prepared for induction, cannot be compared to a helicopter like the Black Hawk in terms of overall performance. After all, the terrain of Daxia was too varied, ranging from the world's first plateau zone, down to basins, deserts, swamps, rainforests, and so on, almost everything. The A-60 Blackhawk, on the other hand, is the Army's most suitable carrier for use in such varied terrain. Otherwise, the several Black Hawks that have been in service for 20 to 30 years in Daxia wouldn't have been able to be retired until now. Think about it. Zhang Yuli replied. For this piece of technology, Daxia is very satisfied. I don't know exactly what your terms are. However, this surprise is just the beginning. It seemed to stop being busy over there and immediately continue to send messages. It's not just this that we have to give. It's not this that's the real big toy. That's the naval side of the outfit. And I think you'd likewise be very interested in it. Hearing this, Zhang Yuli's interest grew even higher. Is there even a Navy outfit? Instantly, he immediately replied to the email. Excuse me, what equipment is it about the Navy? Is it a ship? If it's about naval equipment, then naturally the first thing that comes to mind is ships. It's human nature. It can't be some kind of anti-ship missile, or some kind of naval aircraft? It doesn't quite follow the logic of conventional extrapolation. Yes, but it's not that big. It's only a few tens of thousands of tons. What? Just tens of thousands of tons? You call tens of thousands of tons a toy? Zhang Lixing froze in place, looking at the figure at a loss for words. He suspected that he had misread or that the opposite party had made a mistake in typing. Do you guys realize what an outrageous thing to say? What's the concept of a warship of tens of thousands of tons? It's not like it's a cruise ship or a freighter. What warship in the world can claim to have a displacement of tens of thousands of tons? Do you guys have some kind of misconception about toys? P.S. The second more. The end of the month. Have a monthly vote can vote, or else it will expire. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Are you sure you're talking about an aircraft carrier? You stole Eagle Sauce's carrier? Null. Chapter 133. Good man. Your organization wants to expose all of you publicly? Invitation to visit Daxia. It's not even just a piece of technology. Instead, there are two technologies that make up a full version of the electromagnetic catapult technology. No wonder they asked if the carrier Vagara was using ski jump takeoffs. So that was the idea. At this point, old Zhang, you say this thing. Zhang Lixing's hands trembled as he pointed at the screen. Isn't the same technology that Eagle Sauce is developing for use on the Ford-class aircraft carriers? Is it? There's nothing else that requires the use of electromagnetic catapult technology other than this carrier. Is there? Electromagnetic catapult technology, which has only one scenario for its current use in military weapons. That is the use of a strong magnetic field, with a strong electromagnetic drive to instantly eject the aircraft, so as to achieve a rapid takeoff effect. It's far more efficient out of the box than a skidding takeoff, and far more efficient than steam catapulting, which requires a steady stream of steam consumption. After all, the limitations of skidding takeoff are significant, not to mention the fact that fighters have to enter full throttle accelerated thrust on the deck to take off smoothly over short distances, which also means that a lot of fuel is consumed and fighter loads will be constrained. The steam catapults used by mainstream carriers such as the Eagle Sauce Nimitz-class carriers also have a major drawback, which is that they consume hundreds of kilograms of steam as well as large quantities of fresh water for each ejection. And each ejection takes a long time between ejections. At the same time, for too heavy or too light carrier aircraft, steam catapult are unable to guarantee the takeoff effect. After all, the energy output cannot be precisely input. At this point, the new technology concept of electromagnetic catapulting is touted as a key technology necessary on future aircraft carriers. The only ship in the world that he knew of that was currently ready to apply this type of technology was the Ford-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that Eagle Sauce was building. Only. Just heard this sentence. Zhang Yuli decisively rejected. Impossible. Ford-class current technology. How can use this electromagnetic catapult? The two don't even have the same power supply system. It's not in the same line at all. It's not like he's not aware of the current Hawk Jam R&D. The Ford class uses an integrated ship electrical power system, IPS, that still follows the Nimitz medium-voltage AC propulsion system. And the electromagnetic catapults are also powered by this system at the same time. Once there's even a hint of a problem, it could be an entire carrier with all of its electromagnetic ejection rails stopped. But this new electromagnetic catapult technology utilizes high-rate lithium batteries with pulsed capacitor energy storage as a separate launch unit, so that even if one orbit fails, it won't affect the normal operation of other orbits. In Zhang Yuli's eyes, this was clearly the upgraded and optimized version of the electromagnetic catapult of the Ford class. Just where did this technology come from? Zhang Yuli's brow furrowed. It's not likely that the top labs such as Bell, MIT, and so on, will be able to come up with these two technologies all at once, right? The gold content of these two technologies was so high that he, as the president of the Summer Academy of Sciences, could not even accurately estimate it for a short period of time. But he was certain that Bell, MIT, and other top 3 research organizations in the world couldn't come up with this kind of technology at the moment either. That is to say, it is highly likely that this is also from the handiwork of that mysterious research and development team within the Great Wall Watch organization. TMD is outrageous. I guess Bell and MIT labs combined aren't enough to beat your organization with one hand, right? If we go by our speculation, this should be the most reasonable, right? Zhang Lixing voiced his thoughts. Others have been hiding on the dark side of the world for at least a couple hundred years or more, so who knows how terrifying the technological reserves really are. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuli froze for a moment before nodding. That seems to be true. A huge organization that has been hidden in Eagle Sauce and even in Europe and America for more than a century, and has even spread its members all over the world. What a horrible pool of talent and technology do they have, and what outrageous technological leadership do they possess? Like the Academy of Sciences exiled from the globe during World War II. Or the Cold War, the dissolution of the former Great Mao, and other major events affecting the world's landscape. This organization has the potential to scrounge up a whole lot of talent and technology. Not to mention, this is something that happened in just a few decades, not across hundreds of years. The two men, after a brief conversation of 3 words, did not delve too deeply into this detail. After all, other people have given you the technology, so what does Dasha care where they got it from? After dropping this question, old Zhang, take this opportunity to ask in passing. Zhang Lixing seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly explained whether their organization is willing to initially expose the technology regarding the B-2, F-22 and such. If not, we might as well plan ahead. A trace of gravity flashed in Zhang Yuli's eyes. Good. The opportunity is rare now. Nowadays, those who are in contact with Dasha happen to be the controllers or absolute top level of this Watchers of the Wall organization. And there is no need to delay through the layers of other middle-level cadres. This is a very rare opportunity, and it's the best way to raise the issue. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuli decisively typed a line on the keyboard and then sent it across the room. We are very satisfied with this technology. What conditions does your organization require from Dasha? As long as we are able to do something, please feel free to give an account and command. In addition, what level of secrecy does Dasha need to maintain with regard to the technology that your organization has given to it on several occasions before, as well as with regard to physical objects such as the B-2 bomber? And what limitations does it need to place on leakage? Chapter 134, Confirmation of Participation in the Ceremony by the Mysterious Organization. Null. Chapter 135, Dasha, are you crazy? How dare you sell this? Null. Chapter 136, Claiming Payment. Lucy, you're voting? There are only 8 or 9 countries in the world that have the ability to launch satellites on their own, not to mention technology like ballistic missiles. How many countries can light up this technology tree? I'm afraid we can count them on one hand. And Persia, which had repeatedly failed to launch before, seemed to have been blessed by Allah during this month, and got the hang of the ballistic missile technology and announced a successful test launch. This outrageous rate of R&D is not normal to the discerning eye. They can grow this kind of outrageous stuff in the desert? Who else could it be? Who else in the world would give such technology? However, in the face of the accusation from the representative of Eagle Sauce, we naturally denied it. I would like to ask some representatives to make it clear that we have always hoped for a peaceful situation in the Middle East and do not wish to see the situation widen. I advocate strict adherence to the Palestinian-Israeli two-state solution of the last century, so that this strife can be put to rest as soon as possible. Since Spain is going to make a point of selling arms to Persia and Saudi Arabia, it's only natural for this side to seize on the pain point of the Israeli-Palestinian program. Do you still dare to take a can of washing powder and say that there are biochemical weapons hidden here? Both sides then fought a war of words. I had to cut out most of the detailed descriptions, otherwise I guess I'd be in the dark room again. Sorry. Scratch your head. Other side. The procession that began its march from the small town of Livermore also added fuel to this tense world situation. Although many of the news media in Eagle Jam had noticed what seemed to be a somewhat unusual propaganda demonstration when the hundreds arrived in Dublin, the first stopping city, only that none of the media dared to send a reporter to cover the story, whether it is the paper media or the news media. This vast storm seems to have been covered up, and it can't make half a wave in this court of public opinion. After all, unlike the so-called affirmative action and animal protection campaigns of the past, the theme of this campaign is, capital and the common man are equal. Every claim in there is creepy. The most common one, strict monitoring of the collusion between capital and service officials, and the establishment of monitoring committees to prevent the corruption of funds. This offends the entire Eagle Sauce military, pharmaceutical and even financial etc. Capital power forces. Not to mention this one, let capitalists pay taxes equally with ordinary people. This is a direct shot at all capitalists. This is a slippery slope of thought that can't even be touched. And who is tired of living and daring to report on it? Even if a reporter did dare to cover it, it's unlikely that it would be reported. The entire Eagle Jam propaganda media is supposed to be nothing more than capitalist-controlled toys. It's only occasionally that a handful of authoritative San Francisco media outlets release a story with a few items heckled on it. Criminals from the city of Livermore are approaching holy San Francisco. Livermore-born thugs are preaching their flawed theories in the city of Dublin. The next day, early morning, LLNL Labs. Today was another busy workday with a steady stream of employees coming and going from the main lab building. Luz carried 2 cups of coffee to the familiar couch. Lucy, the mocha you asked for. Why? What are you thinking? He looked at Lucy, who was a little soulful, and inquired with some curiosity. After all, it didn't look like he wasn't awake or hungry. Instead he was immersed in his own little world with his hands on his chin. Lucy dragged her hands under her delicate chin and raised her pretty face. I'm thinking about a very agonizing problem. Problems? How else can you have been afflicted by problems? Lucy's voice line steepened 3 points higher. Lucy, who had always been a rather heartless optimist, what other worries could plague her? This made Lucy his curiosity surged and he sat his butt next to her. Moving over, he quietly inquired. Quickly sneak up on me. What's the problem? It was 2 days ago, and haven't you heard of that incident in the little town? Lucy's bright beads looked up at him. She was not repulsed by this very intimate gesture, and even the people in the lab had gotten used to it. 2 days ago? I'm not sure. Lucy frowned and pretended to look puzzled. This kind of thing, even if his own heart was as clear as a mirror. Nowadays he absolutely could not say the word clear. Lucy began to elaborate briefly. It's just a group of a couple hundred big ones swaggering toward San Francisco, the capitalist commoner tax question. For the small town of Livermore, with a population of just a few tens of thousands, it's a poke in the eye to be able to call on hundreds of people to go on a protest. More than 1% of the entire city's population responded, which if scaled up to the entire Eagle Sauce, wouldn't it be at least millions if not tens of millions of people who would respond to this protest? Then what were you thinking just now? Luz asked with interest. Is there any means that will be used to contain this protest from above? No one knew more about this event than he did, and now he was actually more curious about what Lucy's opinion on it actually was. Is it thinking about how to control this protest team and curb the momentum in the cradle? After all, a spark can start a fire. Once millions and millions of people are involved in the campaign, then the capitalist is not far from the treatment of Louis XVI, which would be utterly headless. However, I find it very interesting. If I could, I'd like this protest to be bigger. More people involved, and really make it clear to everyone what's wrong with Hawkjam. Lucy whispered in his ear. She also felt that her comments were a bit treasonous and not quite daring enough to be heard. Your answer, somewhat unexpected. Lucy was a bit surprised. He wouldn't have been surprised if any ordinary employee of LLNL Labs had said that, but Lucy was different. She was a child of the top powerful class of Eagle Jam, and to be able to say such a thing as a vested interest was too much of a bold statement. Words. Lucy, who had always been cheeky, had no smile on her face at the moment, because, I know the dark side of this country better than you do. Every single person on Capitol Hill, every single one of them, is a stockbroker, and all of them have investment returns that far exceed Warren Buffett's. where the freedom of the common man carries an interest that he can never repay. It is better for such a rotten kingdom to perish. Being a descendant of a prominent official, she apparently grew up seeing through the dark side of Eagle Jam that really runs deep into her bones. Who dares to imagine that in the United States, which is known as a free market, a group of legislators who have insider information can have a free hand in buying and selling stocks to earn high profits, which is simply too free? Who can imagine that the Clinton family, a political family, that is even more of a slippery slope of thought that ordinary people can't even mention. In the event of an undismissible plea, the ability to have all of the opposing witnesses commit suicide until all of the witnesses who appeared in court are dead, forcing an acquittal. As for the lowly island, it's just the most unusual and worthless thing here. After saying this, Lucy just regained that innocent look and continued, "I'm hungry. What are we going to have for lunch?" This one sentence made Lu Zhe take a serious look at Lucy from the top down, once again reacquainting himself with this seemingly naive girl. "Lucy, I've noticed you're thinking a little red. Are you going to join the Communist Party?" Even though he wasn't sure what Lucy's true identity really was, it was remarkable to be able to painfully state the obvious about the matter and to report deep sympathy for ordinary people. However, it is understandable that someone of Lucy's good heart would loathe such a powerful class. Even Lu Zhe felt that this was instead what was very normal. After all, many of the famous revolutionary pioneers in the history of the world came from inherently unusual backgrounds, such as this one, Castro, who, as the descendant of a manor owner, was the first to criticize his father. "Today I'll make your favorite vinegar carp." Lu Zhe touched her head and complimented her. People are always selfish, and those who are able to go against their own class of interests are a very small minority in the whole of human society. Looking at Lucy, who was eating desserts and snacks beautifully on the side, it was obvious that she, who was always optimistic, had long forgotten the heavy topic just now within her heart. The moment Lu Zhe, who was tapping on the keyboard and flooding the last paper for promotion to C-rank staff, had his thoughts drifted to another matter. Even the Operation Resistance is always on paper no matter how grandiose it is, he said inwardly. Luzerne wasn't sure how far this protest organized by both Parker and Bueller could go, but the only thing he could be sure of was that any force without armed resistance should not expect to get much of a say. What you can't get on the battlefield, do you expect to get by virtue of 3 words? Only. Engaging in any armed resistance in the current Eagle Jam is a total death wish. Unless, of course, another way can be found. Leave Eagle Jam in the middle of a long decaying quagmire. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe had an idea within himself. Since the two people, Bueller and Parker, had acted so swiftly, he had to make some preparations for them as well before he could do so. It seems that contacting the Daxia side, I sent over the technology earlier. It's time to claim the payoff. P.S. The first one, there are still 2 or 3 days before the monthly votes are due. Those who still have monthly votes can vote. End of chapter. Chapter 137. Where did we get the amphibious assault ship? Another letter from the mysterious organization. Banned. Still rewriting, waiting 20 minutes for it to resume. At the end of the chapter is duplicate content, so wait 20 minutes and I'll fill in the banned content with a few changes. 30 minutes tops. Sorry. Yanjing, Summer Academy of Sciences. Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing, a pair of old partners, were receiving a guest in the dean's office. Or, of course, old friends. When I leave the country, do I get first-class credit for bringing back the lithography? It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. After leaving the country, I brought back the photolithography machine. Can first-class merit beg booknet full text update. Keep in mind the URL, www.booksos.net. Chapter 138. Hidden Functions of Mannequins. Mysterious organization needs large amounts of weapons and ammunition? The Watchers of the Great Wall organization contacted Daxia again after less than 2 or 3 days had passed since their last contact. Didn't even wait for the burst of drops to sound a second time. Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing, 2 old men in their 60s, ran silently in a certain direction with agility beyond their age. They cannot think about what. Now even more cannot care about what J22, H20 mini version of the development progress. Even more not have the heart to discuss what the slow pace of weapons development and so on. These things become all but irrelevant in the face of this organization and are instantly thrown away. At this time, the two were more concerned about one question. That is, why was the contact so fast this time? Could it be that something big has happened to the organization? A variety of questions, in their hearts, continue to rise and rise. People more anxious. Top secret foreign liaison room. Hastily taking over the position of the staff on duty, Zhang Yuli sat on a stool and quickly entered the security instructions. Next to him, Zhang Lixing still came over his head and stared intently at the screen, refusing to blink his eyes. opened the background of the mailbox with the fastest speed, only to see an eye-catching email appearing in the top position at the very top. This email interruption was sent primarily as a way for our organization to avoid the problem of too much technical cumulative payoffs. It is intended to make a uniform settlement treatment for all of the several techniques previously sent. If Dasha receives this email, please respond immediately. Look at this piece of regular mail. Zhang Lixing frowned and pondered for a while, making a preliminary analysis and judgment. It seems that the person who contacted us from their organization this time is not that one from last time. That's right. It should just be an ordinary mid-level personnel within the organization. Zhang Yuri nodded and followed up on this statement by guessing, whether it's in the tone of voice or the various pronouns. It's all evident. After all, this time both from the writing format and tone, all seem extremely formal, and even each space paragraph official document which has some preoccupations, whereas the tone of the other person's reply the last time they contacted him was very casual and relaxed. It simply couldn't be the same person. Only, the two didn't think it was anything to be surprised about. After all, the Great Wall Watchers is such a huge organization, as its ruler or absolute senior must be busy all day long, and it is only normal that they do not have the time to send emails for their subordinates to send on their behalf. It was only normal. Without dwelling on the issue, Zhang Yuri quickly typed a few lines on the keyboard to reply. We have received it. How would your organization like to be settled? Whether it is any demand, Dasha's side will do its best to fulfill the requirements. Watch him finish his reply. Next to him, Zhang Lixing narrowed his eyes. This technical handover settlement is much faster than we previously expected. I just don't know what method of settlement their organization is going to use, or is it like last time? It should still be a cash settlement in gold, non-consecutive dollars, etc. Zhang Yuli followed and concurred. In his opinion, it should still be more or less the same process as the last handover settlement, providing a large amount of gold with non-consecutive cash notes. After all, this is the most common sense and logical way. The rest of the transfer or check, or even antiques, etc. The danger is too great. Except that last time their organization sent a total of 4 technologies. The honorarium for these technologies combined is not a small amount. Zhang Lixing frowned at the thought. Each of the 4 technologies sent last time holds immeasurable value. Even the cheapest and most common, a 60M Blackhawk helicopter, was a rare technology that Dasha had longed for decades but could not obtain. How much of a payoff would that be? Taking a sip of the tea on his mouth to ease his inner tension, he followed up with a guess. At the very least, it would require a reward of several tens of billions of dollars. Or even a higher figure, right? Tens of billions of dollars? That's already very, very little. Zhang Yuli shook his head. It's no exaggeration to say that those 2 technologies for electromagnetic catapulting alone are by no means technologies you can buy for tens of billions of dollars. How much R&D money do you need to invest? And how much time and effort do you need to expend on your R&D team to toss out this highly sophisticated electromagnetic catapult technology? What's more, that high-rate lithium battery technology, as well as energy storage technology, are existences that can lead an energy revolution. Money, there is no way to go about measuring their value. It's better to let their organization come forward. As much as they want, Dasha will give. Zhang Yuli still decided to leave the decision of remuneration to the Great Wall Watch organization. As much money as they wanted, Dasha's side would give as much money as they wanted, doing everything possible to fulfill all the requirements. Although Dasha is not rich at the moment, people's livelihood and infrastructure and other aspects need money. But strangling the waistband and biting the teeth can still come up with the required funds. Big deal. New uniforms and new shoes on the army side for now. Zhang Lixing glanced at him. But, what if someone else's organization needs gold? This is troublesome. We'll have to think of a well-thought-out solution. Zhang Yuli was speechless. Yeah, what if someone else's organization needs a lot of gold this time? This is tens of billions of dollars or more of gold. Often more than 1,000 tons of gold reserves. The whole of Dasha currently adds up to more than 1,000 tons of gold reserves. Even the Eagle Sauce is only 8 or 9,000 tons of physical gold reserves. Once Dasha from the international market to buy a large number of physical gold words. Not to mention the price of gold will be steeply bought up. This kind of trouble not to mention. Alone this kind of abnormal behavior is easy to attract the alarm of the countries around the world. However, just as the two fell into a frenzied discussion, the drop sound came again. Almost reflexively, Zhang Yuli clicked on the top email. And instantly a line of words appeared in front of their eyes. This time, our organization does not need to provide cash such as U.S. currency, pounds sterling, or rare equivalents such as gold. This time we would like to use a different method for reward settlement. Looking at the content of this totally different email, not even gold and all that? Is this another brand new means of settlement? Zhang Yuli held up his glasses and spoke in a low voice. This Watch of the Wall organization. That's a lot. but he inwardly wondered what they needed if they didn't need cash money or equivalents like gold. What's there to give on the Daxia side? Spinning around, he immediately replied. No matter what method of settlement you wish to use, Daxia is at your disposal. And the other side. Eagle Sauce. LLNL Labs main test building. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning at the moment. Near the end of the day. Lu Zhe was lying on the sofa, pretending to fake sleep in the middle of a bad paddle. Next to her, Lucy was surfing online with her cell phone, a pair of slender and white to somewhat reflective thighs, casually resting on Lu Zhe's body. Occasionally, she would also let out a giggle, causing a huge wave to surge, and getting closer and closer to Lu Zhe. However, this stunning scenery was obviously not the focus of Lu Zhe's attention at the moment. He looked at the email message on his eyeball's light screen and couldn't help but inwardly rejoice. This time, what is needed is something that the Daxia side won't be able to guess. Luckily, I found out about this doll's new function. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do this yet. After obtaining that golden item Future Time doll, Lu Zhe had been starting various experiments for the past 2 days. By chance, he discovered one of the hidden functions of this mannequin that had not been mentioned by the system. That is, it also has the function of storing items. As long as the belonging is Lu Zhe's items, or items located in the system item bar, they can be transferred to it for storage or placement. This function, it came at a really timely time, Lu Zhe inwardly murmured. Worthy of its gold item class. Its abilities were simply terrifying as it was. This way, he wouldn't need to run out in the middle of the night every time afterward to find a hidden location to place or collect his reward. Just let the doll do these things directly on his behalf, and he can command it remotely from half a world away. However, dolls also have limitations. That is, once dead it carries all the system items, will all lose any effect, including its stored things will also be all ashes, and the mannequin could only use the storage once each time. After which it would need to return to Lu Zhe and replenish its energy for a day in the system space item bar before it could continue to use this function, whether you deposit or release. Even if you just deposit a 1G weight item you will consume the times, and the times cannot be used cumulatively in any way. And unlike Lu's who went to place it himself, he could use this permission without any limitations and didn't have to think about anything else at all. But it's normal, after all. This is the permission the system gave it, so it's definitely not possible to use it without limitations. But it's enough that many of my plans are able to rely on it to unfold smoothly. Luz muttered. Finally, he could use the doll to do what he had been wanting to do before. That's where this protest action by Bueller and Parker will ultimately end up. If this fire doesn't burn in Eagle Jam, then go burn in the third-party world and preach it in South America to Africa and so on. And now it's time to build up some home base for this valuable force to do so. Also, this organization that one constructs needs to actually be spread out to the entire world in order for it to work. After all, the good stuff isn't just available here in Eagle Butter, the high-tech items from Europe, Big Ma, and other places, that's also coveted. Luz he can't let go. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a line to Daxia. Our organization, we need you to provide a lot of weapons and ammunition. P.S. First shift. Monthly votes are due in 2 days. Anyone who has a monthly vote can vote. End of chapter. Chapter 139, Unlimited Weapons. Quick, bring out all the grenades from our grandparents' generation. Our organization, we need a lot of weapons and ammunition from you. A lot of weapons and ammunition? Zhang Lixing's face was written with a big doubt. The reward that their organization needs this time is weapons and equipment? This one reply was really unexpected. The two of them had previously presupposed that the reward for this time would be gold cash money, and they had also guessed that it would be all kinds of ores, minerals, and even all kinds of raw materials and other items had been guessed once. But how could it not be expected that what the Great Wall Watch organization needed this time was weapons and ammunition? Zhang Yuli pondered for a moment and frowned. The weapons and ammunitions they want will probably not be that simple. Can a weapon that can make such an organization take the initiative to ask for it be an ordinary item? Even what fighters, strategic bombers may not be able to get into their eyes. After all, others even B-2 bomber can get a shipment to Daxia. How can they lack this kind of top-level weaponry? Only in the case that the two old men glanced at each other and unanimously thought of a certain item, touted as the most lethal weapon on the entire planet. That big toy is probably what others really want, right? Even if we need long-range ballistic missiles, we have to meet the requirements of this organization in order to do so. The big deal is just to stipulate the scope of weapon use. Just don't attack without authorization. Zhang Yuli immediately made a decision. As long as the other party does not want to start a global total war, only for defense or local war, then Daxia can turn a blind eye. Or it can't be fired at the big powers like Eagle Jam. Or else something like WWII where people are dying is a bit of a sin. Well, let's do it. Zhang Lixing also agreed. Obviously, the Great Wall Watch organization and other countries, that is fundamentally different. Like Saudi Arabia, Persia, these countries, before also several times put forward the possibility of purchasing long-range ballistic missiles, do not require to be able to buy the Dongfeng 31, even if the Dongfeng 5 such as the already backward first-generation land-based long-range ballistic missiles, they are willing to spend a huge amount of money to buy. However, all of them were politely rejected by Dacia for various reasons. The ballistic missile that the Saudis threw a lot of money at is nothing more than a medium-range land-based ballistic missile, and it requires permission from Dacia to even launch it before it can have the authority to counterattack. But to this organization, Dacia would only say, how can this DF-31 thing be strong enough? I have the newly developed DF-41, which is not yet in service. Try it out. It's powerful enough. After all, the importance of the Watchers of the Wall organization to the current Dacia cannot be overstated. It is Dacia that cannot leave this organization. Never is this organization cannot leave Dacia. This is a fundamental difference. Zhang Yuri then quickly typed a line on the keyboard and decisively replied from the background of his email. May I ask what weapons and ammunition your side needs? As long as Dacia possesses the equipment, we can provide it. This time, it seemed to be because the mid-level employee sitting in front of the computer across the room had long since filled out the email with the required items. So Zhang Yuli had just sent it not even 20 seconds ago, when a new email was abruptly displayed in front of the two of them. This time, the weapons and ammunition our organization needs is extremely simple. All grenades, automated rifles, pistols and other firearms or heavy weapons owned by Dacia can be handed over to our organization. Grenades? Rifles? Zhang Lixing gazed at the unexpected reply and voiced his doubts. They're asking Dacia to help make brand new weapons? Let Dacia's arsenal produce rifles or grenades? That's what I wanted to ask. Zhang Yuli frowned. One key piece of information that was not accounted for in the opposing organization's email is what exactly is the weaponry needed. Is it brand new, or is it the existing standardized equipment of Dacia, or is it to be manufactured in large quantities of a specified type of weapon according to the specified requirements of the Great Wall Watch organization? These are all questions that need to be asked before they can be asked. With that in mind, he quickly replied, may I ask what firearms your party requires? Is there a general range? What is the exact production? Dacia's side will deliver the weapons and ammunitions required by your side according to demand. Soon, the other replied once more. Weapons and ammunition, no matter how old they are, can be used, and as long as they are not weapons like Type 38 rifles, which are too old and not suitable for the current war, they are acceptable to our organization. This is true for grenades, heavy weapons, and so on, and there is no need for air and naval equipment for the time being. The two were silent for a long time as they looked at the email. Afterward, Zhang Yuli pulled the corner of his mouth that revealed helplessness, regardless of the degree of oldness. As long as it can be used? What earth-shattering thing is their organization trying to do? You know, due to the special circumstances back then, almost all the military factories in the whole of Dacia were frantically building weapons, even though many firearms, grenades, rocket launchers, and so on, have already failed and been destroyed due to improper preservation and other reasons. The number of them currently sealed in the warehouse is still a horrifying number in the tens of millions. That would have been enough for a world war covering the entire globe in that period of World War II. No wonder they're looking for us, Dacia, to get weapons and ammunition. Zhang Lixing finally came to a realization. Weapons of this order of magnitude. The movement is just too great. Even if this organization's infiltration in Eagle Sauce was deeper, you couldn't purchase this horrific amount of weaponry unknowingly. Once it was really bought in large quantities, 9 times out of 10, the Eagle Sauce side would notice the anomaly, thus exposing the entire organization. And Dacia, obviously, is the best choice. Zhang Yuxiang thought about it and replied with a message. Dacia will make every effort to research the stockpiles of weapons in its possession and provide a detailed list of the number of weapons in its stockpile thereafter. We will give you as much as you need at that time. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to pay all of his stockpile of weapons and ammunition, all of it, to the Great Wall Watch organization as a reward. Rather, even he wasn't sure exactly how many stockpiled weapons Dacia possessed. More importantly, there are millions of Type 56 semi-automatic rifles alone. And as for grenades, how many are in stock? Zhang Yuli couldn't remember clearly, vaguely remembering that the unit on it was measured in billions. This stuff can be piled up like half a mountain, and you have to be able to transport it. Immediately, the email from the Great Wall Watch organization over there replied again. Our organization's reward for a few of the previously sent technologies is $20 billion. It is sufficient for Dacia to pay the equivalent amount of ammunition for weapons and equipment, and the number of types of weapons is up to you. See this, old man Zhang. Immediately go over to the General Armament Department and ask how much stock is left. Zhang Yuli immediately stood up and commanded with a reddened face. I'll go and consult the highest level to make a thorough plan. Good. Zhang Lixing nodded and quickly walked out of this room. Afternoon. General Armament Department, located in the main office building in Yanjing. Suddenly, a hurried guest visited the place and barged right into the office. Old Zhang. How did this rare guest of yours come to our General Assembly here? Kong Jianmin looked at the old man in front of him with a trace of puzzlement. I haven't heard that our department has any dealings with the Academy of Sciences recently? Or did you come to my place for tea and chess? Cut the crap. Zhang Lixing wiped the beads of sweat from his face and said with some panting, I'm asking you, how many grenades do we currently have in our inventory? Let's start with 10 million pieces. He didn't have time to chat and fart with this Kong Jianmin guy. Grenades? What does your academy need grenades for? And 10 million pieces. You think I run the arsenal? How big of a deal did you guys have to sign here? Kong Jianmin's eyes widened. Good lord. What is the current grenade production capacity of the major military factories? 10 million grenades is not a lot to take out. At this point, he thought that CAS was signing a huge arms trade order with some country. Although it is not looking for northern weapons, these companies sign some abnormalities, but before and not without a foregone conclusion. He did not think there is much strange, even if it's a grandfatherly Type 67 grenade. Suddenly, Zhang Lixing's words caused Kong Jianmin to freeze in place. His face was filled with incredulity as he said, Which great benefactor is kind? Even Type 67 grenades? Isn't this a clearing out of Dashia's stockpile? You know, he's had a headache with this stuff for years, and while he can't consume more than a few per year, the stock is horribly mind-numbing. How could he not be happy with this when there were so many wrongdoers willing to buy these old grenades? Benton time. Kong Jianmin said with a smile on his face. How can 10 million pieces be enough? You ask the customer can buy a little more. I give 20% discount, no. 50% off I'll take. Men, get out all the grenades from our grandparents' generation. It's all on clearance. P.S. Second shift. Monthly votes are due in 2 days. Anyone who still has one can vote. End of chapter. Chapter 140 Open Dacia Weapon Stockpile Permission. Come back McSaints. They actually want to defect to the Communist Party. Even a Type 67 grenade? Where can we find such a great benefactor? The old grenades, whether Type 67 or Type 77-1, were a constant headache for the entire General Armament Department. Every year, even if you consume more than you can use, the repair and maintenance alone is a big problem. If 50% off doesn't work, ask the client how much they'll accept. Price is not a problem. As long as they buy enough Type 67s and Type 77s, how many they want will give them. Kong Jianmin's eyes tile shiny. An attentive face poured a cup of tea for Zhang Lixing. If he could buy them all, he would be able to accept it even if it was for nothing. Even their General Armament Department side had to make a banner to this great benefactor, finally able to send off all these living fathers, knowing that even the last batch of these things is about to expire its shelf life. The sheer volume is simply mind-numbing and leads to the Generalissimo of the Military Commission. Senate and General Armament have decided to scrap all the old grenades in the next 2 years. Now that someone was willing to pay for it, then he was naturally 100% happy. However, Zhang Lixing directly grinned. After a refreshing drink, and take them all away? What do other people need so many old-fashioned grenades for? And within these 10 million, our active Type 82 and Type 86 fully plastic grenades have to make up the bulk of the quantity, so you can't fool people with all of them being Type 67s. Although the Great Wall Watch Organization had declared in the email that as long as the weapons and ammunition worked, there wasn't much to ask. But Dacia cannot really always take 67 type wooden handle grenade, this kind of old-fashioned weaponry, in case cause both sides of the cooperation gap and mistrust. That is more money is no way to restore. Zhang Lixing suddenly thought of something and added, there are also rifles that are needed. How many quantities do you see in the inventory? All at the lowest price, to match each other, with bullet caliber compatibility with various weapon accessories. After all, this was an errand for someone else's organization, so he naturally needed to be a little more attentive. Not sloppy for a moment. Even if it is calculated according to the factory manufacturing cost, or even sold at a loss, Dacia is completely acceptable. I understand the price must be at the lowest. What is the exact amount they are requesting? Kong Jianmin picked up his old glasses and put them on, and started writing the requirements on a piece of draft paper. He also knew clearly that since there was such a precondition, then the upper side must have all sent word in advance. This money, even if you can earn, you cannot go to earn, otherwise it can be a fire. Words. Zhang Lixing frowned and glanced at him. Are there 500,000 rifles in stock? Yes. Kong Jianmin immediately replied. If they need Type 56 rifles, I can get you 10 million of them. There are just so many of these things being built that there's almost no room for these oldies over at the warehouse. Why do people buy so many semi-automatic rifles? Zhang Lixing glared without a word. You don't need any other weaponry? Just buy your little grenades and rifles? Heavy firepower weapons are also needed, such as machine guns, rocket-propelled grenades, and even 155mm self-propelled artillery and so on have to be put on them as well, and informed units. Though he wasn't sure what exactly the Great Wall Watch Organization was going to do with the equipment, but the only thing Zhang Lixing knows is that an army unit wants to form a fighting force heavy firepower that is essential. In modern warfare, expecting a rifle to accurately snipe the enemy? That's pretty much a dream. And it's not like the enemy is going to keep fighting you in small urban encounters and street battles. Even African dirt tribes are starting to hand rub rockets, so heavy weapons firepower is essential. Kong Jianmin sucked in a breath of cold air. Is such a big deal? How much is this customer's reservation? Is this their way of reorganizing an army? Buying rifles and grenades doesn't cost much, and that's if you're willing to go over to the old mausoleum side, where for a few dollars you can buy an offensive grenade. But heavy firepower weapons are not the same. Can be the need to smash the money thing. Alone 155mm self-propelled artillery can easily be tens of millions of dollars a door. This is how much money Looking at him in this puzzled manner, Zhang Lixing cheerfully stretched out 2 fingers. Seeing this, Kong Jianmin hesitated for a moment and had an idea. $2 billion? That's not a small number. Why don't you ask them if they want to form an armored regiment? Wouldn't that be better than some rifle? 2 billion RMB is barely enough to get a fledgling armored regiment to play with. According to a tank 5 or 6 million US dollars, a battalion will need less than 200 million US dollars, and then counted on a variety of artillery as well as a variety of armored car carriers. 2 billion yuan smashed down. A mechanized armored regiment can be set up. How about saying the army saves money? If this were the Air Force, a random 4th-generation aircraft would require more than a few hundred million yuan, and 2 billion would not be enough to buy a brigade establishment. And as for a 5th-generation aircraft, it would be even more unthinkable. Not to mention the expensive top-of-the-line bombers as well as transports, just one of which could cover a heavy armored regiment of the army. As for the Navy, what's all this money to pay off the barkers? Your 2 billion renminbi you'll have enough to buy a couple of fishing boats. There was a sneer that went something like, your army lost an armored division? It's a disgrace. Unlike our Navy which only lost 1 ship this time, and that's only worth over $2 billion. The Navy thing? That's the real gold-swallowing beast. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group worth hundreds or nearly hundreds of billions of dollars can all go up in smoke and sink to the bottom of the ocean in a single day. However, Zhang Lixing seemed to smile somewhat contemptuously. $20 billion. Renminbi? Kong Jianmin's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked after him. No, the other side's order amounted to $20 billion this time. His too. $20 billion? Kong Jianmin heard this figure cannot even speak well. This TM is where the living Buddha a one-time to the summer order $20 billion amount of arms? You know, at present, the entire Daxia a year arms foreign trade orders are only so many billions of dollars. Even the Asian top few are not ranked in this $20 billion, enough to be the previous 10 years of cumulative foreign trade sales of arms. Kong Jianmin froze for a long time before coming to his senses. What other weaponry does this customer want? To smash down $20 billion? What kind of bazookas and 155mm self-propelled guns are you buying? That's enough money to form a couple of heavy synthetic brigades straight away. $20 billion, all thrown down is enough to form a few heavy synthetic brigade units. This combat power may be placed in Asia, the King's Bureau, somewhat inadequate, but if placed in West Asia, the Middle East and Africa and other places, how about it is also considered a strong armed force? Other people want all kinds of old equipment and heavy firepower weapons. Do you sell them at general armament? Zhang Lixing waved his hand, decisively rejecting this seemingly very tempting offer. If you guys aren't in a hurry to clear out your inventory, I guess the Northern Industry side is probably very interested. What the Great Wall Watch Organization commanded, he just did as he was told. Since they asked for as many weapons as possible, Daxia couldn't just take a few synthetic brigades and turn them in, could it? Isn't that a joke? Sell. Kong Jianmin immediately slammed the table. I'll immediately give you a list of stockpile weapons. All the equipment on it can be sold. If this kind of selfless customer who is like a saint is let go, they don't know how many years they will have to wait for the next wrongdoer. In the meantime, a special order was sent again not long after Zhang Yuli had just sent it up. There were only 2 simple lines on it, announcing the notice from the highest level of Daxia about the need to purchase a large amount of weapons for this Great Wall Watch Organization. Open access to Daxia's weapons inventory list, with the cooperation of all departments. If there is a demand, supply it at any time. Inventory lists are open to the Watch on the Wall organization, from those who fly in the sky to those who run on the ground. Not even a price was mentioned, which implies a willingness to provide these weapons at a loss. As Daxia welcomes another round of morning sunrise rising, across the ocean, on the other side of the globe. Eagle sauce, at the moment, is in the wee hours of the night, outside of Orlando, across the sea from San Francisco. A crowd of more than 2,000 people or so has gathered here at the park, ready to depart. The entire protest contingent has expanded by more than 3 times the number of people. After all, each of the several cities that had traveled all the way from the city of Livermore was much busier. And naturally, every time this procession passed through a city, it attracted more crowds. At the same time, there were many who were impressed enough to participate in this protest with a difference, approaching all the way towards San Francisco, the busiest city in the Bay Area. And naturally, this protest group, which doesn't even have an organizational leader, is increasingly attracting a lot of attention when it's only about 10 kilometers away from San Francisco. The San Francisco Chronicle, which is the authoritative media outlet, is even more rare in releasing a story of minimal length. Livermore's marching protest contingent, which has landed in Orlando, is holding thousands of people hostage as it heads towards San Francisco. The various slogans they preach are a thorn in the side of almost the entire capitalist and powerful class of Eagle Sauce. Every single one of these on there is aimed at their lifeblood. Capital and ordinary people need to be taxed at the same rate. Various tax shelters may not be utilized. Ban political contributions. Ban senior officials from retiring into major corporations as executives. How dare you make these demands? Think we Eagle Sauce are daxiao? Now, if they hadn't found out who the mastermind behind this was exactly, why would they have let this group of people make such a mess until now? Such outrageous statements are backhandedly arrested outright for causing trouble. But how else are you going to catch 2,000 or 3,000 people? Whirling around, they couldn't help but reminisce about the good old days of the 1950s, when there would have been no room for these thugs to survive. Inwardly, he couldn't help but shout, "Come back, McSaint, we miss you." These guys are a little red in their minds, and it's going to have to be a heavy-handed effort to make it work. P.S. The last day of the monthly vote. If you haven't voted yet, please do so, or it will expire. End of chapter. Chapter 141. Occupy Wall Street and let this fire burn all over the world. Sunday, San Francisco. Today is apparently a very rare day, and not just because it's a day off. More critically, several major roads in the city are surprisingly congested on days off. More than 100,000 citizens entered the place in a short time, stopping to watch, either eating a burger with a bench, or sitting outside one of the coffee houses drinking coffee, but with their eyes firmly locked on the end of the street, as if waiting for some person to show up. These onlookers, with only one thing in their eyes, were saying, that honorable parade will soon arrive in their loyal San Francisco, despite all the media's long silence on this one matter. But that didn't stop them from learning the news and knowing exactly why this team was vocal. Those so-called animal protection, plant protection, LGBT and so on protests. Eagle Sauce normal people just need to use a brain to know. That's just the capitalists pushed in the open in order to divide the class as a shield. The ultimate goal is nothing more than to numb the populace from delving into what the real core issue of Hawk Jam is. And this team is different. Their slogan is so deep. Protest the capitalists. Protest against tax evasion. Protest against the honorable corruption between capital and the powerful. It's not just something this team wants to protest. It's something shady that almost the entire general public of Eagle Jam is outraged about. Since someone was willing to be brave enough to stand up and speak out, how about they go and help out the field a little bit? 9 o'clock in the morning. When that vast crowd appeared, holding banners and various signs, the original size of more than 2,000 people had unconsciously doubled again, and 4,000 people broke into everyone's line of sight as a blackened cloud. There was no clamor, much less a loudspeaker blaring in unison. They seemed to announce their arrival with this silent protest with their neat footsteps and synchronized waving up of their flags. 1% of the population owns 99% of the wealth, 99% of ordinary people, supplying 1% of powerful people to enjoy. We have to pay equal taxes, not less taxes the richer we are. Instantly, an unanimous thunderous applause rang out, which seemed to be the city's response. Banned again. The specific scenes of brainstorming, too detailed but not the trial, next to the main road. Dad, do you think they can succeed? Revolt against the capitalists here in Eagle Jam? A young white man looked to his father and inquired with a furrowed brow. I hope they succeed, the middle-aged, old, white man, about 50 years old, sighed. Remember, John, things like the various pharmaceutical, military-industrial, and financial complexes within the Eagle Sauce are going to bleed the entire country dry one day, sooner or later. But it's all of us ordinary people who bear the brunt of it. These capitalists are like bloodsuckers, constantly lying on their backs and drawing huge amounts of wealth from the golden mountain that is Eagle Sauce. As the #1 developed country, the the top one country in the world both militarily and economically. Life expectancy is the lowest per capita, while per capita costs for healthcare, insurance, lawyers, etc. are the highest in the world. The day these capitalists are unable to harvest wealth from the global markets, it will be a bone knocker for the people at home in Eagle Jam. However, while hearing this, a smile lifted up on the face of the child standing next to him. Why just hope? The young white man named John decisively took off the clothes on his body, revealing the red undershirt with a logo on it. You are? Old John looked at the eerily familiar mark and pointed at him with incredulity. John looked over at the crowd that was marching silently in front of him. This was the party he wanted to join. Little John didn't know who the organizers of the group were, much less the ringleaders, but he knew only one thing today. That's the hope of Eagle Jam. I'm going to join them. A few hundred meters away from Little John, outside an ice cream dessert store, Luz and Lucy both came to visit the grand event as well. And very coincidentally, he was next to the long-lost black and white twins. The pairing of Bueller and Parker, full of seriousness and nervousness, stared at the crowd in front of them, as if fearing that any unforeseen circumstances might occur at any moment. After all, this was an operation that had been in preparation for almost a month, and could not be undone at this last moment. This was the first time Luce had appeared in front of these two with his true face, but the two of them obviously didn't recognize the one next to him as the strange uncle who had guided the two of them onto this path of prosperity. At best, it felt that this was just an Asian with a curiosity about protests. After a while, when the group of thousands had all gone through this one main street, Parker and Bueller, the fat one and the thin one, also rushed to the next location. They also need to observe the situation well in advance over there, or make various means of response. Gazing at the gradual backs of the two, Luce's eyes blossomed with a hint of luster. Inwardly, he said, "It seems that this pair of black and white twins seems to be able to go farther than I thought. Good thing too. This stagnant pool of eagle sauce really needs to be stirred up a bit by them. Anything that could add to Eagle Jam's troubles, Luce was more than willing to do, or even push the envelope. The more chaos in Hawk Jam, that's what's best for the world." These thoughts flashed by. Looking at Lucy, who was still offline next to her, it was obvious that she was wandering off again after watching the parade, not knowing what to think. Luce tugged on her cheek. "Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the amusement park? Right-o. Let's hurry." Lucy was forced to turn on the computer and finally came back to her senses. The main purpose of the two this time was not to watch this parade of protests, but to take advantage of the Sunday day to come to the busiest city in the Bay Area and have a good time. After all, the first few times, Luz had come here to San Francisco to run various errands, or to watch the Navy Open Day or to get a passport and visa for Lucy. Now Luz wanted to take advantage of the rare opportunity not to have to think about what to copy to take a stroll around the metropolis. And when Lucy heard the news, she was naturally obliged to come along. If Lucy, Luz's only friend in LLNL Labs, was Lucy's only true friend, he was the only one. After all, there were far fewer people in the lab who could care less about her status with them. And Lucy didn't need the kind of companions that only flattered her. She had long ago gotten sick of that kind of environment, which was why she had come to LLNL Labs to be a normal current graduate student. The two held hands as they slowly left the main street that had returned to silence. Afternoon. Inside the city of San Francisco, in a kind of sprawling holiday playground, Lucy was riding a merry-go-round, her excited and delighted laughter rippling around her. Gazing at the beautiful scene, Luce glanced at the information displayed on the light screen on his eyeballs. Number of copies, 0. Refresh cooldown countdown, 3 weeks. Inwardly, he let out a secret sigh. It seems that this multiply copy function should be used sparingly in the future. This cooldown is just too long. Though, this multiply duplicates permission is very good, in that when you come across something good, you can consume the number of duplicates for the next month to get double the rewards. But it also poses a huge problem, which is what if he should stumble upon some nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the next month? At that time, will it not be entering the treasure mountain but returning empty? And you can directly be angry to death. Therefore, the number of replications after that can be saved, and multiplication replication cannot be used, unless it is like the amphibious assault ship and such technology products that have to be multiplication replication. Just as Luce was considering this, he suddenly felt himself being pulled up. There was a soft and delicate touch in her hand, and Lucy's voice in her ear. "Come on, let's play together." She held Luce's hand and the two of them sat together on a wooden horse. Then, it began to slowly rotate. "Lucy, is this really not going to break?" Luce frowned and said with some concern. "No way. How much do you weigh?" Lucy denied it decisively. She thought that Luce was worried that the combined weight of the two of them would crush this machinery. Only, Luce obviously wasn't feeling his weight as he tightened his hands around Lucy's waist. "I mean, would you be too heavy?" Lucy was skinny, but her problem was that she was just too perky where she should be. With that extraordinary talent, Lu Zhe could feel the gazes full of jealousy coming from the few women next to him. Could he not be heavy when he could feel the weight coming from his front when he was leaning against her in this way alone? This Trojan horse has a high load-bearing capacity. Don't worry. Lucy gave him a blank look and continued waving her hands out pleasantly. By the size of Eagle Sauce, a big fat man of over 200 to 300 pounds per capita. How could the weight capacity of this merry-go-round be low? This is estimated to lose over 50% of subscribers if it's too low. And the outskirts of San Francisco. The whole marching protest has come to a close. A fire rose within Bueller and Parker as they gazed at the blacked-out crowd. The march was successful and made a lot of noise. Though, but that's not enough. It's not enough to get those capitalists and the whole Eagle Sauce to make huge concessions for them, which means they still need to stoke a hotter fire. In a secret meeting attended by only a dozen or so people, Bueller looked at the group of first-class propaganda cadres with a serious gaze and inquired a question. I ask you, where are those capitalists? New York. Everyone replied without thinking. Where capitalists are most concentrated. Wall Street. Again, he chimed in. So, we're next in line. Occupy Wall Street. Bueller's large hand waved, his eyes firmly locked on a spot on the map. This, then, is the next goal. P.S. The monthly votes will expire in 1 day. Any readers who have a father to vote. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 142, Weapons List Submission. Dacia, this is forming a group army for me? What little has been achieved so far is but a stone dropped in a calm lake. It's not enough. And even that doesn't cut it against the capitalists. The only way to make them really feel the pain is to let everyone see the face of capital clearly. It's only then that we can count on some results. Bueller stared hard into the distance. Next target. Occupy Wall Street. With this decision, the entire procession, which had reached a size of several thousand men, turned its head and marched in the direction of New York City. This time, however, Bueller and Parker had no intention of still walking over on their legs. After all, New York is more than 4,000 kilometers away from San Francisco, and according to the calculation of the protest team walking more than 20 kilometers a day, it will take 200 days of non-stop walking. The trials and tribulations of this are not something the average civilian can persevere through, and most people simply can't be bothered with such a huge cost of time. However, it would be too flashy to take a direct flight or other means directly to New York. So Bueller decided decisively to take transportation to the next city each day, followed by a wave of protests in that city, and continue to the next city the next day. The whole process is expected to take a month, eventually arriving in Washington, New York, and the process costs money that is within the reach of most people. By this time, with the big commotion made by the march into San Francisco, the story was getting more and more traction, especially among the student body. The trend is blowing more and more among Eagle Jam college students because of the popularity of Facebook as a software. In the meantime, over in Daxia, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Yanjing General Assembly Department Office. It was just less than 2 minutes after the start of the workday when Zhang Lixing stepped inside the building with his tail between his legs. Just walked into the office. Kong Jianman then threw a pile of information in front of him and let out a long breath. This is the approximate equipment inventory of various weapons at the moment except for some that cannot be moved. Basically all of the others are here. Just ask the customer's side what kind of weaponry they need, and just pick it right up there. The price is already marked down, and this information must be kept secret. It mustn't leak out, he added. This is related to the entire Daxia's weapons stockpile. Once leaked out, I am afraid it will cause extremely serious consequences. If Eagle Sauce learns of this, it will be able to deduce the approximate military strength of Daxia based on this inventory of weapons. It wasn't that he was worried that Zhang Lixing would accidentally leak out this piece of information. Rather, it would be big trouble if they accidentally blurted it out after showing it to the client. Hear that? I'll just choose. The client's side doesn't need to see it. Zhang Lixing waved his hand and proceeded with this thick pile of information. Where was the need to ask the Great Wall Watch Organization as a customer for this? Previously, both parties had clearly declared in their emails that it was sufficient to choose the equipment of $20 billion. So he would just buy the equipment of $20 billion. Going to make another rash contact over this matter. It was not likely that others would still think that Daxia was dragging its feet in doing things. Rifles, heavy machine guns, these old tanks and self-propelled guns too. Zhang Lixing followed the previous plan, checking off one thing after another. The inventory of all kinds of weapons and equipment of the entire army are written on it. Unless it is like some weapons and equipment that have not yet been formally commissioned, the rest are almost all clearly marked on it. And how many quantities are needed can be directly filled in with a number at the back. There are also 2 million hand grenades type 77-1, 3 million type 82, There are also 20 bases of ammunition for all types of weapons that must be matched as well, Zhang Lixing muttered. Since he was working for an organization of incomparable significance to the Great Summer like the Great Wall Watch, he naturally needed to be reminded of the 12 points of his spirit. Strive to get every dime you can. Old monster Zhang. You really only choose old stock equipment. Ha! Kong Jianmin looked at the equipment he purchased and couldn't help but smack his lips. You should at least get some equipment that's close in age. This is all 20 to 30 years old equipment. This arms trade order, although the amount is large, but spread out for fear that will not be others think. Daxiao will only sell broken iron. Zhang Lixing glared at him and said without a word. Nonsense. Other people's customers want this kind of good value for money equipment. According to the previous meaning, the cheaper the price of these equipment, the better, as long as it can be used on the line. To buy those who can easily be tens of millions of dollars a piece of new equipment. Other people estimate that they are still not happy about it. It was hard to shop around, and after a crackle of remittance statistics, Kong Jianmin came up with a final amount. All the weapons and equipment added up to an amount of about $23 billion. At that, Zhang Lixing raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Other customers, this is to help you General Assembly Department clear inventory. How not to give a 15% discount? Didn't I tell you the booking would be $20 billion? So the $3 billion is waived. Kong Jianmin didn't have any rebuttals and said with a joyful smile, as long as we can buy these things away, everything is fine. Not to mention 15% off. He would accept even a 70% sale. After all, this is not a new type of weaponry. These old antiques piled up in the warehouse are almost moldy. The annual maintenance requires a lot of personnel and energy. Now it was hard to find a buyer willing to purchase them and let them continue to shine in another part of the world. He couldn't be happier. Not only him, I'm afraid the whole army can set off firecrackers for several days and nights after waiting for the contract to be signed. The new uniforms and military shoes are arranged in advance. And this time, even the multi-purpose engineer shovels are one step ahead of the others. Just in time, Kong Jianmin continued to come up and whispered, Old man Zhang, ask that customer if he still needs used ships and used airplanes. These equipment we also have in Daxia. The price is as cheap and inexpensive. Quality assurance bar. The Air Force and the Navy, after hearing the unusually bombshell news that the Army is about to sell $20 billion worth of all kinds of vintage equipment, calls from the Navy and Air Force, one after another to their General Armament Department, can be sold to sell their own old equipment. Other side. Eagle Sauce. Inside the LLNL lab, Lu Zhe, who had spent the day touring around downtown San Francisco, returned inside his dormitory with a body full of fatigue. That Lucy guy. I told you she was heavy. Lu Zhe recalled the scene in the afternoon and couldn't help but spit out with a black line on his face. That bumper car couldn't be driven at all. She had to drive it with two people. Don't look at Lucy's skinny arms and legs and only 170 centimeters tall, but her weight also has a full 60 kilograms out of the head. After all, her body's nutrients, and not for nothing, that can be smothered by the existence of people. In addition, Lu Zhe also has a weight of more than 70 kilograms. Children playing bumper cars cannot withstand this heavy load. Two people just sat up, can only hear the engine hissing half with no movement, was next to a few children ridiculed a bit. Just then, suddenly, a message popped up on the light screen of the eye. Ding, you have a brand new email waiting to be viewed. Why is Dasha emailing me at this time? Is the weaponry I want ready? As Lu Zhe thought of this, he hurriedly opened his mailbox and projected it onto the light screen. Clicked on the email that had just been sent hot a few dozen seconds ago, only to see that a detailed list was enumerated inside. Since our last cooperation with you was concluded, we have taken an inventory of existing weapons and equipment currently in stock. The following are the weapons and ammunition traded as payment. 4 million Type 77-1 and Type 82 grenades. If you have any other needs, please feel free to contact us for more information. Looking at the long list of weapons and the numbers that could make the blood rush, his Daxia is getting me a group army? Lu Zhe sucked in a breath of cold air. Ordinary light weapons alone are capable of scaring people to death. With 10 million old-fashioned grenades alone, and 200,000 rifles and assault rifles of all kinds, there are more than 20,000 Type 67 and Type 89 heavy machine guns as well as light machine guns, and even sniper rifles and anti-tank rifles number more than 2,000, and all kinds of full-power bullets, intermediate power bullets, and small-caliber bullets have accumulated to more than 300 million rounds. A muzzleloader with a muzzleloader muzzle energy over 3,000 joules is a full-power round, and 2,000 J is an intermediate power round. That's enough to field an incipient group army, which is a very good fighting force even if it's placed in World War I. More critically, these light weapons do not account for a significant share of the $20 billion, with heavy firepower weapons being the main focus, like the Type 59 tanks, of which Daxia produces tens of thousands. More than 100 of them were sold directly this time, while there were dozens of Type 79 main battle tanks, and a few Type 80 main battle tanks participated in it. This is barely enough to form a tank regiment, not to mention a variety of 155mm self-propelled guns, armored vehicles and so on, and even some old trucks have been arranged, for fear that this customer does not have enough capacity to play the full power of this armored unit. Daxia's side is really well thought out, and even every aspect is well thought out. That's a lot for $20 billion? Worthy of being Daxia. It's true that it's always been generous. A smile raised on Lu Zhe's face. Although some of this weaponry is old for a long time, many in the warehouse for more than 20 years have not been used, but the quality of the military products bar, in the use of not half a problem. If he had purchased brand new ones at normal prices, his $20 billion wouldn't have been enough to pay for a fraction of this equipment. A single main battle tank can be sold for millions of dollars. Not to mention the light weapons and ammunition, which Daxia sells directly at cost. This isn't even an arms sale. This is totally a clearance bargain sale. Read this. Lu Zhe decisively typed a line and replied. Our organization is very satisfied with this and will arrange for someone to go to Daxia as soon as possible for the handover. P.S. First shift, the last day, there is a monthly vote to cast a vote. End of chapter. Chapter 143, Breakthrough in Transportation Aircraft Project. Cargo 20 is going to make its maiden flight. The future pillar industry of Daxia. Lu Zhe could hardly think of any other words to express his emotions at this moment other than saying I'm very satisfied. Soon, Daxia's side also responded to this email. Daxia has issued orders to transfer weapons from stockpiles around the country, and will soon be able to make the handover. I would like to ask you to choose a remote and open site at that time to facilitate the storage of these weapons and equipment. If you have any other requests, please feel free to state them, and we will make them up as soon as possible. Gazing at the email that came back, Lu Zhe frowned. Do you choose a handover location? Which would be the better place to choose? It's no wonder that Daxia's side will give a special reminder. After all, it's not as simple as an airplane and a few tanks, so it's hard for anyone to notice anything when they put it in a random place. But that's hundreds of thousands of firearms, accumulating hundreds of millions of rounds of ammunition, and the volume they would occupy would not be a small number. Not to mention that there are almost hundreds of armored vehicles, tanks, self-propelled artillery, etc., which would require a great deal of area to accommodate even a very dense sort of stacking. It's not something you can just find a place and leave it over there unattended. If this is the case, border areas like those in the Northwest Province are not insured either, Lu Zhe said inwardly. Those places are close to the border area though, and at the same time the surrounding area is considered half of no man's land. But in the face of such a huge number of weapons and equipment, is still some eye-catching, and even extremely easy to be intentional people to detect some abnormal. Unless, of course, one chooses a location where no one will ever be able to detect it. Thinking of this, Lu Zhe's mind instantly came up with a location, and he decisively typed in a line of text and sent it over. Our organization has chosen a remote and desolate location in Daxia. Please build a warehouse here for storage. Waiting for preparations to be made, the organization will send its members to Daxia to carry out the transfer of weapons and equipment. I just don't believe that someone in this position could dare to go over there to spy on the news. Lu Zhe's eyes blossomed with a brilliant light. If not for the fact that he possessed a mannequin that could carry out some dangerous tasks in his place, even he wouldn't dare to enter this kind of scary place. Time ebbs away. It was soon the end of July, and Daxia was busily mobilizing equipment from weapons depots across the country. And at the same time, a huge warehouse was being built in some hidden place, and full-band electromagnetic shielding was turned on in the area, in an effort to be foolproof. Summer Academy of Sciences. In the dean's office, a sound of chess pieces falling resounded in this room. General. Extermination. Zhang Lixing's chess piece slammed hard onto the board and declared victory in the game. Only, he who won the game with great difficulty didn't have half a bit of happiness on his face, but looked at Zhang Yuli suspiciously. I say, what's the matter with you today, old Zhang? Playing chess all the time without a care in the world? It makes me unhappy when I win. In this one morning's time, he was able to win 5 out of 10 games? If this were before, he might not be able to win 5 games of chess even if he played for a week. There was no need to even think about it. It must have been Zhang Yuli, this bad old man, who didn't even put his heart into the game, and that's why he lost so miserably. Are you thinking about the Great Wall Watch organization? Zhang Lixing guessed. After all, it had been more than a week since the last contact between the two parties, and no contact had been made during that time. No, not even a warehouse has been built. What am I thinking about these things for? Zhang Yuli shook his head decisively. Currently, Daxia needed to wait for the warehouse to store the weaponry to be built, and then after all the equipment was safely stored, before continuing to contact the mysterious organization. Then what were you thinking about just now when you kept fidgeting? Zhang Lixing said in disbelief. There's a problem with the construction work over at the amphibious assault ship? You're worried they won't finish? The full construction program was submitted over at the 708th Institute during the previous week. And Chen Sanhai even patted his chest and swore to guarantee that it does not need 5 or 6 years. With this complete R&D technical design drawings, they can complete the construction of the Dashanu amphibious assault ship within 3 years, and directly delivered to the Dasha's Navy launching test flights. Is there not enough trust in this build time? Fear of problems with the build schedule? However, Zhang Yuli still shook his head. It's not because of this matter either. Whether it's the 708th Institute or Xiao Chen's level, I'm confident that they'll be able to successfully complete the construction. Completing the new amphibious assault ship of Dasha within 3 years is a bit difficult, but not unrealistic. Even if you're building an aircraft carrier, you can build one in 3 or 4 years if you have a proven process and skilled workers. Then what exactly are you considering? Zhang Lixing's doubts deepened. I was thinking about the high-rate lithium battery technology in electromagnetic catapult. Zhang Yuli's brows furrowed as he voiced his thoughts. Doesn't it have a wider range of application channels? Mobile devices like smartphones are a perfect match for this kind of battery. What is the single biggest issue of the moment for smartphones? Is the CPU not running fast enough? Is the RAM not big enough? While these all count as problems, they are not the most pressing. The most important thing that needs to be addressed at the moment is precisely the most seemingly insignificant of them all: battery technology. It seems to be the case that the capacity of this type of battery in the same volume is more than several times that of lithium-ion. If this is used on a smartphone, it can be extremely effective. Zhang Lixing slapped his thigh and instantly agreed. Traditional lithium-ion batteries, battery capacity of just over 1000 milliamps out of the head. Charging speed is also very slow. Once the screen, CPU and other components of the power consumption is too large, the phone is fully charged less than an hour or two will be dead. So often many cell phone manufacturers are the ones that need to make certain trade-offs in terms of range as well as performance in order to make it work. And once this high-rate lithium battery is used in smartphones, then manufacturers will be able to carry devices that consume more power, and the user experience will be better. It's not just here. Zhang Yuli took a sip of tea and slowly continued. This kind of battery can also be used in automobiles. Let me ask you, old man Zhang, what do you think the future energy source for automobiles should be? Future automobile energy? Zhang Lixing frowned and pondered for a moment. If a more advanced energy source is used, several current technical routes immediately came to his mind. Maglev? That's not right. It's just too far away. Hydrogen energy, for now, is not easy enough to prepare. Bioenergy is a little bit flashy. Thinking about it, he instantly had an accurate answer. The future of automobile use of energy will definitely be dominated by electrically driven automobiles. Are you saying that this high-rate lithium battery can still be used as a core technology for electric vehicles? That's right. Zhang Yuli nodded. After all, electricity is the easiest to obtain, and wind, hydro, nuclear, thermal, etc., can all be utilized effectively and inexpensively. So as long as there is a type of battery technology that is powerful enough, then electric cars will definitely be able to grow. And this high-rate lithium battery just meets this condition. Once loaded on the car using the motor to drive, then 100 degrees of electricity is enough to make an electric car driving hundreds of kilometers. According to the price of electricity is only a few $dozen, which can be compared to gasoline to save a lot of money. Since our country has never been able to catch up in the field of gasoline engines, then we will use electric cars to compete with them. Zhang Yuli, full of seriousness, spoke out the idea he had just had in his head, to bend the traditional automotive industry in the field of electric vehicles and to take a firm market share in this sector. To know, other small neon, Germany and other countries in the automotive industry have developed for many years. Gasoline engine technology is carefully polished for decades, which is the Dacia car companies say beyond the beyond. Unless, of course, the Dacia car companies just don't play this track and choose a whole new direction for their cars to go in. Go for the bend in the road by making electric cars directly driven by electric motors. Electric vehicles, motor high-rate lithium batteries. Old Zhang, you're completely equipped with extremely high feasibility. The more Zhang Lixing thought about it, the more he felt that this program was good. There is no fault to be found, either from the point of view of implementability or the technical route. With this in mind, he hurriedly instructed, you hurry up to make a draft to reproduce a complete electric vehicle industry with the high-rate lithium battery technology as the vein, and then report directly to the highest levels and go right ahead with the program in full. Okay, I'll go right away. Zhang Yuli nodded and directly picked up a piece of white paper and pen from his desk, intending to draft. No wonder the two would be so anxious. After all, This thing called the automobile industry is just too important. If the market size of smartphones is in the trillions, then an automotive industry can support half of a country's manufacturing industry. Its upstream and downstream output value is enough to recreate a medium-sized developed country, just like Neon next door, where the automobile industry accounts for 40% of the total output value of the entire manufacturing industry, almost supporting half of the entire secondary industry. If Dacia can nibble the fattest piece of fat in the automobile industry, there will be a powerful engine for economic growth. And when your wallet is bulging, your back will naturally straighten up and you will be able to talk tough. When Dacia has 20 carrier battle groups, then it can say that one without hesitation. I declare that there is only one Dacia in this world. How dare those frogs across the sea gulp and bark? The eagle sauce is here to break its legs. Just as the two pondered this, suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Zhang Lixing glanced at the caller ID information. It's a call from the 603 Research Institute side. What are they calling for? Zhang Yuli's eyebrows revealed a wave of doubt, and he took the call without much thought. Instantly, that side of Zhao Qing's voice filled with excitement and hissing reached his ears. Old monster Zhang. Old Zhang. We've made it. The Y-20 transport aircraft. This project can enter the first flight stage soon. Words. The two old men stood up at once, their eyes wide with incredulity. This is about to make its maiden flight? It's too damn fast. So fast that neither of them were prepared for it. P.S. Second shift. If you have a monthly vote, please vote. The new month is also here. You can also vote if you have one. End of chapter. Chapter 144. What Y-20 transport? This is clearly a Koanpong transport. This unusually explosive news swept through this modest office like a heavy bomb had been dropped. Lao Zhao. You're not kidding, are you? Zhang Lixing immediately took the call and stood up directly in amazement. His body tense. Your Western flight got out the Y-20 transport plane so quickly? Don't you fool us two old men. How can this be so fast? How can this development speed be described as more than fast? One could literally describe it as a rocket taking off at the speed of a rocket, which is on the verge of punching out of the solar system. After all, this is not like the previous J-20 development situation. Like the J-20 itself, development progress is roughly not bad anything. From the first flight is expected to be so 1 or 2 years only. And then with the help of the full set of design drawings for the F-22, it's not really surprising that the first flight was a year early. But you have to know, the Y-20 program project according to Dacia's previous expectations, that is to wait until 4 years later to be able to enter the first flight stage. So it's no wonder he had this suspicion. Previously, the Y-20 program was mainly stuck on a few key technologies, and it naturally went faster after solving these problems. Zhao Qing explained. After possessing the entire technical route for a super-large transport aircraft like the C-5M, several technical difficulties that had plagued them for a long time were also successfully overcome, coupled with the fact that the entire project has been in development for several years, and has already accumulated very rich experience in research and development. It is not so difficult to imagine that it can be achieved within a short period of time. Zhao Qing on the other end of the phone with a hint of dejection. I've told you too. Our research speed of Western flight is definitely faster than the commercial flight, right? Their civil aviation aircraft want a first flight, at least 3 to 4 years it. The second reason why the development speed was so fast this time was precisely the breath that Zhao Qing was holding in his heart. Be sure to grab the commercial aviation Su Chenlian kid before he takes the lead in the maiden flight of the Y-20, the first large-scale aircraft in Dacia. That's true, but I didn't think you West flyers could be so fast. I have to say, old Zhao, you guys are somewhat capable. Zhang Yuli sighed. Commercial aviation got all the technical drawings for the Boeing 777 3 or 4 months ago, but even now the first flight is still a long way off. However, for the Dacia domestic civil aviation aircraft development slow speed of this matter, obviously Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing, this person has long been psychologically prepared. Even without talking about that awful so-called airworthiness certificate, that thing, as long as people with a little insider knowledge know that no matter how much Dacia goes about making changes according to foreign requirements, ESA and Eagle Sauce Aviation Bureau will keep on delaying the issuance of airworthiness certificates, and will not allow Dacia's airplanes to enter their countries. A more critical point is that Dacia has no experience in the development of civil aviation aircraft before. The economy and applicability is the key to this kind of civil aviation aircraft, which may have higher requirements for the aircraft than the strategic transport aircraft. Transportation aircraft can be used at any cost or expense, but civil aircraft have to take into account various cost factors. Zhao Qing didn't linger on this topic, but followed it up with a flirtatious remark. Old Zhang, that bottle of excellent yellow wine of yours needs to be opened and kept. I'm going to drink it at that celebration banquet I'm going to have in Yanjing after the successful maiden flight. Not only Song Qini and those people, he was also thinking about these good wines collected by Zhang Yuli. The value of the wines themselves is secondary. but each bottle is extremely rare and significant. The successful first flight of the Y-20 alone is not enough. If you want to open my bottle of good wine. Zhang Yuli shook his head. You Westflight have to build that super large transport plane. When the time comes, not to mention my bottle of 30-year-old yellow wine, even if it's a 60-year-old national ceremony celebration wine, I'll bring it out for you to taste. Words. Zhao Chang frowned and returned without a sound. You say it lightly. How can a super large transport plane be built so easily? I was able to build a prototype in 4 or 5 years, and I'm thinking that's very rapid progress. This thing is a megatransporter. A behemoth with a takeoff weight of nearly 400 tons. Even copying the technological path of the C5M transport is not that easy, and Dacia would certainly have to upgrade the original technology to suit the current environment abuse required by the military. In his projected scenario, this new ultra-large transport aircraft would not be able to complete its initial development for the first flight stage until around 2014 at the very least, and this is still because with the help of a full set of design drawings of the C5M. If not, he estimated that the research and development of a decade or so may not be able to build a so. Hear that? Zhang Yuli smiled mysteriously, revealing a keenness in his eyes. Don't worry, there will be something good for your Shifei side soon. By then your R&D speed will be fast. Good stuff? You'll see when the time comes. It will probably arrive at dawn tomorrow, so you'll have to make some preparations first. Zhang Yuli, on the other end of the phone, began to order up some precautions. Since the Watchers of the Great Wall organization wasn't afraid of exposure, what did they have to worry about in Dacia? You may not be able to hedge your bets against Hawkjam in the oceanic battlefield, but in the offshore realm? You're kidding? Your carriers are mobile airports on the sea, but on land they're all airports. But it can't be that blatant. At the very least the paint job on the equipment needs to be changed. Zhang Yuli inwardly chanted. Chang'an. Inside a huge research and development hangar at the 603rd Research Institute of Shifei, the entire Project 072 team is working in an orderly manner. This is the last few inspections before the first flight, checking each and every part and equipment that could be involved in an accident, to minimize the incidence of failure. After all, the moment this behemoth actually starts up, any slight misstep will be fatal and unacceptable. Zhao Cheng, standing in the monitoring room, looked at the hands of the phone has been hung up with a face full of written are confused. What the hell? What kind of gift does old Jean want to give us at Shifei? It also helps us to increase the speed of research and development. Why does it sound so mysterious? He kept muttering and muttering under his breath, a strong note of skepticism in his tone. This is building airplanes and not playing games. But also directly open the plug-in. A key to enhance the speed of research and development does not? Before he could think about the matter, a man in a blue workman's uniform walked in next to him. This was Zhao Qing's deputy and also the deputy head of the entire 072 project. He frowned and said, Zhao Gong, the inspection work before the maiden flight is being lined up, counting tomorrow's experimental startup if it will probably be able to make its maiden flight the day after tomorrow. Should we give notice to go down and impose military control? The meaning of military control is simple, to eliminate all possibility of detection. In this way, this Y-20 will not show any spy photos when it makes its maiden flight, and unless Dacia takes the initiative to expose it, it is basically impossible for any unusual news to circulate. However, Zhao Qing waved his hand decisively. No need. Just carry out the testing work as usual and then the test flight the day after tomorrow. Ha, the deputy didn't expect that response. Don't worry about it. Just do it. Not to mention him, even Zhao Qing himself was confused about this decision. Not only was the Xia Academy of Sciences side so accounted for, but even the orders from the highest level as well as the Dacia Aerospace Industry Group were similarly commanded. What the hell is going on here? At this time, Zhao Qing suddenly remembered what Zhang Yuli had just said and continued to speak. But you informed down that the entire test pilot academy will be under the strictest military control after 12 o'clock tonight, lasting until 7 o'clock the next morning. No unidentified objects are allowed in the designated airspace, and the strictest guards have been placed in the surroundings to check for any unusual elements, and satellite reconnaissance has been blocked as well. Good. The deputy walked out of the hangar with a puzzled, confused head. The inaugural flight did not require strict controls, and as a result, this level of vigilance is being implemented starting in the early hours of tonight. What's going on here? Is there some kind of emergency? And this one question echoed in the minds of all the members of the Project 072 project team after it was communicated. What the hell are they doing up there? The early hours of the morning. Zhao Qing led dozens of core members of the R&D group and stood in a position not far from the runway, always gazing at the sky. What the hell is that thing old Chang was talking about? There's still a need for this kind of formation? The doubt within his heart would not be smaller than any of the people present. Even the maiden flight of the Y-20 did not how to be subjected to this kind of confidential care. This is exactly what kind of god to be able to how to pay attention to. All the surrounding airspace was cleared and forbidden to enter, and the police force was almost all arranged to the point of 3 steps to 1 post. This grand situation had never happened before in the history of Zhao Qing's decades of research and development of airplanes. Until, that is, a little after 1 in the morning, the entire 072 engineering group present, looking at the original dark sky at an interval of less than a few kilometers in the air, suddenly appeared a red, green-colored navigation lights. The loud roar was getting louder and louder, and even in this dark night where they couldn't see their fingers, many people could faintly see this huge black shadow slowly approaching them. This movement, this is a transport plane? What kind of transporter is landing? Several engineers began to speculate internally. The sound that this engine hissed out was naturally all too familiar to them, and they were even personally exposed to it every single day. First gut reaction: it's a decent-sized transport plane. However, when the unidentified transport plane had all but landed on the runway, a light finally fully illuminated its fuselage. Gazing at the steel beast in front of him, which was close to 20 meters in height. Has our Y-20 made its maiden flight? Am I dreaming? A member of the R&D team murmured cluelessly. Moment. Zhao Qing trembled and pointed at the plane. Which one of these is a Y-20 transport? Can this be a Y-20? Which can be called a Kuanping transport plane? P.S. Cousin got back late from his wedding, so I'll grab the first shift when I get back. First day of July. Requesting monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 145, First public appearance. A transportation plane from Daxia? A kunai transport? The term flashed through the minds of the crowd, but no semblance of an impression surfaced. When did Daxia develop this kind of transportation plane? Why don't they have any memories? However, Zhao Qing knew exactly what this thing was, and hurriedly commanded the crowd. Where's the tractor? What are you all gawking at? Hurry up and send a tractor over and tow this transport back to the hangar. This transporter can't be seen in the light of day, and every moment longer it's out there increases the risk. A few moments later, standing in the hangar, it was only then that all of them got their first good look at the true colors of this transport plane. With a length of over 70 meters and a wingspan of 67 meters, it is powered by 4 unknown high-thrust, large containment turbofan engines. Zhao Qing, on the other hand, was looking at its entire body that was painted in an army green appearance and had the distinctive features of a rabbit specially printed on it. The corner of his mouth tugged helplessly, secretly saying, "You think if you dye it a different color, people won't recognize what it is? Is this the so-called surprise that Zhang Yuli guy told him? It's damn near enough to be a shock, not to mention simply dyeing an exterior color. Even if the shell of this transporter was directly dismantled, Zhao Qing would be able to recognize what this thing was in a short period of time. There aren't many airplanes in the world with that kind of body data, and I'm afraid that only the Airbus A380, and 225, and 124, and C5 transports will be able to come close to it. Airbus A380 is obviously not possible. After all, civil airliners and transport aircraft wings are located in different places. The one in front of you is at the top of the wing, while civil airliners are mostly located under the fuselage. How did we get the C5 transport? And this is still the latest upgraded version of the C5M. What kind of heavenly means would it take to do this? Zhao Qing hissed inwardly, his eyes displaying endless confusion. This is the real deal physical object, not the full set of technical drawings from before, which are two completely different concepts. Getting a technical drawing of the C5M, no matter how difficult it actually is in it, at the very least just takes care of good data. But this is a huge transport plane. How did it get over to Daxia from Eagle Jam's side? However, before Zhao Qing could finish considering these things, the deputy next to him came up, and his eyes showed a wave of excitement as he said, "Zhao Gong, there's hope for our super large transport plane. Not only do we have the technology development process, but we now have such a real megatransporter that we can develop it completely step by step in reverse. And this process of reverse R&D will be an unprecedented and terrifying speed, and any technical difficulties will be easily solved. After all, there is no shortage of technology. Even the reference is in front of us. Do they Westfly even copy homework will not copy? Not to mention 4 or 5 years to develop a new ultra-large transport aircraft. 1 or 2 years cannot be built. That is considered a failure of the West Wing." Words. Zhao Qing nodded solemnly. Yes, our super-large transporter will be able to be developed soon. As a developer, all you need to do is think about how to build the transporter, regardless of where you get it from. Maybe it grows out of the ground? Thinking of this, he followed up by instructing, "This hangar is set to the highest level of secrecy, and no one is allowed to enter this hangar without permission, unless one has an order from me or from the highest level. From the side of the Summer Institute, one cannot enter this hangar. All of this will have to wait for the Y-20's maiden flight before any R&D work can be done, and it is imperative that absolutely no half-assed information be revealed at this time. Even though Zhao Qing didn't know what the Xia Academy of Sciences and the highest level side were thinking. This C5M transporter absolutely couldn't have any more problems in his hands. He can't afford to take this responsibility, and the entire Westfly can't afford to lose this face. Hear that? Yes, the deputy responded solemnly. Time waned. 2 days later, the day was 7/31, the last day of July. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the wind and sunshine were accompanied by a slight breeze. In the vicinity of the test site, a few wall climbers with cameras came in 2s and 3s, only in contrast to the kind of pomp and circumstance at the 611 Research Institute. The wall climbing party squatting grass party here in Shifei obviously wasn't much, and the number of people couldn't even make up 10. After all, how can shooting a big toy like a transport plane be as exciting and eye-catching as shooting a fighter jet? Brother Lee, did you come here because you read that news too? A small black chubby man with a camera and binoculars next to him looked at a man next to him who was slightly more robust in build. That's for sure. It just so happens that my house is near Westfield, so I took the day to check things out. Coincidentally, I happened to be traveling here in Chang'an and heard the news and specifically took the time to come over here to take a look. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s also chimed in. These people were the ones who noticed an anomaly, which was that the aerospace industry group seemed to have accidentally revealed a piece of news on its official website at 7 o'clock this morning. New progress in the research and development of the 603rd Research Institute of Shifei will report to show the results in the near future. It was only the fact that the story hadn't existed for a minute before it was simply deleted that it didn't attract much attention. And this group of military enthusiasts who just got the latest news and happened to be in the Chang'an area, that's why they were ready to come and take some pictures. Even if you don't get any good news on camera, you'll be able to pass the time or come here for a break. However, a few minutes later, a few people who were crouching in a high wall position, looking at the movement coming from the distant hangar, his brows furrowed. This mysterious. How is it harder to guess than that J20? Who says it isn't? Westfield's been hiding pretty well for a couple years now. Just, this time, it was obvious that there was something special going on over at Westflight, and preparations began early in the morning. Even the movement coming from the hangar side was extraordinarily different. These military fans waited patiently for quite some time and finally saw an image they will never forget. Under the toe of the tractor, a behemoth suddenly appeared in front of the crowd, being slowly towed down the runway of the test track. Its size was so large that it directly caused the dozen or so wall climbing parties to stare in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What kind of airplane is this? An airplane this big? How come they've never seen one before? Suddenly, a thought surfaced in the minds of the crowd, and it sent a shiver down the spine. This won't be our Dacia's strategic transportation plane? Could this have been built? This is too sudden, isn't it? With that kind of body type, there's no need to even ask. This is definitely a strategic transportation aircraft, and it belongs to Dacia. Looking at the transport aircraft placed at the starting position of the runway, the excitement in the hearts of several military fans could not be quelled for a long time. Is it going to make its maiden flight? Is this the good news that aerospace industries is going to announce? How long has it been since the first flight of the J20? Dacia is going to launch another strategic transportation aircraft? This is not R&D. This is clearly laying eggs. P.S. Second shift. First day of July. Begging for monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Y20's first flight succeeds. When did our Dacia build this thing? Our Grand Xia. When did we build such a thing? Looking out kilometers away, above the runway of what seemed to be a somewhat distant test range, rested the large plane. These military fans wondered from the bottom of their hearts. In contrast to the several fighters next to it, it simply towered like a giant mountain. There is no doubt that this is definitely a large strategic transport aircraft, both in terms of size and layout of the shape and all aspects. When I leave the country, will I get first-class credit for bringing back the photolithography machine? It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. After leaving the country, I brought back the photolithography machine. Can first-class merit beg booknet full text update. Keep in mind the URL, www.booksos.net. Chapter 147 News Release. Against all odds, you guys still have stealth bombers? The first flight of the Dacia Y20 large-scale strategic transport aircraft was successful. It's not just these wall climbers and these hundreds of R&D people at WestJet who are excited. This news, which could be described as undisguised, even more so detonated within the entire Dacia internet in an instant. Dacia's first large-scale strategic transportation aircraft made its maiden flight successfully, and the nation is abuzz with excitement. Surpassing the IL-76, Dacia finally gets the heart of the matter. Against the Eagle Sauce C-17 Universal Overlord? How big is the performance difference between the two? The new generation of strategic transport aircraft? Experts analyze in detail the new transport aircraft for the Transport-9 change. Not military fans in the mouth of the Transport-20. The maximum takeoff weight of the Y-20 strategic transport aircraft is expected to be more than 180 tons. Although the official media and officials have yet to make an official announcement, online media such as NetEase News and Sina News have been releasing first-hand news reports, lest this heat will be lost because they are one step behind. After all, they weren't stupid. If the officials really wanted to control it, there was absolutely no way that this news could circulate freely on the internet. It's so obvious that this is a deliberate release that even a stupid pig would know how to get just the right amount of heat, right? Like the Daxia Military Forum, a gathering place for military fans, even more so because of the horrific influx of traffic within a short period of time, causing it to once again fall into a collapse. The military jumbo jet has it. The 5th-generation aircraft Daxia also has it. So can the rest be far behind? What will be the next new type of equipment for our great summer? This doubt resounded within everyone's insides unanimously. At this point, even the major foreign media, what with CNN, Fox, BBC and other news groups, have followed up on this unexpected news. Only, the words they reported were not so upstanding. Daxia's new generation strategic transport aircraft unveiled. This deterrence ripples through Asia-Pacific security? Daxia with strategic placement capability. They will destroy the refugees and children in the Middle East and Africa. The Office of Asia-Pacific Security Affairs in the Woodward Building announced that it would soon increase the budget for Asian. The budget for Asian bases will be increased in the near future. Just as various media outlets at home and abroad were releasing the news over and over again. Suddenly, the Daxia Aviation Industry Group, which was the direct superior of the West Flight 603 Research Institute, once again released a brand new report on its official website. And it's still the same old news. Even the template seems to be exactly the same. New progress in R&D at the 603rd Research Institute of Shifei will report and show the results in the near future. Watching this news, almost all netizens were caught in a powerful wave of doubt. Inwardly, I couldn't help but start muttering, isn't this the same piece of news that was released in the morning? Why did the Aviation Industry Group release it again? Could it be celebrating the successful first flight of the Y-20? The previously released circular was just posted early? With this skepticism, they clicked into the link to the news and jumped within the news details page. Only seen. Even the content is the same paragraph. Not so much as a single punctuation mark. If there's any difference from that one news item in the morning, it's that there's an extra picture of unknown significance. The hazy figure obscured its face, and only a rough outline of what it was could be seen. This is a Y-20 transport. The first impression that comes to the mind of all those who see this picture is this. Instantly, and then immediately refuted the idea, no way, this is definitely not a transport plane. How can the airplane in the outline of this picture in front of you, with its extremely flat fuselage and irregular angles that seem to have wings that are still in the shape of flying wings, be a transport plane? How could a transport plane waste a huge amount of space on this very odd aerodynamic layout? Fighter planes? But Shifei is not developing fighters. If they are, they should be developing bombers. Instantly, military fans reacted by sucking in a breath of cold air. Hiss, it can't be? Western flight, bomber, flattened flying wing aerodynamic layout. These keywords linked together are enough to make you think. Does it mean that the next new type of equipment in our Daxia is that thing? Their minds reflected back a dream outfit, as well as the pride of the entire Eagle Jam Air Force. B-2 Phantom Stealth Strategic Bomber. Is the next surprise that Shifei is going to give to over 1 billion people in Daxia the so-called new strategic stealth bomber? This surprise, it comes a little too big, doesn't it? Oceanside. While Daxia was at midday, it was early morning here in Eagle Jam. Even the world's top metropolis as prosperous as New York, at this time of the year on the road cannot see a few pedestrians. No one dares to wander outside in the early hours of the morning. Not to mention the rest of the city, which can be described as rare, with only homeless bums and drunks left on the streets, except for gangs and criminals. Town of Arlington, inside the Woodhorn building. What's going on? Calling me back in such a hurry. What part of the world has something big happening? Kimmy Andrews rubbed his eyes sleepily and sipped a cup of black coffee with no milk at all. Is it a rebellion in Latin America and Africa that is affecting our trade and needs to be suppressed? Or is it that Israel go back to massacring refugee camps? As the head of Eagle Sauce's Global Affairs Security Office, he himself had just fallen asleep when he was yelled at by an urgent phone call. His first thought was that something was terribly wrong somewhere on the globe. Sir, it's not about those things. The assistant shook his head and handed over a document. It's about the Asia-Pacific region. The Daxia side disclosed the latest news that they have developed and made the first flight of a large-scale strategic transportation aircraft called Y-20. After receiving this document and scanning it carefully for a few moments, a glint of gravity flashed in Kimmy Andrews' eyes. How did they develop it so fast? Didn't you say that the program was only launched in the past 2 years? It's been less than 3 years and it's already been built? Even those military buffs can hear some whispers. How could the Eagle Jam not know? Even from the various improved models of Dacia's Yun 8 and the Yun 9 developed a few years ago, it is fully capable of manufacturing and developing a large strategic transportation aircraft. It's just that the Woodhorn side of the building never imagined that Dacia would be able to develop it so quickly. Damn intelligence services. What the hell are they doing? Kimmy Andrews slammed the table hard. The information submitted earlier had stated that it was expected to take at least another 10 years. Is this what they call 10 years? Are the people looking for it a bunch of blind people? He wasn't surprised that Dacia had developed a large strategic transportation aircraft like the Y-20. But what made Kimmy Andrews angry was that these intelligence services had made mistake after mistake. Every recent news about Dacia has been extremely skewed. So how can the Wukuki building dare to trust any information they present in the future? However, before he could finish being angry, the assistant next to him reported immediately after in a low voice. Sir, that's not the only news. And that's not the point of what I'm trying to report. Over at Dacia, announced that it would report a brand new R&D success in the near future. Brand new research and development? Kimmy Andrews frowned. The same stealth strategic bomber as our Eagle Sauce B2. After saying that, this assistant handed over that news that was hanging on the front page of Dacia Aviation Industry Group. Kimmy Andrews caught a glimpse of the outline of the airplane with its hazy figure. Trembling with a dull gaze, he muttered, "A stealthy strategic bomber? Dacia's latest development? How is it that I have not been informed of any of this? How is this possible? Dacia TMD still has stealth strategic bombers? This stuff, where did they come from? Compared to the previous large strategic transport, this stealth strategic bomber in front of him was completely unacceptable to him." With this news, the intelligence side didn't even notice the slightest breeze, as if the project had popped out of the stone all of a sudden. The point is that many alternatives of the same type exist globally for large strategic transports. Even Little Neon has the C-2 transport, which is nothing unusual. Hawkmaster itself sells the C-17 Globemaster, but the stealth strategic bomber thing is unique to the B-2 in the world. Now if Dacia is able to develop it, doesn't that mean both sides are at the same starting line, or even Eagle Sauce may be behind in terms of long-range bombing capability? Kimmy Andrews was in the middle of a long thought. A mere disclosure chart, not even a reference picture of the actual machine. Is it another smokescreen? It's a fake news. After all, the last time that very F-22 like 5th generation aircraft, and did not see any movement on the side of Dacia, the first flight of that 1J-20, the two sides or even in the degree of similarity is extremely low, has been ruled out the possibility of the same. So, will this one repeat the results of the last one? In fact, what about the fact that Dacia is not working on a stealth strategic bomber at all? But what if Dacia is getting a stealth bomber too? What are they going to do about HawkJam? Their own B-2 Phantom bomber is already going out of production, and as a result, Dacia is working on a new generation of stealth bomber. Make an application report. We have to build a new generation of stealth bombers to maintain a technological advantage over Dacia. Kimmy Andrews' eyes glazed over. Start by filing a manufacturing budget of $500 million for a single unit. As far as exactly what the budget needs to be, that depends on how much the military-industrial complex, and the congressmen and gentlemen, are going to take. I hope it's not too hard. Inside he began to pray. If these Smith legislators come down too hard again, this new stealth strategic bomber will cost billions of dollars to produce, and the entire Eagle Sauce's military spending will really not be able to cover it. The people's fat and wealth are being raided. Taxes have been collected for 90 years, and the people have become poor. There's no oil left for everyone to squeeze. Second shift. Begging for monthly votes. It's the second day of July. Slam any monthly tickets you have. End of chapter. Chapter 148, Taking the Enhancement Potion. The Bureau announced the transformation. And now I'm a member of the War Terror Bureau. Okay, I'll report it up right away. The assistant nodded with a serious face. Only, as he turned to leave, he couldn't help but inwardly begin to sputter. Did you underestimate? Too much. The appetites of those congressional lords on Capitol Hill? $500 million and you want to get rid of them? Enough for someone to buy a few packs of screws and a few coffee cups? With a manufacturing budget of only $500 million for a single unit, you want to put together a new stealth bomber? Something that even the 1990s couldn't do, let alone the even more corrupt Eagle Jam of today's 09. The fear is that when it passes on the congressional side, it will add tens of billions of dollars per year, thus expanding the cost of manufacturing a single unit until it reaches a very scary number. Whether it is the Ford class or the Zumwalt class that is under development, which time did not the development budget directly overspent by several times? Take the projected construction of 100 B-2 Phantom bombers for example. invested a whole more than $60 billion. The original production cost per unit should be $500 or $600 million. The result is that 21 units were built and then directly announced difficult to produce. Isn't it just Smith legislators who are on a roll when the cost of production of a single plane is piled up to a staggering $2.4 billion? The moment. LLNL Labs, inside the staff's sleeping quarters. Even though the lights in the room had already been extinguished, Lu Zhe continued to gaze at the information displayed on the light screen and lay on the bed without resting. If you linked to the internet through the system, it wouldn't produce any traces of network access, and Lu Zhe would basically use this method for web surfing when there were no outsiders. And in the light screen, it was that news on the front page of the Dacia Aviation Industry Group. Dacia's new stealthy strategic aircraft. Other people didn't know what this stealth strategic bomber was all about, but didn't he know? Even Dacia made a point of explaining to the Great Wall Watch organization here before releasing the news. Lu Zhe muttered thoughtfully, "It seems it's that the War and Neglect Bureau doesn't work anymore, and this is Dacia's way of directly transforming into the War and Terror Bureau? Come to think of it, there really is no point in continuing to hide it at this time." He naturally sensed what Dacia's intentions were, because of Lu Zhe's appearance. The process of weapons research and development in all aspects of Dacia's domestic market had been greatly advanced by a few years, and even the future technology of military equipment had been advanced by a whole generation. In the face of today's situation, it's hard to continue to hide even how much you cover up. Can you not put weapons and equipment into service that have already been developed? This is obviously unrealistic. In their own strength is no longer allowed in the case of low profile. Since the lull you do not believe in the words, then direct intimidation deterrence. I'm afraid that's what Dacia is thinking at the moment, and Lu Zhe agrees with that very much. After all, anything that adds to eagle sauce is a great thing. A few moments later, as he was about to close the light screen, he glanced at the contents of the space item bar. How about just taking the potion? Lu Zhe murmured. He looked at that comprehensive enhancement limited time potion was really a bit greedy. Even though this potion would increase the body's 5 dimensions by 100% in all directions within 24 hours after taking it, it was very helpful for him to deal with some crunch time. What I need more than anything else at the moment is that permanent 20% increase in physical fitness. Lu Zhe continued to think. As for short-term physical enhancement, you can use speed capsules and these items to do so. If it was an emergency, the speed capsule that boosted his speed by 100% within an hour was already enough. Even counting the fact that after he took the comprehensive enhancement time limit potion, his own 5-dimensional qualities were once again boosted by an additional 20%, the bonus of the total enhancement time limit potion. And with speed capsules, which are at best normal blue items, it's not really that hard to draw them. This could be seen from the various capsule items that he had constantly acquired from his past draws. However, if the total enhancement limited time potion had never been used, it would have been considered a waste instead, as the permanent 20% increase in 5-dimensional physical fitness would have remained ineffective. What's more, I have props like dolls nowadays. Once a potentially dangerous position is involved, it's always good to let the dolls scout the way instead of me. Lu Zhe turned his thoughts around and resolutely made up his mind. So, now is the time to take it. The saying that you use it early and enjoy it early applies here as well. Immediately, Lu Zhe took out a tube of colorless and tasteless transparent liquid from the directory. It didn't look like any enhancement potion but more like the saline used in hospitals. Gulp! It was straight up muffled in one gulp. A few moments later, Lu Zhe opened his eyes, felt the reaction within his body, and tugged at the corner of his mouth. This can't be the long-term starvation state as described by the system's introduction, can it? It needs to last as long as a whole month? The biggest feeling he had today was a huge hunger coming from his stomach. Even after eating a loaf of bread and 3 or 2 more bites, I didn't really feel a hint of fullness. I'm afraid this amount of food can be compared to Lucy. No wonder she usually eats so much. So she's really hungry. In the meantime, the major military forums in Dacia were still immersed in frantic discussions. It's even gotten more intense, with no sign of stopping. It's really because the surprise announced on the Air Force's side today was just too bombastic. Not only is there a brand new large strategic bomber, the Y-20, but even a stealth strategic bomber has been vaguely disclosed. Many military fans wouldn't even dare to dream of such a big scene. At this point, CTV-7, a program called Defense Military First Line, is also getting ready to air. Zhang Xiaozong, who was known as bureau chief in the Jianghu, was sitting in the background panicking. What shall I make up today? No, what should I say? Transport 9 conversion? That thing is not well-rounded, he couldn't help but mumble. Despite the fact that Dacia officials seemed to have acquiesced to the public attitude, and Zhang Xiaozong was also clear that that thing was the Y-20 large strategic transportation aircraft. But he couldn't just admit it bright and early, everyone was right. This is a large strategic transport. Instead, One is only able to debate the fact that is the transport 9 change, until one gets a firm order of various arguments. After all, as a soldier, he knew exactly what to say and what not to say. Even if you say it wrong, it won't hurt. No one will pick on you. At most it will be used as some talk after tea. But if you expose it in advance, thus affecting the strategic layout of the higher-ups, that would be a big sin. This time the Transport 20 exposure was not at all like this. Zhang Xiaozong for a moment knew how to compile it. If the Transport 9 is changed to be bigger, it can't be expanded several times in size, can it? The transporter isn't actually very big because of the near big, far small relationship. Rather, it was the factor of the angle that made it bigger for the military fans? Zhang Xiaozong finally thought of an entry point and nodded with satisfaction. This explanation is good and can be rounded off. As he was struggling to come up with a fully logical explanation, a phone call rang. It was a call from a higher authority. But the information conveyed in it caused Zhang Xiaozong's face to be very dismayed. The content is very simple. Even just less than 10 words. There is no need for warlike negligence. Everything is told as it is. Subsequently, when he got the content of the text that he had specially explained himself to say this time, Zhang Xiaozong even sucked in a breath of cool air. This thing had never even been heard of by him before. And to think that it was going to be publicly exposed today as well? It's a job I have no experience in. This is about me transitioning into a war scare? That's not even telling it like it is. It's war terrorism, right? He had thought that this time he was asked to appear on the programmed defense military first line to cool down the current wave of fervor that had started on the internet and let all the military fans calm down for a while. But what it has to say is clearly adding fuel to the fire, isn't it? A few moments later, as a soldier who had spent decades in the military, Zhang Xiaozong quickly adjusted his inner emotions, climbed inside the studio and started recording. This military program, which is the most watched military program in Daxia, has attracted the attention of millions of military fans, especially on this special day. First, the moderator asked Zhang Xiaozong a few questions as per usual. Bureau Chief, I heard that the delivery of India's Vikramaditya aircraft carrier has been delayed again. What do you think about this? Also, construction of the Elizabeth began last month. Do you expect to be able to complete it on schedule? Secretary, listen to the inquiries. Delivery delays are not unusual. The old Maoist Gorshkov needs so many modifications that it's impossible to change it in a few years. And I think with the maintenance capabilities of the Indian triads, as long as they can get the carrier to start up properly, it's considered a great achievement. Zhang Xiaozong shook his head. Don't ever deliver it and then just start it up without taking 2 steps, and then it just plops down. Feremi is free that by the Gorshkov aircraft carrier he is very not optimistic. The main thing is that this thing was originally designed to carry carrier aircraft should be the old Maoist Yak-38 or Yak-41. Our vertical takeoff and landing type carrier? The main reason is that the carrier was originally designed to carry the old Maoist Yak-38 or Yak-41, both of which are vertical takeoff and landing type carrier aircraft. Now that it's been converted to a skid deck that will allow carrier aircraft like the MiG-29K to take off and use it, the amount of work involved in the conversion is just too much, and the carelessness of the Indian SAN is globally known. Like the boiler and steam turbine power system that requires careful maintenance, Zhang Xiaozong really thinks that it is not surprising even if it blows up. As for the Elizabeth of Great Britain, it's more like an oversized helicopter carrier. In terms of their ability to pull crotch today, as long as they don't drive the F-35B into the sea, I think it's already very good. Zhang Xiaozong commented once again. And really, I'm afraid it's not an easy task to match up so many F-35Bs. He was even extremely skeptical about how much combat power that Elizabeth aircraft carrier could actually bring to bear. A carrier that is limited to vertical takeoff and landing carriers for the purpose it was designed for. And anyone with eyes to see knows that that thing can only be purchased for use with the F-35B, a carrier aircraft. The problem is that while you can get the F-35B, a naval aircraft, someone else, Hawksbane, may not be able to deliver that many sorties per year as required. It will be a big joke to have an aircraft carrier but no carrier aircraft. Many military fans listened to the bureau chief's remarks, but did not take them to heart. After all, no one can guess what will happen in the future, and nowadays it's viewed more as just a fun thing to do. Only, the next question asked by the host is a very tricky news in all military fans. Bureau Chief, about the news circulating on the internet today about the strategic transport aircraft called Y-20 number. The host looked at Zhang Xiaozong and slowly inquired. What do you think? Just when everyone thought that the secretary would once again repeat his war neglect rhetoric. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaozong waved his hand. I think we will not only have the Y-20 strategic transport aircraft, but also other better ones. The entire Air Force combat system, all of it, will undergo a round of iterative upgrades. Listening to this passage from the bureau chief's bully, for a moment, The eyes of all the military fans in front of the TV set went wide. There are better transports? The entire Air Force combat system will be upgraded? Is that true? Some people froze in place, full of incredulity. These are the words that can come out of the bureau chief's mouth? You're not the bureau chief. Tell me who you are. Are you transforming into a war terror agency? P.S. First shift. Please ask for monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 149 Carnival. Transport 20 officially unveiled. What's that bigger plane? The bureau chief, who has always been a strategic flake in the past, has directly announced that the Dacia Air Force will make another big move. This is simply inverting the Big Dipper. After all, in the past, the usual style of the bureau chief, in the face of such comments, usually say something like, "This is definitely not any Y-20 transport aircraft, much less any large strategic transport aircraft." Whether it was the J-20's explosive information, or facing the explosion of various new types of equipment in Dacia, Zhang Xiaozong tended to deal with it in this way. A fifth-generation plane is described as a fourth-and-a-half generation, and a fourth-and-a-half generation can be described to you as a third-generation plane. In the end, the J-20 just became the J-10 conversion that everyone talks about. But this time it was different, and it was directly announced that Dacia still had new types of equipment yet to be announced. This is not a bureau of war and neglect. This is a bureau of strategic intimidation. At this moment, they have begun to wonder what the bureau chief actually means by this. Bureau chief, if you can talk more. What the hell is a new type of transport plane? You don't say half of it. They desperately wanted to know what that so-called better transport aircraft was, and what is the Air Force's brand new combat system. Just then, neither waited for the bureau chief or the moderator to speak immediately afterward. The screen's image suddenly went dark and a video jumped out. In the sky, a behemoth was soaring through the camera feed. Basho region. In a small country town, sneaky Zhang Wei glanced at his wife who was sitting on the sofa, watching the TV and was faking sleep. Next to the child who had been put to sleep, Zhang Wei stood on his tiptoes and was planning to sneak out the door. Before he could touch the doorknob, a voice drank him in. "Let me tell you, don't think I don't know that you've asked the one next door, surnamed he, to go fishing. If you run out and fish all day like him, you're not coming back." Sitting on the couch, his wife opened her eyes and glared at him without a word. "I'll just throw out a piece of trash. Where are you going fishing? Don't slander me." Zhang Wei smiled sardonically and raised a bag of garbage from the kitchen and threw it out the door. Taking out his cell phone from his arms, he sent a message over. "There's been a change in plans. I've been discovered by the enemy." Then glancing at his wife on the sofa, Zhang Wei, who had originally wanted to go fishing, immediately extinguished the idea. "Fishing is out of the question. Let's just be honest and cook." He went back inside the kitchen and proceeded to make dinner. Just at that moment, suddenly, having been watching the program on TV, his daughter-in-law seemed to have discovered some novelty and rushed to the kitchen shouting, "Zhang Wei, isn't this some new type of airplane you were chanting about before? Get your ass out here and check it out. It looks like it's playing its footage." Though she wasn't too interested in any military equipment at all. As a woman she actually preferred cosmetics and variety shows more. But nay, her own old man, every day at home with a cell phone and TV to watch these military information, she is able to know some even if she is not familiar with it. A new type of airplane? Zhang Wei rushed out of the kitchen with lightning speed, not even taking off his apron. "Where? Let me take a look at what kind of airplane is it. What about on TV?" "Just that big airplane of some sort that you've been talking about since you got up this morning." The wife pointed to the TV screen. If it was just watching TV at home or something, she didn't have any problem with it. She just hated the fact that Zhang Wei was just like that neighbor surnamed he, who only cared about going out fishing and not caring about his family. Words. Zhang Wei hastily cast his eyes toward the TV, and a spatula he was holding in his hand didn't even have time to put it down, and dripped a few drops of oil down. Only, Zhang Wei couldn't care about that at all nowadays. "This is the first flight footage of the Yun-20? His eyes widened in a shocked look. If he hadn't mistaken, the plane on TV was flying at a height of several thousand meters. The Y-20 large strategic transport aircraft, which was being announced as having successfully made its maiden flight only this morning, was announced in the middle of the afternoon. The moment this footage being broadcast attracted the attention of almost all the military fans in Dacia, and there was a boiling scene in the major forums. Chapter 150, Dacia is going to build a transport plane that rivals the N225. "Lucy, you're taking me to meet your parents?" It's all about small talk. When the strategic transport aircraft like the Yun-20 was compared with this black shadow behind it, all the viewers were able to realize even more what it was like. Big. It's really too big. It's impossible to think of any other words to describe the extent of the feeling inside these people. How outrageous and counterintuitive is the size of this airplane, which is almost too big to fit on the entire screen. A few moments later, This huge and hazy mysterious colored black shadow only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it steeply dimmed, announcing the end of this first flight exposure altogether. And then it cuts back inside the studio. A few people also did not give any explanation about the first flight footage just now, but jumped directly to the next stage. All that should be shown is in the video, and there's no point in saying anything else. Next, we move on to the Palestinian-Israeli. Israel's war with Israel. Secretary, how do you see the performance of the Israeli side once caught in the middle of an urban skirmish? The host and bureau chief Zhang Xiaozong begin to make some judgments about the global military situation. For example, the recent war situation in Gaza, or the development of weapons in countries such as Eagle Jam and Great Britain. Without involving Dacia, the bureau chief's parsing of each matter was very profound, and could even be described as otherworldly, with each sentence hitting the deadliest pain point of the matter. If it was in the past, this part of the program content is the most appealing to the existence of a wide range of audience groups, as well as the highest ratings of the time slot, except that at this moment in time, no one had the heart to pay attention to the so-called program, which had seemed completely unimportant. At this point, a certain military-related group chat was ushered into the midst of a frenzy of swiping at one point. The discussion didn't even include the maiden flight of the Yun-20 just now, but that very mysterious black shadow. What exactly is it? Tell me. What do you mean TM surprise? That's a surprise? Just how big is this thing? Is this an airplane too? How about a fighter jet that's 15 to 20 meters long? It feels like it could fit 4 J-20s in its wingspan alone. Such a large size. It definitely can't be a bomber or a fighter. Is this what the bureau chief just called a better transport plane? I think it's very likely. That's definitely the best explanation. For a while, everyone in the entire group began to discuss it enthusiastically. Many people also gave their own judgment at the first opportunity as to what kind of airplane this airplane actually belonged to. Fighters and bombers were naturally ruled out. And with a bomber of this horrible size, did it intend to carry hundreds of tons of bombs at a time? This was beyond what could be understood in conventional combat. After all, a few dozen tons of cargo capacity was enough for the strategic bomber to destroy several targets accurately. Adding more would be a liability instead. For one thing, it affects flight performance, and for another, it becomes a living target for all kinds of missiles and air defense weapons, which would totally outweigh the benefits. As for the fighters, with a fighter jet of this size, is Dacia planning to form a victory team to fight monsters? So it could only possibly be a large transport plane, and it would have to be a transport plane to do so. With any other model, it's hard to reach the. It is possible that a very large civil airliner could reach this size. Civil airliners like the Boeing 747, Airbus A380, and so on can match a bit in terms of length, width, and height. There were also some people in the group who speculated. Military transport aircraft are not the only ones that can achieve this massive size. Civilian airliners are perfectly capable of doing so as well. For example, the current civil aviation airliner among the Airbus A380, that is a wingspan close to 80 meters supergiant aircraft. The use of double-decker cabin, up to a one-time carry 850 passengers, flying more than 15,000 kilometers around the world. No, look closely at the shaded cross-section of it, and notice what I've circled. One of the group members decisively sent out a screenshot from the program earlier. It was the airplane that was shrouded in a layer of mist, the rough outline of which is only barely visible in the picture, and the location of the wing at the very top of the fuselage is unusually clearly circled in the diagram. Here's a picture of the Airbus A380 as well as the vast majority of civilian airliners. What are their features? The guy went on to post so many screenshots, all circling the wing locations. Then, in an undoubted tone of voice, he typed a line of text. The wings and engines of a civilian airliner are all positioned below, whereas this shaded cross-section is located above. So how can it be a civilian airliner? The vast majority of transport aircraft, their wings are located in the upper position. After all, the wing is carrying the engine. Once the wing is too close to the ground, it is extremely easy to cause damage to the engine. And for the airport takeoff runway environment is also to strict requirements. These are all intolerable drawbacks for a military transport aircraft. For a transport aircraft, the runway it uses for each landing and takeoff may not be a concrete surface, but will need to take off and land again on an improvised dirt runway. However, unlike civilian airliners, which have cargo compartments and land at regular airports, placing the wings underneath reduces costs and provides a better experience for passengers. So, this plane is definitely a transport plane only. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all the group members, the man declared decisively, in terms of body size, this transport aircraft that we are going to develop in Dacia should be benchmarked against the Eagle Sauce's C5 Galaxy or even the old Maoist's In-225 in terms of its load capacity. The C5? Or even the In-225? Looking at this passage, All the group members instantly trembled and couldn't help but start muttering inwardly. Can we, Dasya, also build such an advanced transportation plane? Will I see this day in my lifetime? This is despite the fact that they know that a transport aircraft is not as big as it can be, much less that the weight of the load should be used to measure the excellence of a transport aircraft. Something like the An-225 carries an unbelievable amount of weight and is the largest airplane in the world in every sense of the word. But that doesn't prove that its combat integrated capability is superior to the C-5 transport, or the An-124 transport. After all, in the vast majority of cases, it's simply not possible to use that huge load space. But they still couldn't help but think about how dominating it would be for Dasya to have a transport plane that was comparable to the C-5 or even the An-225. Whether or not it works and whether or not it does, that's a completely different thing. What others have, Dasya will surely have. The internet within Dasya was still filled with a joyful atmosphere, especially in major military fan-gathering places in chat groups. That is, every moment, even at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, there are people in the passionate discussion. After all, this is in one day. The continuous exposure of the Transport 20 strategic transport aircraft, new stealth strategic bomber and even unknown aircraft against the C-5. Each piece of news taken apart individually could set Dasya abuzz, let alone 3 direct announcements in half a day? This kind of pomp and circumstance they had never seen in their lives. And how can they not be moved and excited? Time rushed by and another 2 or 3 days passed. It's Friday. At the moment, Eagle Jam on the other side of the ocean. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the hot sun was shining directly on the ground. And every pedestrian walking on the road was like being in the middle of a steamer. Inside the LLNL lab, in a familiar corner, Lu Zhe was lying on a sofa, staring at the light screen panel. Information on his eyeballs was fuming, minimizing his activity. Current achievement points, 26,000. Number of copies, 0. Cooldown countdown, 2 days and 14 hours, will be refreshed next Monday. Space item column. After he drew 8 white draws the other day, the achievement points became a nice round number. As for the result of the raffle, naturally, it was unsurprisingly no. Looking at the time that passed by second, Lu Zhe inwardly hissed loudly and excitedly. The number of replicas will finally be refreshed next Monday. A month. Do you know how I've been living this month? It was only now that he realized how hard it was to spend time without copy counts. If you don't run into a top-notch tech item, it's fine. But if you run into one and can't make a copy, you'll feel like you've lost $5 million in your heart. Unless the value of the duplicated tech item exceeds 50,000 achievement points or more, the permissioned multiply duplication cannot be utilized. Only if it's higher than 50,000 achievement points. It's not considered doing a loss. Just as he was engrossed in this stream of thoughts, Lucy over there came up to him. Here's the pizza you asked for as well as the cake. She handed over 2 portions of food and a glass of water. Lu Zhe instantly opened his eyes and quickly took a bite of a pizza. This came just in time. I'm all hungry and rumbling now. If we don't eat something, we'll probably starve to death. The phrase chronic starvation state from the system prompt really lived up to its name. Ever since he had taken the enhancement potion, and then within the last few days, his meal volume had risen one by one. You eat slower and I'll get it for you later. Lucy couldn't help but think darkly as she watched him wolf down his food. Could it be that because Lu Zhe has spent a lot of time with himself, the foodie attribute in his body has also awakened? Sure enough, we're the only 2 people in this world who can resonate with our souls. All of her insides began to cheer. There was just one other problem that had been plaguing Lucy for the last few days, to the point that at one point she had been a little unable to eat. After hesitating again and again, she still felt decisive to open her mouth and inquired, Lu Zhe, are you going back to Dasha after you graduate from graduate school? What are you asking for? Luz looked up in dismay. If you're going to return to Dasha at that time, Lucy showed a rare pitiful look. At that time, won't we be able to meet? The first year of graduate school is almost over, and graduate students here at Eagle Jam typically graduate in a 2-year program. Even in the case of needing to extend by, Lu Zhe would have at most 2 more years to stay here at Eagle Sauce, and then he would return to the country of Dasha. The 4 months that the two had known each other had been the happiest Lucy had felt in 20 years, and the relationship had naturally grown stronger. And in Eagle Jam, the land of fast food relationships, the two of them have surpassed many hot couples, and even their daily demeanor has become very gooey. If Lu Zhe returned to Dasha upon graduation, what should she do then? Was she even going to lose her only best friend like that? Lucy didn't want to accept that fact. For a while, Lu Zhe finally realized what was going on in Lucy's little head. Isn't there still a year or 2 left? And you can totally follow me back. Don't you love Dasha's food? You can live in Dasha during the week, and come back to Eagle Sauce's side to be with your family at Thanksgiving and Christmas for the rest of the 2 or 3 months. It's not hard to commute back and forth even during the week. Touching her head, Lucy soothed her like a relieved kitten. Good idea. Lucy's eyes instantly lit up and her body was suddenly activated. That distance across the entire Pacific Ocean between Daxia and Eagle Jam didn't really seem to be a problem for her. What's that little bit of airfare for an airplane flight? Even Lucy could have chartered a special plane to fly this route exclusively if she wanted to. Only, there is still a small problem left. What excuse should one find to stay in Daxia for a long time? Lucy looked at Lucy, who had already finished all the food, and moved forward to hug his arm with her huge softness. One time, Lucy felt like his arm was stuck in cotton, and he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Glancing at Lucy, he said without a word, "Tell me what's the trouble this time?" Every time Lucy made one of these intimate sappy gestures, then another trouble was sure to follow. Either you're going to some amusement park or weird thing, or you want to eat some extremely tricky food. When she used this trick last week, she was trying to eat the yogurt dumplings from the western frontier of Daxia. This thing was something that even Lucy himself had never heard of, and it took 2 days of tossing and turning to barely give it a go. Hear that? Lucy learned the pronunciation of those women on the TV show and whispered into his ear. The two were already face to face when they spoke. Lucy, can you go and meet my father and mother? Lucy instantly widened his eyes. Seeing your parents? He carefully recalled how he and Lucy had been getting along lately. It seemed like there was just one time when they were playing around and accidentally kissed each other mouth to mouth, but both of them were first-time kissers who didn't lose out. I know you're Catholic, but you're not so traditional, are you? A little kiss and a little handhold and you're pregnant? So you're going to meet your parents? This is moving too fast, isn't it? P.S. Please. Recommending a book by a friend. My Martial Arts Path to Godhood in the Age of Trickster Mysteries. Veteran author. Plot guaranteed. Link in author's words. I have a headache, so I'll make up a chapter tomorrow. Null. Chapter 151 Realized Mannequins. Contacting Daxia again to prepare for the handover of arms and ammunition. Lucy, are we moving too fast here? Lucy's hand quickly moved from Lucy's head and retracted. Though, the two were just a hair's breadth away from being a well-documented couple. However, this was about to enter the stage of mutual authentication. Lucy still felt that it was a bit too fast. He's not mentally prepared for this. For Lucy's status, how powerful would the family behind her have to be locally in Eagle Jam? Just the ones that followed Washington through customs? I'm afraid it's not the same group that followed Washington into customs. Noticing Lucy's terrified look, Lucy covered her mouth and snickered. Opening his mouth, he said, if I'm going to go to Daxia for a long time, my parents are definitely going to ask about it. So I need you to help me explain. This, Lucy was a bit speechless. If her parents found out he'd abducted Lucy to Daxia, would he be able to walk in and come out unscathed? Spin. Lucy's eyes flickered and he came up with a brilliant idea. Lucy, have you heard of an old saying of our Daxia? What old saying? Lucy tilted her head sideways with an expression of curiosity like that of a cat. That is, elope. Lou smoothed a stray hair from her hair for her. Relieved. He wasn't afraid of just how great Lucy's family was. Would he still be able to forcibly stop him from taking Lucy away? By that time, God knows what divine weapon he could draw from the system. Even the change mask that he possessed nowadays was able to completely conceal one's whereabouts. You couldn't find a single trace of it even if you turned the whole earth upside down. Even if it was an elopement. That's a real descending blow. Hearing this, Lucy's somewhat shriveled eyes sparkled. That doesn't seem like a bad idea? Her dexterous mind came to life. When the time comes, I'll first take out all the money in my card, so I won't have to worry about running out of money to spend. How much money was actually inside her various black, gold, and diamond cards? Even she couldn't remember. Anyway, it's just a number on the front with a long string of very wobbly zeros hanging off the back. When the time came to take this money out in advance, it would be enough for her and Lucy to live for several lifetimes without worrying about food or drink. In the meantime, while Lucy and Luz were discussing the elopement plan, a huge procession, too, was slowly approaching New York, the most prosperous megacity in Eagle Jam. This was the protest procession that Bueller and Parker had organized, due to the fact that a march would be initiated as they passed through each city along the way over the course of the month. In each case it was the same as in San Francisco, with all the people unanimously holding up signs, making no noise, making no overtures, and each stepping in unison. Like an army, it rumbled and marched through the city. And this kind of march protest method, but especially to attract the eyes of the general public, play the effect even far more than those around to make all kinds of noise. All kinds of disruption of the order of the march are much greater. Even an elementary school student can clearly see that there is something unusual about this protest team, and that this is not one of those environmental or human rights organizations that get paid to do things. What they are trying to achieve is the result that every bottom feeder and even the middle class wants to see. So more and more people join this marching protest. Blacks, whites, even Arab and Latino immigrants. which swelled more than several times in a month's time, at one point reaching a massive tens of thousands. Even Eagle Jam's handful of leftist media outlets gave the action its official name, the silent power of the people. And with this wind, schools at major colleges and universities all over Eagle Jam have responded by joining in the action. More than 100 kilometers away from New York, on a road. Parker, call it down. Starting tomorrow, we're going to step into New York, one step at a time, without any transportation. The sharpness in Bueller's eyes unfolded. This city, almost the most prosperous in the world, offers the best of the best to only that 0.1% of the rich. This is heaven for the few. This is hell for the many. Good. Parker nodded. I'll get John right away. John, the junior they had just absorbed earlier. He was none other than the head of the department in charge of publicity and one of the few people who could get in touch with Parker and Bueller. After all, the structure of this march and protest organization was so rigid that he would only pass on the information to a few cadres in the first level of the propaganda department, after which people in the third and fourth levels of the propaganda department would be notified. And instead of touching the protest crowd that had gathered the most eyes, he and Bueller had been directing it remotely from a location more than 10 kilometers away. They were very close to New York and getting closer to Wall Street, and the danger factor had reached a threshold where the two of them had to be a little more careful. After all, there is only so much to this protest march. Borrow the heads of your capitalists. It is totally unacceptable and intolerable for the capitalists of Eagle Jam. So what if you're the president? If you dare to touch on this sensitive topic, you are also guaranteed to have your mind blown on the spot and never be happy again. Therefore, once the initiator behind this march and protest is found out, the two will definitely not be able to eat their words. Read this. Bueller, do you get scared? Parker looked to his partner next to him. We've given so much to get this far. Originally, as a little chubby guy, he was on the run for the past 2 months. Not only had he become a large circle of thinness, even his skin was wheat-colored by the sun, all as a result of his exertion. It's all about arriving at this final step. And this windy lake, even as many in the media are beginning to play up the rightness of this campaign, is nothing more than an eyewash. The goal is to catch who the real leaders of the organization are. A sentence of several hundred years of imprisonment would be considered lenient, and if one is not careful, then it is expected to be killed directly in the detention center. The most apt term to describe the two men's situation was standing on the edge of the cliff between life and death. Hear that? I'm not afraid, much less of death. I'm just afraid that I haven't done enough. Bueller shook his head. He knew that this operation, in all likelihood, wouldn't yield much significant results, but he still wanted to put up a fight. Eagle Sauce, as an old capitalist country, is terminally ill with the concept of capital, but after more than 20 years of being a coward, he couldn't wait to get up and try now. Even if this is the result of a doomed failure, at the very least he can have the process of trying and speak up for all the bottom feeders for once. No, the result is not important. Passing on this idea is what matters most. Gazing at the city that seemed to have become visible to the naked eye in the distance of the skyline, Bueller chanted softly, New York, here we come. It was night, and the moon and stars were thin. At 1 a.m. Locally, the vast majority of the population had already rested, and the only sounds around were various insects or the occasional bird chirping. After all, for a small town like Livermore with a population of tens of thousands, the term nightlife basically doesn't exist. And here in Eagle Jam, even fewer people dare to wander off the road in the middle of the night. Inside the LLNL Labs employee dormitory, the bedside lamp next to Luze's bed was still on. He gazed at an option on the light screen, making changes one by one with interest. Gender selection, female. Height, 172 centimeters like Lucy. Appearance, Asian face. Luz checked all the first few options. What he was doing now was manifesting that golden item grade doll. Each option chosen now corresponds to an effect that will occur when the doll materializes. He was able to set up every detail from gender, looks, height, personality and so on. Simply put, if Luz he wanted to, it is even possible to materialize another doll Lucy, or one of those global superstars from Hollywood without a problem. And even this doll can be a one-to-one recreation in terms of personality and preferences. Only, it was obvious that Luze didn't have this particular fetish, and there was no need to do so. In terms of looks, just choose a normal preset appearance. Don't be ugly, but don't be too good-looking either. Just clean cut. He chooses a template whose sample is not too high. After all, the whole point of using a mannequin is to guard against danger and have it travel to some dangerous place instead. If it was set to be a big handsome man and big beautiful woman, that would be the opposite. In the event that the issue of appearance attracted the attention of others, it would probably lead to the exposure of the identity of the mannequin being leaked, and then traced back to Luze's body, which would be an act that would not pay off at all. and if you want to make it change its appearance, just use the change mask. Lu Zhe quickly ticked off one of the setting values. Anyway, being able to use the mask of change to give this doll a disguise at any time. It didn't matter what the exact body shape and appearance was. Finally, a female mannequin with a clean appearance slowly presented itself on the light screen. Dolls are set and ready to materialize. Number of times stored, 1. Exhaustion requires return to system item bar for a 24-hour recharge. Lu Zhe was not in a hurry to materialize the mannequin directly. Next, make contact with the Daxia side first. Inwardly, he thought to himself, all the weaponry should be fully stored and ready for the handover to begin. Nearly a month had passed since the time to explain the construction of the weapons warehouse, and given the speed of Daxia's infrastructure, it was definitely all finished. The time is ripe. It's also time for the mannequin to go and get those arms back. P.S. First shift. Second shift arrives a bit later. If you have one, you can vote for it. I almost made it to the top 500. Thank you, Hikaru. Chapter 152 Dolls officially arrive in Daxia to make a deal, advancing the Great Reconciliation in the Middle East. Having decided that point, he turned to another question. That is, do you want to bring a small gift to the Daxia side this time? As for the accompanying gift, forget it this time. Lu Zhe stroked his chin. It's better to wait until the National Day next month to bring it over. Just as a congratulatory gift. It's only natural to save this kind of big surprise for the big game. It's also mainly because dolls are only able to put in or take out items once per action. If it was to be allowed to carry a gift to Daxia, it would be impossible to bring back the weapon. You can only choose one of the two. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. The key to this mission was to get the large amount of weapons and ammunition safely, and other things were not in his consideration. And the location where the warehouse was built was not even close to the sea. If the amphibious assault ship Wasp appeared in the desert no man's land zone, let's not even talk about whether or not Daxia would find it too outrageous. You'd have a big problem trying to drive it out. That's a behemoth that can easily be tens of thousands of tons, and it's not easy to dismantle even if you're allowed to, let alone needing to ship it out in one piece. Read this. Lu Zhe decisively opened the background of his mailbox and typed a line of text over. Our organization is ready. May I ask if your side is ready for the weapons handover situation? Other side. Yanjing, Daxia, was in the middle of the afternoon. At the Summer Academy of Sciences. The entire institution has just finished its lunch break and the R&D staff are returning to their posts. Occasionally there were wails, and one didn't have to ask to know which graduate student's thesis had been eaten or stolen. Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing, two old partners, were chatting in the office. This time, instead of playing chess, he switched to something slightly newer like Go. Luckily, the two of them were equal in chess, both being elementary school level rookies pecking at each other, or else they would have been losing even in Go. If Zhang Lixing's bullish temper came up, he would probably just transform into the great Han chess sage. Down for a while. Old Zhang. The war in Palestine. The war over there in Israel seems to be intensifying. Zhang Lixing frowned and pondered for a long time before dropping the black in his hand. What's the situation on the Persian and Saudi side? Since the outbreak of the large-scale armed conflict in the Gaza Strip, it has been going on for more than a month. Even though the Western media side has been playing up the squids as victims, it clearly doesn't fool the countries of the Middle East, much less the people of the Middle East, who is really being persecuted. The same squids who ran from Europe to their Arab lands and forcefully declared that the land and even the holy city of Jerusalem belonged to them? No kidding. All Arabs can't help but physically retch when they hear the word Israel. Israel, they can't help but be physically sick to their stomachs. And for the reason that the war is getting more and more intense. Many countries in the Arab world are also involved in this just war to a greater or lesser extent. Words. Zhang Yuli stared at the chessboard and seemed to be in the middle of a long examination. The whole Middle East is in chaos. Time is getting short. Saudi Arabia and Persia have to drop the ball for good. As the pattern advances further, the attitudes of Saudi Arabia and Persia, the two countries that are the current bipoles of the Middle East world, become crucial. If both big brothers turn a blind eye, it's only a matter of time before Palestine is swallowed whole. Once Hawksbane solves the dilemma over in the Middle East, it's naturally obvious what he's going to do next. A Daxia that is developing vigorously is something that Eagle Sauce simply cannot tolerate. So their main goal today is to firmly bind Eagle Sauce's line of sight with the Middle East, draw off most of Daxia's firepower for them, and buy valuable time for development. The first thing to do, then, is the whole mustard of Persia and Saudi Arabia. The topic of how to sign an explicit treaty of cooperation that would allow for a truly great reconciliation between the two has been included on the table of Daxia. This is not only the most favorable scenario for Daxia, but also the best outcome for the entire Middle Eastern world. Just when it was sinking in, suddenly, there was a loud ticking sound in the office. The two did not bother to talk about any more Middle East issues. but stood up as fast as they could, and Zhang Yuli drew his legs and darted out the door. Nothing could be more important. Even Zhang Lixing couldn't care less about being one step away from accomplishing the feat of slaying the dragon. As he casually threw his chess pieces and ran out after him, the Watchers of the Great Wall Organization, once again, took the initiative to contact Daxia after many days, inside the top-secret external contact room. Before he could wait for the verification to unlock and enter the background, Zhang Lixing couldn't wait to open his mouth and inquired, "Old Zhang, what do you think is the situation this time when their organization took the initiative to send an email? Did they get some new technology over there?" Even his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly with excitement as he said this. It is important to realize that there has not been a single contact between the two sides in the past month. Even that email sent by Daxia to expose the Cargo 20 airplane was simply read and not returned. The other party even took the initiative to contact the other party after such a long interval. Could it be that they had gotten some brand new technology? Hear that. Where did so many new technologies come from? Zhang Yuli's fingers that were verifying the unlocking did not stop halfway. Taking the time to glance at him, last time, someone else gave 4 top-notch technologies in a row. So isn't it normal for the intervals to be a bit longer? How can this be every day? Are you dreaming? Each of the 4 technologies given to Daxia last month can be described as rare treasures, not to mention the amphibious assault ship, electromagnetic catapult and so on. Alone that US-60M Black Hawk helicopter technology, that is the big summer army can only dream of how many years of treasure. What? Shelling out that much top-notch technology in one go? Even the Great Wall Watch Organization might be overwhelmed. So in Zhang Yuli's speculation, it would make sense to not provide any technology for several months or even a year or two in a row. Immediately, he followed up with, "So, this time it should be an inquiry about arms and equipment." Looking at their side, they seemed to be in a hurry to need to use some of this weaponry. This was one of the conclusions Zhang Yuli read between the lines in the email contact between the two sides last month. This also explains why the other side doesn't limit the types of weapons and requirements at all, and just run straight to whatever they have. Fruity, when all the validation procedures are unlocked. Hang on to that email that's topping the back end of the mailbox. The headline reads a few dozen words in a single line. "Our organization is ready. May I ask if your side is ready for the weapons handover situation? Please store all weapons and equipment in that warehouse to facilitate our transportation handover." See, my guess was accurate. Zhang Yuri even had an undoubted tone in his voice. Decisively typed in a line of text and replied, "Daxia has constructed a warehouse at the designated location and has categorized all weapons storage as per your request. Handovers can be made at any time, so please feel free to ask for anything and we will do our best to fulfill it." In terms of Daxia's construction speed, a month's time to raise a large warehouse in the desert was no problem at all. Even if it were not for the extremely high-quality requirements of this project, I am afraid that it would have been completed in half a month at the most. Soon, a brand new reply from the Watch on the Wall organization was sent again. "Members of our organization have already left for Daxia and will be arriving at the location as soon as possible for collection." It seemed that with the arrival of this email, which announced the complete end of this contact, the emails sent over from Daxia's side were once again read and not returned. That's the end of it? Looking at the empty mailbox backstage, the two frowned and began to ponder. The weapons handed over this time are just too many. It's not just a few guns and a few tanks. It's a mountain of weapons and equipment. How should they handle it properly? At that moment, Zhang Lixing frowned and said, "After the arrival of their organization's members, at that time, the personnel guarding the warehouse side will withdraw back first. Also, don't go on any deliberate exploration and tracking." "Well, do as you say." Zhang Yuli nodded. "This stuff can't be traced. What if it traces something? As long as the handover link is secured, they are totally unconcerned about how this organization is going to ship out these weapons and equipment. It's like, where did the C-5M and B-2 Phantom bombers come from? And wouldn't it do any good to get to the bottom of it? There are some things that if you know too much about them, that's rather the roadblock that prevents both parties from working together." As long as the interests of Daxia were not jeopardized, Daxia did not mind playing deaf and dumb as if nothing had happened. As long as I don't see it, that one thing doesn't exist. Next day, it's 9 o'clock in the morning time in the small Bay Area town of Livermore. Lu Zhe was sitting on one of the chairs, skillfully holding his laptop to browse some information, dragging his chin with his left hand to pretend to look like he was seriously thinking about his thesis. Inside, he was immersed in the light screen of his eyes, only to see, in the picture, an Asian woman who was dressed in what looked like a clean-cut, early 25 or 26 years old, waiting with a suitcase in the waiting hall of the San Francisco International Airport, headphones in his ears and some pleasant lyrical songs. This was the mannequin that Lu Zhe had manifested, and she would be carrying out the mission of going to Daxia to collect arms and equipment this time. As for identity issues such as passports, The system has also arranged for this along with the embodiment. Only, faced with this mannequin, none of them were able to detect any unusual points about her. After all, the impatience she showed in line, the annoyance when she went to the wrong check-in, and other emotions were exactly like normal humans, even with the same blood flowing through its body. Who would have guessed that it was just a mannequin? The moment a line of text was being highlighted in the light screen image. Set mission in progress. Travel by means to the designated location in the Taklamakan Desert in Dasha Lobo. The mannequin is in the middle of a free-for-all. P.S. Second shift. If you have one, you can vote for it. I'm almost in the top 500. Thank you, Hikaru. Chapter 153, Replicating the B-21 Bomber. The mannequin arrives at Lobo. Null. Chapter 154, Dasha stunned. The entire arsenal was emptied and the number of copies refreshed. Yenjing, Summer Academy of Sciences. This ticking beep hadn't sounded for long before it was artificially cut off straight away. The reason for this is that 2 days ago, after hearing the news that the members of the Great Wall Watch organization would be arriving in Dasha, the two old men, Zhang Yuli and Zhang Lixing, then basically stayed in the external contact room in case the other side might contact them at any time. Quickly verify all security information. As expected, these messages displayed on the back of the mailbox were the very notifications of arrival in Dasha. Look at this email. Their organization has arrived. Zhang Lixing filled 2 cups of tea and me out at the contents. How do we need to make proper arrangements? We must be extremely careful this time. It can be seen that the Great Wall Watch organization values this handover operation very much. There is no more wobbly line in the email than the one that reads, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, the handover operation will be postponed indefinitely. What counts as a contingency? Did someone accidentally bump into one of their members? Or was their whereabouts discovered? Once this kind of accident occurs, then I'm afraid that this organization's impression of Dasha will drop. Not to mention the handover of these weapons and equipment. It's an open question as to whether or not the technology trade will continue in the future. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen, and the Great Xia was even less able to bear such a huge price. Stare at the lines of text. Zhang Yuli pondered for a moment and said decisively. All the guards immediately withdrew from the warehouse, using that arms warehouse as the center of the circle. No one within a few dozen kilometers can stay, no matter who he is or what he's doing. It is essential that immediately, at once, everyone disappears from the range. How this organization defined this accidental situation was directly unclear to Zhang Yuli. What Dasha is trying to do anyway is to eliminate any hint of accidents that might happen. If it's because of accidental bumping into, fear of having one's whereabouts exposed, etc., then it's just as well to make it impossible for even one person to exist around. Not to mention the guard force on the Dasha side, even if you are a tourist, explorer, etc. All of them are not allowed to stay over there. Well, let's use your method. Zhang Lixing nodded in approval. The solution to the problem is to make it all go away. Choosing any other means could be 100%, even if the chances are small. But how can there be an accident if there's not even a human being? Suddenly, Zhang Lixing thought of a question and said with a slightly puzzled look, Old Zhang, how do you think their organization is going to ship it out? Transportation from which direction? That's what's been bothering him for a while now. You should know that Lobo is located in the desert area of the western border of Dasha, and it is not close to any border area at all. How are they going to get these sky-high numbers of weaponry out of the country without a hitch? It is not that Zhang Lixing he wants to find out the identity of this organization, but is simply in the curiosity of a scientific researcher. Hear that? Zhang Yuli also began to speculate, frowning as he pondered. Toward the western borderline? That's over 600 kilometers away as well. It's the same 500 or 600 kilometers if you go north towards Mongolia. These two places are the most likely directions to choose, although slightly farther away but not impossible to achieve. Zhang Lixing snickered. Couldn't someone else have done the transportation in the south direction? South? Zhang Yuli pulled the corner of his mouth and cursed with a soundless laugh. That TM is the Himalayas. This road is simply the most difficult and horrible transportation road. Not to mention how difficult it is to transport to the Tibetan Plateau at an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. How do you go over the Himalayas? And you need to carry a lot of weapons and ammunition. Is it crazy? As for the option of transporting to the east, neither one of them raised it. That side was the busiest place in the whole of Dasha, and if you transported in that direction, then I'm afraid that it would be more anticlimactic than going over the Himalayas. Moment. After waiting for Zhang Yuli to pass down this order, the entire Lobo area was immediately swept clean in a short period of time. After only 2 hours, everyone had retreated 80 kilometers away. The entire weapons warehouse within a radius of more than 10 kilometers of the area. Now even more are not left, a few living things, all by the soldiers to pack away. Wait for the handover to be completed and then return these animals to their original location. After all, the order from above was for them to clear the range of all possible accidents. And wild animals can cause accidents. And in the midst of this long period of time, everyone waited for the handover to be completed. 11 hours later, Lu Zhe was watching, with full concentration, the image displayed in the light screen. A veiled, 30-something woman on a motocross motorcycle using maximum throttle, traveling quickly through the heart of the Taklamakan desert. Now, even more, it had sailed into the core area of Lobo, more than 30 kilometers away from the location of the weapons warehouse. All around is a dead silence. Between the sky and the earth there is only a variety of sand and stones. Even a tiny bit of green can be detected. The air is dry and seems to evaporate any trace of moisture. Chapter 155, Replicating Air Defense Weapons. Who says this doesn't count as army equipment? The locals who endure 6,000-degree heat. Early Monday morning. Inside the main building of LLNL Labs, Lu Zhe's table still had several snacks as well as a cup of high-sugar drink. It will take about 3 more weeks for the chronic starvation, which lasts for a month, to end. He had to eat large amounts of carbohydrates and proteins all the time during this period to maintain his body's energy needs for the additional 20% increase in 5-dimensional strength. And if the nutrition is not up to par for a few days in a row, then the rated 20% increase in strength may also undergo a corresponding shrinkage. So Lu Zhe has not dared to take it lightly for some time now. Otherwise, who will make up for this missing nutrition? Glancing at the tiny window next to the light screen, the image showed a woman with long flowing hair, sitting quietly on a flight to Yanjing. The mannequin mission has been completed and should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Let's arrange where those weapons and ammunition will go when the time comes, Lu Zhe said inwardly. After storing the weapon warehouse, the mannequin decisively returned uninterruptedly on a motocross bike, and changed its appearance and figure a few times in the middle of the ride to make sure that its whereabouts wouldn't be exposed for a single moment. The final smooth airplane flight, connecting in Yanjing for a direct flight to San Francisco International Airport, is expected to arrive by mid-afternoon tomorrow. Suddenly, a silhouette ran in quickly through the door and sat on her butt next to him. Lucy gasped and griped. How can it be so hot out here? It's only after 9 in the morning. Her skin, as white as milk, glowed with a moisturizing redness after more than 10 minutes of exposure to the sun. Wipe the sweat first. Lu Zhe had prepared for this and pulled out a few wet paper towels from the side. Having to work in this heat, it's almost 35 degrees outside. Lucy wrapped her arms around him and pouted. Why don't we go to the water park this afternoon? Her heavy chest continued to rise and fall, and Lu Zhe felt a wave of wetness dampen his arm. It seemed that what Lucy had just said was not false, and that she was indeed hot under the collar here. With this intimate contact, a hot body heat was instantly felt coming from her. It wasn't the first time he'd heard that complaint, though, but it was one that Lucy had been complaining about almost every single day since the temperatures had risen dramatically at the end of last month. It's only over 30 degrees and you're saying it's hot? Luz nudged her forehead with his other hand. But I do know a place where other people's local all-time high temperatures are more than 100 times higher than the Bay Area. And everyone else didn't say a word about it? 100 times over? Lucy's originally muddled little head was even more in a state of confusion. 5 or 6,000 degrees? Is there such a place on Earth? This temperature is above the surface temperature of the sun, isn't it? You're not going to lie to me again. There was a wave of suspicion in her eyes. She couldn't think of any creature that could survive successfully in these temperature conditions. Is that still a human being? Is that still carbon-based? Creatures on Earth even in undersea craters can, at best, briefly tolerate temperatures of 200 or 300 degrees Celsius for just a minute or two. Over 1,000 degrees Celsius is enough to instantly melt any carbon-based construct. There is, Luz said in a firm tone. I've asked the locals of their time, and all of them are open to temperatures of over 5,000 degrees. If he had the chance, Luze also planned to let the locals here have another taste of what it was like to be subjected to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. A few moments later, looking at Lucy next to her, already lying on the couch playing with her cell phone, Luz shook his head a bit and focused on the number of times the system panel had been used. This copy count has finally been refreshed. The corner of Luze's mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. The entire natural month's copy count cooldown could be considered over, and he could copy brand new tech items again. Just, what's the next thing to copy? A variety of technological items came to mind. Suddenly, Luze thought of the Tu-160 and the In-225 and other weapons and equipment. That is also one of the jewels in military history. If you have a chance to contact the old Maoists, get the good stuff from their side as well. Even the European side can't be spared. The wool has to be pulled over the eyes here at Eagle Sauce, but other places can't be forgotten either, can they? It seems like he can't let go of some international airshows and international weapons exhibitions. But forget about the Air Force aspect. there's no need to replicate it for now. The first thing he vetoed was the equipment on the Air Force side. Currently Hawkmaster's side has access to the top Air Force weaponry, and it's all about to be packed away from him. From the B-2 to the F-22 and C-5, there are only a few targets worth replicating in total. As for some of the SR-91 scout planes and the like, Luz didn't even know exactly where the thing was hidden, and it wasn't that good of a copy. And the projects that the Dacia Air Force has to develop at the moment are just too many, and the truth of chewing on more than one's greed is something that a 3-year-old child can know. Luz rested his chin on both hands, looked out the window at the crowd coming to play, and fell into the middle of thinking, what are the equipment on the Army and Navy side that has a higher achievement point? Chapter 156, the Army has new Army shoes too, Patriot air defense weapons, the cost-effective choice. Null. Chapter 157, replication completed. Top quality anti-aircraft weapons arrived and extracted extreme purple items. The moment. Lucy and Luz slowly walked into the maintenance center, and there was still not a single employee in the large warehouse, gazing around at the vast array of weaponry. Bombers, fighters, or tanks and armored vehicles, almost everything. Old-timers like the B-52 Fortress bomber are only worthy of sitting outside a warehouse and eating dust. Luz secretly sighed. All these big things just piled up here randomly. The lab is really a big deal. As a storage area, it was unusual for this place to have been people to rare, and as a result the warehouse didn't even have a few managers. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? But Luz thought on second thought, they probably can't wait for this good thing to happen. Laboratory executives are probably worried about how to level the books, which if a gang of thieves bold really sent to the door, it is not the God-given leveling fairy? By then it will be directly reported up that it stole more than a dozen tanks of various types of armored vehicles, 20 sorties of F-22 and F-15/16 fighters, and countless heavy weapons, etc., stored in the LLNL labs, as well as several tens of millions of dollars in research and development funds, with a total value of over $1 billion stolen. This thief is so rampant that he must be physically destroyed immediately. Ignoring these inconsequential equipment, Luz firmly locked his gaze in a distant corner. More than a dozen armored vehicles were being parked over there, occupying hundreds of square meters of space around them. Lucy, wait here for a moment. Luz glanced at Lucy next to him, who was already wandering out of the square, and touched her head. Don't run around. I'll take you to the playground later. Good, Lucy said with a good-natured nod, taking a sip of the Coke in her hand. Slowly walking up to these armored-looking vehicles, Luz stood still for a moment overlooking them. Several of these vehicles were carrying several square-shaped tubes, the air defense weapon missile launchers, alongside 2 vehicles carrying cauldrons and antennas. The thing in front of us is the famous Patriot PAC-3 air defense weapon, by 8 missile launchers, 2 phased radar, low-altitude radar vehicles, and counting the power supply vehicle as well as the command vehicle, the whole 12 vehicles eventually form a complete set of air defense system. This is a lot better than the anti-aircraft weapons currently used in Dacia, both in terms of comprehensive defensibility or much more excellent. Luz's eyes revealed a glint. Nowadays, Dacia's latest HQ-9 long-range air defense system are still in the initial version. The overall length, the weight of the combat unit, etc., are far heavier than the Patriot PAC-3 air defense weapon. In terms of comprehensive performance is almost a whole generation behind. It wasn't until the improved models a few years later that they gradually overtook or even led the world. This is still at the end of last month, by the Ministry of Defense side of the transport over to overhaul some of the equipment. Fortunately not transported. Otherwise it would need to take a lot of trouble. Since Luz hadn't been able to replicate the number of times during the period, he hadn't cared about that. The size of this thing is quite something. Luz muttered. I wonder if I can finish copying it down. After all, something like an air defense weapon is almost always broken down into individual modules for composition, not as a whole. Even if you replace the missile launcher with another model, it won't affect the normal function of this air defense system, which is different from all the tech items copied before. If it doesn't work, then it's going to be worth a lot less. Even the most valuable of them, the phased radar, is not worth copying alone. Thinking of this, Luz decisively put his hand on the shell of a command system center armored vehicle. Inwardly, he counted down the last few counts, 543. Shasta. A conspicuous reminder popped up on the light screen of the eye. Current tech item detected for integral replication, Patriot PAC-3 anti-aircraft weapon. Value achievement points, 40,000 points. Please choose whether or not to make a whole copy. I guessed right. It's really possible to make a copy of the whole. The corner of Luz's mouth lifted into a smile, and looking at the achievement points displayed above, the duplication reward was a full 40,000 achievement points. It could be said that this reward had greatly exceeded his expectations. After all, the Wasp-class amphibious assault ship only had 100 40,000 achievement points. And this Patriot POC-3 in front of him was far less than a 40,000 to 50,000 ton level helicopter carrier, both in terms of value and rarity. To have 40,000 achievement points, that was still to have this high price given that it was not low-tech in its own right and encompassed an entire air defense system in total. Definitely copy, Lu Zhe firmly said inwardly. As for multiply duplication, he didn't use it, but it was only 40,000 achievement points. Even if he doubled it, it would only be 80,000 achievement points in total. Needing to go into another month of replication cooldown would be a bit of a lost cause. His thoughts had just risen when a few lines of prompts floated out of the light screen once again. Current tech item, Patriot POC-3 air defense weapon. Replication successful. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. 40,000 achievement points. Patriot POC-3 air defense weapon *1 set, which has been stored in the item bar. Patriot POC-3 air defense weapon design drawings, includes phased radar, launch vehicle, electric vehicle, etc. Current item bar. Looking at the extra set of anti-aircraft weapons in the item bar, Lu Zhe pursed his lips with intent. Next time he had the chance, if he copied the standard 3 air defense system from the Navy's ship defense system, then Eagle Jam would probably be really pissed off. The air defense systems of both the Navy and land forces were all learned by Daxia, so wouldn't they even have their bottoms seen through? Shake off those thoughts. Lu Zhe walked over to Lucy, who was standing in front of the warehouse door, and took her slender left hand. Let's go. I'll take you to the water park to play, he said, rushing outside in one direction. Yes, great. Lucy bounced with joy. Shall we go to the water park? She used to want to swim inside a private pool, alone and in peace. Moreover, Lucy, who had no so-called real friends at all before, couldn't possibly go to this kind of water park alone to have fun by herself, until she met Lu Zhe now. However, this joyful mood of hers didn't last long as she looked at the increasingly familiar road. Luz, are you sure this is the way to the amusement park? Lucy tilted her head sideways, her crystalline eyes transmitting confusion. Why do I feel like this road? I've traveled it often? It wasn't until a while later, looking around at the unusually familiar scenery, that Lucy was sure. Isn't this my dorm room? Where is the water park? She pouted, looking like she was sulking at being cheated. That's right, it's your home. Lu Zhe nodded righteously. Wouldn't it be nice to have a nice cold shower at home? It's no different from a water park. With your body and looks, you still think he'll take you to some water park? Lu Zhe would never take Lucy to a place like that. Not allowed. Not in her life. Be good. I'll make you something good. Time passes quickly. It was night, a little after 10 o'clock at night. Only then did Lu Zhe hurriedly return to his dormitory. And although he still didn't take Lucy to any water park to play, he still made a delicious Chinese meal to treat this little glutton. Otherwise, Lucy will really cry for you. Lu Zhe, who had just come out of the bathroom after taking a shower, glanced at the small window that had been hanging next to the system's light screen. On the screen, the female mannequin was still resting with her eyes closed, probably arriving at the San Francisco International Airport tomorrow morning, and then returning to Lu Zhe's side by means of transportation, successfully completing the mission of this trip. This mannequin, even if it doesn't go on some dangerous missions, it's not bad to just be by my side to help with the chores. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. It could be said that it was simply perfect as a subordinate, except for the fact that it didn't possess human-like feelings or mental activities. Isn't this a handy personal secretary? And it was so forceful that it could occasionally act as his bodyguard. Current achievement points, 66,000. Reproduced 0 times. Refreshed every Monday. It's been a long time since I've drawn a raffle. A bit of an itchy hand. Lu Zhe looked at the achievement points and somewhat pressed the idea. Let's draw a few times for the white raffle first to test the waters. Instead, they don't do any praying for good luck. It's not like it's a purple lottery with 100,000 achievement points. There's no need for that. Ding! 1,000 achievement points have been consumed for the white draw. Congratulations to the host for $1, $000 and $300. As usual, it was the most unusual monetary rewards. Just when Lu Zhe had lost all of his blood in these 6 straight draws, suddenly, a flash of blue light presented itself on the light screen. Ship this? Lu Zhe was inwardly delighted. Ding! Congratulations to Quality for obtaining the blue item, Mobile Musical Grill. Introduction, a piano that can grill and play music at the same time. When the better the song you play, the better the food tastes. On the contrary, the worse the playing, the worse the food tastes. The faster the playing speed, the faster it moves forward. Note, since then there has been a legend about you on NT. Akira, look, that piano hit the left turn signal. It's going to overtake. It's not that this stuff doesn't work, It really doesn't. Lucy should like this toy. Just give it to her when the time comes. Luz tugged at the corner of his mouth. Playing piano and barbecuing at the same time. And ing racing? If you have a few more glasses of red wine, will it be counted as a DUI if you are caught by the traffic police? But it was good enough for the white draw to pop out blue items, so he wasn't disappointed. Take this opportunity to draw a blue raffle. With this in mind, Luz decisively clicked on the lucky draw page once more. Moment. A purple color once again appeared before his eyes, and it was a purple color that was so thick that it was somewhat blackened. This meant that it was of the very best grade amongst the purples. How about it should be an item of the same grade as the Mask of Transfiguration? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple item, the Cloak of Invisibility. P.S. First shift. The second will come later. If you have a monthly ticket, you can give it to me, the beginning of the month to ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 158, Contacting Dasha. Did the mysterious organization kidnap Eagle Jam? Null. Chapter 159, What more technology does Dasha need? Outrageous. Does your organization treat Eagle Sauce like a human being? Look at the contents of the email that is top of mind in front of you. In addition to the scary title, the following is, as usual, densely packed with various compressed packages. Patriot M901 Launch Station Omnidirectional Construction Program and Technical Specifications, and /MSQ104 Engine Material Composition and Analysis, M977F Power Generation System Integration Cascade Technology, and /MPQ65 Radar Base Station Principal Analysis. Gaze at this one technical document after another. No! How did they even get the Patriot Air Defense System? Dullness was written all over Zhang Yuli's face. As for the sight of Zhang Lixing the bad old man, but also on the spot into the state called dumbfounded in the middle of the open mouth for a long time. Froze cannot say half a sentence. The technology given by the Great Wall Watch organization this time was too much for the two to expect. This time, how come it's this? It took a while before Zhang Lixing popped out these words. Missile air defense systems. This stuff is easy to say, but if you say it's hard, it's as hard as it gets. They had previously envisioned that this time it would be the Army's helicopter gunships, transport helicopters, or third-generation informatized main battle tanks, among other weapons and equipment technologies. Even if the other party had just said in an email that this time it wasn't Army equipment in the traditional sense, the two men's guesses ran more toward off-road vehicles, transport trucks, and the like, Army equipment that amounted to more of an auxiliary logistical job in their roles. Almost the entire Army had all the equipment they'd thought of. They just hadn't guessed this. This was actually an Eagle Jam air defense weapon, and it's also the Patriot PCA-3, which is currently in service and can be called the top air defense system in the world. A closer look at some of the technical documentation content above encompasses every bit of the air defense system. Zhang Yuli pulled the corner of his mouth. It's really a complete air defense system. Their organization is not even letting go of other people's command system centers, power trucks, and all that equipment. His seems to be true. Zhang Lixing sucked in a breath of cool air. There isn't even a single omission. As an air defense weapon, its most important core technology is naturally the radar base station as the reconnaissance and scanning, as well as the guidance tracking and locking launch system. Launching system, the rest of the tractor technology, etc., doesn't really have any other critical role to play, only in the share of technology in front of them. The Great Wall Watch organization even got the full set of other people's power-generating vehicles as well as command vehicles. The main point is one that the technology can be useless, but it should never be absent. Zhang Yuri didn't indulge in this shock for too long, and his fingers quickly typed a line of text in. We are very satisfied with this piece of technology. May I ask what is your reward demand this time? Whatever Dasha is able to do, it will be accomplished at any cost and to the best of its ability. Spinning around, he gently clicked send. These two lines were written with strong emotion by Zhang Yuli, even typing them with an unstoppable smile on his face. While the opposite party had not yet formally replied to the email, he looked at his old friend next to him and let out a long sigh. Old man Zhang, this is great. By taking control of this technology, we've kind of captured the downside of Eagle Jam. You're wrong. Zhang Lixing shook his head and said cheerfully. This is not a shortcoming. This is completely Eagle Sauce's destiny. The term dead center is a complete understatement. After all, the missile air defense system and the current modern combat system, the status is too important. What disaster situation is evidenced by the fact that even one's air defense weapons technology is well known to the enemy? It meant that when the two armies spread out in formation and started to engage, the air defense system, which was the strongest shield and also acted as the first line of defense for the city base, was directly recognized on the spot. The radar is able to know exactly what the frequency of the detection wave is, where the shortcomings are, and what weapons can be used to easily breach the defense. How do you conduct means of defense in such a situation? How else can you intercept the other side's missiles? The enemy could have easily breached the defenses and directly destroyed one important target after another. That's why the term dead center couldn't be more apt. It can be said that even if we do not talk about how the performance of this Patriot PCA-3 air defense system, the entire technical principle of this weapon alone is extremely significant for Dacia. After all, this was the most widely used and foreign-traded air defense weapon on the Eagle Sauce's land base, and breaching this technology would be no less than knocking out the air defenses of all their allies. Even if the likelihood of a global hot war in the future is very small, as long as we can seize this bit of a head start, that's still quite important. In a sense, being able to directly penetrate someone else's air defense system is much better than any fighter or bomber. That's the importance of the information gap. Zhang Yuli nodded and continued to concur. And this set of technology also has anti-missile interception capabilities, much better than that S-300 air defense system of the old Maoists. Chapter 160, setting a date for the visit. Maximum alert status. Null. Chapter 161, Lucy's marvelous idea. Good news. The brand new Oil 20 is officially in the works. At this moment in Yanjing, a preparation on a grand scale is underway. Even though the time is still more than a month away, all kinds of plans and emergency drills have already been started to ensure that no accidents will happen. In the face of this major event that could almost be described as knowing nothing, the entire Yanjing appeared to be extremely attentive and tense. After all, there was that one sentence in the order that came down from the top this time, which could be described as gut-wrenching. Anyone who dares to drop the ball will be laid off. If one person slacks off, the immediate leader takes the blame. No matter which department, no matter what level you are at, if anyone dares not take it to heart, it is a naked looking for death act. Next day, on the other hand, while Dacia was in the midst of a rumble, Eagle Sauce, the little town of Livermore, the first rays of the morning sun slowly rose, and Luze sat on the couch in the main lab building eating his breakfast, looking out at the bustling crowds that were converging inside and outside the LLNL lab. In a small town with a population of tens of thousands, this is arguably one of the busiest sites. Glancing at the image on the screen, an airplane was slowly landing on the ground at a location labeled San Francisco International Airport. The mannequins have arrived in San Francisco and should be back this afternoon. We have to find a chance to get out, Luze thought inwardly. He also needed to stow the mannequin back in the system item bar this afternoon. Only then could he complete the storage count recharge, as well as recycle the items it carried. Just as he was thinking and slowly eating the bread on the table, Lucy next to him asked a question that made him freeze. Luz, I have a question. Lucy, who had her head buried in her spaghetti, seemed to recall something at this time. When I eat beef ramen in your Northwest province, why don't you let me add yogurt? How dare you add yogurt? Luze couldn't help but watch her eyes widen as he looked at her clueless expression. What kind of demonic whisper is this? How dare you say such cold words when your body temperature is clearly in the 30s? Pouring yogurt in beef noodles? What a counterintuitive way to eat. What a stone-cold shock this question was. And as a Northwesterner, the moment he saw Lucy buy a bottle of yogurt and prepare to pour it into the beef noodles and eat it together, Luze's heart could only be described as breaking down. You eat a beef noodle with yogurt in a place like Northwest Province? This is simply challenging the bottom line of every Northwesterner. At that time, Luze finally understood what that Italian chef before felt when he saw someone putting durian on his pizza. Lucy couldn't guarantee that the diners around him would remain emotionally stable if she dared to pour the yogurt in on the spot. After thinking for a long time, Luze then gave an explanation. I'm doing it for your safety. This is a taboo, and that's not a good look. No more eating like that. Well, I actually think so. Lucy drifted off. It's already pretty tasty just with ketchup. Tighter. Luze's fists were clenched. No ketchup either. Just after 3 in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the time when Lucy was still napping, Luze then quietly walked out of the LLNL lab building. If not, it would be really difficult to get rid of the clingy Lucy. As far as going out during business hours, that's not much of a problem, as Luze, who was about to be announced for promotion to a C-rank employee, was merely absent from work for a few hours once in a while. It was basically impossible for anyone to deliberately block anything. Benton time. Feet quickly stepped towards a remote secluded woods, has been disguised as an ordinary blonde blue-eyed European and American women mannequin, has long been waiting here for several minutes, without needing to engage in any conversation. Luze directly touched his hand to her shoulder. After all, he was originally able to control the thoughts and actions of the dolls, and to carry on any kind of conversation would be a complete pants-down farting act. Thought communication using brainwaves. That can be dozens and hundreds of times more efficient than verbal descriptions. If he had any commands he wanted to convey, he sent an instruction directly over in his mind and the mannequin understood what it needed to do next. Instantly the mannequin disappeared in place and a message popped up on the light screen. Ding! Golden item, dolls of unknown time and space. Stored. Item status, storage count *0. Recharge countdown 23. 59. 58. Storage space for dolls, transferable 1. 000 grenades *. 300. 000 light rifles. Submachine guns, machine guns, sniper rifles *. 130 Type 59 tank star. This shipment of arms, will the quantity be a bit too much? Luze muttered darkly and rubbed his chin. So much weaponry that the organization one builds afterward is completely inexhaustible. Those 10 million grenades alone. How long would it take to consume them all? And there's a shelf life period, so you need to try to consume them within that period. Otherwise things like grenades and bullets are not guaranteed that it can be effective in combat. Luze thought for a second. How about adding more chaos to the Middle East side? Chapter 162, did Song really make J22? J20 plus F22. Won't it be invincible? Null. Chapter 163 success. Hawkjam has F119 engine. We Daxia have WS119 how? 3:15 p.m. In the midst of the yellow sandy Gobi beach, the sun is high above the top of the sky and shines on this piece of land. A huge building rose abruptly from the ground here, creating a strong contrast with its surroundings. Whether it is the location of no man's land, or the surrounding tens of kilometers all designated as a restricted military zone, are symbolizing its extraordinary status. This would be a good place for aeronautical research and development. It's just that the environment is too harsh and too inconvenient if you live for a long time. Song Chini once again lamented from the bottom of his heart. The Gobi Desert, with its dry climate and moderate temperatures, is the most suitable site for aeronautical research and development. After all, modern fighters have long been not those old antiques of the last century, which are full of pure and simple mechanical composition, and do not have much effect on extreme weather. Like today's 4th and 5th generation fighters, they have integrated avionics, radar fire control and other precision components. Once the temperature is too wet may lead to high precision damage. As for the salinity caused by corrosive, high temperature and so on, and even let the fighter inside the general control system on the spot failure. But the downside is also obvious. Here in the Gobi Beach in the Northwest Province is just too remote, and the ease of living is equal to 0. If a long period of several years of R&D work is carried out here, it may be a great test to the spirit of every R&D personnel. Song Chini gazed at the aero engine in the distance and slowly chanted, I don't think it should take that long. At that moment, an engineer with a shiny tile on his brain came alongside, holding a stack of drawings. Mr. Song, all the tests have been completed. The engine commissioning test can begin. Aero engine pilot testing is the stage where an entire aero engine is tested in its entirety. If the regular tests are divided into one examination, the successful first flight is the high school examination, and the test vehicle test is the last monthly examination. Generally speaking, as long as the test vehicle can be successful, the next stage will be equipped to the fighter for the final first flight. I know. Song Chini nodded solemnly. For Daxia, which has already achieved the success of the first flight of the J-20, it is of great significance whether this engine can test drive successfully. Once successful, then according to the original plans, it will be equipped to the J-35, J-31 and other future 5th generation fighters, but also down to the J-10, J-15 and other various derivative models. It can be said that after it, it is the universal platform of the 5th generation fighters, which can greatly enhance the air power of the entire Daxia. That is why it is so highly regarded. The moment, in the middle of the huge field, an aero engine was hanging securely in mid-air by several clamps. It looks somewhat similar to the WS-10A that was previously fitted to the J-10, only in various details it is more similar to the F-119 aero engine in the Eagle sauce. So, it was also internally named the WS-119 engine, and it is not far away from the same quietly parked a very strange fighter, also in the appearance of some like the J-20, but some layout aspects, and fused with the characteristics of the F-22 fighter. This is the new 5th generation aircraft, the J-22, that the entire R&D team has been working on day and night recently. Once the aero engine test run is successful, the next step is the maiden flight. This time, Song Chini's goal is to succeed without fail. It's not the J-20 program. It's something they can discuss behind closed doors at the 611 Research Institute. Song Chini's R&D group is currently in possession of a full set of F-119 aero engine technical drawings, and also has a double iteration of the actual F-22 fighter jet. In this case, it was the full support of the 606 Aerospace Engine Research Institute, the 624 Aerospace Engine Research Institute, and the 410 factory that were brought together, consuming a huge amount of manpower and material resources of Daxia. If this still fails, How can Song Chini still have the face to see the Jiangdong fathers and mothers? How can he explain to Zhang Yuli and his superiors? Even the Great Wall Watch Organization would look down on Daxia's R&D strength, something he couldn't accept. Under the gaze of the dozens of R&D personnel in the room, Song Chini's gaze revealed determination. I declare that the test begins. At the sound of this cry, he quickly pressed a red button on the console. Instantly, a violent engine roar resounded through the entire arena, and a huge wave of heat seemed to pass through the high-intensity protective glass, directly hitting the faces of the crowd. In the distance the vent erupted with a tremendous amount of energy, as blinding as if a new sun had risen. A series of Mach rings clearly visible in the wake. On the screen of the computer, a set of data is constantly being calculated. Engine current thrust climbing, 80 knots, 89 knots. Engine current pre-turbine temperature rise, 1300 degrees, 1400 degrees, 1570 degrees, 1660 degrees. The engine is functioning normally. Looking at that set of excellent figures, the excitement within Song Chini and the others grew stronger. The temperature in front of the turbine is up to standard and should be able to exceed 700 degrees Fahrenheit. Chapter 164, Photolithography nearby? Dog Dato. Are you guys interested in a drone bomber? Null. Chapter 165, Shocked. This air defense weapon of yours, Da Xia, why does it look like a Patriot? 2-in-1. Long-range unmanned bombers. The mere fact that Zhang Lixing spat out this term from his mouth was enough to make the two ambassadors of Saudi Arabia and Persia lose their composure. I thought this might be a Hongmen banquet. Who would have thought that it was here to give out benefits? Long-range bombers, that's fine, but adding the word drone? Doesn't this mean that it also has remote control bombing capabilities? While the usage scenarios will be greatly enhanced by a large margin. Who wouldn't want this stuff, and who can resist it? Elder Academician Zhang, do you really intend to sell this kind of weapon? Saudi Ambassador Abdul couldn't help but make sure again. Yes. Zhang Lixing nodded. I'd like to know. This long-range bomber, what are its performance figures? Next to him, Ahmad Hassan pressed his inner excitement and was the first to ask the overarching question. What is its bomb load? The most intuitive comparison for talking about a bomber's performance is its bomb load, followed by how much range it has. The former determines its bombing capability, the latter determines its strike range, and the combination of the two is what will maximize the power of this bomber. Words. Zhang Lixing raised his eyebrows and gave Zhang Yuli a look. Isn't that half the battle? They were not afraid of being questioned about their performance. What they were most afraid of instead was not being interested in this kind of unmanned bomber, and that was the most troublesome thing. He then immediately tightened up. This long-range unmanned bomber has a typical load of 1.5 tons and an extreme load of about 2 tons. This was the preliminary data that 732nd Arsenal had reported to him before, and the physical object manufactured would not be too far off. Even performance is only likely to be higher, not lower. Instantly both ambassadors plenipotentiary had their brows furrowed when they heard this load capacity figure. The numbers were completely unexpected, not because the load was too high, but because it was ridiculously low. It's a bomber. It's only got a 2-ton load limit? Knowing that modern aerial bombs weigh hundreds of kilograms or more or even thousands of kilograms isn't a surprise. And giant aerial bombs weigh a ton or two for a single combat part, that's the warhead. With such a small payload, wouldn't it have trouble dropping a few bombs? What kind of strategic strike capability does it have? What kind of bomber is it? Might as well take it and fire a few rockets out. This ammunition load, isn't it a little too low? Ahmed Hassan tugged at the corner of his mouth, a look of helplessness on his face. Not to mention that compared to conventional bombers, which often carry 20 to 30 tons of bombs, even compared to ordinary fighters, this is not enough to look at the bomb load, right? Third-generation aircraft like the MiG-27 and so on carry more than 3 or 4 tons of ammunition, and even more if you count externally mounted missiles. That's a 2-ton bomb load that's right up there with World War II fighters. Abdul shook his head. It's hard to put much strategic value on such a low load, I guess? Even long-range drone bombers are not of much interest to them Saudis if that's all there is to it. Probably out of the relationship as a friendly strategic partner of Daxia, Saudi Arabia will spend money to buy a few as a display, but also to avoid Daxia in face. It seemed that they could see the dissatisfaction in the eyes of the two men. Zhang Lixing took a bite of the dish, chewed and swallowed slowly. Ambassadors, do you think that this 2-ton load is very low? That's not to say it's low. It's just that Abdul was about to make a few remarks. I also think it has a low load capacity. A fighter jet all starts at 5 or 6 tons or more. Zhang Lixing took a sip of sake and a smile spread across his face. But, was the load capacity of the small drones high before? Smaller drones, most of which have a maximum load of just over 10 kilograms or even a few kilograms, can still pack a punch. Then this long-range unmanned bomber, its power is likewise not diminished by the reduced load. On the side, Zhang Yuli listened to these explanations, still burying his head in eating his food. It was not yet the right time for him to make an appearance. Take it easy. Walk the fish before they bite completely. However, small drones only need to launch one attack, so the load carrying capacity is not that important. Even if it's only a few kilograms loaded, it's enough to hit the enemy once. The Persian ambassador, Ahmad Hassan, who was more thorough in his thinking, and who was the first country to utilize this weapon, naturally knew exactly what the mini drones could do. He waved his hand in a very disgruntled manner. But if the bomber lacks bomb-carrying capability, how else is it going to have a strategic strike capability? If precision sniping is needed, then why send bombers? Fighters would have sufficed. Bombers, whose goal is to directly destroy the living forces in the area, destroying valuable targets such as forts, fortresses, production bases, etc., rather than being used to carry out sniping of individual enemies. The range of use of these two is not the same at all. The bomber this if only launched an attack, then the need to consume the cost is too great. Also, range is a huge issue. What's the remote control range of a small drone? Just a few kilometers. Bombers with a strike range of only a few kilometers. Isn't that a huge joke? That's not even a friendly surprise anymore. That's an existence that can be laughed out of the world. Listening to this seemingly very reasonable statement, Zhang Lixing said bluntly, what if, for example, it can reach a cruising range of more than 5,000 kilometers? That statement alone caused the two ambassadors to wince. Ahmad Hassan, who was just now looking disdainful, instantly had shock written all over his face. 5,000 kilometers of cruising range? How much? This drone bomber can have a range of 5,000 kilometers? That's a whole different story. This TM can hit any country in Europe directly from any part of Saudi Arabia and Persia. Even San is in the strike range of this drone bomber. Before the two men's nerves could react, Zhang Lixing added right after. And this long-range unmanned bomber is priced at only $5 million. For large quantities, we at Dacia can even give you a 20% discount. Hiss, only 5 million? Abdul could not help himself at once. How much stock do you have in Dacia? We Saudi Arabia first by 200. It only added up to $1 billion, which he, the ambassador plenipotentiary for foreign affairs, still had the right to use. Directly first by 200 to taste the salty and then say, as for the discount or not. Always as a big dog, Saudi Arabia does not care. After all, what could $5 million buy? Don't look at it as if it's a lot. This amount of money can't even afford a single helicopter gunship. And third-generation main battle tanks are sold for millions of dollars or more. Chapter 166, Promotion. What kind of fighter is this? I've never heard of it. Inside the main building of LLNL Labs, greeting the morning sunrise, Lu Zhe frowned. He looked at the delayed message in his cell phone and inwardly cursed. Why hasn't the message been sent over yet? What kind of efficiency is this in the lab? It's more of a pendulum than I am. One should know that he had met the conditions for promotion to Class C employee for a full 2 weeks, but the promotion notification information was delayed and not sent over. And naturally, his own employee permissions hadn't been updated, and he was still stuck at the D-level employee permissions. Looking at Lu Zhe's anxious look, Lucy, who was resting her thighs on her side in his arms, covered her mouth and giggled. A burst of waves caused Lu Zhe to shake his eyes a little. This big sun was just too milky. Did you just realize that our LLNL labs are slow to get approved? It's not unusual for 2 weeks to go by without approval, and many people meet the requirements for most of the year without being promoted to C-level employees. She guessed that there were probably mountains of promotion clearance reports waiting to be signed on the desk of the head of HR. These good times of Lucy's were something Luz was used to. Just a frown on his brow. Surprisingly so slow? Need to wait for half a year? Not that he was eager to be promoted to C-suite employee. He'd never been too keen on that stuff himself. However, next week the 32 nanometers photolithography machine is going to arrive here at the lab, and it's going to be stored in the C-class area. Class C areas could only be accessed by Class C employee permissions, and he was currently unable to enter at all. Couldn't have Lucy take him in every time something like this came up, could he? I can rush it for you and give him a hard time. Lucy pulled out her cell phone, but she had always hated that bald supervisor in the personnel department, and it just so happened that she hadn't cursed him in a long time. Take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Before Lu Zhe could open his mouth to refuse, he suddenly felt a tremor in his hand. It seemed that the head of HR felt a chill coming from overhead and finally sent over the promotion notice at this time. Laboratory internship graduate student, employee number. Congratulations. You have met the conditions to be promoted to the rank of Class C employee at LLNL Labs. The following privileges will be open to Level C areas, Precision Electronic Instrument Centers. The benefits that come with being promoted to a C-ranked employee can be more than just the fact that you can travel to C-ranked areas. like the various high-grade experimental areas would also open up a portion of it. And even the staff dormitory he lived in no longer had only a bathroom, but a high-grade single dormitory with one room and one hall of about 30 square meters. Even after he had just hung up with the head of the laboratory's personnel department, the receptionist, who had always been a sema-faced person, showed a hee-haw smile on her face to him. The employees who came and went were every bit as kind to Lu Zhe, the great Xia man. In terms of enlisting people, it has to be Eagle Sauce. Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid that anyone who doesn't know the ins and outs of Eagle Sauce will be easily impressed by all this sugarcoating. This opening of access, one after the other, is like an endless temptation, telling you that you will be able to gain more respect and treatment if you work your way up the ladder here. The only thing that will never be told is that as a Daxian you don't even qualify to be a loli, let alone want to go to Loli Island. In Eagle Jam, you being Chinese American is the original sin. It's going to be hard to get promoted to a B-rank employee again, Lu Zhe muttered. Posting Psi 2 papers is fine. With his leading decade-plus vision to write some watered-down papers, he can write several of them in a day. But the Psi 1 core journals required for promotion to B-level employee are not so good. Not that he couldn't write a paper of this caliber. Rather, it's the high gold content required for Psi Region 1 papers. In case Hawksbane learns something important about the future ahead of time from those papers, leading to some tech being screwed up ahead of time, that would be a great sin. It's better to copy this photolithography machine first. Lu Zhe's gaze carried determination. What B-level employees how to get promoted in the future then plan for the future. For now the priority is to replicate to that photolithography machine that will be shipped next Wednesday. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dasha is in the evening hours, the busiest time on the internet. The Dasha Military Forum Network, the largest military fan forum, is tens of thousands of military fans, are here to disturb the discussion of all kinds of military equipment. At present, the most attention, in addition to the recently announced Transport 20, strategic stealth bomber and the super-large transport aircraft, that is the evergreen J-20. After all, most military fans still love the incredibly handsome fighter jets more than the transports, bombers and so on. And on who is higher and who is lower in combat power between J-20 and F-22 thread has dominated the popular first position in today's forum. I think it's our Dasha's J-20. For that face value, it's definitely much better than that F-22. The F-22 isn't ugly, is it? And the engine should be one step stronger than our J-20. After all, the aviation engine is the oldest problem of our Dasha. J-20 is not even in mass production yet. Talk about combat effectiveness. F-22 should be stronger. The F-22 was developed in the 1980s, and a lot of the equipment in it is long outdated. Who uses machine guns to lick the ground nowadays? As a Daxamite, J-20 is the best. No rebuttals will be accepted. Many military fans have become accustomed to these arguments. After all, after the birth of the J-20, not a day goes by that the forums don't tear up the topic of who is stronger between the J-20 and the F-22. It's just a shame that after more than a month of arguing, nothing has come out of it. Just then, suddenly, many people suddenly noticed a thread that kept getting replied to. The headline on it reads in one line, "Gentlemen, I've been a fan for 2.5 years. Can you help me see what kind of fighter jet this is? I don't think I've ever seen one. 2.5 years in the ring and you can't even tell the difference between fighters? Where has this time been spent?" Some of the older military fans couldn't help but bristle. What fighter have they not seen before? Even if they take a World War II, World War I airplane over, they can talk a good game. Even which manufacturer was the manufacturer? How many sorties were made? And what was the best battle record? All of which can be given to you as if you were in the know. Instead of laughing at the owner, many were ready to click in and point this new military fan in the right direction. Also intend to see what it is. The fighter that can't be distinguished from the one that has been in the ring for so long. However, when they clicked in and saw the picture, they were confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk? That was everyone's first reaction. Followed by the second sentence. What the kind of fighter is this? Many veteran military fans have always regarded themselves as aircraft know-it-alls, and there's no fighter they can't recognize. But there was a long silence in front of the fighter. What kind of fighter is this NM? Even I haven't seen it before. Looking at the one name emblazoned on their bodies, they were even more dumbfounded. J-22. J-22? What the hell is this? When did Dasha have a J-22? I haven't heard anything about it. Chapter 167, Military Fans, our new 5th generation aircraft of Dasha. How Eagle in the Eagle? J-22 or J-22? Looking at the screen displaying this one picture, the eyes of all the military fans revealed confusion. They also muttered, "Good lord, I don't recognize this fighter either TM. Where did this new fighter come from? How come we haven't heard anything about it before? Whether it's this very strange fighter, or this unusually eye-catching number, All of them are completely unseen by the crowd before. Even the old military fans who have been mixing in the forum for more than 10 years have never heard of it. Originally thought that it was the 2.5 years into the circle of the new military fan did not see the knowledge. But the result is that now even realized that the real not seen the knowledge is actually their own? Who exactly is the owner of this posting? How did he get a shot of this fighter? More to the point, where did this so-called J-22 fighter jet come from? Moment. The thread was climbing in popularity at a terrifying rate, with hundreds of people replying and discussing every moment. Am I a new military fan too? How come I haven't seen it either? Forum registration, 13 years. Do we still have a fighter jet with that number in Dacia? This is a new fighter, right? Where did the owner get the picture from? Definitely a new type of fighter. You can't find this model in all the fighters in the world or it's just a P image. I verified that there are no PS marks on the picture and the fighter doesn't look like a miniature. After eliminating the skeptical guesses of pics, models, etc. And it then leaves only one possibility. That is, this fighter jet numbered J-22 is a new fighter jet of Dacia. The thought of this conclusion made the hearts of these military fans even more excited. This could be not only because it was a new fighter plane, but more critically from its number. Can a fighter with a J-22 number be anything ordinary? The first time in their minds, they said, J-22. Isn't that the iterative upgraded version of J-20? As soon as this one speculation was made, it was recognized by everyone in the entire forum in common that it was definitely that. Otherwise, according to the usual naming habits of Dacia, it is impossible to suddenly create a J-22 number naming. If the next generation or a new series of 5th generation fighters are used, they will either be called J-30 or J-40, or J-25, which means a new generation of fighters that have been upgraded in all aspects, or new fighters for different scenarios, but it's called the J-22. And it's probably an upgraded version of the J-20 fighter. However, another problem then arises. How come I've never heard of it before? Our Air Force is developing some kind of J-22 fighter. How long has it been since the J-20 came out? And this performance iteration is coming out? This is too fast. Many military fans frowned and couldn't help but post in confusion. It is important to know that even the J-20 program, which is highly secretive, had some wind in its sails as early as '08. This news has long been circulating in the small circle of military fans. The date of the first flight of the price of cheap Jordans for sale has many people to make some speculation. But this one, the J-22, looked exactly like it had popped out of a stone. It hasn't even been 2 months since the first flight of the J-20. And this upgraded version of the J-22 is here? This development speed is unbelievable. Many people have even gone through the various defense reports of Eagle Jam in recent years, which reveal nothing at all. Which means that Eagle Jam is being kept completely in the dark. And, what exactly has this J-22 upgraded? Almost everyone who is a military fan has started to go back and forth on this one chart. Where does it focus? What has been upgraded? What are the performance numbers? It was a pity that their various doubts had not received any reply at all from that one building owner. After sending this post, it is like deep hiding in general. Did not log in once again military fan forums? Until more than 10 years later there are many people speculated. His real identity in the end, who is it? In the meantime, Dacia, Sichuanshu region. A middle-aged man was sitting on the couch with a several-month-old waif in his arms, gently swaying. Woohoo! Woohoo! Several baby cries came. Zhang Wei immediately understood that he was hungry. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'll feed you here. Shove one of the bottles hanging from his chest right into his mouth and just start feeding him fully automatically. As a veteran military fan, Zhang Wei naturally did not miss this news. And he was likewise curious as to what was so special about this fighter jet named J-22. Could it be a multi-purpose 5th generation fighter version? A thought popped into Zhang Yuli's mind. It's like J-10 versus J-11. The difference between the two is one is a multi-role fighter and the other is a heavy air superiority aircraft. And this J-22 is likely to be based on the original J-20 and changed to be used as a multi-purpose fighter. Chapter 168, J-22 is an improved version of J-20. Eagle Jam is furious. What have you done to our F-22? Null. Chapter 169, Hawk Sauce Countermeasures, Photolithography arrives. Replication begins. 2 in 1. Millions of military enthusiast viewers are glued to the screen with unbelievably eager eyes. There are also many people who are reaching for their recording software or cameras, lest they miss any of the action because they are distracted. With the host's brief introductory remarks followed by a steep turn of the screen, a silvery gray fighter jet appeared in front of everyone's eyes, possessing a flattened plane, an extremely minimalist aerodynamic layout setup, and the angular tail and wing features. You don't even need to guess too much. Just the look of it shows that it's a bona fide 5th generation fighter, quietly prostrate on the ground, like an eagle ready to soar and take off, like it's about to break out of the TV screen at any moment, giving a sense of ultimate power. The host looked at this fighter jet that could only be described as beautiful. Standing next to it, his own 5'8" head looked so small, and was barely taller than its landing gear. Taking a deep breath to calm his inner excitement, he took the microphone and introduced to the camera. This is our guest of honor for this episode, J-22. At the same time, it is also an improved version of the J-20 fighter. You can see many similarities in the layout. Duckwing offers great advantages in terms of increased lift, large angle of climb, and small radius steering, but also in relation to the adjustments to the tail layout that allow for smoother air handling and increased instantaneous maneuver feedback. When the presenter starts to read the script that he has memorized in advance, it all comes from the strengths and highlights that it possesses, and some secrets involving sensitivity were simply skimmed over. The military-obsessed audience in front of the TV clearly didn't care what these characteristics were that he was talking about. These analyses have been known for a long time. Not long after the pictures of the J-22 were just revealed in yesterday's forums and group chats in the gods, and even through detailed analysis. While building a data modeling for some argumentation, this is called J-22 fighter aircraft aerodynamic layout. Exactly for the F-22, J-20, and what enhancement has long been clear. The J-22 is the first fighter jet in the world that has been analyzed and modeled. Then you need this host to introduce them? That's not the opposite of the Big Dipper. What these military fans are paying more attention to at the moment is something else on this J-22 that deserves attention. The moment. How the hell does this J-22 look more and more like an F-22 fighter? But it has the characteristics of a J-20. Could it be that my eyes are blurred? I also want to know if this is a mistake accidentally made by the J-20 or the result of the F-22's October pregnancy. Don't laugh at me. I'm a very old man, too, Mr. Yeah. Why can't I? Unfortunately, you can only see the exterior layout, not the avionics or anything else. Even though all the generation verses are pretty much the same in terms of aerodynamic layout for stealth performance, this is too much similarity. Therefore, the first reaction of these military fans when they saw the appearance is that they think this fighter is a complete replica of the F-22 fighter with a duck wing and the J-20 bloodline. Who can believe it when they say there's nothing between the two? However, many did see something else that was different, and that was the engine. The engine really doesn't seem to be an L-31F, instead it's more like that airframe on the F-22. Really? This J-22 even has engines similar to that F-119? Although due to secrecy, this time the military equipment cutting-edge program cannot appear on the avionics and other equipment. Even the cockpit is also a black cloth directly to the cage. The entire cockpit dashboards do not allow people to peep. But the engine nozzles located at the rear of the fighter are still clearly visible. Everyone can see the obvious difference almost at a glance. It's simply not the same thing as the J-20's originally equipped L-31F engine. Not only is the inlet layout similar, but even the nozzle convergence tabs are similar. It should be a binary vectoring engine as well. Doesn't that mean that the engine of this J-22 is benchmarked against that F-119 of Eagle Sauce in terms of performance? I think it's very likely. Otherwise there would be no need to set it up with this binary vectoring nozzle as well as intake layout. Asterisk. The performance is even a cut short of the F-119. Then it's awesome to the sky. The discussion among these military fans in the group is getting more and more heated, and the excitement is growing inside. For this appearance layout alone, you say that Dacia did not refer to the F-119 engine to develop, beating them to death. They refuse to believe it. That would also mean something unusually important. We, Dacia, will immediately have an aero engine that rivals the performance of the F-119. At the very least, the two are also close in terms of performance figures and won't be too far apart. This news for the majority of military fans' friends, that can be more worthy of joy than the exposure of what J-22 fighter. After all, the two are not at all the same concept. One is progress while the other is indeed a breakthrough from 0 to 1. J-22 foot is only an improved version of Dacia's 5th generation aircraft, but an aero engine whose performance is at the world's excellent level is something Dacia has been pursuing to realize for decades, and it is the eternal pain of the entire Air Force. Otherwise, when the J-20 and J-10 made their maiden flights before, why would Dacia need to carry the old Maoist's airframe and need to look at others to build fighters? Often in the past, the Dacia side needed to build a large number of fighters, only to be faced with a situation where the old Maoist side didn't have such a large number of engines for sale, which was a torment that no one could endure. Now that Dacia has an aero engine whose performance is on par with the world's top level, this situation will never return. As for your question, this engine is very similar to the F-119? All military fans will only reply with this phrase: it's a real damn good feeling to feel the eagle sauce across the river. The moment Dacia's new 5th generation aircraft J-22 made its debut, the news even on the extranet set off a lot of heat, causing many media to reprint and report. Many military enthusiasts have been arguing in terms of aerodynamic layout, engine and so on, to prove that this J-22 is similar in what areas. How different is its performance from the F-22, the only current mass-produced fifth-generation fighter? For a while, it has been high on the list of search terms related to heat. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Woodhorn building, it's like the saying goes, R&D is like this. Dacia just needs to do a good job of R&D to build the J-22, while they, the Pentagon, need to think about things. There are many things that the Pentagon needs to think about at this very moment. For example, Kimi Andrews, who is the head of security for Eagle Jam's global affairs, has a lot to think about right now. As he waited for the intel to be sent back, he sipped cup after cup of coffee. What's gotten into you lately? Kimi Andrews rubbed her raw brow, her face full of helplessness. There's trouble all over the globe, and there's not a moment to stop. He hadn't slept all night and had 2 thick dark circles under his eyes. It's really hard to sleep, much less go to sleep. Recently, the Middle East is in chaos, and even South America is in chaos, which has upset the whole building. Don't you know what too far from heaven, too close to eagle sauce means? And at this time, the recent technological breakthroughs on the Dacia side are likewise coming one after the other, and it is also necessary to increase the level of attention to be able to do so. It made him, the head of global security affairs, feel like his brain was about to explode, like a firefighter waiting to put out fires all over the globe. Suddenly, the assistant outside the door knocked on the door and walked in. Sir, this is the latest intelligence sent back from Dacia. Good. Kimi Andrews nodded, taking the file at a rapid pace. He scrutinized the intelligence information sent back. Instantly, his face, which had appeared exhausted, was scared much more refreshed. How on earth did they develop it? Kimi Andrews' eyes widened, revealing an unbelievable gaze. The same binary vector can even be so similar to the jet tailpipe? Aero engine independently developed by Dacia? Not only are they somewhat similar in appearance, but even the engines are benchmarked against their F-119 binary vectoring engines. This is not an improved version of the J-20. This looks like an improved version of the F-22 fighter. What about our intelligence department? Kimi Andrew glanced at the assistant next to him and said indignantly, no information has been revealed about either Dacia's J-22 or this aero engine. Even the information I was given was wrong. What the hell are they doing with these people? Before the weekly submitted to him in a variety of related information, it is clearly written that Dacia, even WS-10B, have not completed the breakthrough, is in full swing secret research and development, optimistically estimated that at least 10 years to be mounted in service. As for the WS-15 turbofan engine, it is even speculated that it may not be developed until 2030. So what is this F-119 like air defense engine? Sir, its performance may not be much better. The assistant prompted very rationally from the side. This airframe doesn't have any performance data tests. Not even flight footage has been shown. This may be, in the words of their 36 stratagems in Dacia, this could be that empty city trick. Words. Kimi Andrews' eyes lit up. This is nothing more than their intent to bluff. That's why it's so similar to the F-22 fighter. Purpose? Just to get us to fall for it? The more he spoke, the more it made sense that this was most likely a strategy of Dacia. After all, who knows what's really going on inside? I'm afraid it's unknown whether it has any real-world capabilities or not. It's possible that Dacia just modified the shell and engine of the fighter jet a bit to make them think that Dacia had developed a new aero engine, which would lead to some strategic miscalculations. Kimi Andrews will be so to guess is not unreasonable. This kind of thing they hawk sauce can be said to be a repeat offender, which here is not a huge amount of PTT published out. Equipment data falsification that is more commonplace, like the existence of. As to whether it can be developed, is the performance accurate? Well, that's irrelevant to the Woodhorn building. But even so, Kimi Andrews didn't take it lightly either. His fingers continued to tap lightly on the desktop as he stared at the report in his hands and thought for a long time. Go contact the Defense Department office. We need to formulate a well-thought-out plan, regardless of whether this J-22 is an improved version or not, and whether or not it is singing some kind of empty city trick or not. Eagle Jam must return the favor. Otherwise, how else can they sit comfortably in their position as global bearers? Time flew by and a few days went by in a flash. Only, the discussion of this J-22 did not die down, especially in the military fan forums within Dacia. Every day is a relentless butchering of content related to it. Wednesday, a little after 9 in the morning, the small town of Livermore, inside the LLNL lab, the familiar location with the exclusive couch where the two who had just gone to work were lounging in their customary laziness, looking at the table with the already finished snacks. Lu Zhe sighed. The side effects of this enhancement potion, it seems to be a bit big. His own starvation state that lasted for a month had no more than a few days left, because he kept taking enough protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins every day. So the current strength of his body's 5-dimensional increase had come to the early 19%, and the final 20% was just a matter of these few days. But he realized something terrible: his appetite didn't seem to have abated much. It seemed to be because the accompanying rise in physical fitness caused the number of calories he needed to consume each day to grow quite a bit. Glancing at the small head nestled in his arm, Lucy secretly spat out, "It's not like I'll turn into a foodie like Lucy, right?" The moment Lucy seemed to sense resentment and looked up to see if anyone had said anything bad about her around. Suddenly, she looked like she remembered something. "Lucy, where are we going to play next week? Nice little vacation. How about a trip this time? Next weekend is September. And here at Eagle Jam we have a one-day holiday on the first Monday of September, which is the American version of Labor Day, and we'll only have one day off including Christmas and such, counting the 2 days off for the weekend. The LLNL lab cage will be on vacation for 3 days. Why don't we go to LA this time?" Lucy's eyes twinkled with little stars. "I want to go to Disney over there. It's been so long since I've been there." She'd long since gotten tired of the various amusement parks on this side of the Bay Area, and she could run over to the Los Angeles side of the country for a little fun while she was on vacation. Words, then go. Luz straightened her dazzling hair. "I also happen to want to take a tour of a big city like Los Angeles. With Los Angeles being the second largest city in Eagle Jam, it's only natural to come here and see what's going on. What's more, there's no chance that you'll come across any good opportunities to replicate some of the top tech items in a big city like this." Seeming to think of this, he glanced at the light screen over his eyeballs. Reproduction number 1, refreshed every Monday. Achievement points, 50,000 points. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Lucy was secretly anxious inside. In fact, the copy count had been refreshed long ago on Monday. He just hadn't been making any copies. After all, the photolithography machine didn't even seem to have shipped. And without even knowing where the target was, where was he going to copy the tech item? Just then, next to her, Lucy attached herself to Luz's ear and whispered, "I heard that the lab seems to have just shipped in new stuff. Like it's mysterious." Lucy had always been most interested in these novelties. "What item?" Lucy instantly jumped inwardly, already guessing what that might be. It was true that he didn't even need to initiate the conversation himself. Lucy, the little ninny, would just bring up the matter. Unsurprisingly, the mysterious item she was talking about would be the 32nm photolithography machine. "Looks like a new top-of-the-line device, I think." Lucy cocked her head, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "It was just shipped in this morning. It's stored over there in the sea level area. Why don't we go check it out together? I can take you in." When she said this, she suddenly got stuck in general. "I forgot. You're now promoted to a C-rank employee. It seems like you would have had permission to go." Originally, Lucy had wanted to utilize her authority to take Lucy along with her into the C-rank area in passing. In that case, there's even less to worry about. "Let's go. Let's see what the hell that is." Lucy decisively stood up and grabbed Luz's hand and ran to an area to the right of the main test building. LLNL Labs, within the sea level area. Not such a huge area as a Class D area, much less an outrageous area that covers several square kilometers at every turn. But it's not small. Consisting of an 8-story building covering 2,000 to 3,000 square meters with 2 large storage warehouses, the building was mainly home to various laboratories and R&D departments, while the storage warehouse was where all sorts of equipment was kept. And the security here was obviously also much higher than in the Level D area. After passing 3 security verifications in a row, Lucy and Lucy were able to smoothly enter within the sea level area. A few moments later, inside the dust-free storage area, the two had just walked in, and instantly saw something as massive as a small house sitting in the very center. The entire dust-free area pretty much houses its one piece of equipment, so it's hard to think of anyone not noticing. The 4 letters AMSL are also printed on the exterior, so you don't have to think about it to know what kind of equipment it is. "No point. I thought it was some kind of novelty." Lucy bristled. "Turns out it's an AMSL photolithography machine." It wasn't like it was the first time she'd seen this kind of stuff in the lab, and she couldn't even muster half the interest. It wasn't as interesting as the musical grill that Lucy had given her last time, which could actually play the piano and grill at the same time. It was just too much fun. So, this is a photolithography machine. For being the cutting-edge technology of this planet, it's pretty plain and simple. Lucy gazed at the device with an exclamation in his words. This photolithography machine seems to be only a few meters long and a few meters high in size. Compared to the huge equipment that can often be tens of thousands of tons, it seems to be nothing big. But this is the one thing that does hold Dasha's neck in a vice-like grip. It was only after condensing the top technology of almost the entire Western world that this super technology was finally developed. It was even a technological item that Lucy had been trying to duplicate ever since he had obtained the duplication system. And today, While it's not a UV lithography machine, a 32nm DUV lithography machine would be a good choice. Just touching the shell shouldn't be a problem. Just make a direct copy and see. Lu Zhe murmured. The photolithography machine in front of us doesn't have any additional protection. It's just currently in a shutdown blockade. After all, its equipment such as the blade and lenses were so fragile that even contact with a speck of dust would instantly damage it. As for Lucy, she had long ago come up to this photolithography machine and curiously ran her hands all over the place. Lu similarly pressed his hand against it, and inwardly began counting down silently. 543. Shasta. A highlighted caption immediately popped up on the light screen of his eyeballs. Current tech item detected to be reproducible in its entirety. DUV immersion 32nm process lithography. Value achievement points, 100. 000 points. Please choose whether or not to make a copy. 100,000 achievement points? Surprisingly, there are so many? Lu Zhe was inwardly delighted. The richness of the replication rewards could be said to have greatly exceeded his expectations. After all, although a DUV lithography technology called cutting-edge technology, but it is in the value of the general, and is still in the backward products. UV lithography has long been developed, is entering the formal mass production stage, like this 132nm lithography machine in front of us. Amzil is selling it for roughly $100 million or so, and the Patriot air defense system sells for over $1 billion. Not to mention the Wasp-class amphibious assault ships that previously cost billions of dollars. I'm afraid that the reward of 100,000 achievement points is an additional huge increase in the system out of the technology aspect. Otherwise, according to Lu Zhe's original estimation, I'm afraid that it would only be 30,000 to 40,000 achievement points. This DUV 32nm photolithography is worth 100,000 achievement points. How much would this be if it was an EUV photolithography? Lu Zhe stroked his chin and thought, like those latter-day UV lithography machines that are easily 2 to 3 nanometers. Mustn't they just award millions of achievement points? Wouldn't there even be more tech rewards in a decade or so? It should be expected that the achievement point rewards for these products will decline with the loss of time. The system can't have such an obvious bug. Lu Zhe shook his head. After all, Apple's 3GS smartphone is considered top-of-the-line technology now. But 10 years from now, no scrap collector will want this thing. The rewards will surely diminish accordingly over time. These thoughts flashed quickly through his mind. Lu Zhe shook his head twice. The current priority was still to duplicate this photolithography machine. Make a copy. Lu Zhe did not hesitate and directly recited silently. Current technology article, DUV immersion 32nm process lithography has been successfully replicated. Reward, 100,000 achievement points. 32nm process lithography technology. Full set of design drawings. Entity, has been stored in the item bar. System space item bar, 32nm process lithography. Wasp-class amphibious assault ship *2 mannequin, charging completed. Chapter 170 Contact. What Daxia needs most. This is a photolithography machine? 6K big chapters. Detected. Multiply copy permission has been refreshed. Whether to use multiply copy. After gazing at the line of hints, Lu Zhe frowned and pondered for a moment. Inwardly, I mumbled, no, do not use it. After all, he had already accumulated 15 replicas before, and counting this one, it would be a full 16 replicas. When the next copy count was refreshed, and there were more than 50,000 top-level technology items, Lu Zhe directly used the multiply copy permission, which would break through to 20 copy counts to reach the upgrade conditions. I wonder what the reward for 20 replica counts will be. Lu Zhe muttered inwardly. You should know that after breaking through the 10 copying times in the previous 1,000 tiers, it had not only unlocked the purple draw but even rewarded an additional multiply copying privilege. I guess the reward for breaking through the 20 copy count shouldn't be too bad. After retracting the sight immersed in the light screen, less than a minute or so of this seemingly long thinking time had passed. Looking over at Lucy over there, she was at the moment planning to peel open the security door of this photolithography machine to find out what it looked like inside. Looking at her like this, Lu Zhe hurriedly pulled back. Lucy, let's hurry up and go. There's not much to see in this thing. It's just a plain old photolithography machine. Since the purpose had been accomplished, there was no need to stay in this place of wrongdoing. Moreover, he saw that the safety door of the photolithography machine didn't seem to be too secure, and it would be a big joke if Lucy really broke it off. Granted, Lucy probably didn't think it was a big deal in terms of her status, but it was better to avoid some trouble if you could. Good. It doesn't feel comfortable here at all. Lucy stood up and patted her somewhat sore hands. The safety door of this photolithography machine is really strong, and she didn't break it? Moreover, this room belongs to the medium dust-free clean room, and all kinds of ventilation and cleaning equipment are always on, and the airflow blows people all over the body. After handing his hand over to Lu Zhe of his own accord, he slowly walked out within the C-rank area while holding hands. Take the opportunity to roam the entire town of Livermore with impunity. Ordering 2 drinks and some snacks, the two of them took a leisurely stroll along the banks of this tiny river. It's night. Inside a staff dormitory of about 30 to 40 square meters, Lu Zhe was taking his dirty clothes and putting them into the washing machine. After the hustle, taking a glance at his surroundings, Lu Zhe nodded. The senior staff dormitory is really good, with a washing machine, refrigerator, and microwave oven, much better than the one we had before. Previously, his ordinary staff dormitory had nothing but a simple bathroom. Even that very simple kitchen didn't even have any cookware to use, and it was too inconvenient for Lu Zhe to keep taking the induction cooker to cook. After packing all these things up, Lu Zhe wiped his hair clean and lay on the bed gazing at the light screen. On the item bar of the system space, a large white precision machine was quietly placed inside. This is the 32 nanometers DUV lithography machine. And then there were all sorts of items that had been duplicated earlier, as well as stored gold, US currency, and a huge arsenal of untold numbers. However, the one that deserved Lu Zhe's attention the most was the mannequin that was already showing charging complete. The mannequin seems like it could be released to go out and move around a bit more, gathering all sorts of information and clues for me. Otherwise it would be a bit too much of a waste to keep it in the system item bar. He stroked his chin, thinking carefully about this matter. As the first golden item he drew, it was also the mannequin prop with the widest range of application. After completing the transportation of the weaponry last week, it had stayed inside the system item bar and had not been materialized again even after it had been recharged, which was a great waste. Anyway, after having the cloak of invisibility, it's unlikely that the dolls will be in any dangerous situations. Lu Zhe thought for a second, have it go over to Los Angeles ahead of time to poke around, see if there are any technological items worth copying. As a new map, a careful investigation of the Los Angeles' side is still necessary. It was the second largest city in all of Eagle Jam, and there were countless goodies in it. So it would be very necessary to have the dolls snoop around ahead of time, when there would also be a main copy target. This even included the fact that in the future, if Lu Zhe wanted to look for any top-notch technological items, he could have the mannequin look for them on his behalf. With the support of the Mask of Change and Cloak of Invisibility, it was impossible for it to be discovered even if it lurked in some dangerous places, and even the mannequin, apart from possessing normal identity information, was just a transparent person to everyone. Transparent person. Tomorrow, manifest the mannequin and have it travel to Los Angeles to find out what's going on. After Lu Zhe decided on this, his eyes glanced at the photolithography machine in the item bar. As for now, contact the Daxia side first. The sooner the better for this kind of surprise. He couldn't wait to see how surprised Daxia would be when they saw this 32 nanometers photolithography machine. In the meantime, while it was still late at night here in Eagle Jam, it was high noon in Daxia. Even Yanjing, a big city with tens of millions of people living in it, was quiet at this point in time after work. The moment. 12:00. Inside the summer section of the courtyard, all around is even more quiet peace. The only thing that comes from 3 to 3 a few crisp wild bird calls, or some are a hard blind call robin sound. Inside the dean's office, the two awful old men didn't have time to rest, but were holding a huge pile of papers in deep thought with furrowed brows, and the lunchboxes they had just eaten were placed casually under the table, waiting to be taken away with them when they returned. This is a report on the visiting process of the Great Wall Watch Organization. Zhang Lixing pulled out the thick folder and placed it on the desktop. Look at all the processes to see if they are reasonable and then make appropriate adjustments. Let's see. Zhang Yuli wiped his glasses and carefully skimmed the lines of regulations on it. As the leader of the special secret team, he had to be fully responsible for any action concerning the Great Wall Watch Organization. The same goes for the grand ceremony next month, when the organization will officially visit Daxia. Whether it is the diplomatic reception, the appearance of the city, grand specifications or all kinds of security work, which involves all aspects of the 3 words cannot account for the situation? Which department has the ability to make decisions on a discretionary basis, and who can take responsibility for failures? Therefore, all these matters need to go through him and Zhang Lixing to make the final decision. The blockade area has to be expanded some more. Zhang Yuli circled a few regulations and handed the document back. Have the people over at the security department plan it out again? It's important to ensure security within the blockade area. If necessary, you can just go to maximum alert status. Good. Zhang Lixing nodded. He did not feel that Zhang Yuli was making a big deal out of this, and even instead felt that this kind of intensity did not seem to be enough. This is the kind of thing that can't be taken any more seriously than it already is. After all, if there were any accidents or security threats to the members of the Great Wall Watch Organization, which would affect the future cooperation between the two sides, it would be almost unbearable and unacceptable for them. This is both an opportunity to befriend the Watch of the Wall organization and a test for Daxia. One time, the entire office, once again, fell into silence. The only thing left in the space was the constant sound of flipping documents and various signatures. It was only after a while, when the time was already approaching 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that the documents on the desktop were finally dealt with. Zhang Lixing was smoking the dry cigarette in his hand when he suddenly remembered something. Right, old Zhang, isn't it time to hurry things along on the drone bomber side? Or someone else's client is going to get antsy. Persia and Saudi Arabia have already paid a large deposit, and even the money has been sent to the account of the Daxia. Looking forward to the early development of this long-range unmanned bomber. 732 Arsenal side of the research and development progress must be accelerated to be able to do. I've already urged that oldly guy. Zhang Yuli took a sip of tea and nodded in agreement. He said he expects to have the official finished product out by the middle of next month. As long as there are no surprises in the finished product, it will go straight into mass production work. In an optimistic estimate, initial deliveries of these long-range unmanned bombers to Persia and Saudi Arabia could be made by the end of the year, completing this military trade deal order. Hearing this, Zhang Lixing nodded in satisfaction and couldn't help but sigh. These drones can really make money. $5 million for a long-range bomber, selling hundreds of them at once. The previous small drones have cumulatively brought over billions of dollars in sales to Daxia. The long-range unmanned bomber was even better this time around. And even though the number of units sold wasn't that huge, it cost a full $5 million per unit. Buying 100 would be $500 million. Buying 1,000 that would be $5 billion. And before, Li Yunshan, the factory director of 732, had told him that the manufacturing cost of the long-range unmanned bomber was about 5 million yuan, and now that it had changed hands and sold it directly, the unit had been converted into dollars. Don't you forget, the missiles that need to be carried on it are the real consumables. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhang Yuli's face. A guided air-to-surface missile starts at more than $100, 000, which can add up to a significant amount. That's why many military-industrial complexes don't make money from the weapon itself at all, and can sell you equipment costing $10 million at a loss of $9 million, because they are counting on making the profit back from the ammo and parts. No wonder they say selling arms makes money. Zhang Lixing smashed his mouth and sked. This is a casual dumping of tens of billions of dollars. He figured out why Eagle Jam liked to sell arms all over the world. It was just too damn lucrative. The bottom line is that other people still think it's worth the money. So where does that fit in? Wait until you've dealt with all the paperwork at hand. Zhang Lixing took out a chessboard and a set of chess pieces from the side. Old Zhang, let's have a couple of games. It had been so long since he had played chess that he felt a craving tickling inside. Chess addiction. How about a game of Go? Zhang Yuli glanced at him and tugged at the corner of his mouth. As far as old man Zhang's chess skills are concerned, that can be said to be as stinky as it has been for decades, and it's not even a little challenging for him. Simply put, the more you cook, the more you love to play. Just as they were taking advantage of this free time to gag, suddenly, tick-tock after tick-tock sounded in the office, instantly straining the nerves of both men. Simply do not care to think about what to play chess. Directly to the instantaneous lightning as fast as the momentum rushed to the door. That darting footsteps agile not at all like an old man. The Great Wall Watch Organization has contacted Daxia once more. The moment. Top secret foreign liaison room. Sitting in front of the computer screen on duty staff. It is a long time did not appear Lu Zhixue. Dean. It's from an email sent a minute ago. He opened his mouth to report and gave up his seat. Good. Without saying too much, Zhang Yuli sat straight down and began to input one security command after another. Looking at the screen, various numerical password verifications as well as pupil, fingerprint, and DNA verification programs were being lifted. Zhang Lixing looked at the person next to him and inquired a mouthful. Old Lu, how is your recent physical recovery? It's about as good as it gets. Lu Zhixue nodded. Just pay more attention to your diet in general. It has no effect on my work. His already very weak body had collapsed instantly before due to the long hours of staying up all night watching. So this more than a month has been in recuperation. Is that the body has recently improved a lot of cases? Zhang Yuli, which allows Lu Zhixue back on duty, and also can only guard the afternoon most relaxed position. Still have to pay more attention to taking care of your body. Zhang Lixing patted his shoulder. At your age, it's easy to suffer from major illnesses. Greeting the concerned eyes of this unit, Lu Zhixue waved his hand. It's not too late to ask about my physical condition later. Let's first look at what was said inside the email sent by their organization this time. That's the most important thing. In the face of the mail from the Great Wall Watch Organization, what is this condition of his own? It wasn't worth the slightest delay. The only thing he was concerned about at the moment was what was written in the email. What kind of technology had been sent to Dasha this time? This was the important matter involving the whole of Dasha, and anyone's safety and security was not worth mentioning in front of it. A few moments later, in the midst of several people's nervous and expectant gazes, Zhang Yuli finally unlocked the security program and entered the mailbox background system. Zheng Lixing and Lu Zhixue both stretched their heads over in unison, squinting their eyes to scrutinize, only to see that a conspicuous email had appeared on the top position at the very top of the mailbox. Our organization has recently acquired a technology. Would Dasha be interested? If you receive an email, please respond as soon as possible. This technique is sure to be very surprising to you. Looking at the content of the email, which was only 2 lines, but only dozens of words, heavy suspicion flashed across the faces of the 3 of them at once, and they unanimously frowned. Will the technology be very surprising this time? It seems that the person who sent us the email this time should be the leader behind this organization of theirs. Zhang Lixing immediately began to speculate. Whether it's the tone or the writing, it's all the same. Initially determining whether the person on the other side belongs to the mid-level cadres or chiefs is very important for the layout of the next communication. After all, ordinary mid-level personnel could only account for things step by step, and it was impossible to make decisions to do any trade dealings with Dasha. I think that should be correct. Zhang Yuli agreed. It seems that the status of this technology is quite high. Only this leader behind the Great Wall Watch organization would use this tone of voice to speak, and to be able to make their chief need to personally send out an email. Then the importance of this piece of technology naturally speaks for itself. Read this. Zhang Yuri's fingers quickly tapped out a line of text on the keyboard and immediately replied. Dasha is very interested in this piece of technology. Trading is currently available at any time, so please make sure you are in a safe situation. He didn't have time to think about what exactly this technology was. After all, the time for both parties to contact each other was very precious, and every second couldn't be easily wasted. Take the time to wait for the other person to respond to the email. Old Zhang, what do you think this technology is? Zhang Lixing's gaze revealed a sense of curiosity. Is it from the Navy, or is it the Army's equipment again? For the Army, they wouldn't have gotten Eagle Jam's M1A2 main battle tanks, would they? Several times before, the technology given by the Great Wall Watch organization had been about weapons and equipment for both land and sea, so his mind continued to think along those lines as well. I think it could also be the Air Force. Lu Zhixue had a different idea. During this period of time, although it was said that he had been recuperating from his illness, he was still always concerned about the various news of the Great Wall Watch organization. At the same time, he knew just as well what technology was being sent every time he was a member of the Supreme Special Team. Meeting the gazes of the 2, Lu Zhixue continued to add, after all, our previous J-22 fighter jet was exposed, so perhaps their organization purposely acquired another copy of the Air Force side of the technology? This way, it also goes to the line in the email that says, it must have been a great surprise to you. Since Dasha exposed the J-22, it's not unlikely that this technology went on to get some Air Force aspects, like the Air Force's reconnaissance aircraft and early warning aircraft. Dasha is still slightly lacking. Words. The 2 old men frowned in unison for a long time and thought. Zhang Yuli concurred. Regarding the Air Force aspect of the technology, I also think there is this possibility. Even if the Great Wall Watch organization is as powerful as it is, it's not like other people are the Eagle Jam's technological stockpile, so how can you have whatever technology you want? And this time the J-22 exposure has made such a big fuss. It is only reasonable that they should correspondingly come up with equivalent Air Force technology. The 3 men had not been thinking in terms of industrial equipment and the like. After all, since the 2 sides had traded with each other so many times, the occupation of industrial equipment in it could be said to be pitifully small. Only once. As for smartphone technology, it is not considered industrial equipment either, but more technology in terms of cell phone system application and chip design. Time passed quickly in this eager waiting. After a full hour, just when several people thought this liaison might be over, suddenly, an email reappeared at the top, with the title highlighted and bolded. Looking at the contents inside, Zhang Yuli and the others' pupils shrank, trembling as they stared at the screen, as if they had seen something incredible. Hiss no? Zhang Lixing sucked in a breath of cool air and stared in disbelief. The technology for this thing, their organization can even get it? Only to see that the mailbox appeared densely packed with zip packages, and the name of the title was clearly written. 32 nanometers DUV lithography complete equipment manufacturing, R&D design drawings, development of ultra-high precision lens and preparation process, high-power laser adjustment, magnification setting, mask plate, mask table material composition, assembly conditions. There are more zip files in here than any previous technology combined, more numerous, more cumbersome, and more storage capacity. Even this didn't happen all at once, but was sent in dozens of separate files, as if they were afraid that CASAs wouldn't be able to store that much. Looking at the names of these technologies written on them, several people remained silent for a long time, staring at the screen without a word. DUV lithography? And this technology is still a 32 nanometers process? Lu Zhixue opened his mouth in dismay, his heart beating faster and faster. Now he finally understood. No wonder it was said inside the email that this was the technology that Daxia wanted the most. What other technology besides photolithography is this? One of the most wanted technologies in Daxia today? Gazing at the email, time seemed to pass by for a minute, and then again it seemed like a whole day. Only then did Zhang Yuli come back to his senses with a face full of stagnation. 32 nanometers DUV technology. We can have a 32 nanometers photolithography machine too? Our Daxia can also build a photolithography machine? You know, before Xiaxin International paid much to break through the 90 nanometers lithography technology, and how much time and energy Daxia consumed. Tens of thousands of researchers and developers have poured themselves into this and spent their youth to get this far. And what a lot of trouble it took to buy a 45 nanometers lithography machine. But the world's most advanced lithography, but 28 nanometers technology, which is more than double the gap. This is a gap of 2 generations. And now, it's right in front of you? He wasn't dreaming. Zhang Yuli viciously seized his thighs. Surprisingly painful. It's TM True. Their mysterious organization. They really got the 32 nanometers lithography technology? Zhang Lixing similarly clenched his fists until his entire fist was painfully red. It was only then that I was sure that it was even true. The same smile was on the faces of several people at the moment. Only none of them could tell if it was a smile or a cry. Chapter 170 $100 billion for poverty alleviation. This organization is crazy? Xia Microelectronics people stupid. Where did this come from? 6K. Staring closely at these densely packed technical documents, the entire top-secret external liaison room was plunged into silence. Zhang Yuli seemed to have forgotten to even reply to the email. His eyes just looked straight at the screen and seemed to have been fuming without knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until the tick came and a new email was sent that he came to his senses. Hastily clicked to view. All that was seen was that a greeting of a mere dozen or so words appeared at the top. Will this piece of technology surprise Daxia enough? Look at the line. The unusually blunt words of inquiry. It seems that the opposite side is indeed the leader of the Great Wall Watch organization. Zhang Lixing laughed cheerfully. Anyone who could communicate in such a tone of voice should be an absolute top level even if they weren't the leader behind the scenes. Otherwise, how would a mid-level employee dare to ask Daxia so directly? That's not a death wish. Zhang Yuli let out a long breath and scat in admiration. Surprise? It's just too much of a surprise. This surprise is even a little too big. The smile on his face was all squeezed together and his eyes were so narrowed that he couldn't see a slit in them. Joking aside, this is a photolithography machine. And it is a DUV 32 nanometers photolithography machine. Which country in the world can say half of the word unsatisfactory? This is the cutting-edge technology that amazes the generation. But also the technology that almost every country in the world can hope to reach. But also the cutting-edge technology that can be said to have gathered the entire Western world's industry, including all the national laboratories under the Ministry of Energy of the Eagle Sauce. Europe and the United States top R&D institutions and companies all involved in order to make that AMSL company has been manufacturing far ahead of the world's photolithography machine. Not waiting for Zhang Yuli emotion finished. Next to Zhang Lixing is overjoyed immediately after adding, and we want to produce the smartphone and the chip. Not just need this kind of 32 nanometers process chip? This photolithography. It's come at the right time. It's come at the right time. The surprise revealed in his voice reached a point where he could barely contain it. This piece of technology is not just scarce in terms of technical difficulty. It is strategically vital. Although the 32 nanometers cell phone chips are currently being manufactured by TSMC, and deliveries are expected to take place soon. But the problem is that this factory is not with Daxia at heart. It is impossible to 100% trust. After all, the controlling stake is foreign-owned, which can be trusted. Previously, he and Zhang Yuli had been worried that once the smartphones developed by Daxia based on the OS 8.0 system were fully produced, then taking up the majority of the market share would be the nail in the coffin. But what if they see Daxia selling just enough to make a fortune? An Eagle Sauce ban is issued to cut off supplies. How are they going to cope? This is about trillions of dollars of annual market share. Upstream and downstream production value is able to drive millions of working people. It is simply impossible for Daxia to sit back and do nothing. Today, these difficulties will be solved if we can have a full set of lithography technology for the DUV 32 nm process. Hear that? Lu Zhixue, who had been standing on the sidelines listening to the conversation between the two, couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. Daxia can't afford to be lacking in cutting-edge semiconductors, especially this kind of cutting-edge photolithography. Instead of leaving the problem for posterity, it would be better to solve it now. If like some ARM microcontrollers, such as low-end chips, then the domestic technology has long been in foreign not much difference, and even in some aspects are beginning to realize the gradual reversal. But 32 nanometers process can produce high-performance chips. Dasia's current top technology can only break through to the 90 nanometers process only. From this goal is still very far away. As the crown of the semiconductor field, high-end lithography is not comparable to a ballpoint pen tip or a lighter gasket. It is naturally self-evident how high the status of the chip field is and how important it is to the booming Dacia. If this problem can be solved now, then don't trust the so-called wisdom of posterity. Words. Zhang Yuri nodded, seriousness flickering in his gaze as his fingers quickly keyed in a line. Now it was too late to consider just how important this lithography technology was, but rather, completing this deal with the Great Wall Watch Organization was the top priority. I am very satisfied with this technology and thank you very much for this letter. May I ask what your side needs for this technical reward? Zhang Lixing stared at the content of the reply and thought carefully. I wonder, what does this organization need? Together with the previous technology, I'm afraid what the other party is proposing this time is not a small amount. Not to mention the Patriot 3 anti-aircraft weapon technology given by the Great Wall Watch Organization. Just this photolithography technology, what price would Dacia have to pay in order to get it? No matter what the other party's demands are. A hint of sharpness flashed in Zhang Yuli's eyes. As long as Dacia can do it, we can agree to it. He was sure that even if he asked his superiors, he would likewise get this one answer immediately. As long as the needs of this organization are not a bottom-line issue that breaks through Dacia, then all the rest is negotiable. As for money, in the opinion of Zhang Yuli and the others, it wasn't even a matter of how much Dacia's side could give but how much others wanted. As long as Dacia could afford to give, then this piece of technology was already worth its weight in gold. After all, this is a 32 nm class lithography. How significant is it? It is the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of industry. Oceanside. It was in the wee hours of the late night in the LLNL Lab's senior employee dormitory, as Lu Zhe, whose physical qualities had already been increased by one round on all fronts. His brain was still abnormally active at this moment. 4 or 5 hours of sleep was enough for him on a normal day. And besides, if he was really sleepy during the day, he had no problem just cuddling up with Lucy on the couch for a couple of hours of fake sleep and rest together. After all, there was no one in the lab who was so unenlightened that they dared to come over and wake up the sleeping princess like Lucy. Looking at this reply letter in front of him, Lu Zhe touched his chin and inwardly said, what kind of needs do we have? It seems that Great Xia has also gone out on a limb this time. However, in the face of this kind of photolithography technology, it was not out of his expectation that Dacia made this kind of reaction. It would be outrageous to be very calm instead. Since the other party had already asked so, it was only right for him to give an appropriate offer. With this in mind, 2 lines of text quickly appeared in the light screen on Lu Zhe's eyeballs. About the 32 nanometers lithography technology this time, and the Patriot 3 air defense weapon technology last time. Adding the two together, our organization would like to offer 100 billion renminbi as the price of the technical remuneration. This side, just after the email beep sounded, Zhang Yuli couldn't wait to check the reply. Our organization would like to offer 100 billion renminbi as the price of the technical remuneration. 100 billion RMB? Zhang Yuli frowned and fell into thought. The amount they are asking for this time, how is it a bit off? It's not right, it's very wrong. Not only him, but the two next to him, Zhang Lixing, similarly had a question mark popping up on their heads as they muttered. It wasn't because of the seemingly astonishing figure of 100 billion RMB. The price could even be said to be significantly lower than the psychological expectations of several of them. Before the transaction, electromagnetic catapult amphibious assault ship, several technologies sum total even went to $20 billion, and now it is 100 billion yuan, is only about $15 billion. The amount alone is so much worse. Why did their organization, this time, specify that what was needed was RMB? Is it possible that there are other plans, or are we thinking too much? Zhang Lixing was so immersed in this unsettling emotion that he didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain when he accidentally pulled off a few of his beards. This is the point where the crowd is most surprised that the constant unit of money proposed by the Watch of the Wall organization has changed. Previously, the dollar was used as the unit of valuation, even if it was converted to gold, pounds, etc. The anchor unit was dollar as the standard, but this time the demand was 4 yuan units. Was it intended to be used as a trade swap with Dacia? After all, the internationalization index of the yuan today is really a bit unimpressive, almost only occupying less than 0.1% of the share of major international trade settlements. For this question, Zhang Yuli he did not think too long. The other side needs what Dacia give what is. As for other issues, It was not their turn to think too much about them. Quickly thinking of a way to reply, he typed in a line of text. Dacha has received the letter and has no objection to this amount. Do you require any specified method of payment? We will provide the highest top-secret court confidentiality specifications for the allocation of 100 billion renminbi. This time there was no worry that it would be discovered by Eagle Jam's side like the transfer of US dollars for payment. And even because it was a renminbi settlement system, Dacia was completely able to achieve the highest level of secrecy, avoiding revealing the slightest hint of it.